Part 1 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 1. The Little Sweep. William Blake, The Chimney Sweeper in Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. Songs of Innocence, The Chimney Sweeper. When my mother died, I was very young, and my father sold me while yet my tongue could scarcely cry, weep, 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 weep. So your chimneys I sweep, and in soot I sleep. There's little Tom Dacre, who cried when his head, that curled like a lamb's back, was shaved, so I said, Hush, Tom, never mind it, for when your head's bare, you know that the soot cannot spoil your white hair. And so he was quiet, and that very night, as Tom was a-sleeping, he had such a sight, that thousands of sweepers, Dick, Joe, Ned, and Jack, were all of them locked up in coffins of black. And by came an angel, who had a bright key, and he opened the coffins, and set them all free. Then down a green plain, leaping, laughing, they run, and wash in a river, and shine in the sun. Then, naked and white, all their bags left behind, they rise upon clouds, and sport in the wind. And the angel told Tom, if he'd be a good boy, he'd have God for his father, and never want joy. And so Tom awoke, and we rose in the dark, and got with our bags and our brushes to work. Though the morning was cold, Tom was happy and warm, so if all do their duty, they need not fear harm. Songs of Experience, The Chimney Sweeper. A little black thing among the snow, crying weep, weep, in notes of woe. Where are thy father and mother, say? They are both gone up to the church to pray. Because I was happy upon the heath, and smiled among the winter snow, they clothed me in the clothes of death, and taught me to sing the notes of woe. And because I am happy and dance and sing, they think they have done me no injury, and are gone to praise God and his priest and king, who made up a heaven of our misery. End of Part 1. Two of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Noah's Flood. Bible, Book of Genesis, chapters 6 through 10. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men, which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him in his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping things, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begat 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood. rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above. And the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven. And everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant, and thou shalt come into the ark, thou and thy sons and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee. They shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shalt come unto thee to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all God commanded him, so did he. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast shalt thou take to thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of the earth. For even 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lift up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man. All in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the coverings of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou, and thy wife, and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savour, and the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more every thing living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And God blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them, Be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moveth upon the earth, and upon all the fishes of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, even as the green herb have I given you all things. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it, and at the hand of man. At the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein. And God spake unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you, neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood, neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth. And God said, This is the token of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a token of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, This is the token of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth. And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, and Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the 3 sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be an husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his 2 brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, Blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And Noah lived after the flood 350 years. And all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood, the sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Javan, and Tubal, and Meshach, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarmath. And the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles, divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabta, and Ramah, and Sabteka. And the sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrod. He began to be a mighty one in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before the Lord, wherefore it is said, Even as Nimrod the mighty hunter before the Lord. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and builded Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Calah, and Rezin between Nineveh and Calah. The same is a great city. And Mizraim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lebahim, and Naphalim, and Pashrim, and Kashilim, out of whom came Philistim, and Caphcorim. And Canaan begat Sidon his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgazite, and the Hivite, and the Archite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hemathite, and afterward were the families of the Canaanites spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanites was from Sidon, as thou comest to Gerar unto Gaza, as thou goest unto Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth the elder, even to him were children born. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram, and the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gethar, and Mesh. And Arphaxad begat Salah, and Salah begat Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg. For in his days was the earth divided, and his brother's name was Joktan. And Joktan begat Almodad, and Sheleph, and Hazaramath, and Jerah, and Hadaram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimiel, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were the sons of Joktan. And their dwelling was from Mesha, as thou goest unto Saphar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. End of Part 2. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3, The Burning Fiery Furnace, Bible, Book of Daniel, chapters 1 through 3. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim king of Judah came Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon unto Jerusalem, and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim king of Judah into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar, to the house of his God. And he brought the vessels into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes, children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom, and cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, and whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat, and of the wine which he drank, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. Now among these were of the children of Judah, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, unto whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names, for he gave unto Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs, and the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my lord the king, who hath appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your faces worse liking than the children which are of your sort? Then shall ye make me endanger my head to the king. Then said Daniel to Mizor, whom the prince of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, Prove thy servants, I beseech thee, 10 days, and let them give us pulse to eat, and water to drink. Then let our countenance be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat, and as thou seest, deal with thy servants. So he consented to them in this matter, and proved them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their countenance appeared fairer and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. Thus Melzar took away the portion of their meat and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pulse. As for these 4 children, God gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. And the king communed with them, and among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even unto the 1st year of King Cyrus. And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams, wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. Then the king commanded to call the magicians, and the astrologers, and the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans, for to show the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit was troubled to know the dream. Then spake the Chaldeans to the king in Syriac, O king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we shall show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, The thing is gone from me. If ye will not make known unto me the dream, with the interpretation thereof, you shall be cut in pieces, and your houses shall be made a dunghill. But if you show the dream, and the interpretation thereof, you shall receive of me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore show me the dream, and the interpretation thereof. They answered again and said, Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we shall show the interpretation of it. The king answered and said, I know of certainty that you would gain the time, because ye see the thing is gone from me. But if ye will not make known unto me the dream, there is but one decree for you, for ye have prepared lying and corrupt words to speak before me, till the time be changed. Therefore tell me the dream, and I shall know that ye can show me the interpretation thereof. The Chaldeans answered before the king, and said, There is not a man upon the earth that can show the king's matter. Therefore there is no king, lord, nor ruler that asks such things at any magician, or astrologer, or Chaldean. And it is a rare thing that the king requireth, and there is none other that can show it before the king, except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. For this cause the king was angry and very furious, and commanded to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. And the decree went forth that the wise men should be slain, and they sought Daniel and his fellows to be slain. Then Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. He answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, Why is the decree so hasty from the king? Then Arioch made the thing known to Daniel. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time, and that he would show the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house, and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, that they would desire mercies of the God of heaven concerning this secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his, and he changeth the times and the seasons. He removeth kings, and setteth up kings. He giveth wisdom unto the wise, and knowledge to them that know understanding. He revealeth the deep and secret things. He knoweth what is in the darkness, and the light dwelleth with him. I thank thee and praise thee, O thou God of my fathers, who hast given me wisdom and might, and hast made known unto me now what we desired of thee, for thou hast now made known unto us the king's matter. Therefore Daniel went in unto Arioch, whom the king had ordained to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus unto him, Destroy not the wise men of Babylon. Bring me in before the king, and I will show the king the interpretation. Then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste, and said unto him, I have found a man of the captives of Judah, that will make known unto the king the interpretation. The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, Art thou able to make known unto me the dream which I have seen, and the interpretation thereof? Daniel answered in the presence of the king, and said, The secret which the king hath demanded cannot the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, the soothsayers, show unto the king. But there is a God in heaven that revealeth secrets, and maketh known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Thy dream and the visions of thy head upon thy bed are these. As for thee, O king, thy thoughts came into thy mind upon thy bed, what should come to pass hereafter, and he that revealeth secrets maketh known to thee what shall come to pass. But as for me, this secret is not revealed to me, for any wisdom that I have more than any living, but for their sakes that shall make known the interpretation to the king, and that thou mightest know the thoughts of thy heart. Thou, O king, sawest, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose brightness was excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was terrible. This image's head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest, till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them to pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power, and strength, and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven hath he given unto thine hand, and hath made thee ruler over them all. Thou art this head of gold. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be strong as iron, forasmuch as iron breaketh in pieces, and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these, shall it break in pieces, and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, forasmuch as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people. But it shall break in pieces, and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Forasmuch as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure. Then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and worshipped Daniel, and commanded that they should offer an oblation and sweet odours unto him. The king answered unto Daniel, and said, Of a truth it is that your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets, seeing thou couldst reveal this secret. Then the king made Daniel a great man, and gave him many great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and chief of the governors over all the wise men of Babylon. Then Daniel requested of the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon, but Daniel sat in the gate of the king. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces, to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the princes, the governors and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the provinces were gathered together unto the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, To you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king hath set up. And whoso falleth not down and worshippeth shall the same hour be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. Therefore at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and all kinds of music, all the people, the nations, and the languages fell down and worshipped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Wherefore at that same time certain Chaldeans came near and accused the Jews. They spake and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thou, O king, hast made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whosoever falleth not down and worshippeth, that he should be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. There are certain Jews whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in his rage and fury, commanded to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said unto them, Is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, do not ye serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? Now if ye be ready, that at that time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, psaltery, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the image which I have made, well. But if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is that God that shall deliver you out of my hands? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us out of thine hand, O king. But if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake, and commanded that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their hosen, and their hats, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceeding hot, the flames of the fire slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound, into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake, and said unto his counselors, Did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, True, O king. He answered and said, Lo, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning fiery furnace, and spake, and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High God, come forth, and come hither. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, governors, and captains, and the king's counselors, being gathered together, saw these men upon whose bodies the fire had no power, nor was an hair of their head singed, neither were their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who hath sent his angel, and delivered his servants that trusted in him, and have changed the king's word, and yielded their bodies, that they might not serve nor worship any god, except their own God. Therefore I make a decree, that every people, nation, and language, which speak anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other God that can deliver after this sort. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. End of Part 3. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. The Prodigal Son. Bible, Book of Luke, Chapter 15, verses 11 through 32. And Jesus said, A certain man had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, Father, give me the portion of goods that falleth to me. And he divided unto them his living. And not many days after, the younger son gathered all together, and took his journey into a far country, and there he wasted his substance with riotous living. And when he had spent all, there arose a mighty famine in that land, and he began to be in want. And he went and joined himself to a citizen of that country, and he sent him into his fields to feed swine. And he would fain have filled his belly with the husks that the swine did eat, and no man gave unto him. And when he came to himself, he said, How many hired servants of my father's have bread enough and to spare, and I perish with hunger? I will arise and go to my father, and will say unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and before thee, and I am no more worthy to be called thy son. Make me as one of thy hired servants. And he arose and came to his father. But when he was yet a great way off, his father saw him, and had compassion, and ran, and fell on his neck, and kissed him. And the son said unto him, Father, I have sinned against heaven and in thy sight, and am no more worthy to be called thy son. But the father said to his servants, Bring forth the best robe, and put it on him, and put a ring on his hand, and shoes on his feet. And bring hither the fatted calf, and kill it, and let us eat and be merry. For this my son was dead, and is alive again. He was lost, and is found. And they began to be merry. Now his elder son was in the field, and as he came and drew nigh to the house, he heard music and dancing. And he called one of the servants, and asked what these things meant. And he said unto him, Thy brother is come, and thy father hath killed the fatted calf, because he hath received him safe and sound. And he was angry, and would not go in. Therefore came his father out, and entreated him. And he answering said to his father, Lo, these many years do I serve thee, neither transgressed I at any time thy commandment, and yet thou never gavest me a kid, that I might make merry with my friends. But as soon as this thy son was come, which hath devoured thy living with harlots, thou hast killed for him the fatted calf. And he said unto him, Son, thou art ever with me, and all that I have is thine. It was meet that we should make merry and be glad, for this thy brother was dead, and is alive again, and was lost, and is found. End of Part 4. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5, The Golden Vanity. Traditional English Ballad. Version 1. Sir Walter Raleigh has built a ship in the Netherlands. Sir Walter Raleigh has built a ship in the Netherlands, and it is called the Sweet Trinity, and was taken by the false Galley, sailing in the Lowlands. Is there never a seaman bold in the Netherlands? Is there never a seaman bold in the Netherlands? That will go take this false galley, and to redeem the Sweet Trinity, sailing in the Lowlands. Then spoke the little ship-boy in the Netherlands. Master, master, what will you give me? And I will take this false Galilee, and release the Sweet Trinity, sailing in the Lowlands. I'll give thee gold, and I'll give thee fee in the Netherlands. I'll give thee gold, and I'll give thee fee in the Netherlands. And my eldest daughter thy wife shall be, sailing in the Lowlands. He set his breast, and away he did swim in the Netherlands. He set his breast, and away he did swim in the Netherlands, until he came to the false Galilee, sailing in the Lowlands. He had an auger fit for the nonce in the Netherlands. He had an auger fit for the nonce in the Netherlands, the which will bore 15 good holes at once, sailing in the Lowlands. Some were at cards, and some at dice in the Netherlands. Some were at cards, and some at dice in the Netherlands, until the salt water flashed in their eyes, sailing in the Lowlands. Some cut their hats, and some cut their caps in the Netherlands. Some cut their hats, and some cut their caps in the Netherlands, for to stop the salt water gaps, sailing in the Lowlands. He set his breast, and away did swim in the Netherlands. He set his breast, and away did swim in the Netherlands, until he came to his own ship again, sailing in the Lowlands. I have done the work I promised to do in the Netherlands, I have done the work I promised to do in the Netherlands, for I have sunk the false Galilei and released the sweet Trinity, sailing in the lowlands. You promised me gold and you promised me fee in the Netherlands, you promised me gold and you promised me fee in the Netherlands, your eldest daughter my wife she must be, sailing in the lowlands. You shall have gold and you shall have fee in the Netherlands, you shall have gold and you shall have fee in the Netherlands, but my eldest daughter your wife shall never be, for sailing in the lowlands. Then fare you well, you cozening lord in the Netherlands, then fare you well, you cozening lord in the Netherlands, seeing you are not so good as your word, for sailing in the lowlands. And thus I shall conclude my song of sailing in the lowlands, and thus I shall conclude my song of sailing in the lowlands, wishing all happiness to all seamen, both old and young, in their sailing in the lowlands. Version 2. There was a gallant ship, and a gallant ship was she, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, and she was called the Golden Vanity, as she sailed to the lowlands low. She had not sailed a league but only 3, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, when she came up with a French galley, as she sailed in the lowlands low. Outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, Ec-diddle-doo, and the lowlands low, what will you give me if I sink that French galley, as ye sail in the lowlands low? Outspoke the captain, outspoke he, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, we'll give ye an estate in the north country, as we sail in the lowlands low. Then row me up ticht in a black bull skin, Ec-diddle-doo, and the lowlands low, and throw me o'er deck-board, sink I or swim, as ye sail in the lowlands low. So they've rowed him up ticht in a black bull skin, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, and have thrown him o'er deck-board, sink he or swim, as they sail in the lowlands low. About and about and about went he, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, until he came up with the French galley, as they sailed in the lowlands low. Oh, some were playing cards, and some were playing dice, Ec-diddle-doo, and the lowlands low, when he took out an instrument, bored 30 holes at twice, as they sailed in the lowlands low. Then some they ran with cloaks, and some they ran with caps, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, to try if they could stap the salt-water draps, as they sailed in the lowlands low. About and about and about went he, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, until he came back to the Golden Vanity, as they sailed in the lowlands low. Now throw me o'er a rope, and pull me up on board, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, and prove unto me as good as your word, as ye sail in the lowlands low. We'll no throw you o'er a rope, nor pull you up on board, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, nor prove unto you as good as our word, as we sail in the lowlands low. Outspoke the little cabin boy, outspoke he, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, then hang me, I'll sink ye as I sunk the French galley, as ye sail in the lowlands low. But they've thrown him o'er a rope, and have pulled him up on board, Ec-ittle-doo, and the lowlands low, and have proved unto him far better than their word, as they sailed in the lowlands low. End of Part 5. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6. A Midsummer Night's Dream. Shakespeare, A Midsummer Night's Dream, as told by Charles Lamb in Tales of Shakespeare. There was a law in the city of Athens which gave to its citizens the power of compelling their daughters to marry whomsoever they pleased, for upon a daughter's refusing to marry the man her father had chosen to be her husband, the father was empowered by this law to cause her to be put to death. But as fathers do not often desire the death of their own daughters, even though they do happen to prove a little refractory, this law was seldom or never put in execution, though perhaps the young ladies of that city were not unfrequently threatened by their parents with the terrors of it. There was one instance, however, of an old man, whose name was Ægeus, who actually did come before Theseus, at that time the reigning Duke of Athens, to complain that his daughter Hermia, whom he had commanded to marry Demetrius, a young man of a noble Athenian family, refused to obey him because she loved another young Athenian named Lysander. Ægeus demanded justice of Theseus, and desired that this cruel law might be put in force against his daughter. Hermia pleaded in excuse for her disobedience that Demetrius had formerly professed love for her dear friend Helena, and that Helena loved Demetrius to distraction. But this honourable reason, which Hermia gave for not obeying her father's command, moved not the stern Ægeus. Theseus, though a great and merciful prince, had no power to alter the laws of his country. Therefore he could only give Hermia 4 days to consider of it. And at the end of that time, if she still refused to marry Demetrius, she was to be put to death. When Hermia was dismissed from the presence of the Duke, she went to her lover Lysander, and told him the peril she was in, and that she must either give him up and marry Demetrius, or lose her life in 4 days. Lysander was in great affliction at hearing these evil tidings, but recollecting that he had an aunt who lived at some distance from Athens, and that at the place where she lived the cruel law could not be put in force against Hermia, this law not extending beyond the boundaries of the city, he proposed to Hermia that she should steal out of her father's house that night, and go with him to his aunt's house, where he would marry her. "I will meet you," said Lysander, "in the wood a few miles without the city, in that delightful wood where we have so often walked with Helena in the pleasant month of May." To this proposal Hermia joyfully agreed, and she told no one of her intended flight but her friend Helena. Helena, as maidens will do foolish things for love, very ungenerously resolved to go and tell this to Demetrius, though she could hope no benefit from betraying her friend's secret, but the poor pleasure of following her faithless lover to the wood, for she well knew that Demetrius would go thither in pursuit of Hermia. The wood in which Lysander and Hermia proposed to meet was the favourite haunt of those little beings known by the name of fairies. Oberon the king and Titania the queen of the fairies, with all their tiny train of followers, in this wood held their midnight revels. Between this little king and queen of sprites there happened at this time a sad disagreement. They never met by moonlight in the shady walks of this pleasant wood, but they were quarrelling, till all their fairy elves would creep into acorn cups and hide themselves for fear. The cause of this unhappy disagreement was Titania's refusing to give Oberon a little changeling boy, whose mother had been Titania's friend, and upon her death the fairy queen stole the child from its nurse and brought him up in the woods. The night on which the lovers were to meet in this wood, as Titania was walking with some of her maids of honour, she met Oberon attended by his train of fairy courtiers. "Well met by moonlight, proud Titania," said the fairy king. The queen replied, "What, jealous Oberon, is it you? Fairies, skip hence, I have forsworn his company." "Tarry, rash fairy," said Oberon. "Am not I thy lord? Why does Titania cross her Oberon? Give me your little changeling boy to be my page." "Set your heart at rest," answered the queen. "Your whole fairy kingdom buys not the boy of me." She then left her lord in great anger. "Well, go your way," said Oberon. "Before the morning dawns I will torment you for this injury." Oberon then sent for Puck, his chief favourite and privy councillor. Puck, or as he was sometimes called, Robin Goodfellow, was a shrewd and knavish sprite that used to play comical pranks in the neighbouring villages; sometimes getting into the dairies and skimming the milk, sometimes plunging his light and airy form into the butter churn, and while he was dancing his fantastic shape in the churn, in vain the dairymaid would labour to change her cream into butter. Nor had the village swains any better success. Whenever Puck chose to play his freaks in the brewing copper, the ale was sure to be spoiled. When a few good neighbours were met to drink some comfortable ale together, Puck would jump into the bowl of ale in the likeness of a roasted crab, and when some old goody was going to drink it, he would bob against her lips and spill the ale over her withered chin, and presently after, when the same old dame was gravely seating herself to tell her neighbours a sad and melancholy story, Puck would slip her three-legged stool from under her, and down toppled the poor old woman, and then the old gossips would hold their sides and laugh at her, and swear they never wasted a merrier hour. "Come hither, Puck," said Oberon to this little merry wanderer of the night. "Fetch me the flower which maids call lore in idleness. The juice of that little purple flower laid on the eyelids of those who sleep will make them, when they awake, dote on the first thing they see. Some of the juice of that flower I will drop on the eyelids of my Titania when she is asleep, and the first thing she looks upon when she opens her eyes she will fall in love with, even though it be a lion, or a bear, a meddling monkey, or a busy ape. And before I will take the charm from off her sight, which I can do with another charm I know of, I will make her give me that boy to be my page." Puck, who loved mischief to his heart, was highly diverted with this intended frolic of his master, and ran to seek the flower. And while Oberon was waiting the return of Puck, he observed Demetrius and Helena enter the wood. He overheard Demetrius reproaching Helena for following him, and after many unkind words on his part, and gentle expostulations from Helena, reminding him of his former love and professions of true faith to her, he left her, as he said, to the mercy of the wild beasts, and she ran after him as swiftly as she could. The Fairy King, who was always friendly to true lovers, felt great compassion for Helena, and perhaps, as Lysander said, they used to walk by moonlight in this pleasant wood, Oberon might have seen Helena in those happy times when she was beloved by Demetrius. However that might be, when Puck returned with the little purple flower, Oberon said to his favourite, "Take a part of this flower. There has been a sweet Athenian lady here who is in love with a disdainful youth. If you find him sleeping, drop some of the love juice in his eyes, but contrive to do it when she is near him, that the first thing he sees when he awakes may be this despised lady. You will know the man by the Athenian garments which he wears." Puck promised to manage this matter very dexterously, and then Oberon went, unperceived by Titania, to her bower, where she was preparing to go to rest. Her fairy bower was a bank, where grew wild thyme, cowslips, and sweet violets, under a canopy of woodbine, musk roses, and eglantine. There Titania always slept some part of the night, her coverlet the enamelled skin of a snake, which, though a small mantle, was wide enough to wrap a fairy in. He found Titania giving orders to her fairies how they were to employ themselves while she slept. "Some of you," said her Majesty, "must kill cankers in the musk rose buds, and some wage war with the bats for their leathern wings, to make my small elves' coats, and some of you keep watch that the clamorous owl that nightly hoots come not near me, but first sing me to sleep." Then they began to sing this song: "You spotted snakes with double tongue, Thorny hedgehogs, be not seen, Newts and blind worms do no wrong, Come not near our fairy queen. Philomel with melody, sing in our sweet lullaby, Lula lula lullaby, lula lula lullaby. Never harm, nor spell, nor charm, Come our lovely lady nigh, So good night with lullaby." When the fairies had sung their queen asleep with this pretty lullaby, they left her to perform the important services she had enjoined them. Oberon then softly drew near his Titania, and dropped some of the love juice on her eyelids, saying, "What thou seest when thou wake, Do it for thy true love take." But to return to Hermia, who made her escape out of her father's house that night to avoid the death she was doomed to for refusing to marry Demetrius. When she entered the wood she found her dear Lysander waiting for her to conduct her to his aunt's house, but before they had passed half through the wood Hermia was so much fatigued that Lysander, who was very careful with this dear lady, who had proved her affection for him even by hazarding her life for his sake, persuaded her to rest till morning on a bank of soft moss, and lying down himself on the ground at some little distance, they soon fell asleep. Here they were found by Puck, who, seeing a handsome young man asleep, and perceiving that his clothes were made in the Athenian fashion, and that a pretty lady was sleeping near him, concluded that this must be the Athenian maid and her disdainful lover whom Oberon had sent him to seek; and he naturally enough conjectured that, as they were alone together, she must be the first thing he would see when he awoke. So without more ado he proceeded to pour some of the juice of the little purple flower into his eyes. But it so fell out that Helena came that way, and instead of Hermia was the first object Lysander beheld when he opened his eyes. And strange to relate, so powerful was the love charm, all his love for Hermia vanished away, and Lysander fell in love with Helena. Had he first seen Hermia when he awoke, the blunder Puck committed would have been of no consequence, for he could not love that faithful lady too well. But for poor Lysander to be forced by a fairy love charm to forget his own true Hermia, and to run after another lady, and leave Hermia asleep quite alone in a wood at midnight, was a sad chance indeed. Thus this misfortune happened. Helena, as has been before related, endeavoured to keep pace with Demetrius when he ran away so rudely from her, but she could not continue this unequal race long, men being always better runners in a long race than ladies. Helena soon lost sight of Demetrius, and as she was wandering about, dejected and forlorn, she arrived at the place where Lysander was sleeping. "Ah," said she, "this is Lysander lying on the ground. Is he dead or asleep?" Then, gently touching him, she said, "Good sir, if you are alive, awake." Upon this Lysander opened his eyes, and, the love charm beginning to work, immediately addressed her in terms of extravagant love and admiration, telling her she as much excelled Hermia in beauty as a dove does a raven, and that he would run through fire for her sweet sake, and many more such lover-like speeches. Helena, knowing Lysander was her friend Hermia's lover, and that he was solemnly engaged to marry her, was in the utmost rage when she heard herself addressed in this manner, for she thought, as well she might, that Lysander was making a jest of her. "Oh," said she, "why was I born to be mocked and scorned by every one? Is it not enough, young man, that I can never get a sweet look or a kind word from Demetrius, but you, sir, must pretend in this disdainful manner to court me? I thought, Lysander, you were a lord of more true gentleness." Saying these words in great anger, she ran away, and Lysander followed her, quite forgetful of his own Hermia, who was still asleep. When Hermia awoke, she was in a sad fright at finding herself alone. She wandered about the wood, not knowing what was become of Lysander, or which way to go to seek after him. In the meantime, Demetrius, not being able to find Hermia and his rival Lysander, and fatigued with his fruitless search, was observed by Oberon fast asleep. Oberon had learnt by some questions he had asked of Puck that he had applied the love charm to the wrong person's eyes, and now, having found the person first intended, he touched the eyelids of the sleeping Demetrius with the love juice, and he instantly awoke. And the first thing he saw, being Helena, he, as Lysander had done before, began to address love speeches to her. And just at that moment Lysander, followed by Hermia, for through Puck's unlucky mistake it was now become Hermia's turn to run after her lover, made his appearance, and then Lysander and Demetrius, both speaking together, made love to Helena, they being each one under the influence of the same potent charm. The astonished Helena thought that Demetrius, Lysander, and her once dear friend Hermia were all in a plot together to make a jest of her. Hermia was as much surprised as Helena. She knew not why Lysander and Demetrius, who both before loved her, were now become the lovers of Helena, and to Hermia the matter seemed to be no jest. The ladies, who before had always been the dearest of friends, now fell to high words together. "Unkind Hermia," said Helena, "it is you have set Lysander on to vex me with mock praises. And your other lover Demetrius, who used almost to spurn me with his foot, have you not bid him call me goddess, nymph, rare, precious, and celestial? He would not speak thus to me, whom he hates, if you did not set him on to make a jest of me. Unkind Hermia, to join with men in scorning your poor friend! Have you forgot our school-day friendship? How often, Hermia, have we two, sitting on one cushion, both singing one song, with our needles working the same flower, both on the same sampler wrought, growing up together in fashion of a double cherry, scarcely seeming parted. Hermia, it is not friendly in you, it is not maidenly, to join with men in scorning your poor friend." "I am amazed at your passionate words," said Hermia. "I scorn you not. It seems you scorn me." "I do," returned Hermia. "Persevere, counterfeit serious looks, and make mouths at me when I turn my back, then wink at each other and hold the sweet jest up. If you had any pity, grace, or manners, you would not use me thus." While Helena and Hermia were speaking these angry words to each other, Demetrius and Lysander left them, to fight together in the wood for the love of Helena. When they found the gentlemen had left them, they departed, and once more wandered weary in the wood in search of their lovers. As soon as they were gone, the Fairy King, who with little Puck had been listening to their quarrels, said to him, "This is your negligence, Puck, or did you do this wilfully?" "Believe me, King of Shadows," answered Puck, "it was a mistake. Did not you tell me I should know the man by his Athenian garments? However, I am not sorry this has happened, for I think their jangling makes excellent sport." "You heard," said Oberon, "that Demetrius and Lysander are gone to seek a convenient place to fight in. I command you to overhang the night with a thick fog, and lead these quarrelsome lovers so astray in the dark that they shall not be able to find each other. Counterfeit each of their voices to the other, and with bitter taunts provoke them to follow you, while they think it is their rival's tongue they hear. See you do this till they are so weary they can go no farther, and when you find they are asleep, drop the juice of this other flower into Lysander's eyes, and when he awakes he will forget his new love for Helena, and return to his old passion for Hermia. And then the two fair ladies may each one be happy with the man she loves, and they will think all that has passed a vexatious dream. About this quickly, Puck, and I will go and see what sweet love my Titania has found." Titania was still sleeping, and Oberon, seeing a clown near her, who had lost his way in the wood, and was likewise asleep, "This fellow," said he, "shall be my Titania's true love." And clapping an ass's head over the clown's, it seemed to fit him as well as if it had grown upon his own shoulders. Though Oberon fixed the ass's head on very gently, it awakened him, and rising up, unconscious of what Oberon had done to him, he went towards the bower where the Fairy Queen slept. "Ah, what angel is that I see?" said Titania, opening her eyes, and the juice of the little purple flower beginning to take effect. "Are you as wise as you are beautiful?" "Why, mistress," said the foolish clown, "if I have wit enough to find the way out of this wood, I have enough to serve my turn." "Out of the wood do not desire to go," said the enamoured queen. "I am a spirit of no common rate. I love you. Go with me, and I will give you fairies to attend upon you." She then called 4 of her fairies. Their names were Pease Blossom, Cobweb, Moth, and Mustard Seed. "Attend," said the queen, "upon this sweet gentleman. Hop in his walks, and gambol in his sight. Feed him with grapes and apricots, and steal for him the honey bags from the bees. Come, sit with me," said she to the clown, "and let me play with your amiable hairy cheeks, my beautiful ass, and kiss your fair large ears, my gentle joy." "Where is Pease Blossom?" said the ass-headed clown, not much regarding the Fairy Queen's courtship, but very proud of his new attendants. "Here, sir," said little Pease Blossom. "Scratch my head," said the clown. "Where is Cobweb?" "Here, sir," said Cobweb. "Oh, good Mr. Cobweb," said the foolish clown, "kill me the red humble-bee on the top of that thistle yonder, and good Mr. Cobweb, bring me the honey-bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, Mr. Cobweb, and take care the honey-bag break not. I should be sorry to have you overflown with the honey-bag. Where is Mustard Seed?" "Here, sir," said Mustard Seed. "What is your will?" "Nothing," said the clown. "Good Mr. Mustard Seed, but to help Mr. Pease Blossom to scratch. I must go to a barber's, Mr. Mustard Seed, for methinks I am marvellous hairy about the face." "My sweet love," said the Queen, "what will you have to eat? I have a venturous fairy shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch you some new nuts." "I had rather have a handful of dried peas," said the clown, who with his ass's head had got an ass's appetite. "But I pray, let none of your people disturb me, for I have a mind to sleep." "Sleep then," said the Queen, "and I will wind you in my arms. Oh, how I love you, how I dote upon you!" When the Fairy King saw the clown sleeping in the arms of his Queen, he advanced within her sight and reproached her with having lavished her favours upon an ass. This she could not deny, as the clown was then sleeping within her arms, with his ass's head crowned by her with flowers. When Oberon had teased her for some time, he again demanded the changeling boy, which she, ashamed of being discovered by her lord with her new favourite, did not dare to refuse him. Oberon, having thus obtained the little boy he had so long wished for to be his page, took pity on the disgraceful situation into which, by his merry contrivance, he had brought his Titania, and threw some of the juice of the other flower into her eyes; and the Fairy Queen immediately recovered her senses, and wondered at her late dotage, saying how she now loathed the sight of the strange monster. Oberon likewise took the ass's head from off the clown, and left him to finish his nap with his own fool's head upon his shoulders. Oberon and his Titania being now perfectly reconciled, he related to her the history of the lovers and their midnight quarrels, and she agreed to go with him and see the end of their adventures. The Fairy King and Queen found the lovers and their fair ladies, at no great distance from each other, sleeping on a grass plot; for Puck, to make amends for his former mistake, had contrived with the utmost diligence to bring them all to the same spot, unknown to each other, and he had carefully removed the charm from off the eyes of Lysander, with the antidote the Fairy King gave to him. Hermia first awoke, and finding her lost Lysander asleep so near her, was looking at him and wondering at his strange inconstancy. Lysander, presently opening his eyes and seeing his dear Hermia, recovered his reason, which the fairy charm had before clouded, and with his reason his love for Hermia, and they began to talk over the adventures of the night, doubting if these things had really happened, or if they had both been dreaming the same bewildering dream. Helena and Demetrius were by this time awake, and a sweet sleep having quieted Helena's disturbed and angry spirits, she listened with delight to the professions of love which Demetrius still made to her, and which, to her surprise as well as pleasure, she began to perceive were sincere. These fair night-wandering ladies, now no longer rivals, became once more true friends. All the unkind words which had passed were forgiven, and they calmly consulted together what was best to be done in their present situation. It was soon agreed that as Demetrius had given up his pretensions to Hermia, he should endeavour to prevail upon her father to revoke the cruel sentence of death which had been passed upon her. Demetrius was willing to return to Athens for this friendly purpose, when they were surprised with the sight of Ægeus, Hermia's father, who came to the wood in pursuit of his runaway daughter. When Ægeus understood that Demetrius would not now marry his daughter, he no longer opposed her marriage with Lysander, but gave his consent that they should be wedded on the 4th day from that time, being the same day on which Hermia had been condemned to lose her life. And on that same day Helena joyfully agreed to marry her beloved and now faithful Demetrius. The fairy king and queen, who were invisible spectators of this reconciliation, and now saw the happy ending of the lovers' history, brought about through the good offices of Oberon, received so much pleasure that these kind spirits resolved to celebrate the approaching nuptials with sports and revels throughout their fairy kingdom. And now, if any are offended with this story of fairies and their pranks, as judging it incredible and strange, they have only to think that they have been asleep and dreaming, and that all these adventures were visions which they saw in their sleep. And I hope none of my readers will be so unreasonable as to be offended with a pretty harmless Midsummer Night's Dream. End of Part 6. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7. Peter Grimes. George Crabbe, The Borough, Letter 22. Peter Grimes. The Poor of the Borough. Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat. Shakespeare, Richard III. The time hath been that when the brains were out the man would die, and there an end. But now they rise again, with 20 mortal murders on their crowns, and push us from our stools. Shakespeare, Macbeth. Peter Grimes. The father of Peter a fisherman, Peter's early conduct, his grief for the old man, he takes an apprentice, the boy's suffering and fate, a second boy, how he died, Peter acquitted, a third apprentice, a voyage by sea, the boy does not return. Evil report on Peter, he is tried and threatened, lives alone, his melancholy and incipient madness, is observed and visited, he escapes and is taken, is lodged in a parish house, women attend and watch him, he speaks in a delirium, grows more collected, his account of his feelings and visionary terrors previous to his death. Old Peter Grimes made fishing his employ, his wife he cabined with him, and his boy, and seemed that life laborious to enjoy. To town came quiet Peter with his fish, and had of all a civil word and wish. He left his trade upon the Sabbath day, and took young Peter in his hand to pray. But soon the stubborn boy from care broke loose, at first refused, then added his abuse. His father's love he scorned, his power defied, but being drunk, wept sorely when he died. Yes, then he wept, and to his mind there came much of his conduct, and he felt the shame. How he had oft the good old man reviled, and never paid the duty of a child. How when the father in his Bible read, he in contempt and anger left the shed. It is the word of life, the parent cried. This is the life itself, the boy replied. And while old Peter in amazement stood, gave the hot spirits to his boiling blood. How he, with oath and furious speech, began to prove his freedom and assert the man. And when the parent checked his impious rage, how he had cursed the tyranny of age. Nay, once had dealt the sacrilegious blow on his bare head, and laid his parent low. The father groaned, "If thou art old," said he, "and hast a son, thou wilt remember me. Thy mother left me in a happy time, thou killedst not her, heaven spares the double crime." On an insettle in his maudlin grief, this he resolved, and drank for his relief. Now lived the youth in freedom, but debarred from constant pleasures, and he thought it hard. Hard that he could not every wish obey, but must a while relinquish ale and play. Hard that he could not to his cards attend, but must acquire the money he would spend. With greedy eye he looked on all he saw, he knew not justice, and he laughed at law. On all he marked he stretched his ready hand, he fished by water, and he filched by land. Oft in the night has Peter dropped his oar, fled from his boat, and sought for prey on shore. Oft up the hedgerow glided, on his back bearing the orchard's produce in a sack, or farmyard load tugged fiercely from the stack. And as these wrongs to greater numbers rose, the more he looked on all men as his foes. He built a mud-walled hovel, where he kept his various wealth, and there he oft-times slept. But no success could please his cruel soul, he wished for one to trouble and control. He wanted some obedient boy to stand and bear the blow of his outrageous hand, and hoped to find in some propitious hour a feeling creature subject to his power. Peter had heard there were in London then, still have they being, workhouse clearing men, who, undisturbed by feelings just or kind, would parish boys to needy tradesmen bind. They in their want a trifling sum would take, and toiling slaves of piteous orphans make. Such Peter sought, and when a lad was found, the sum was dealt him, and the slave was bound. Some few in town observed in Peter's trap a boy with jacket blue and woolen cap, but none inquired how Peter used the rope, or what the bruise that made the stripling stoop. None could the ridges on his back behold, none sought him shivering in the winter's cold. None put the question, Peter, dost thou give the boy his food? What, man, the lad must live. Consider, Peter, let the child have bread, he'll serve the better if he's stroked and fed. None reasoned thus, and some, on hearing cries, said calmly, Grimes is at his exercise. Pinned, beaten, cold, pinched, threatened, and abused, his efforts punished, and his food refused, awake tormented, soon aroused from sleep, struck if he wept, and yet compelled to weep, the trembling boy dropped down and strove to pray, received a blow, and trembling turned away, or sobbed and hid his piteous face, while he, the savage master, grinned in horrid glee. He'd now the power he ever loved to show, a feeling being, subject to his blow. Thus lived the lad in hunger, peril, pain, his tears despised, his supplications vain, compelled by fear to lie, by need to steal, his bed uneasy, and unblessed his meal. For 3 sad years the boy his tortures bore, and then his pains and trials were no more. How died he, Peter? When the people said, he growled, I found him lifeless in his bed. Then tried for softer tone, and sighed, Poor Sam is dead. Yet murmurs were there, and some questions asked, how he was fed, how punished, and how tasked. Much they suspected, but they little proved, and Peter passed untroubled and unmoved. Another boy with equal ease was found, the money granted, and the victim bound. And what his fate? One night it chanced he fell from the boat's mast, and perished in her well, where fish were living kept, and where the boy, so reasoned men, could not himself destroy. Yes, so it was, said Peter, in his play, for he was idle both by night and day, he climbed the mainmast, and then fell below. Then showed his corpse, and pointed to the blow. What said the jury? They were long in doubt, but sturdy Peter faced the matter out. So they dismissed him, saying at the time, Keep fast your hatchway when you've boys who climb. This hit the conscience, and he coloured more Than for the closest questions put before. Thus all his fears the verdict set aside, And at the slave shop Peter still applied. Then came a boy of manners soft and mild, Our seamen's wives with grief beheld the child. All thought, the poor themselves, that he was one Of gentle blood, some noble sinner's son, Who had belike deceived some humble maid, Whom he had first seduced and then betrayed. However this, he seemed a gracious lad, In grief submissive, and with patience sad. Passive he labour'd, till his slender frame Bent with his loads, and he at length was lame. Strange that a frame so weak could bear so long The grossest insult and the foulest wrong. But there were causes, in the town they gave Fire, food, and comfort to the gentle slave. And though stern Peter with a cruel hand And knotted rope enforced the rude command, Yet he consider'd what he'd lately felt, And his vile blows with selfish pity dealt. One day such draughts the cruel fisher made, He could not vend them in his borough trade, But sail'd for London mart. The boy was ill, But ever humbled to his master's will; And on the river where they smoothly sail'd, He strove with terror, and awhile prevail'd. But new to danger on the angry sea, He clung affrightened to his master's knee. The boat grew leaky, and the wind was strong, Rough was the passage, and the time was long. His liquor fail'd, and Peter's wrath arose. No more is known, the rest we must suppose, Or learn of Peter. Peter says he spied The stripling's danger, and for harbour tried. Meantime the fish, and then the apprentice, died. The pitying women raised a clamour round, And weeping said, "Thou hast thy 'prentice drowned." Now the stern man was summoned to the hall, To tell his tale before the burghers all. He gave the account, professed the lad he loved, And kept his brazen features all unmoved. The mayor himself with tone severe replied, "Henceforth with thee shall never boy abide. Hire thee a freeman, whom thou durst not beat, But who in thy despite will sleep and eat. Free thou art now; again shouldst thou appear, Thou'lt find thy sentence, like thy soul, severe." Alas! for Peter not a helping hand, So was he hated, could he now command. Alone he rowed his boat, alone he cast His nets beside, or made his anchor fast. To hold a rope or hear a curse was none, He toiled and railed, he groaned and swore alone. Thus by himself compelled to live each day, To wait for certain hours the tide's delay. At the same time the same dull views to see, The bounding marsh bank and the blighted tree. The water only when the tides were high, When low, the mud half covered and half dry. The sunburnt tar that blisters on the planks, And bankside stakes in their uneven ranks. Heaps of tangled weeds that slowly float, As the tide rolls by the impeded boat. When tides were neap, and in the sultry day, Through the tall bounding mud banks made their way, Which on each side rose swelling, and below The dark warm flood ran silently and slow. There anchoring, Peter chose from man to hide, There hang his head, and view the lazy tide In its hot slimy channel slowly glide. Where the small eels that left the deeper way For the warm shore within the shallows play, Where gaping mussels, left upon the mud, Slope their slow passage to the fallen flood. Here dull and hopeless he'd lie down and trace How sidelong crabs had scrouged their crooked race, Or sadly listen to the tuneless cry Of fishing gulls or clanging golden eye. What time the sea birds to the marsh would come, And the loud bittern from the bulrush home Gave from the salt ditch side the bellowing boom. He nursed the feelings these dull scenes produce, and loved to stop beside the opening sluice, where the small stream, confined in narrow bound, ran with a dull, unvaried, saddening sound, where all presented to the eye or ear oppressed the soul with misery, grief, and fear. Besides these objects there were places three, which Peter seemed with certain dread to see. When he drew near them he would turn from each, and loudly whistle till he passed the reach. A change of scene to him brought no relief. In town 'twas plain men took him for a thief. The sailors' wives would stop him in the street, and say, "Now, Peter, thou'st no boy to beat." Infants at play, when they perceived him, ran, warning each other, "That's the wicked man." He growled an oath and an angry tone, cursed the whole place, and wished to be alone. Alone he was, the same dull scenes in view, and still more gloomy in his sight they grew. Though man he hated, yet employed alone at bootless labour he would swear and groan, cursing the shoals that glided by the spot, and gulls that caught them when his arts could not. Cold, nervous trembling shook his sturdy frame, and strange disease, he couldn't say the name. Wild were his dreams, and oft he rose in fright, waked by his view of horrors in the night. Horrors that would the sternest minds amaze, horrors that demons might be proud to raise. And though he felt forsaken, grieved at heart, to think he lived from all mankind apart, yet if a man approached, in terrors he would start. A winter passed since Peter saw the town, and summer lodgers were again come down. These, idly curious, with their glasses spied the ships in bay as anchored for the tide, the river's craft, the bustles of the quay, and seaport views which landmen loved to see. One, up the river, had a man and boat seen day by day, now anchored and now afloat. Fisher he seemed, yet used no net nor hook, of sea fowl swimming by no heed he took, but on the gliding waves still fixed his lazy look. At certain stations he would view the stream, as if he stood bewildered in a dream, or that some power had chained him for a time, to feel a curse, or meditate on crime. This known, some curious, some in pity went, and others questioned, "Wretch, dost thou repent?" He heard, he trembled, and in fear resigned his boat. New terror filled his restless mind. Furious he grew, and up the country ran, and there they seized him, a distempered man. Him we received, and to a parish bed, followed and cursed, the groaning man was led. Here when they saw him, whom they used to shun, a lost lone man, so harassed and undone, our gentle females, ever prompt to feel, perceived compassion on their anger steal. His crimes they could not from their memories blot, but they were grieved and trembled at his lot. A priest too came, to whom his words were told, and all the signs they shuddered to behold. "Look, look," they cried, "his limbs with horror shake, and as he grinds his teeth, what noise they make! How glare his angry eyes, and yet he's not awake! See what cold drops upon his forehead stand, and how he clenches that broad bony hand!" The priest attending found he spoke at times, as one alluding to his fears and crimes. "It was the fall," he muttered, "I can show the manner how, I never struck a blow." And then aloud, "Unhand me, free my chain, On oath he fell, it struck him to the brain. Why ask my father? That old man will swear Against my life, besides he wasn't there. What, all agreed? Am I to die to-day? My Lord, in mercy give me time to pray." Then as they watched him, calmer he became, and grew so weak he couldn't move his frame, but murmuring spake, while they could see and hear the start of terror and the groan of fear. See the large dew beads on his forehead rise, And the cold death drop glaze his sunken eyes. Nor yet he died, but with unwonted force Seemed with some fancied being to discourse. He knew not us, or with accustomed art He hid the knowledge, yet exposed his heart. 'Twas part confession and the rest defence, A madman's tale with gleams of waking sense. "I'll tell you all," he said, "the very day When the old man first placed them in my way. My father's spirit, he who always tried To give me trouble, when he lived and died. When he was gone, he could not be content To see my days in painful labour spent, But would appoint his meetings, and he made Me watch at these, and so neglect my trade. 'Twas one hot noon, all silent, still, serene, No living being had I lately seen. I paddled up and down and dipped my net, But, such his pleasure, I could nothing get. A father's pleasure, when his toil was done, To plague and torture thus an only son. And so I sat and looked upon the stream, How it ran on, and felt as in a dream. But dream it was not, no, I fixed my eyes On the midstream, and saw the spirits rise. I saw my father on the water stand, And hold a thin pale boy on either hand. And there they glided ghastly on the top Of the salt flood, and never touched a drop. I would have struck them, but they knew the intent, And smiled upon the oar, and down they went. Now from that day, whenever I began To dip my net, there stood the hard old man, He and those boys. I humbled me and prayed They would be gone, they heeded not, but stayed. Nor could I turn, nor would the boat go by, But gazing on the spirits, there was I. They bade me leap to death, but I was loath to die. And every day, as sure as day arose, Would these three spirits meet me ere the close. To hear and mark them daily was my doom, And come, they said, with weak sad voices, come. To row away with all my strength I tried, But there were they hard by me in the tide, The three unbodied forms, and come, still come, they cried. Fathers should pity, but this old man shook His hoary locks, and froze me by a look. Thrice when I struck them, through the water came A hollow groan that weakened all my frame. "Father," said I, "have mercy." He replied, "I know not what," the angry spirit lied. "Didst thou not draw thy knife?" said he. "'Twas true, but I had pity, and my arm withdrew." He cried for mercy, which I kindly gave, But he has no compassion in his grave. There were three places, where they ever rose, The whole long river was not such as those. Places accursed, where if a man remain, He'll see the things which strike him to the brain. And there they made me on my paddle lean, And look at them for hours, a cursed scene. When they would glide to that smooth eddy space, Then bid me leap and join them in the place. And at my groans each little villain sprite Enjoyed my pains, and vanish'd in delight. In one fierce summer day, when my poor brain Was burning hot, and cruel was my pain, Then came this father foe, and there he stood With his two boys again upon the flood. There was more mischief in their eyes, more glee In their pale faces when they glared at me. Still they did force me on the oar to rest, And when they saw me fainting and oppressed, He with his hand, the old man, scooped the flood, And there came flame about him mixed with blood. He bade me stoop and look upon the place, Then flung the hot red liquor in my face. Burning it blazed, and then I roared for pain, I thought the demons would have turned my brain. Still there they stood, and forced me to behold A place of horrors, they cannot be told. Where the flood opened, there I heard the shriek Of tortured guilt no earthly tongue can speak. All days alike, forever, did they say, And unremitted torments every day. Yes, so they said. But here he ceased, and gazed on all around, affrightened and amazed, and still he tried to speak, and looked in dread of frightened females gathering round his bed, then dropped exhausted, and appeared at rest, till the strong foe the vital powers possessed. Then with an inward broken voice he cried, "Again they come!" and muttered as he died. Author's Endnote. The character of Grimes, his obduracy and apparent want of feeling, his gloomy kind of misanthropy, the progress of his madness, and the horrors of his imagination, I must leave to the judgment and observation of my readers. The mind here exhibited is one untouched by pity, unstung by remorse, and uncorrected by shame. Yet is this hardihood of temper and spirit broken by want, disease, solitude, and disappointment, and he becomes the victim of a distempered and horror-stricken fancy. It is evident, therefore, that no feeble vision, no half-visible ghost, not the momentary glance of an unbodied being, nor the half-audible voice of an invisible one, would be created by the continual workings of distress on a mind so depraved and flinty. The ruffian of Mr. Scott, Marmion, has a mind of this nature. He has no shame or remorse, but the corrosion of hopeless want, the wasting of unabating disease, and the gloom of unvaried solitude, will have their effect on every nature, and the harder the nature is, and the longer time required to work upon it, so much the more strong and indelible is the impression. This is all the reason I am able to give why a man of feeling so dull should yet become insane, and why the visions of his distempered brain should be of so horrible a nature. End of Part 7. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This recording is in the public domain. Part 8. Albert Herring. Guy de Maupassant short story, Madame Huzon's Rosier. We had just left Gisors, where I was awakened to hear the name of the town called out by the guards, and I was dozing off again when a terrific shock threw me forward on top of a large lady who sat opposite me. One of the wheels of the engine had broken, and the engine itself lay across the track. The tender and the baggage car were also derailed, and lay beside this mutilated engine, which rattled, groaned, hissed, puffed, sputtered, and resembled those horses that fall in the street with their flanks heaving, their breast palpitating, their nostrils steaming, and their whole body trembling, but incapable of the slightest effort to rise and start off again. There were no dead or wounded, only a few with bruises, for the train was not going at full speed; and we looked with sorrow at the great crippled iron creature that could not draw us along any more, and that blocked the track, perhaps for some time, for no doubt they would have to send to Paris for a special train to come to our aid. It was then 10 o'clock in the morning, and I at once decided to go back to Gisors for breakfast. As I was walking along, I said to myself, "Gisors, Gisors, why, I know some one there. Who is it? Gisors. Let me see. I have a friend in this town." A name suddenly came to my mind, Albert Marambeau. He was an old school friend whom I had not seen for at least 12 years, and who was practising medicine in Gisors. He had often written inviting me to come and see him, and I had always promised to do so, without keeping my word, but at last I would take advantage of this opportunity. I asked the first passer-by, "Do you know where Dr. Marambeau lives?" He replied without hesitation and with the drawling accent of the Normans, "Rue Dauphine." I presently saw, on the door of the house he pointed out, a large brass plate on which was engraved the name of my old chum. I rang the bell, but the servant, a yellow-haired girl who moved slowly, said with a stupid air, "He isn't here, he isn't here." I heard a sound of forks and of glasses, and I cried, "Hallo, Marambeau!" A door opened, and a large man with whiskers and a cross look on his face appeared, carrying a dinner napkin in his hand. I certainly would not have recognized him. One would have said he was 45 at least, and in a second all the provincial life which makes one grow heavy, dull, and old came before me. In a single flash of thought, quicker than the act of extending my hand to him, I could see his life, his manner of existence, his line of thought, and his theories of things in general. I guessed at the prolonged meals that had rounded out his stomach, his after-dinner naps from the torpor of a slow indigestion aided by cognac, and his vague glances cast on the patient while he thought of the chicken that was roasting before the fire. His conversations about cooking, about cider, brandy, and wine, the way of preparing certain dishes and of blending certain sauces, were revealed to me at sight of his puffy red cheeks, his heavy lips, and his lustreless eyes. "You do not recognize me. I am Raoul Aubutin," I said. He opened his arms and gave me such a hug that I thought he would choke me. "You have not breakfast, have you?" "No." "How fortunate! I was just sitting down to table, and I have an excellent trout." 5 minutes later I was sitting opposite him at breakfast. I said, "Are you a bachelor?" "Yes, indeed." "And do you like it here?" "Time does not hang heavy. I am busy. I have patients and friends. I eat well, have good health, enjoy laughing and shooting. I get along." "Is not life very monotonous in this little town?" "No, my dear boy. Not when one knows how to fill in the time. A little town, in fact, is like a large one. The incidents and amusements are less varied, but one makes more of them. One has fewer acquaintances, but one meets them more frequently. When you know all the windows in a street, each one of them interests you, and puzzles you more than a whole street in Paris. A little town is very amusing, you know, very amusing, very amusing. Why, take Gisors. I know it at the tips of my fingers, from its beginning up to its present time. You have no idea what queer history it has." "Do you belong to Gisors?" "I? Oh, no. I come from Gournay, its neighbour and rival. Gournay is to Gisors what Lucullus was to Cicero. Here everything is for glory. They say, 'The proud people of Gisors.' At Gournay everything is for the stomach. They say, 'The chewers of Gournay.' Gisors despises Gournay, but Gournay laughs at Gisors. It is a very comical country, this." I perceived that I was eating something very delicious, hard-boiled eggs wrapped in a covering of meat jelly flavoured with herbs, and put on ice for a few moments. I said, as I smacked my lips to compliment Marambeau, "That is good." He smiled. "Two things are necessary, good jelly, which is hard to get, and good eggs. Oh, how rare good eggs are, with the yolks slightly reddish and with a good flavour. I have 2 poultry yards, one for eggs and the other for chickens. I feed my laying hens in a special manner. I have my own ideas on the subject. In an egg, as in the meat of a chicken, in beef or in mutton, in milk, in everything, one perceives, and ought to taste, the juice, the quintessence of all the food on which the animal has fed. How much better food we could have if more attention were paid to this." I laughed as I said, "You are a gourmand." "Parbleu! It is only imbeciles who are not. One is a gourmand as one is an artist, as one is learned, as one is a poet. The sense of taste, my friend, is very delicate, capable of perfection, and quite as worthy of respect as the eye and the ear. A person who lacks this sense is deprived of an exquisite faculty, the faculty of discerning the quality of food, just as one may lack the faculty of discerning the beauties of a book or of a work of art. It means to be deprived of an essential organ, of something that belongs to higher humanity. It means to belong to one of those innumerable classes of the infirm, the unfortunate, and the fools of which our race is composed. It means to have the mouth of an animal, in a word, just like the mind of an animal. A man who cannot distinguish one kind of lobster from another, A herring, that admirable fish that has all the flavors, all the odors of the sea, from a mackerel or a whiting, and a crescent from a Duchess pear, may be compared to a man who should mistake Balzac for Urien Sue, a symphony of Beethoven for a military march composed by the bandmaster of a regiment, and the Apollo Belvedere for the statue of General de Beaumont. Who is General de Beaumont? Oh, that's true, you do not know. It is easy to tell that you do not belong to Gisors. I told you just now, my dear boy, that they call the inhabitants of this town the proud people of Gisors, and never was an epithet better deserved. But let us finish breakfast first, and then I will tell you about our town and take you to see it. He stopped talking every now and then while he slowly drank a glass of wine, which he gazed at affectionately as he replaced the glass on the table. It was amusing to see him, with a napkin tied around his neck, his cheeks flushed, his eyes eager, and his whisker spreading round his mouth as it kept working. He made me eat until I was almost choking. Then, as I was about to return to the railway station, he seized me by the arm and took me through the streets. The town, of a pretty provincial type, commanded by its citadel, the most curious monument of military architecture of the 7th century to be found in France, overlooks in its turn a long green valley where the large Norman cows graze and ruminate in the pastures. The doctor quoted, "Gisors, a town of 4,000 inhabitants in the department of Eure, mentioned in Caesar's commentaries, Caesarius ostium, then Caesartium, Gisertium, Gisors. I shall not take you to visit the old Roman encampment, the remains of which are still in existence." I laughed and replied, "My dear friend, it seems to me that you are affected with a special malady that, as a doctor, you ought to study. It is called the spirit of provincialism." He stopped abruptly. "The spirit of provincialism, my friend, is nothing but natural patriotism," he said. "I love my house, my town, and my province, because I discover in them the customs of my own village. But if I love my country, if I become angry when a neighbor sets foot in it, it is because I feel that my home is in danger, because the frontier that I do not know is the high road to my province. For instance, I am a Norman, a true Norman. Well, in spite of my hatred of the German and my desire for revenge, I do not detest them, I do not hate them by instinct as I hate the English, the real hereditary natural enemy of the Normans, for the English traversed this soil inhabited by my ancestors, plundered and ravaged it 20 times, and my aversion to this perfidious people was transmitted to me at birth by my father. See, here is the statue of the general." "What general?" "General Beaumont. We had to have a statue. We are not the proud people of Gisors for nothing. So we discovered General de Beaumont. Look in this bookseller's window." He drew me towards the bookstore where about 15 red, yellow, and blue volumes attracted the eye. As I read the titles I began to laugh idiotically. They read, "Gisors, its origin, its future, by Monsieur X, member of several learned societies. History of Gisors, by the Abbé A. Gisors, from the time of Caesar to the present day, by Monsieur B, landowner. Gisors and its environs, by Dr. C. D. The glories of Gisors, by a discoverer." "My friend," resumed Marambeau, "not a year, not a single year, you understand, passes without a fresh history of Gisors being published here. We now have 23. "And the glories of Gisors?" I asked. "Well, I will not mention them all, only the principal ones. We had first General de Beaumont, then Baron d'Avallière, the celebrated ceramist, who explored Spain and the Balearic Islands, and brought to the notice of collectors the wonderful Hispano-Arabic China. In literature we have a very clever journalist, now dead, Charles Britten, and among those who are living the very eminent editor of the Nouvelliste de Rouen, Charles Lapierre, and many, many others. We were traversing a long street with a gentle incline, with a June sun beating down on it and driving the residents into their houses. Suddenly there appeared at the farther end of the street a drunken man who was staggering along with his head forward, his arms and legs limp. He would walk forward rapidly, 3, 6, or 10 steps, and then stop. When these energetic movements landed him in the middle of the road, he stopped short and swayed on his feet, hesitating between falling and a fresh start. Then he would dart off in any direction, sometimes falling against the wall of a house, against which he seemed to be fastened, as though he were trying to get in through the wall. Then he would suddenly turn round and look ahead of him, his mouth open and his eyes blinking in the sunlight, and getting away from the wall by a movement of the hips, he started off once more. A little yellow dog, a half-starved cur, followed him, barking, stopping when he stopped and starting off when he started. "Hello," said Marambas, "there is Madame Huson's rosier." "Madame Huson's rosier?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "What do you mean?" The doctor began to laugh. "Ah, that is what we call drunkards round here. The name comes from an old story which has now become a legend, although it is true in all respects." "Is it an amusing story?" "Very amusing." "Well, then, tell it to me." "I will." There lived formerly in this town a very upright old lady who was a great guardian of morals, and was called Madame Huson. You know, I am telling you the real names and not imaginary ones. Madame Huson took a special interest in good works, in helping the poor and encouraging the deserving. She was a little woman with a quick walk and wore a black wig. She was ceremonious, polite, on very good terms with the Almighty in the person of Abbé Malon, and had a profound horror, an inborn horror of vice, and in particular of the vice the Church calls lasciviousness. Any irregularity before marriage made her furious, exasperated her till she was beside herself. Now, this was the period when they presented a prize as a reward of virtue to any girl in the environs of Paris who was found to be chaste. She was called a rosière, and Madame Husson got the idea that she would institute a similar ceremony at Gisors. She spoke about it to Abbé Malon, who at once made out a list of candidates. However, Madame Husson had a servant, an old woman called Françoise, as upright as her mistress. As soon as the priest had left, Madame called the servant and said, "Here, Françoise, here are the girls whose name Monsieur le Cure has submitted to me for the prize of virtue. Try and find out what reputation they bear in the district." And Françoise set out. She collected all the scandal, all the stories, all the tattle, all the suspicions. That she might omit nothing, she wrote it all down, together with her memoranda, in her housekeeping book, and handed it each morning to Madame Husson, who, after adjusting her spectacles on her thin nose, read as follows: bread 4 sous, milk 2 sous, butter 8 sous. Malvina Levesque got into trouble last year with Materne Poilieu. Leg of mutton 25 sous, salt 1 sou. Rosalie Vatinelle was seen in the Rue Bidet woods with Césaire Peignoir by Madame Onésime, the ironer, on July the 20th, about dusk. Radishes 1 sou, vinegar 2 sous, oxalic acid 2 sous. Josephine Dordain, who is not believed to have committed a fault, although she corresponds with young Aupetin, who is in service in Rouen, and who sent her a present of a cap of diligence. Not one came out unscathed in this rigorous inquisition. Françoise inquired of every one, neighbours, drapers, the principal, the teaching sisters at school, and gathered the slightest details. As there is not a girl in the world about whom gossips have not found something to say, there was not found in all the countryside one young girl whose name was free from some scandal. But Madame Husson desired that the Rosier of Gisors, like Cæsar's wife, should be above suspicion, and she was horrified, saddened, and in despair at the record in her servant's housekeeping account book. They then extended their circle of inquiries to the neighbouring villages, but with no satisfaction. They consulted the mayor. His candidates failed. Those of Dr. Barbasol were equally unlucky, in spite of the exactness of his scientific vouchers. But one morning Françoise, on returning from one of her expeditions, said to her mistress, "You see, madame, that if you wish to give a prize to any one, there is only Isidore in all the country round." Madame Husson remained thoughtful. She knew him well, this Isidore, the son of Virginie, the greengrocer. His proverbial virtue had been the delight of Gisors for several years, and served as an entertaining theme of conversation in the town, and of amusement to the young girls who loved to tease him. He was past 21, was tall, awkward, slow, and timid, helped his mother in the business, and spent his days picking over fruit and vegetables, seated on a chair outside the door. He had an abnormal dread of a petticoat, and cast down his eyes whenever a female customer looked at him smilingly, and this well-known timidity made him the butt of all the wags in the country. Bold words, coarse expressions, indecent allusions, brought the colour to his cheeks so quickly that Dr. Barbazol had nicknamed him the thermometer of modesty. Was he as innocent as he looked? Ill-natured people asked themselves. Was it the mere presentiment of unknown and shameful mysteries, or else indignation at the relations ordained as the concomitant of love that so strongly affected the son of Virginie, the greengrocer? The urchins of the neighbourhood, as they ran past the shop, would fling disgusting remarks at him, just to see him cast down his eyes. The girls amused themselves by walking up and down before him, cracking jokes that made him go into the store. The boldest among them teased him to his face, just to have a laugh, to amuse themselves, made appointments with him, and proposed all sorts of things. So Madame Husson had become thoughtful. Certainly Isidore was an exceptional case of notorious, unassailable virtue. No one, among the most sceptical, most incredulous, would have been able, would have dared, to suspect Isidore of the slightest infraction of any law of morality. He had never been seen in a café, never been seen at night on the street. He went to bed at 8 o'clock and rose at 4. He was a perfection, a pearl. But Madame Husson still hesitated. The idea of substituting a boy for a girl, a Rosier for a Rosière, troubled her, worried her a little, and she resolved to consult Abbé Malon. The Abbé responded: "What do you desire to reward, madame? It is virtue, is it not, and nothing but virtue? What does it matter to you, therefore, if it is masculine or feminine? Virtue is eternal. It has neither sex nor country. It is virtue." Thus encouraged, Madame Husson went to see the mayor. He approved heartily. "We will have a fine ceremony," he said, "and another year, if we can find a girl as worthy as Isidore, we will give the reward to her. It will even be a good example that we shall set to Nanterre. Let us not be exclusive. Let us welcome all merit." Isidore, who had been told about this, blushed deeply and seemed happy. The ceremony was fixed for the 15th of August, the festival of the Virgin Mary and of the Emperor Napoleon. The municipality had decided to make an imposing ceremony, and had built the platform on the Couronne, a delightful extension of the ramparts of the old citadel, where I will take you presently. With the natural revulsion of public feeling, the virtue of Isidore, ridiculed hitherto, had suddenly become respected and envied, as it would bring him in 500 francs, besides a savings bank book, a mountain of consideration, and glory enough and to spare. The girls now regretted their frivolity, their ridicule, their bold manners, and Isidore, although still modest and timid, had now a little contented air that bespoke his internal satisfaction. The evening before the 15th of August, the entire Rue Dauphine was decorated with flags. Oh, I forgot to tell you why this street had been called Rue Dauphine. It seems that the wife or mother of the Dauphin, I do not remember which one, while visiting Gisors had been fêted so much by the authorities that during a triumphal procession through the town she stopped before one of the houses in this street, halting the procession, and exclaimed, "Oh, the pretty house! How I should like to go through it! To whom does it belong?" They told her the name of the owner, who was sent for and brought, proud and embarrassed, before the princess. She alighted from her carriage, went into the house, wishing to go over it from top to bottom, and even shut herself in one of the rooms alone for a few seconds. When she came out, the people, flattered at this honour paid to a citizen of Gisors, shouted, "Long live the Dauphine!" But a rhymester wrote some words to a refrain, and the street retained the title of Her Royal Highness, for the princess in a hurry, without bell, priest, or beadle, but with some water only, had baptized it. But to come back to Isidore. They had scattered flowers all along the road, as they do for processions at the Fête Dieu, and the National Guard was present, acting on the orders of their chief, Commandant des Barres, an old soldier of the Grand Army, who pointed with pride to the beard of a Cossack cut with a single sword stroke from the chin of its owner by the commandant during the retreat in Russia, and which hung beside the frame containing the Cross of the Legion of Honor presented to him by the Emperor himself. The regiment that he commanded was, besides, a picked regiment, celebrated all through the province, and the company of grenadiers of Gisors was called on to attend all important ceremonies for a distance of 15 to 20 leagues. The story goes that Louis Philippe, while reviewing the militia of Eur, stopped in astonishment before the company from Gisors, exclaiming, "Oh, who are these splendid grenadiers?" "The grenadiers of Gisors," replied the general. "I might have known it," murmured the king. So Commandant des Barres came at the head of his men, preceded by the band, to get Isidore in his mother's store. After a little air had been played by the band beneath the windows, the Rosier himself appeared on the threshold. He was dressed in white duck from head to foot, and wore a straw hat with a little bunch of orange blossoms as a cockade. The question of his clothes had bothered Madame Husson a good deal, and she hesitated some time between the black coat of those who make their first communion and an entire white suit. But Françoise, her counsellor, induced her to decide on the white suit, pointing out that the Rosier would look like a swan. Behind him came his guardian, his godmother, Madame Husson, in triumph. She took his arm to go out of the store, and the mayor placed himself on the other side of the Rosier. The drums beat. Commandant des Barres gave the order, "Present arms." The procession resumed its march towards the church, amid an immense crowd of people who had gathered from the neighbouring districts. After a short mass and an affecting discourse by Abbé Malon, they continued on their way to the Coroneur, where the banquet was served in a tent. Before taking their seats at table, the mayor gave an address. This is it, word for word. I learned it by heart. Young man, a woman of means, beloved by the poor and respected by the rich, Madame Husson, whom the whole country is thanking here, through me, had the idea, the happy and benevolent idea, of founding in this town a prize for virtue, which should serve as a valuable encouragement to the inhabitants of this beautiful country. You, young man, are the first to be rewarded in this dynasty of goodness and chastity. Your name will remain at the head of this list of the most deserving, and your life, understand me, your whole life, must correspond to this happy commencement. To-day, in presence of this noble woman, of these soldier citizens who have taken up their arms in your honour, in presence of this populace, affected, assembled to applaud you, or rather to applaud virtue in your person, you make a solemn contract with the town, with all of us, to continue, until your death, the excellent example of your youth. Do not forget, young man, that you are the first seed cast into this field of hope. Give us the fruits that we expect of you." The Mayor advanced 3 steps, opened his arms, and pressed Isadore to his heart. The Rosier was sobbing, without knowing why, from a confused emotion, from pride and a vague and happy feeling of tenderness. Then the Mayor placed in one hand a silk purse in which gold tingled, 500 francs in gold, and in his other hand a savings bank book, and he said in a solemn tone, "Homage, glory, and riches to virtue." Commandant des Barres shouted "Bravo!" the grenadiers vociferated, and the crowd applauded. Madame Husson wiped her eyes in her turn. Then they all sat down at the table where the banquet was served. The repast was magnificent and seemed interminable. One course followed another, yellow cider and red wine in fraternal contact, blended in the stomach of the guests. The rattle of plates, the sound of voices and of music softly played, made an incessant deep hum, and was dispersed abroad in the clear sky where the swallows were flying. Madame Husson occasionally readjusted her black wig, which would slip over one side, and chatted with Abbé Malon. The Mayor, who was excited, talked politics with Commandant des Barres, and Isadore ate, drank as if he had never eaten or drunk before. He helped himself repeatedly to all the dishes, becoming aware for the first time of the pleasure of having one's belly full of good things which tickle the palate in the first place. He had let out a reef in his belt, and without speaking, and although he was a little uneasy at a wine stain on his white waistcoat, he ceased eating in order to take up his glass and hold it to his mouth as long as possible, to enjoy the taste slowly. It was time for the toasts. They were many, and loudly applauded. Evening was approaching, and they had been at the table since noon. Fine, milky vapours were already floating in the air in the valley, the light night robe of streams and meadows. The sun neared the horizon. The cows were lowing in the distance amid the mists of the pasture. The feast was over. They returned to Gisors. The procession, now disbanded, walked in detachments. Madame Husson had taken Isadore's arm, and was giving him a quantity of urgent, excellent advice. They stopped at the door of the fruit store, and the Rosier was left at his mother's house. She had not come home yet. Having been invited by her family to celebrate her son's triumph, she had taken luncheon with her sister after having followed the procession as far as the banqueting tent. So Isadore remained alone in the store, which was growing dark. He sat down on a chair, excited by the wine and by pride, and looked about him. Carrots, cabbages, and onions gave out their strong odour of vegetables in the closed room, that coarse smell of the garden, blended with the sweet penetrating odour of strawberries and the delicate, slight, evanescent fragrance of a basket of peaches. The Rosier took one of these and ate it, although he was as full as an egg. Then, all at once, wild with joy, he began to dance about the store, and something rattled in his waistcoat. He was surprised, and put his hand in his pocket, and brought out the purse containing the 500 francs, which he had forgotten in his agitation. 500 francs! What a fortune! He poured the gold pieces out on the counter, and spread them out with his big hand, with a slow, caressing touch, so as to see them all at the same time. There were 25 round gold pieces, all gold. They glistened on the wood in the dim light, and he counted them over and over, one by one. Then he put them back in the purse, which he replaced in his pocket. Who will ever know, or who can tell what a terrible conflict took place in the soul of the Rosier between good and evil, the tumultuous attack of Satan, his artifices, the temptations which he offered to this timid virgin heart? What suggestions, what imaginations, what desires were not invented by the evil one to excite and destroy this chosen one? He seized his hat, Madame Husson's saint, his hat which still bore the little bunch of orange blossoms, and going out through the alley at the back of the house, he disappeared in the darkness. Virginie, the fruiterer, on learning that her son had returned, went home at once and found the house empty. She waited, without thinking anything about it at first, but at the end of a quarter of an hour she made inquiries. The neighbors had seen Isidore come home, and had not seen him go out again. They began to look for him, but could not find him. His mother, in alarm, went to the mayor. The mayor knew nothing, except that he had left him at the door of his house. Madame Husson had just retired when they informed her that her protégé had disappeared. She immediately put on her wig, dressed herself, and went to Virginie's house. Virginie, whose plebeian soul was readily moved, was weeping copiously amid her cabbages, carrots, and onions. They feared some accident had befallen him. What could it be? Commandant de Bar notified the police, who made a circuit of the town, and on the high road to Pontoise they found the little bunch of orange blossoms. It was placed on a table around which the authorities were deliberating. The rosier must have been the victim of some stratagem, some trick, some jealousy. But in what way? What means had been employed to kidnap this innocent creature, and with what object? Weary of looking for him without any result, Virginie alone remained watching and weeping. The following evening, when the coach passed by on its return from Paris, Gisors learned with astonishment that its rosier had stopped the vehicle at a distance of about 200 meters from the town, had climbed up on it and paid his fare, handing over a gold piece and receiving the change, and that he had quietly alighted in the centre of the great city. There was great excitement all through the countryside. Letters passed between the mayor and the chief of police in Paris, but brought no result. The days followed one another. A week passed. Now, one morning, Dr. Barbazal, who had gone out early, perceived, sitting on a doorstep, a man dressed in a grimy linen suit, who was sleeping with his head leaning against the wall. He approached him and recognized Isidore. He tried to rouse him, but did not succeed in doing so. The ex-rosier was in that profound, invincible sleep that is alarming, and the doctor, in surprise, went to seek assistance to help him in carrying the young man to Boncheval's drug store. When they lifted him up they found an empty bottle under him, and when the doctor sniffed at it, he declared that it had contained brandy. That gave a suggestion as to what treatment he would require. They succeeded in rousing him. Isidore was drunk and degraded by a week of guzzling, drunk and so disgusting that a ragman would not have touched him. His beautiful white duck suit was a grey rag, greasy, muddy, torn and destroyed, and he smelt of the gutter and of vice. He was washed, sermonized, shut up, and did not leave the house for 4 days. He seemed ashamed and repentant. They could not find on him either his purse, containing the 500 francs, or the bank book, or even his silver watch, a sacred heirloom left by his father, the fruiterer. On the 5th day he ventured into the Rue Dauphine. Curious glances followed him, and he walked along with a furtive expression in his eyes and his head bent down. As he got outside the town towards the valley they lost sight of him, but 2 hours later he returned laughing and rolling against the walls. He was drunk, absolutely drunk. Nothing could cure him. Driven from home by his mother, he became a wagon driver and drove the charcoal wagons for the Pougrisel firm, which is still in existence. His reputation as a drunkard became so well known and spread so far that even at Evreux they talked of Madame Husson's rosier, and the sots of the countryside have been given that nickname. A good deed is never lost. Dr. Marambeau rubbed his hands as he finished his story. I asked, "Did you know the rosier?" "Yes, I had the honor of closing his eyes." "What did he die of?" "An attack of delirium tremens, of course." We had arrived at the old citadel, a pile of ruined walls, dominated by the enormous tower of St. Thomas of Canterbury and the one called the Prisoner's Tower. Marambeau told me the story of this prisoner, who with the aid of a nail covered the walls of his dungeon with sculptures, tracing the reflections of the sun as it glanced through the narrow slit of a loophole. I also learned that Clotaire II had given the patrimony of Gisors to his cousin, Saint Romain, Bishop of Rouen; that Gisors ceased to be the capital of the whole of Vezin after the Treaty of St. Clair sur Pet; that the town is the chief strategic centre of all that portion of France, and that in consequence of this advantage she was taken and retaken over and over again. At the command of William the Red, the eminent engineer, Robert de Belesme, constructed there a powerful fortress that was attacked later by Louis le Gros, then by the Norman barons, was defended by Robert de Candolle, was finally ceded to Louis le Gros by Geoffrey Plantagenet, was retaken by the English in consequence of the treachery of the Knights Templars, was contested by Philippe Augustus and Richard the Lionhearted, was set on fire by Edward III of England, who could not take the castle, was again taken by the English in 1419, restored later to Charles VIII by Richard de Mowbray, and was taken by the Duke of Calabria, occupied by the League, inhabited by Henry IV, etc., etc. And Marambeau, eager and almost eloquent, continued: "What beggars, those English! And what sots, my boy! They are all rosiers, those hypocrites!" Then, after a silence, stretching out his arms towards the tiny river that glistened in the meadows, he said: "Did you know that Henry Monnier was one of the most untiring fishermen on the banks of the Epte?" "No, I did not know it." "And Bouffe, my boy, Bouffe was a painter on glass." "You are joking." "No, indeed. How is it you do not know these things?" End of Part 8. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 1. "Upon my honour, you must be off your head!" cried Spencer Coyle, as the young man, with a white face, stood there panting a little, and repeating, "Really, I've quite decided, and I assure you I've thought it all out." They were both pale, but Owen Wingrave smiled in a manner exasperating to his interlocutor, who, however, still discriminated sufficiently to see that his grimace, it was like an irrelevant leer, was the result of extreme and conceivable nervousness. "It was certainly a mistake to have gone so far, but that is exactly why I feel I mustn't go farther," poor Owen said, waiting mechanically, almost humbly. He wished not to swagger, and indeed he had nothing to swagger about, and carrying through the window to the stupid opposite houses the dry glitter of his eyes. "I'm unspeakably disgusted. You've made me dreadfully ill," Mr. Coyle went on, looking thoroughly upset. "I'm very sorry. It was the fear of the effect on you that kept me from speaking sooner." "You should have spoken 3 months ago. Don't you know you're mine from one day to the other?" The young man for a moment said nothing. Then he replied with a little tremor: "You're very angry with me, and I expected it. I'm awfully obliged to you for all you've done for me. I'll do anything else for you in return, but I can't do that. Every one else will let me have it, of course. I'm prepared for it. I'm prepared for everything. That's what has taken the time. To be sure I was prepared. I think it's your displeasure I feel most, and regret most. But little by little you'll get over it." "You'll get over it rather faster, I suppose," Spencer Coyle satirically exclaimed. He was quite as agitated as his young friend, and they were evidently in no condition to prolong an encounter in which they each drew blood. Mr. Coyle was a professional "coach." He prepared young men for the army, taking only 3 or 4 at a time, to whom he applied the irresistible stimulus of which the possession was both his secret and his fortune. He had not a great establishment. He would have said himself that it was not a wholesale business. Neither his system, his health, nor his temper could have accommodated itself to numbers. So he weighed and measured his pupils, and turned away more applicants than he passed. He was an artist in his line, caring only for picked subjects, and capable of sacrifices almost passionate for the individual. He liked ardent young men. There were kinds of capacity to which he was indifferent, and he had taken a particular fancy to Owen Wingrave. This young man's facility really fascinated him. His candidates usually did wonders, and he might have sent up a multitude. He was a person of exactly the stature of the great Napoleon, with a certain flicker of genius in his light blue eyes. It had been said of him that he looked like a pianist. The tone of his favourite pupil now expressed, without intention indeed, a superior wisdom which irritated him. He had not especially suffered before from Wingrave's high opinion of himself, which had seemed justified by remarkable parts, but to day it struck him as intolerable. He cut short the discussion, declining absolutely to regard their relations as terminated, and remarked to his pupil that he had better go off somewhere, down to Eastbourne, say, the sea would bring him around, and take a few days to find his feet and come to his senses. He could afford the time, and he was so well up. When Spencer Coyle remembered how well up he was, he could have boxed his ears. The tall, athletic young man was not physically a subject for simplified reasoning, but there was a troubled gentleness in his handsome face, the index of compunction mixed with pertinacity, which signified that if it could have done any good he would have turned both cheeks. He evidently didn't pretend that his wisdom was superior, he only presented it as his own. It was his own career, after all, that was in question. He couldn't refuse to go through the form of trying Eastbourne, or at least of holding his tongue, though there was that in his manner which implied that if he should do so it would be really to give Mr. Coyle a chance to recuperate. He didn't feel a bit overworked, but there was nothing more natural than that, with their tremendous pressure, Mr. Coyle should be. Mr. Coyle's own intellect would derive an advantage from his pupil's holiday. Mr. Coyle saw what he meant, but he controlled himself. He only demanded as his right a truce of 3 days. Owen Wingrave granted it, though, as fostering sad illusions, this went visibly against his conscience. But before they separated, the famous crammer remarked, "All the same, I feel as if I ought to see some one. I think you mentioned to me that your aunt had come to town." "Oh, yes, she's in Baker Street." "Do go and see her," the boy said comfortingly. Mr. Coyle looked at him an instant. "Have you broached this folly to her?" "Not yet. To no one. I thought it right to speak to you first." "Oh, what you think right!" cried Spencer Coyle, outraged by his young friend's standards. He added that he would probably call on Miss Wingrave, after which the recreant youth got out of the house. Owen Wingrave didn't, however, start punctually for Eastbourne. He only directed his steps to Kensington Gardens, from which Mr. Coyle's desirable residence (he was terribly expensive and had a big house) was not far removed. The famous coach put up his pupils, and Owen had mentioned to the butler that he would be back to dinner. The spring day was warm to his young blood, and he had a book in his pocket, which, when he had passed into the gardens, and after a short stroll, dropped into a chair, he took out with the slow, soft sigh that finally ushers in a pleasure postponed. He stretched his long legs and began to read it. It was a volume of Goethe's poems. He had been for days in a state of the highest tension, and now that the cord had snapped, the relief was proportionate, only it was characteristic of him that this deliverance should take the form of an intellectual pleasure. If he had thrown up the probability of a magnificent career, it was not to dawdle along Bond Street nor parade his indifference in the window of a club. At any rate, he had in a few moments forgotten everything, the tremendous pressure, Mr. Coyle's disappointment, and even his formidable aunt in Baker Street. If these watchers had overtaken him, there would surely have been some excuse for their exasperation. There was no doubt he was perverse, for his very choice of a pastime only showed how he had got up his German. "What the devil's the matter with him, do you know?" Spencer Coyle asked that afternoon of young Lechmere, who had never before observed the head of the establishment to set a fellow such an example of bad language. Young Lechmere was not only Wingrave's fellow pupil, he was supposed to be his intimate, indeed quite his best friend, and had unconsciously performed for Mr. Coyle the office of making the promise of his great gifts more vivid by contrast. He was short and sturdy, and, as a general thing, uninspired, and Mr. Coyle, who found no amusement in believing in him, had never thought him less exciting than as he stared now out of a face from which you could never guess whether he had caught an idea. Young Lechmere concealed such achievements as if they had been youthful indiscretions. At any rate, he could evidently conceive no reason why it should be thought there was anything more than usual the matter with the companion of his studies, so Mr. Coyle had to continue. "He declines to go up. He chucks the whole thing." The first thing that struck young Lechmere in the case was the freshness it had imparted to the governor's vocabulary. "He doesn't want to go to Sandhurst?" "He doesn't want to go anywhere. He gives up the army altogether. He objects," said Mr. Coyle, in a tone that made young Lechmere almost hold his breath, "to the military profession." "Why, it has been the profession of all his family." "Their profession? It has been their religion. Do you know Miss Wingrave?" "Oh, yes. Isn't she awful?" young Lechmere candidly ejaculated. His instructor demurred. "She's formidable, if you mean that, and it's right she should be, because somehow in her very person, good maiden lady as she is, she represents the might, she represents the traditions and the exploits of the British Army. She represents the expansive property of the English name. I think his family can be trusted to come down on him, but every influence should be set in motion. I want to know what yours is. Can you do anything in the matter?" "I can try a couple of rounds with him," said young Lechmere reflectively, "but he knows a fearful lot. He has the most extraordinary ideas." "Then he has told you some of them? He has taken you into his confidence?" "I've heard him jaw by the yard," smiled the honest youth. "He has told me he despises it." "What is it he despises? I can't make out." The most consecutive of Mr. Coyle's nurslings considered a moment, as if he were conscious of a responsibility. "Why, I think military glory. He says we take the wrong view of it." "He oughtn't to talk to you that way. It's corrupting the youth of Athens. It's sowing sedition." "Oh, I'm all right," said young Lechmere, "and he never told me he meant to chuck it. I always thought he meant to see it through, simply because he had to. He'll argue on any side you like. It's a tremendous pity. I'm sure he'd have a big career." "Tell him so, then. Plead with him. Struggle with him. For God's sake." "I'll do what I can. I'll tell him it's a regular shame. Yes, strike that note, and insist on the disgrace of it." The young man gave Mr. Coyle a more perceptive glance. "I'm sure he wouldn't do anything dishonourable." "Well, it won't look right. He must be made to feel that. Work it up. Give him a comrade's point of view, that of a brother in arms." "That's what I thought we were going to be," young Lechmere mused romantically, much uplifted by the nature of the mission imposed on him. "He's an awfully good sort." "No one will think so if he backs out," said Spencer Coyle. "They mustn't say it to me," his pupil rejoined with a flush. Mr. Coyle hesitated a moment, noting his tone, and aware that in the perversity of things, though this young man was a born soldier, no excitement would ever attach to his alternative, save perhaps on the part of the nice girl to whom at an early day he was sure to be placidly united. "Do you like him very much? Do you believe in him?" Young Lechmere's life in these days was spent in answering terrible questions. But he had never been subjected to so queer an interrogation as this. "Believe in him? Rather! Then save him." The poor boy was puzzled, as if it were forced upon him by this intensity that there was more in such an appeal than could appear on the surface, and he doubtless felt that he was only entering into a complex situation when, after another moment, with his hands in his pockets, he replied hopefully, but not pompously, "I dare say I can bring him around." Part 9 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This recording is in the public domain. Part 10, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 2. Before seeing young Lechmere, Mr. Coyle had determined to telegraph an inquiry to Miss Wingrave. He had prepaid the answer, which, being promptly put into his hand, brought the interview we have just related to a close. He immediately drove off to Baker Street, where the lady had said she awaited him, and 5 minutes after he got there, as he sat with Owen Wingrave's remarkable aunt, he repeated over several times in his angry sadness, and with the infallibility of his experience, "He's so intelligent! He's so intelligent!" He had declared it had been a luxury to put such a fellow through. "Of course he's intelligent. What else could he be? We've never, that I know of, had but one idiot in the family," said Jane Wingrave. This was an allusion that Mr. Coyle could understand, and it brought home to him another of the reasons for the disappointment, the humiliation, as it were, of the good people at Paramore, at the same time that it gave an example of the conscientious coarseness he had on former occasions observed in his interlocutress. Poor Philip Wingrave, her late brother's eldest son, was literally imbecile and banished from view. Deformed, unsocial, irretrievable, he had been relegated to a private asylum, and had become among the friends of the family only a little hushed, lugubrious legend. All the hopes of the house, picturesque Paramore, now unintermittently old Sir Philip's rather melancholy home, his infirmities would keep him there to the last, were therefore collected on the second boy's head, which Nature, as if in compunction for her previous botch, had, in addition to making it strikingly handsome, filled with remarkable originalities and talents. These two had been the only children of the old man's only son, who, like so many of his ancestors, had given up a gallant young life to the service of his country. Owen Wingrave the elder had received his death cut in close quarters from an Afghan sabre. The blow had come crashing across his skull. His wife, at that time in India, was about to give birth to her third child, and when the event took place, in darkness and anguish, the baby came lifeless into the world, and the mother sank under the multiplication of her woes. The second of the little boys in England, who was at Paramore with his grandfather, became the peculiar charge of his aunt, the only unmarried one, and during the interesting Sunday that by urgent invitation Spencer Coyle, busy as he was, had, after consenting to put Owen through, spent under that roof, the celebrated crammer received a vivid impression of the influences exerted at least in intention by Miss Wingrave. Indeed, the picture of this short visit remained with the observant little man a curious one, the vision of an impoverished Jacobean house, shabby and remarkably creepy, but full of character still, and full of felicity as a setting for the distinguished figure of the peaceful old soldier. Sir Philip Wingrave, a relic rather than a celebrity, was a small, brown, erect octogenarian with smouldering eyes and a studied courtesy. He liked to do the diminished honours of his house, but even when with a shaky hand he lighted a bedroom candle for a deprecating guest, it was impossible not to feel that beneath the surface he was a merciless old warrior. The eye of the imagination could glance back into his crowded Eastern past, back at episodes in which his scrupulous forms would only have made him more terrible. Mr. Coyle remembered also two other figures, a faded, inoffensive Mrs. Julian, domesticated there by a system of frequent visits as the widow of an officer and a particular friend of Miss Wingrave, and a remarkably clever little girl of 18, who was this lady's daughter, and who struck the speculative visitor as already formed for other relations. She was very impertinent to Owen, and in the course of a long walk that he had taken with the young man, and the effect of which in much talk had been to clench his high opinion of him, he had learned, for Owen chattered confidentially, that Mrs. Julian was the sister of a very gallant gentleman, Captain Hume Walker, of the Artillery, who had fallen in the Indian Mutiny, and between whom and Miss Wingrave it had been that lady's one known concession a passage of some delicacy, taking a tragic turn, was believed to have been enacted. They had been engaged to be married, but she had given way to the jealousy of her nature, had broken with him and sent him off to his fate, which had been horrible. A passionate sense of having wronged him, a hard eternal remorse, had thereupon taken possession of her, and when his poor sister, linked also to a soldier, had by a still heavier blow been left almost without resources, she had devoted herself charitably to a long expiation. She had sought comfort in taking Mrs. Julian to live much of the time at Paramore, where she became an unremunerated, though not uncriticised, housekeeper, and Spencer Coyle suspected that it was a part of this comfort that she could at her leisure trample on her. The impression of Jane Wingrave was not the faintest he had gathered on that intensifying Sunday, an occasion singularly tinged for him with a sense of bereavement and mourning and memory, of names never mentioned, of the far-away plaint of widows, and the echoes of battles and bad news. It was all military indeed, and Mr. Coyle was made to shudder a little at the profession of which he helped to open the door to harmless young men. Miss Wingrave, moreover, might have made such a bad conscience worse, so cold and clear a good one looked at him out of her hard fine eyes, and trumpeted in her sonorous voice. She was a high, distinguished person, angular but not awkward, with a large forehead and abundant black hair, arranged like that of a woman conceiving, perhaps excusably, of her head as noble, and irregularly streaked to-day with white. If, however, she represented for Spencer Coyle the genius of a military race, it was not that she had the step of a grenadier or the vocabulary of a camp follower. It was only that such sympathies were vividly implied in the general fact to which her very presence and each of her actions and glances and tones were a constant and direct allusion, the paramount valour of her family. If she was military, it was because she sprang from a military house, and because she wouldn't for the world have been anything but what the Wingraves had been. She was almost vulgar about her ancestors, and if one had been tempted to quarrel with her, one would have found a fair pretext in her defective sense of proportion. This temptation, however, said nothing to Spencer Coyle, for whom, as a strong character revealing itself in colour and sound, she was as a spectacle, and who was glad to regard her as a force exerted on his own side. He wished her nephew had more of her narrowness, instead of being almost cursed with the tendency to look at things in their relations. He wondered why, when she came up to town, she always resorted to Baker Street for lodgings. He had never known nor heard of Baker Street as a residence. He associated it only with bazaars and photographers. He divined in her a rigid indifference to everything that was not the passion of her life. Nothing really mattered to her but that, and she would have occupied apartments in Whitechapel if they had been a feature in her tactics. She had received her visitor in a large, cold, faded room, furnished with slippery seats and decorated with alabaster vases and wax flowers. The only little personal comfort for which she appeared to have looked out was a fat catalogue of the Army and Navy Stores, which reposed on a vast, desolate table cover of false blue. Her clear forehead, it was like a porcelain slate, a receptacle for addresses and sums, had flushed when her nephew's crammer told her the extraordinary news. But he saw she was fortunately more angry than frightened. She had essentially, she would always have, too little imagination for fear, and the healthy habit, moreover, of facing everything had taught her that the occasion usually found her a quantity to reckon with. Mr. Coyle saw that her only fear at present could have been that of not being able to prevent her nephew from being absurd, and that to such an apprehension as this she was in fact inaccessible. Practically, too, she was not troubled by surprise. She recognized none of the futile, none of the subtle sentiments. If Philip had for an hour made a fool of himself, she was angry, disconcerted as she would have been on learning that he had confessed to debts or fallen in love with a low girl. But there remained in any annoyance the saving fact that no one could make a fool of her. "I don't know when I've taken such an interest in a young man. I think I never have, since I began to handle them," Mr. Coyle said. "I like him. I believe in him. It's been a delight to see how he was going." "Oh, I know how they go." Miss Wingrave threw back her head with a familiar briskness, as if a rapid procession of the generations had flashed before her, rattling their scabbards and spurs. Spencer Coyle recognized the intimation that she had nothing to learn from anybody about the natural carriage of a Wingrave, and he even felt convicted by her next words of being, in her eyes, with the troubled story of his cheque, his weak complaint of his pupil, rather a poor creature. "If you like him," she exclaimed, "for mercy's sake keep him quiet." Mr. Coyle began to explain to her that this was less easy than she appeared to imagine. But he perceived that she understood very little of what he said. The more he insisted that the boy had a kind of intellectual independence, the more this struck her as a conclusive proof that her nephew was a Wingrave and a soldier. It was not till he mentioned to her that Owen had spoken of the profession of arms as of something that would be beneath him, it was not till her attention was arrested by this intenser light on the complexity of the problem, that Miss Wingrave broke out, after a moment's stupefied reflection, "Send him to see me immediately." "That's exactly what I wanted to ask your leave to do, but I've wanted also to prepare you for the worst, to make you understand that he strikes me as really obstinate, and to suggest to you that the most powerful arguments at your command, especially if you should be able to put your hand on some intensely practical one, will be none too effective." "I think I've got a powerful argument." Miss Wingrave looked very hard at her visitor. He didn't know in the least what it was, but he begged her to put it forward without delay. He promised that their young man should come to Baker Street that evening, mentioning, however, that he had already urged him to spend without delay a couple of days at Eastbourne. This led Jane Wingrave to inquire with surprise what virtue there might be in that expensive remedy, and to reply with decision when Mr. Coyle had said, the virtue of a little rest, a little change, a little relief to overwrought nerves. "Ah, don't coddle him. He's costing us a great deal of money. I'll talk to him, and I'll take him down to Paramore. Then I'll send him back to you straightened out." Spencer Coyle hailed this pledge superficially with satisfaction, but before he quitted Miss Wingrave he became conscious that he had really taken on a new anxiety, a restlessness that made him say to himself, groaning inwardly, "Oh, she is a grenadier at bottom, and she'll have no tact. I don't know what her powerful argument is. I'm only afraid she'll be stupid and make him worse. The old man's better. He's capable of tact, though he's not quite an extinct volcano. Owen will probably put him in a rage. In short, the difficulty is that the boy's the best of them." Spencer Coyle felt afresh that evening at dinner that the boy was the best of them. Young Wingrave, who, he was pleased to observe, had not yet proceeded to the seaside, appeared at the repast as usual, looking inevitably a little self-conscious, but not too original for Bayswater. He talked very naturally to Mrs. Coyle, who had thought him from the first the most beautiful young man they had ever received, so that the person most ill at ease was poor Lechmere, who took great trouble, as if from the deepest delicacy, not to meet the eye of his misguided mate. Spencer Coyle, however, paid the penalty of his own profundity in feeling more and more worried. He could so easily see that there were all sorts of things in his young friend that the people of Paramore wouldn't understand. He began even already to react against the notion of his being harassed, to reflect that after all he had a right to his ideas, to remember that he was of a substance too fine to be in fairness roughly used. It was in this way that the ardent little crammer, with his whimsical perceptions and complicated sympathies, was generally condemned not to settle down comfortably either into his displeasures or into his enthusiasms. His love of the real truth never gave him a chance to enjoy them. He mentioned to Wingrave after dinner the propriety of an immediate visit to Baker Street, and the young man, looking queer as he thought, that is, smiling again with the exaggerated glory he had shown in their recent interview, went off to face the ordeal. Spencer Coyle noted that he was scared. He was afraid of his aunt. But somehow this didn't strike him as a sign of pusillanimity. He should have been scared, he was well aware, in the poor boy's place, and the sight of his pupil marching up to the battery in spite of his terrors was a positive suggestion of the temperament of the soldier. Many a plucky youth would have shirked this particular peril. "He has got ideas," young Lechmere broke out to his instructor, after his comrade had quitted the house. He was evidently bewildered and agitated. He had an emotion to work off. He had before dinner gone straight to his friend, as Mr. Coyle had requested, and had elicited from him that his scruples were founded on an overwhelming conviction of the stupidity, the crass barbarism, he called it, of war. His great complaint was that people hadn't invented anything cleverer, and he was determined to show the only way he could that he wasn't such an ass. And he thinks all the great generals ought to have been shot, and that Napoleon Bonaparte in particular, the greatest, was a criminal, a monster for whom language has no adequate name. Mr. Coyle rejoined, completing young Lechmere's picture, "He favoured you, I see, with exactly the same pearls of wisdom that he produced for me. But I want to know what you said." "I said they were awful rot." Young Lechmere spoke with emphasis, and he was slightly surprised to hear Mr. Coyle laugh incongruously at this just declaration, and then, after a moment, continue: "It's all very curious. I dare say there's something in it. But it's a pity." He told me when it was that the question began to strike him in that light. 4 or 5 years ago, when he did a lot of reading about all the great swells and their campaigns, Hannibal and Julius Caesar, Marlborough and Frederick and Bonaparte. He has done a lot of reading, and he says it opened his eyes. He says that a wave of disgust rolled over him. He talked about the immeasurable misery of wars, and asked me why nations don't tear to pieces the governments, the rulers that go in for them. He hates poor old Bonaparte worst of all. "Well, poor old Bonaparte was a brute. He was a frightful ruffian," Mr. Cole unexpectedly declared, "but I suppose you didn't admit that." "Oh, I dare say he was objectionable, and I'm very glad we laid him on his back, but the point I made to Wingrave was that his own behaviour would excite no end of remark." Young Lechmere hesitated an instant, and then he added, "I told him he must be prepared for the worst." "Of course he asked you what you meant by the worst," said Spencer Coyle. "Yes, he asked me that, and do you know what I said? I said people would say that his conscientious scruples and his wave of disgust were only a pretext." Then he asked, "A pretext for what?" "Ah, he rather had you there!" Mr. Coyle exclaimed, with a little laugh that was mystifying to his pupil. "Not a bit, for I told him." "What did you tell him?" Once more, for a few seconds, with his conscious eyes in his instructor's, the young man hung fire. Why, what we spoke of a few hours ago. The appearance he'd present of not having—" The honest youth faltered a moment, then brought it out. "The military temperament, don't you know? But do you know what he said to that?" Young Lechmere went on. "Damn the military temperament!" the crammer promptly replied. Young Lechmere stared. Mr. Coyle's tone left him uncertain if he was attributing the phrase to Wingrave or uttering his own opinion, but he exclaimed, "Those were exactly his words!" "He doesn't care," said Mr. Coyle. "Perhaps not. But it isn't fair for him to abuse us fellows. I told him it's the finest temperament in the world, and that there's nothing so splendid as pluck and heroism." "Ah, there you had him." "I told him it was unworthy of him to abuse a gallant, a magnificent profession. I told him there's no type so fine as that of the soldier doing his duty." "That's essentially your type, my dear boy." Young Lechmere blushed. He couldn't make out, and the danger was naturally unexpected to him, whether at that moment he didn't exist mainly for the recreation of his friend. But he was partly reassured by the genial way this friend continued, laying a hand on his shoulder. "Keep at him that way. We may do something. I'm extremely obliged to you." Another doubt, however, remained unassuaged, a doubt which led him to exclaim to Mr. Coyle before they dropped the painful subject, "He doesn't care. But it's awfully odd he shouldn't." "So it is. But remember what you said this afternoon. I mean about your not advising people to make insinuations to you." "I believe I should knock a fellow down," said young Lechmere. Mr. Coyle had got up. The conversation had taken place while they sat together after Mrs. Coyle's withdrawal from the dinner table, and the head of the establishment administered to his disciple, on principles that were a part of his thoroughness, a glass of excellent claret. The disciple, also on his feet, lingered an instant, not for another go, as he would have called it, at the decanter, but to wipe his microscopic moustache with prolonged and unusual care. His companion saw he had something to bring out which required a final effort, and waited for him an instant, with a hand on the knob of the door. Then, as young Lechmere approached him, Spencer Coyle grew conscious of an unwonted intensity in the round and ingenuous face. The boy was nervous, but he tried to behave like a man of the world. "Of course, it's between ourselves," he stammered, "and I wouldn't breathe such a thing to any one who wasn't interested in poor Wingrave as you are. But do you think he funks it?" Mr. Coyle looked at him so hard for an instant that he was visibly frightened at what he had said. "Funks it? Funks what?" "Why, what we're talking about. The service." Young Lechmere gave a little gulp, and added with a naïveté almost pathetic to Spencer Coyle, "The dangers, you know." "Do you mean he's thinking of his skin?" Young Lechmere's eyes expanded appealingly, and what his instructor saw in his pink face, he even thought he saw a tear, was the dread of a disappointment shocking in the degree in which the loyalty of admiration had been great. "Is he afraid?" repeated the honest lad, with a quaver of suspense. "Dear, no," said Spencer Coyle, turning his back. Young Lechmere felt a little snubbed, and even a little ashamed. But he felt still more relieved. End of Part 10. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 3. Less than a week after this, Spencer Coyle received a note from Miss Wingrave, who had immediately quitted London with her nephew. She proposed that he should come down to Paramore for the following Sunday. Owen was really so tiresome. On the spot, in that house of examples and memories, and in combination with her poor dear father, who was dreadfully annoyed, it might be worth their while to make a last stand. Mr. Coyle read between the lines of this letter that the party at Paramore had got over a good deal of ground since Miss Wingrave in Baker Street had treated his despair as superficial. She was not an insinuating woman, but she went so far as to put the question on the ground of his conferring a particular favour on an afflicted family, and she expressed the pleasure it would give them if he should be accompanied by Mrs. Coyle, for whom she enclosed a separate invitation. She mentioned that she was also writing, subject to Mr. Coyle's approval, to young Lechmere. She thought such a nice manly boy might do her wretched nephew some good. The celebrated crammer determined to embrace this opportunity, and now it was the case not so much that he was angry as that he was anxious. As he directed his answer to Miss Wingrave's letter, he caught himself smiling at the thought that at bottom he was going to defend his young friend rather than to attack him. He said to his wife, who was a fair, fresh, slow woman, a person of much more presence than himself, that she had better take Miss Wingrave at her word. It was such an extraordinary, such a fascinating specimen of an old English home. This last allusion was amicably sarcastic. He had already accused the good lady more than once of being in love with Owen Wingrave. She admitted that she was, she even gloried in her passion, which shows that the subject between them was treated in a liberal spirit. She carried out the joke by accepting the invitation with eagerness. Young Lechmere was delighted to do the same. His instructor had good-naturedly taken the view that the little break would freshen him up for his last spurt. It was the fact that the occupants of Paramore did indeed take their trouble hard that struck Spencer Coyle after he had been an hour or two in that fine old house. This very short second visit, beginning on the Saturday evening, was to constitute the strangest episode of his life. As soon as he found himself in private with his wife (they had retired to dress for dinner), they called each other's attention, with effusion and almost with alarm, to the sinister gloom that was stamped on the place. The house was admirable, with its old grey front, which came forward in wings so as to form three sides of a square. But Mrs. Coyle made no scruple to declare that if she had known in advance the sort of impression she was going to receive, she would never have put her foot in it. She characterized it as uncanny. She accused her husband of not having warned her properly. He had mentioned to her in advance certain facts, but while she almost feverishly dressed, she had innumerable questions to ask. He hadn't told her about the girl, the extraordinary girl, Miss Julian. That is, he hadn't told her that this young lady, who in plain terms was a mere dependent, would be in effect, and as a consequence of the way she carried herself, the most important person in the house. Mrs. Coyle was already prepared to announce that she hated Miss Julian's affectations. Her husband, above all, hadn't told her that they should find their young charge looking 5 years older. "I couldn't imagine that," said Mr. Coyle, "nor that the character of the crisis here would be quite so perceptible. But I suggested to Miss Wingrave the other day that they should press her nephew in real earnest, and she has taken me at my word. They've cut off his supplies. They're trying to starve him out. That's not what I meant. But indeed I don't quite know to day what I meant. Owen feels the pressure, but he won't yield." The strange thing was that now that he was there, the versatile little coach felt still more that his own spirit had been caught up by a wave of reaction. If he was there, it was because he was on poor Owen's side. His whole impression, his whole apprehension, had on the spot become much deeper. There was something in the dear boy's very resistance that began to charm him. When his wife, in the intimacy of the conference I have mentioned, threw off the mask and commended, even with extravagance, the stand his pupil had taken, he was too good to be a horrid soldier, and it was noble of him to suffer for his convictions. Wasn't he as upright as a young hero, even though as pale as a Christian martyr? The good lady only expressed the sympathy which, under cover of regarding his young friend as a rare exception, he had already recognized in his own soul. For half an hour ago, after they had had superficial tea in the brown old hall of the house, his young friend had proposed to him, before going to dress, to take a turn outside, and had even, on the terrace, as they walked together to one of the far ends of it, passed his hand entreatingly into his companion's arm, permitting himself thus a familiarity unusual between pupil and master, and calculated to show that he had guessed whom he could most depend on to be kind to him. Spencer Coyle, on his own side, had guessed something, so that he was not surprised at the boy's having a particular confidence to make. He had felt on arriving that each member of the party had wished to get hold of him first, and he knew that at that moment Jane Wingrave was peering through the ancient blur of one of the windows (the house had been modernized so little that the thick, dim panes were 3 centuries old) to see if her nephew looked as if he were poisoning the visitor's mind. Mr. Coyle lost no time, therefore, in reminding the youth, and he took care to laugh as he did so, that he had not come down to Paramore to be corrupted. He had come down to make face to face a last appeal to him. He hoped it wouldn't be utterly vain. Owen smiled sadly as they went, asking him if he thought he had the general air of a fellow who was going to knock under. "I think you look strange. I think you look ill," Spencer Coyle said very honestly. They had paused at the end of the terrace. "I've had to exercise a great power of resistance, and it rather takes it out of one." "Ah, my dear boy, I wish your great power, for you evidently possess it, were exerted in a better cause." Owen Wingrave smiled down at his small instructor. "I don't believe that." Then he added, to explain why. "Isn't what you want, if you're so good as to think well of my character, to see me exert most power in whatever direction? Well, this is the way I exert most." Owen Wingrave went on to relate that he had had some terrible hours with his grandfather, who had denounced him in a way to make one's hair stand up on one's head. He had expected him not to like it, not a bit, but he had had no idea they would make such a row. His aunt was different, but she was equally insulting. Oh, they had made him feel they were ashamed of him. They accused him of putting a public dishonour on their name. He was the only one who had ever backed out. He was the first for 300 years. Every one had known that he was to go up, and now every one would know he was a young hypocrite who suddenly pretended to have scruples. They talked of his scruples as you wouldn't talk of a cannibal's god. His grandfather had called him outrageous names. He called me. Here the young man faltered, his voice failed him. He looked as haggard as was possible to a young man in such magnificent health. "I probably know," said Spencer Coyle, with a nervous laugh. Owen Wingrave's clouded eyes, as if they were following the far-off consequences of things, rested for an instant on a distant object. Then they met his companions, and for another moment sounded them deeply. "It isn't true. No, it isn't. It's not that." "I don't suppose it is. But what do you propose instead of it?" "Instead of what?" "Instead of the stupid solution of war. If you take that away, you should suggest at least a substitute." "That's for the people in charge, for governments and cabinets," said Owen Wingrave. "They'll arrive soon enough at a substitute, in the particular case, if they're made to understand that they'll be hung if they don't find one. Make it a capital crime. That'll quicken the wits of ministers." His eyes brightened as he spoke, and he looked assured and exalted. Mr. Coyle gave a sigh of perplexed resignation. It was a monomania. He fancied after this for a moment that Owen was going to ask him if he too thought he was a coward, but he was relieved to observe that he either didn't suspect him of it, or shrank uncomfortably from putting the question to the test. Spencer Coyle wished to show confidence, but somehow a direct assurance that he didn't doubt of his courage appeared too gross a compliment. It would be like saying he didn't doubt of his honesty. The difficulty was presently averted by Owen's continuing, "My grandfather can't break the entail, but I shall have nothing but this place, which, as you know, is small, and, with the way rents are going, has quite ceased to yield an income. He has some money, not much, but such as it is he cuts me off. My aunt does the same. She has let me know her intentions. She was to have left me her $600 a year. It was all settled, but now what's settled is that I don't get a penny of it if I give up the army. I must add, in fairness, that I have from my mother $300 a year of my own, and I tell you the simple truth when I say that I don't care a rap for the loss of the money." The young man drew a long, slow breath, like a creature in pain. Then he subjoined, "That's not what worries me." "What are you going to do?" asked Spencer Coyle. "I don't know. Perhaps nothing. Nothing great, at all events. Only something peaceful." Owen gave a weary smile, as if, worried as he was, he could yet appreciate the humorous effect of such a declaration from a Wingrave. But what it suggested to his companion, who looked up at him with a sense that he was after all not a Wingrave for nothing, and had a military steadiness under fire, was the exasperation that such a programme, uttered in such a way, and striking them as the last word of the inglorious, might well have engendered on the part of his grandfather and his aunt. Perhaps nothing, when he might carry on the great tradition. Yes, he wasn't weak, and he was interesting, but there was a point of view from which he was provoking. "What is it, then, that worries you?" Mr. Coyle demanded. "Oh, the house, the very air and feeling of it. There are strange voices in it that seem to mutter at me, to say dreadful things as I pass. I mean the general consciousness and responsibility of what I'm doing. Of course, it hasn't been easy for me, not a bit. I assure you I don't enjoy it." With a light in them that was like a longing for justice, Owen again bent his eye on those of the little coach. Then he pursued, "I've started up all the old ghosts. The very portraits glower at me on the walls. There's one of my great-great-grandfather, the one the extraordinary story, you know, is about, the old fellow who hangs on the second landing of the big staircase, that fairly stirs on the canvas, just heaves a little when I come near it. I have to go up and down stairs. It's rather awkward. It's what my aunt calls the family circle. It's all constituted here. It's a kind of indestructible presence. It stretches away into the past, and when I came back with her the other day, Miss Wingrave told me I wouldn't have the impudence to stand in the midst of it and say such things. I had to say them to my grandfather, but now that I've said them, it seems to me that the question's ended. I want to go away. I don't care if I never come back again." "Oh, you are a soldier. You must fight it out," Mr. Coyle laughed. The young man seemed discouraged at his levity, but as they turned round, strolling back in the direction from which they had come, he himself smiled faintly after an instant and replied, "Ah, we're tainted, all." They walked in silence part of the way to the old portico. Then Spencer Coyle, stopping short after having assured himself that he was at a sufficient distance from the house not to be heard, suddenly put the question, "What does Miss Julian say?" "Miss Julian?" Owen had perceptibly coloured. "I'm sure she hasn't concealed her opinion." "Oh, it's the opinion of the family circle, for she's a member of it, of course. And then she has her own as well." "Her own opinion?" "Her own family circle." "Do you mean her mother, that patient lady?" "I mean more particularly her father, who fell in battle, and her grandfather, and his father, and her uncles and great-uncles. They all fell in battle." "Hasn't the sacrifice of so many lives been sufficient? Why should she sacrifice you?" "Oh, she hates me!" Owen declared, as they resumed their walk. "Ah, the hatred of pretty girls for fine young men!" exclaimed Spencer Coyle. He didn't believe in it, but his wife did, it appeared perfectly, when he mentioned this conversation, while, in the fashion that has been described, the visitors dressed for dinner. Mrs. Coyle had already discovered that nothing could have been nastier than Miss Julian's manner to the disgraced youth during the half hour the party had spent in the hall, and it was this lady's judgment that one must have had no eyes in one's head not to see that she was already trying outrageously to flirt with young Lechmere. It was a pity they had brought that silly boy. He was down in the hall with her at that moment. Spencer Coyle's version was different. He thought there were finer elements involved. The girl's footing in the house was inexplicable on any ground save that of her being predestined to Miss Wingrave's nephew. As the niece of Miss Wingrave's own unhappy intended, she had been dedicated early by this lady to the office of healing by a union with Owen, the tragic breach that had separated their elders, and if, in reply to this, it was to be said that a girl of spirit couldn't enjoy in such a manner having her duty cut out for her, Owen's enlightened friend was ready with the argument that a young person in Miss Julian's position would never be such a fool as really to quarrel with a capital chance. She was familiar at Paramore, and she felt safe. Therefore she might trust herself to the amusement of pretending that she had her option. But it was all innocent coquetry. She had a curious charm, and it was vain to pretend that the air of that house wouldn't seem good enough to a girl, clever as she might be, of 18. Mrs. Coyle reminded her husband that the poor young man was precisely now not of that house. This problem was among the questions that exercised their wits after the two men had taken the turn on the terrace. Spencer Coyle told his wife that Owen was afraid of the portrait of his great-great-grandfather. He would show it to her, since she hadn't noticed it, on their way downstairs. "Why of his great-great-grandfather more than of any of the others?" "Oh, because he's the most formidable. He's the one who's sometimes seen." "Seen where?" Mrs. Coyle had turned round with a jerk. "In the room he was found dead in. The White Room, they've always called it." "Do you mean to say the house has a ghost?" Mrs. Coyle almost shrieked. "You brought me here without telling me?" "Didn't I mention it after my other visit?" "Not a word. You only talked about Miss Wingrave." "Oh, I was full of the story. You have simply forgotten." "Then you should have reminded me." "If I had thought of it I would have held my peace, for you wouldn't have come." "I wish indeed I hadn't," cried Mrs. Coyle. "What is the story?" "Oh, a deed of violence that took place here ages ago. I think it was in George the First's time. Colonel Wingrave, one of their ancestors, struck, in a fit of passion, one of his children, a lad just growing up, a blow on the head, of which the unhappy child died. The matter was hushed up for the hour. Some other explanation was put about. The poor boy was laid out in one of those rooms on the other side of the house, and amid strange, smothered rumours the funeral was hurried on. The next morning, when the household assembled, Colonel Wingrave was missing. He was looked for vainly, and at last it occurred to some one that he might perhaps be in the room from which his child had been carried to burial. The seeker knocked without an answer, then opened the door. Colonel Wingrave lay dead on the floor, in his clothes, as if he had reeled and fallen back, without a wound, without a mark, without anything in his appearance to indicate that he had either struggled or suffered. He was a strong, sound man. There was nothing to account for such a catastrophe. He is supposed to have gone to the room during the night, just before going to bed, in some fit of compunction or some fascination of dread. It was only after this that the truth about the boy came out. But no one ever sleeps in the room." Mrs. Coyle had fairly turned pale. "I hope not. Thank heaven they haven't put us there." "We're at a comfortable distance. But I've seen the gruesome chamber." "Do you mean you've been in it?" "For a few moments. They're rather proud of it, and my young friend showed it to me when I was here before." Mrs. Coyle stared. "And what is it like?" "Simply like an empty, dull, old-fashioned bedroom, rather big, with the things of the period in it. It's panelled from floor to ceiling, and the panels evidently, years and years ago, were painted white. But the paint has darkened with time, and there are 3 or 4 quaint little ancient samplers, framed and glazed, hung on the walls." Mrs. Coyle looked round with a shudder. "I'm glad there are no samplers here. I never heard anything so jumpy. Come down to dinner." On the staircase, as they went down, her husband showed her the portrait of Colonel Wingrave, rather a vigorous representation, for the place and period, of a gentleman with a hard, handsome face, in a red coat and a peruke. Mrs. Coyle declared that his descendant, Sir Philip, was wonderfully like him, and her husband could fancy, though he kept it to himself, that if one should have the courage to walk about the old corridors of Paramore at night one might meet a figure that resembled him, roaming, with the restlessness of a ghost, hand in hand with the figure of a tall boy. As he proceeded to the drawing-room with his wife, he found himself suddenly wishing that he had made more of a point of his pupil's going to Eastbourne. The evening, however, seemed to have taken upon itself to dissipate any such whimsical forebodings, for the grimness of the family circle, as Spencer Coyle had preconceived its composition, was mitigated by an infusion of the neighbourhood. The company at dinner was recruited by two cheerful couples, one of them the vicar and his wife, and by a silent young man who had come down to fish. This was a relief to Mr. Coyle, who had begun to wonder what was after all expected of him, and why he had been such a fool as to come, and who now felt that for the first hours at least the situation would not have directly to be dealt with. Indeed, he found, as he had found before, sufficient occupation for his ingenuity in reading the various symptoms of which the picture before him was an expression. He should probably have an irritating day on the morrow. He foresaw the difficulty of the long decorous Sunday, and how dry Jane Wingrave's ideas, elicited in a strenuous conference, would taste. She and her father would make him feel that they depended upon him for the impossible, and if they should try to associate him with a merely stupid policy, he might end by telling them what he thought of it, an accident not required to make his visit a sensible mistake. The old man's actual design was evidently to let their friends see in it a positive mark of their being all right. The presence of the great London coach was tantamount to a profession of faith in the results of the impending examination. It had clearly been obtained from Owen, rather to Spencer Coyle's surprise, that he would do nothing to interfere with the apparent harmony. He let the allusions to his hard work pass, and holding his tongue about his affairs, talked to the ladies as amicably as if he had not been cut off. When Spencer Coyle looked at him once or twice across the table, catching his eye, which showed an indefinable passion, he saw a puzzling pathos in his laughing face. One couldn't resist a pang for a young lamb so visibly marked for sacrifice. "Hang him! What a pity he's such a fighter!" he privately sighed, with a want of logic that was only superficial. This idea, however, would have absorbed him more if so much of his attention had not been given to Kate Julian, who, now that he had her well before him, struck him as a remarkable and even as a possibly fascinating young woman. The fascination resided not in any extraordinary prettiness, for if she was handsome, with her long Eastern eyes, her magnificent hair, and her general unabashed originality, he had seen complexions rosier and features that pleased him more. It resided in a strange impression that she gave of being exactly the sort of person whom, in her position, common considerations, those of prudence and perhaps even a little those of decorum, would have enjoined on her not to be. She was what was vulgarly termed a dependent, penniless, patronized, tolerated, but something in her aspect and manner signified that, if her situation was inferior, her spirit to make up for it was above precautions or submissions. It was not in the least that she was aggressive. She was too indifferent for that. It was only as if, having nothing either to gain or to lose, she could afford to do as she liked. It occurred to Spencer Coyle that she might really have had more at stake than her imagination appeared to take account of. Whatever it was, at any rate, he had never seen a young woman at less pains to be on the safe side. He wondered inevitably how the peace was kept between Jane Wingrave and such an inmate as this. But those questions, of course, were unfathomable deeps. Perhaps Kate Julian lorded it even over her protectress. The other time he was at Paramore he had received an impression that, with Sir Philip beside her, the girl could fight with her back to the wall. She amused Sir Philip, she charmed him, and he liked people who weren't afraid. Between him and his daughter, moreover, there was no doubt which was the higher in command. Miss Wingrave took many things for granted, and most of all the rigour of discipline and the fate of the vanquished and the captive. But between their clever boy and so original a companion of his childhood, what odd relation would have grown up? It couldn't be indifference, and yet on the part of happy, handsome, youthful creatures it was still less likely to be aversion. They weren't Paul and Virginia, but they must have had their common summer and their idol. No nice girl could have disliked such a nice fellow for anything but not liking her, and no nice fellow would have resisted such propinquity. Mr. Coyle remembered indeed that Mrs. Julian had spoken to him as if the propinquity had been by no means constant, owing to her daughter's absences at school, to say nothing of Owen's. Her visits to a few friends who were so kind as to take her from time to time, her sojourns in London, so difficult to manage, but still managed by God's help, for advantages, for drawing and singing, especially drawing, or rather painting in oils, in which she had had immense success. But the good lady had also mentioned that the young people were quite brother and sister, which was a little, after all, like Paul and Virginia. Mrs. Coyle had been right, and it was apparent that Virginia was doing her best to make the time pass agreeably for young Lechmere. There was no such whirl of conversation as to render it an effort for Mr. Coyle to reflect on these things, for the tone of the occasion, thanks principally to the other guests, was not disposed to stray. It tended to the repetition of anecdote, and the discussion of rents, topics that huddled together like uneasy animals. He could judge how intensely his host wished the evening to pass off as if nothing had happened, and this gave him the measure of their private resentment. Before dinner was over he found himself fidgety about his second pupil. Young Lechmere, since he began to cram, had done all that might have been expected of him, but this couldn't blind his instructor to a present perception of his being in moments of relaxation as innocent as a babe. Mr. Coyle had considered that the amusements of Paramore would probably give him a fillip, and the poor fellow's manner testified to the soundness of the forecast. The fillip had been unmistakably administered. It had come in the form of a revelation. The light on young Lechmere's brow announced with a candour that was almost an appeal for compassion, or at least a deprecation of ridicule, that he had never seen anything like Miss Julian. End of Part 11. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12, Owen Wingrave. Henry James, Owen Wingrave, Section 4. In the drawing-room, after dinner, the girl found an occasion to approach Spencer Coyle. She stood before him a moment, smiling, while she opened and shut her fan, and then she said abruptly, raising her strange eyes, "I know what you've come for, but it isn't any use." "I've come to look after you a little. Isn't that any use?" "It's very kind, but I'm not the question of the hour. You won't do anything with Owen." Spencer Coyle hesitated a moment. "What will you do with his young friend?" She stared, looked round her. "Mr. Lechmere? Oh, poor little lad. We've been talking about Owen. He admires him so." "So do I. I should tell you that." "So do we all. That's why we're in such despair." "Personally, then, you'd like him to be a soldier?" Spencer Coyle inquired. "I've quite set my heart on it. I adore the army, and I'm awfully fond of my old playmate," said Miss Julian. Her interlocutor remembered the young man's own different version of her attitude, but he judged it loyal not to challenge the girl. "It's not conceivable that your old playmate shouldn't be fond of you. He must therefore wish to please you, and I don't see why, between you, you don't set the matter right." "Wish to please me!" Miss Julian exclaimed. "I'm sorry to say he shows no such desire. He thinks me an impudent wretch. I've told him what I think of him, and he simply hates me." "But you think so highly. You just told me you admire him." "His talents, his possibilities, yes. Even his appearance, if I may allude to such a matter. But I don't admire his present behaviour." "Have you had the question out with him?" Spencer Coyle asked. "Oh, yes. I've ventured to be frank. The occasion seemed to excuse it. He couldn't like what I said." "What did you say?" Miss Julian, thinking a moment, opened and shut her fan again. "Why, that such conduct isn't that of a gentleman." After she had spoken, her eyes met Spencer Coyle's, who looked into their charming depths. "Do you want, then, so much to send him off to be killed?" "How odd for you to ask that in such a way," she replied with a laugh. "I don't understand your position. I thought your line was to make soldiers. You should take my little joke. But as regards Owen Wingrave, there's no making needed," Mr. Coyle added. "To my sense," the little crammer paused a moment, as if with a consciousness of responsibility for his paradox, "to my sense he is, in a high sense of the term, a fighting man." "Ah, let him prove it!" the girl exclaimed, turning away. Spencer Coyle let her go. There was something in her tone that annoyed and even a little shocked him. There had evidently been a violent passage between these young people, and the reflection that such a matter was, after all, none of his business only made him more sore. It was indeed a military house, and she was, at any rate, a person who placed her ideal of manhood young persons doubtless always had their ideals of manhood in the type of the belted warrior. It was a taste like another, but even a quarter of an hour later, finding himself near young Lechmere, in whom this type was embodied, Spencer Coyle was still so ruffled that he addressed the innocent lad with a certain magisterial dryness. "You're not to sit up late, you know. That's not what I brought you down for." The dinner guests were taking leave, and the bedroom candles twinkled in a monetary row. Young Lechmere, however, was too agreeably agitated to be accessible to a snub. He had a happy preoccupation which almost engendered a grin. "I'm only too eager for bedtime. Do you know there's an awfully jolly room?" "Surely they haven't put you there?" "Oh, no, indeed. No one has passed a night in it for ages. But that's exactly what I want to do. It would be tremendous fun." "And have you been trying to get Miss Julian's permission?" "Oh, she can't give leave, she says. But she believes in it, and she maintains that no man dare." "No man shall. A man in your critical position, in particular, must have a quiet night," said Spencer Coyle. Young Lechmere gave a disappointed but reasonable sigh. "Oh, all right. But mayn't I sit up for a little go at Wingrave? I haven't had any yet." Mr. Coyle looked at his watch. "You may smoke one cigarette." He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he turned round to see his wife tilting candle grease upon his coat. The ladies were going to bed, and it was Sir Philip's inveterate hour. But Mrs. Coyle confided to her husband that after the dreadful things he had told her, she positively declined to be left alone, for no matter how short an interval, in any part of the house. He promised to follow her within 3 minutes, and after the orthodox handshakes the ladies rustled away. The forms were kept up at Paramore as bravely as if the old house had no present heartache. The only one of whom Spencer Coyle noticed the omission was some salutation to himself from Kate Julian. She gave him neither a word nor a glance, but he saw her look hard at Owen Wingrave. Her mother, timid and pitying, was apparently the only person from whom this young man caught an inclination of the head. Miss Wingrave marshalled the three ladies, her little procession of twinkling tapers, up the wide oaken stairs and past the watching portrait of her ill-fated ancestor. Sir Philip's servant appeared and offered his arm to the old man, who turned a perpendicular back on poor Owen when the boy made a vague movement to anticipate this office. Spencer Coyle learned afterwards that before Owen had forfeited favour, it had always, when he was at home, been his privilege at bedtime to conduct his grandfather ceremoniously to rest. Sir Philip's habits were contemptuously different now. His apartments were on the lower floor, and he shuffled stiffly off to them with his valet's help, after fixing for a moment significantly on the most responsible of his visitors the thick red ray, like the glow of stirred embers, that always made his eyes conflict oddly with his mild manners. They seemed to say to Spencer Coyle, "We'll let the young scoundrel have it to morrow." One might have gathered from them that the young scoundrel, who had now strolled to the other end of the hall, had at least forged a cheque. Mr. Coyle watched him an instant, saw him drop nervously into a chair, and then with a restless movement get up. The same movement brought him back to where his late instructor stood addressing a last injunction to young Lechmere. "I'm going to bed, and I should like you particularly to conform to what I said to you a short time ago. Smoke a single cigarette with your friend here, and then go to your room. You'll have me down on you if I hear of your having, during the night, tried any preposterous games." Young Lechmere, looking down, with his hands in his pockets, said nothing. He only poked at the corner of a rug with his toe. So that Spencer Coyle, dissatisfied with so tacit a pledge, presently went on to Owen: "I must request you, Wingrave, not to keep this sensitive subject sitting up, and indeed to put him to bed, and turn his key in the door." As Owen stared an instant, apparently not understanding the motive of so much solicitude, he added, "Lechmere has a morbid curiosity about one of your legends, of your historic rooms. Nip it in the bud." "Oh, the legend's rather good, but I'm afraid the room's an awful sell." Owen laughed. "You know you don't believe that, my boy," young Lechmere exclaimed. "I don't think he does," said Mr. Coyle, noticing Owen's mottled flush. "He wouldn't try a night there himself," young Lechmere pursued. "I know who told you that," rejoined Owen, lighting a cigarette in an embarrassed way at the candle, without offering one to either of his companions. "Well, what if she did?" asked the younger of these gentlemen, rather red. "Do you want them all yourself?" he continued facetiously, fumbling in the cigarette box. Owen Wingrave only smoked quietly. Then he exclaimed, "Yes, what if she did? But she doesn't know," he added. "She doesn't know what?" "She doesn't know anything. I'll tuck him in." Owen went on gaily to Mr. Coyle, who saw that his presence, now that a certain note had been struck, made the young men uncomfortable. He was curious, but there was a kind of discretion with his pupils that he had always pretended to practise, a discretion that, however, didn't prevent him, as he took his way upstairs, from recommending them not to be donkeys. At the top of the staircase, to his surprise, he met Miss Julian, who was apparently going down again. She had not begun to undress, nor was she perceptibly disconcerted at seeing him. She nevertheless, in a manner slightly at variance with the rigour with which she had overlooked him 10 minutes before, dropped the words, "I'm going down to look for something. I've lost a jewel." "A jewel?" "A rather good turquoise out of my locket, as it's the only ornament I have the honour to possess." And she passed down. "Shall I go with you and help you?" asked Spencer Coyle. The girl paused a few steps below him, looking back with her oriental eyes. "Don't I hear voices in the hall? Those remarkable young men are there." "They'll help me." And Kate Julian descended. Spencer Coyle was tempted to follow her, but remembering his standard of tact, he rejoined his wife in their apartment. He delayed, however, to go to bed, and though he went into his dressing room, he couldn't bring himself even to take off his coat. He pretended for half an hour to read a novel, after which, quietly, or perhaps I should say agitatedly, he passed from the dressing room into the corridor. He followed this passage to the door of the room which he knew to have been assigned to young Lechmere, and was comforted to see that it was closed. Half an hour earlier he had seen it standing open. Therefore he could take it for granted that the bewildered boy had come to bed. It was of this he had wished to assure himself, and having done so he was on the point of retreating. But at the same instant he heard a sound in the room. The occupant was doing to the window something which showed him that he might knock without the reproach of waking his pupil up. Young Lechmere came in fact to the door in his shirt and trousers. He admitted his visitor in some surprise, and when the door was closed again Spencer Coyle said, "I don't want to make your life a burden to you, but I had it on my conscience to see for myself that you're not exposed to undue excitement." "Oh, there's plenty of that," said the ingenuous youth. "Miss Julian came down again." "To look for a turquoise?" "So she said." "Did she find it?" "I don't know. I came up. I left her with poor Wingrave." "Quite the right thing," said Spencer Coyle. "I don't know," young Lechmere repeated uneasily. "I left them quarrelling." "What about?" "I don't understand. They're a quaint pair." Spencer Coyle hesitated. He had fundamentally principles and scruples, but what he had in particular just now was a curiosity, or rather, to recognize it for what it was, a sympathy which brushed them away. "Does it strike you that she's down on him?" he permitted himself to inquire. "Rather, when she tells him he lies." "What do you mean?" "Why, before me. It made me leave them. It was getting too hot. I stupidly brought up the question of the haunted room again, and said how sorry I was that I had had to promise you not to try my luck with it." "You can't pry about in that gross way in other people's houses. You can't take such liberties, you know," Mr. Coyle interjected. "I'm all right. See how good I am. I don't want to go near the place," said young Lechmere confidingly. "Miss Julian said to me, 'Oh, I dare say you'd risk it, but—' and she turned and laughed at poor Owen. 'That's more than we can expect of a gentleman who has taken his extraordinary line.'" I could see that something had already passed between them on the subject, some teasing or challenging of hers. It may have been only chaff, but his chucking the profession had evidently brought up the question of his pluck. "And what did Owen say?" "Nothing at first, but presently he brought out very quietly, 'I spent all last night in the confounded place.' We both stared and cried out at this, and I asked him what he had seen there. He said he had seen nothing, and Miss Julian replied that he ought to tell his story better than that. He ought to make something good of it. 'It's not a story. It's a simple fact,' said he, on which she jeered at him and wanted to know why, if he had done it, he hadn't told her in the morning, since he knew what she thought of him. 'I know, but I don't care,' said Wingrave. This made her angry, and she asked him quite seriously whether he would care if he should know she believed him to be trying to deceive us." "Ah, what a brute!" cried Spencer Coyle. "She's a most extraordinary girl. I don't know what she's up to." "Extraordinary indeed, to be romping and bandying words at that hour of the night with fast young men." Young Lechmere reflected a moment. "I mean because I think she likes him." Spencer Coyle was so struck with this unwonted symptom of subtlety that he flashed out, "And do you think he likes her?" But his interlocutor only replied with a puzzled sigh and a plaintive, "I don't know. I give it up. I'm sure he did see something, or hear something," young Lechmere added. "In that ridiculous place? What makes you so sure?" "I don't know. He looks as if he had. He behaves as if he had." "Why, then, shouldn't he mention it?" Young Lechmere thought a moment. "Perhaps it's too gruesome." Spencer Coyle gave a laugh. "Aren't you glad, then, you're not in it?" "Uncommonly." "Go to bed, you goose," said Spencer Coyle with another laugh. "But before you go, tell me what he said when she told him he was trying to deceive you." "Take me there yourself, then, and lock me in." "And did she take him?" "I don't know. I came up." Spencer Coyle exchanged a long look with his pupil. "I don't think they're in the hall now. Where's Owen's own room?" "I haven't the least idea." Mr. Coyle was perplexed. He was in equal ignorance, and he couldn't go about trying doors. He bade young Lechmere sink to slumber and came out into the passage. He asked himself if he should be able to find his way to the room Owen had formerly shown him, remembering that, in common with many of the others, it had its ancient name painted upon it. But the corridors of Paramore were intricate. Moreover, some of the servants would still be up, and he didn't wish to have the appearance of roaming over the house. He went back to his own quarters, where Mrs. Coyle soon perceived that his inability to rest had not subsided. As she confessed for her own part, in the dreadful place, to an increased sense of creepiness, they spent the early part of the night in conversation, so that a portion of their vigil was inevitably beguiled by her husband's account of his colloquy with little Lechmere, and by their exchange of opinions upon it. Towards 2 o'clock Mrs. Coyle became so nervous about their persecuted young friend, and so possessed by the fear that that wicked girl had availed herself of his invitation to put him to an abominable test, that she begged her husband to go and look into the matter, at whatever cost to his own equilibrium. But Spencer Coyle, perversely, had ended, as the perfect stillness of the night settled upon them, by charming himself into a tremulous acquiescence in Owen's readiness to face a formidable ordeal, an ordeal the more formidable to an excited imagination, as the poor boy now knew from the experience of the previous night how resolute an effort he should have to make. "I hope he is there," he said to his wife. "It puts them all so in the wrong." At any rate, he couldn't take upon himself to explore a house he knew so little. He was inconsequent. He didn't prepare for bed. He sat in the dressing-room with his light and his novel, waiting to find himself nodding. At last, however, Mrs. Coyle turned over and ceased to talk, and at last, too, he fell asleep in his chair. How long he slept he only knew afterwards by computation. What he knew, to begin with, was that he had started up, in confusion, with the sense of a sudden appalling sound. His sense cleared itself quickly, helped doubtlessly by a confirmatory cry of horror from his wife's room. But he gave no heed to his wife. He had already bounded into the passage. There the sound was repeated. It was the "Help! Help!" of a woman in agonized terror. It came from a distant quarter of the house, but the quarter was sufficiently indicated. Spencer Coyle rushed straight before him, with the sound of opening doors and alarmed voices in his ears, and the faintness of the early dawn in his eyes. At a turn of one of the passages he came upon the white figure of a girl in a swoon on a bench, and in the vividness of the revelation he read as he went that Kate Julian, stricken in her pride too late with a chill of compunction for what she had mockingly done, had, after coming to release the victim of her derision, reeled away, overwhelmed, from the catastrophe that was her work, the catastrophe that the next moment he found himself aghast at on the threshold of an open door. Owen Wingrave, dressed as he had last seen him, lay dead on the spot on which his ancestor had been found. He looked like a young soldier on a battlefield. End of Part 12. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13. The Rape of Lucretia. Shakespeare, The Rape of Lucrece, Section 1. To the Right Honourable Henry Wriothesley, Earl of Southampton and Baron of Titchfield. The love I dedicate to your lordship is without end, whereof this pamphlet, without beginning, is but a superfluous moiety. The warrant I have of your honourable disposition, not the worth of my untutored lines, makes it assured of acceptance. What I have done is yours. What I have to do is yours. Being part in all I have, devoted yours. Were my worth greater, my duty would show greater. Meantime, as it is bound to your lordship, to whom I wish long life, still lengthened with all happiness. Your lordship's in all duty, William Shakespeare. The Argument. Lucius Tarquinius, for his excessive pride, surnamed Superbus, After he had caused his own father-in-law, Servius Tullius, to be cruelly murdered, and, contrary to the Roman laws and customs, not requiring or staying for the people's suffrages, had possessed himself of the kingdom, went, accompanied with his sons and other noblemen of Rome, to besiege Ardea. During which siege, the principal men of the army meeting one evening at the tent of Sextus Tarquinius, the king's son, in their discourses after supper, every one commended the virtues of his own wife, among whom Collatinus extolled the incomparable chastity of his wife Lucretia. In that pleasant humour they all posted to Rome, and intending, by their secret and sudden arrival, to make trial of that which every one had before avouched, only Collatinus finds his wife, though it were late in the night, spinning amongst her maids. The other ladies were all found dancing and revelling, or in several disports. Whereupon the noblemen yielded Collatinus the victory, and his wife the fame. At that time Sextus Tarquinius, being inflamed with Lucrese's beauty, yet smothering his passions for the present, departed with the rest back to the camp, from whence he shortly after privily withdrew himself, and was, according to his estate, royally entertained and lodged by Lucrese at Collatium. The same night he treacherously stealeth into her chamber, violently ravished her, and early in the morning speedeth away. Lucrese, in this lamentable plight, hastily dispatched messengers, one to Rome for her father, another to the camp for Collatine. They came, the one accompanied with Junius Brutus, the other with Publius Valerius, and finding Lucrese attired in mourning habit, demanded the cause of her sorrow. She, first taking an oath of them for her revenge, revealed the actor and whole manner of his dealing, and withal suddenly stabbed herself. Which done, with one consent they all vowed to root out the whole hated family of the Tarquins, and bearing the dead body to Rome, Brutus acquainted the people with the doer and manner of the vile deed, with a bitter invective against the tyranny of the king. Whereupon the people were so moved that, with one consent and a general acclamation, the Tarquins were all exiled, and the state government changed from kings to consuls. From the besieged Ardea, all in post, borne by the trustless wings of false desire, lust-breathed Tarquin leaves the Roman host, and to Collatium bears the lightless fire, which, in pale embers hid, lurks to aspire, and girdle with embracing flames the waist of Collatine's fair love, Lucrece the chaste. Haply that name of chaste unhaply set this baitless edge on his keen appetite, when Collatine unwisely did not let to praise the clear unmatched red and white which triumphed in that sky of his delight, where mortal stars, as bright as heaven's beauties, with pure aspects did him peculiar duties. For he the night before, in Tarquin's tent, unlocked the treasure of his happy state. What priceless wealth the heavens had him lent in the possession of his beauteous mate; reckoning his fortune at such high proud rate, that kings might be espoused to more fame, but king nor peer to such a peerless dame. O happiness enjoyed but of a few, and if possessed, as soon decayed and done as is the morning's silver melting dew against the golden splendour of the sun. An expired date, cancelled ere well begun, honour and beauty in the owner's arms are weakly fortress from a world of harms. Beauty itself doth of itself persuade the eyes of men without an orator. What needeth then apologies be made to set forth that which is so singular? Or why is Collatine the publisher of that rich jewel he should keep unknown from thievish ears, because it is his own? Perchance his boast of Lucrese's sovereignty suggested this proud issue of a king, for by our ears our hearts oft tainted be. Perchance that envy of so rich a thing, braving compare, disdainfully did sting his high-pitched thoughts, that meaner men should vaunt that golden hap which their superiors want. But some untimely thought did instigate his all too timeless speed, if none of those. His honour, his affairs, his friends, his state, neglected all, with swift intent he goes to quench the coal which in his liver glows. O rash, false heat, wrapped in repentant cold, thy hasty spring still blasts and never grows old. When at Calatium this false lord arrived, well was he welcomed by the Roman dame, within whose face beauty and virtue strived, which of them both should underprop her fame. When virtue bragged, beauty would blush for shame. When beauty boasted blushes, in despite virtue would stain that, or with silver white. But beauty in that white intituled, from Venus' doves doth challenge that fair field. Then virtue claims from beauty beauty's red, which virtue gave the golden age to gild their silver cheeks, and called it then their shield, teaching them thus to use it in the fight, when shame assailed, the red should fence the white. This heraldry in Lucrese's face was seen, argued by beauty's red and virtue's white. Of either's colour was the other queen, proving from world's minority their right, yet their ambition makes them still to fight, the sovereignty of either being so great that oft they interchange each other's seat. Their silent war of lilies and of roses, which Tarquin viewed in her fair face's field, in their pure ranks his traitor eye encloses, where, lest between them both it should be killed, the coward captive vanquished doth yield to those two armies that would let him go, rather than triumph in so false a foe. Now thinks he that her husband's shallow tongue, the niggard prodigal that praised her so, in that high task hath done her beauty wrong, which far exceeds his barren skill to show. Therefore that praise which Collatine doth owe, enchanted Tarquin answers with surmise, in silent wonder of still gazing eyes. This earthly saint, adored by this devil, little suspecteth the false worshipper, for unstained thoughts do seldom dream on evil. Birds never limed no secret bushes fear. So guiltless she securely gives good cheer and reverend welcome to her princely guest, whose inward ill no outward harm expressed. For that he coloured with his high estate, hiding base sin in plates of majesty, that nothing in him seemed inordinate, save sometime too much wonder of his eye, which having all could not satisfy. But poorly rich, so wanteth in his store, that cloyed with much, he pineth still for more. But she that never coped with stranger eyes could pick no meaning from their parling looks, nor read the subtle shining secrecies writ in the glassy margents of such books. She touched no unknown baits, nor feared no hooks, nor could she moralize his wanton sight, more than his eyes were opened to the light. He stories to her ears her husband's fame, won in the fields of fruitful Italy, and decks with praises Collatine's high name, made glorious by his manly chivalry, with bruised arms and wreaths of victory. Her joy with heaved up hand she doth express, and wordless so greets heaven for his success. Far from the purpose of his coming hither, he makes excuses for his being there. No cloudy show of stormy blustering weather doth yet in his fair welkin once appear, till sable night, mother of dread and fear, upon the world dim darkness doth display, and in her vaulty prison stows the day. For then is Tarquin brought unto his bed, intending weariness with heavy sprite. For after supper long he questioned with modest Lucrece, and wore out the night. Now leaden slumber with life's strength doth fight, and every one to rest themselves betake, save thieves and cares and troubled minds that wake. As one of which doth Tarquin lie revolving, the sundry dangers of his will's obtaining, yet ever to obtain his will resolving, though weak-built hopes persuade him to abstaining. Despair to gain doth traffic oft for gaining, and when great treasure is the meed proposed, though death be adjunct, there's no death supposed. Those that much covet are with gain so fond, for what they have not, that which they possess they scatter and unloose it from their bond, and so, by hoping more, they have but less. Or, gaining more, the profit of excess is but to surfeit, and such griefs sustain, that they prove bankrupt in this poor rich gain. The aim of all is but to nurse the life with honour, wealth, and ease in waning age. And in this aim there is such thwarting strife, that one for all, or all for one we gauge, as life for honour in fell battles rage, honour for wealth, and oft that wealth doth cost the death of all, and all together lost. So that in venturing ill we leave to be the things we are, for that which we expect, and this ambitious foul infirmity, in having much, torments us with defect of that we have, so then we do neglect the thing we have, and all for want of wit, make something nothing by augmenting it. Such hazard now must doting Tarquin make, pawning his honour to obtain his lust, and for himself he must forsake. Then where is truth, if there be no self-trust? When shall he think to find a stranger just, when he himself confounds, betrays to slanderous tongues and wretched hateful days? Now stole upon the time the dead of night, when heavy sleep had closed up mortal eyes, no comfortable star did lend his light, no noise but owls' and wolves' death-boding cries. Now serves the season that they may surprise the silly lambs. Pure thoughts are dead and still, while lust and murder wake to stain and kill. And now this lustful lord leaped from his bed, throwing his mantle rudely o'er his arm, is madly tossed between desire and dread. The one sweetly flatters, the other feareth harm, but honest fear, bewitched with lust's foul charm, doth too oft betake him to retire, beaten away by brain-sick rude desire. His falchion on a flint he softly smiteth, that from the cold stone sparks of fire do fly, whereat a waxen torch forthwith he lighteth, which must be lodestar to his lustful eye, and to the flame thus speaks advisedly, as from this cold flint I enforced this fire, so Lucrece must I force to my desire. Here pale with fear he doth premeditate the dangers of his loathsome enterprise, and in his inward mind he doth debate what following sorrow may on this arise. Then looking scornfully, he doth despise his naked armour of still slaughtered lust, and justly thus controls his thoughts unjust. Fair torch, burn out thy light, and lend it not to darken her whose light excelleth thine. And die, unhallowed thoughts, before you blot with your uncleanness that which is divine. Offer pure incense to so pure a shrine, let fair humanity abhor the deed that spots and stains love's modest, snow-white weed. O shame to knighthood and to shining arms, O foul dishonour to my household's grave, O impious act, including all foul harms, a martial man to be soft fancy's slave. True valour still a true respect should have, then my digression is so vile, so base, that it will live engraven in my face. Yea, though I die, the scandal will survive, and be an eyesore in my golden coat. Some loathsome dash the herald will contrive To cipher me how fondly I did dote, That my posterity, shamed with the note, Shall curse my bones, and hold it for no sin To wish that I their father had not been. What win I if I gain the thing I seek, A dream, a breath, a froth of fleeting joy? Who buys a minute's mirth to wail a week, Or sells eternity to get a toy? For one sweet grape who will the vine destroy? Or what fond beggar, but to touch the crown, Would with the sceptre straight be strucken down? If Collatinus dream of my intent, Will he not wake, and in a desperate rage Post hither this vile purpose to prevent? This siege that hath engirt his marriage, This blur to youth, this sorrow to the sage, This dying virtue, this surviving shame, Whose crime will bear an ever-during blame? Oh, what excuse can my invention make, When thou shalt charge me with so black a deed? Will not my tongue be mute, my frail joints shake, Mine eyes forego their light, my false heart bleed? The guilt being great, the fear doth still exceed, And extreme fear can neither fight nor fly, But coward-like with trembling terror die. Had Collatinus killed my son or sire, Or lain in ambush to betray my life, Or were he not my dear friend, this desire Might have excuse to work upon his wife, As in revenge or quittal of such strife. But as he is my kinsman, my dear friend, The shame and fault finds no excuse nor end. Shameful it is, aye, if the fact be known, Hateful it is, there is no hate in loving. I'll beg her love, but she is not her own. The worst is but denial and reproving. My will is strong, past reason's weak removing. Who fears a sentence or an old man's saw, Shall by a painted cloth be kept in awe. Thus graceless holds he disputation Between frozen conscience and hot burning will, And with good thoughts makes dispensation, Urging the worser sense for vantage still, Which in a moment doth confound and kill All pure effects, and doth so far proceed, That what is vile shows like a virtuous deed. Quoth he, she took me kindly by the hand, And gazed for tidings in my eager eyes, Fearing some hard news from the warlike band, Where her beloved Collatinus lies. Oh, how her fear did make her colour rise! First red as roses that on lawn we lay, Then white as lawn the roses took away. And how her hand, in my hand being locked, Forced it to tremble with her loyal fear, Which struck her sad, and then it faster rocked, Until her husband's welfare she did hear, Whereat she smiled with so sweet a cheer, That had Narcissus seen her as she stood, Self-love had never drowned him in the flood. Why hunt I then for colour or excuses? All orators are dumb when beauty pleadeth. Poor wretches have remorse and poor abuses. Love thrives not in the heart that shadows dreadeth. Affection is my captain, and he leadeth, And when his gaudy banner is displayed, The coward fights, and will not be dismayed. Then childish fear avaunt, debating die, Respect and reason wait on wrinkled age. My heart shall never countermand mine eye, Sad pause and deep regard beseem the sage. My part is youth, and beats these from the stage. Desire my pilot is, beauty my prize, Then who fears sinking where such treasure lies? As corn o'ergrown by weeds, so heedful fear Is almost choked by unresisted lust. Away he steals with opening listening ear, Full of foul hope and full of fond mistrust. both which, as servitors to the unjust, so cross him with their opposite persuasion, that now he vows a league, and now invasion. Within his thought her heavenly image lies, and in the self-same seat sits Collatine. That eye which looks on her confounds his wits, that eye which him beholds, as more divine, unto a view so false will not incline, but with a pure appeal seeks to the heart, which once corrupted takes the worser part. And therein heartens up his servile powers, who, flattered by their leader's jocund show, stuff up his lust as minutes fill up hours, and as their captain, so their pride doth grow, paying more slavish tribute than they owe. By reprobate desire thus madly led, the Roman lord marcheth to Lucreze's bed. The locks between her chamber and his will, each one by him enforced retires his ward, but as they open they all rate his ill, which drives the creeping thief to some regard. The threshold grates the door to have him heard, night-wandering weasels shriek to see him there, they fright him, yet still pursues his fear. As each unwilling portal yields him way, through little vents and crannies of the place, the wind wars with his torch to make him stay, and blows the smoke of it into his face, extinguishing his conduct in this case. But his hot heart, which fond desire doth scorch, puffs forth another wind that fires the torch. And being lighted, by the light he spies Lucretia's glove, wherein her needle sticks. He takes it from the rushes where it lies, and gripping it the needle his finger pricks, as who should say this glove to wanton tricks is not inured. Return again in haste, thou seest our mistress' ornaments are chaste. But all these poor forbiddings could not stay him, he in the worst sense construes their denial. The doors, the wind, the glove that did delay him, he takes for accidental things of trial. Or as those bars which stop the hourly dial, who with a lingering stay his course doth let, till every minute pays the hour his debt. So, quoth he, these lets attend the time, like little frosts that sometime threat the spring, to add a more rejoicing to the prime, and give the sneaped birds more cause to sing. Pain pays the income of each precious thing. Huge rocks, high winds, strong pirates, shelves and sands, the merchant fears, ere rich at home he lands. Now is he come unto the chamber door, that shuts him from the heaven of his thought, which with a yielding latch, and with no more, hath barred him from the blessed thing he sought. So from himself impiety hath wrought, that for his prey to pray he doth begin, as if the heavens should countenance his sin. But in the midst of his unfruitful prayer, having solicited the eternal power, that his foul thoughts might compass his fair fair, and they would stand auspicious to the hour, even there he starts. Quoth he, I must deflower. The powers to whom I pray abhor this fact. How can they then assist me in the act? Then love and fortune be my gods, my guide, my will is backed with resolution. Thoughts are but dreams till their effects be tried, the blackest sin is cleared with absolution. Against love's fire fierce frost hath dissolution. The eye of heaven is out, and misty night covers the shame that follows sweet delight. This said, his guilty hand plucked up the latch, and with his knee the door he opens wide. The dove sleeps fast that this night owl will catch. Thus treason works ere traitors be espied. Who sees the lurking serpent steps aside, but she, sound sleeping, fearing no such thing, lies at the mercy of his mortal sting. Into the chamber wickedly he stalks, and gazeth on her yet unstained bed. The curtains being close, about he walks, rolling his greedy eyeballs in his head. By their high treason is his heart misled, which gives the watchword to his hand full soon to draw the cloud that hides the silver moon. Look, as the fair and fiery pointed sun, rushing from forth a cloud, bereaves our sight, even so, the curtain drawn, his eyes begun to wink, being blinded with a greater light. Whether it is that she reflects so bright, that dazzled them, or else some shame supposed, but blind they are, and keep themselves enclosed. Oh, had they in that darksome prison died, then had they seen the period of their ill, then Collatine again by Lucrece's side, in his clear bed might have reposed still. But they must ope, this blessed league to kill, and holy thoughted Lucrece to their sight must sell her joy, her life, her world's delight. Her lily hand her rosy cheek lies under, cozening the pillow of a lawful kiss, who therefore angry seems to part in sunder, swelling on either side to want his bliss, between whose hills her head entombed is, where like a virtuous monument she lies, to be admired of lewd, unhallowed eyes. Without the bed her other fair hand was, on the green coverlet, whose perfect white showed like an April daisy on the grass, with pearly sweat, resembling dew of night, her eyes like marigolds had sheathed their light, and canopied in darkness sweetly lay, till they might open to adorn the day. Her hair like golden threads played with her breath, O modest wantons, wanton modesty, showing life's triumph in the map of death, and death's dim look in life's mortality, each in her sleep themselves so beautify, as if between them twain there were no strife, but that life lived in death, and death in life. Her breasts, like ivory globes circled with blue, a pair of maiden worlds unconquered, save of their lord, no bearing yoke they knew, and him by oath they truly honoured. These worlds in Tarquin new ambition bred, who like a foul usurper went about from this fair throne to heave the owner out. What could he see but mightily he noted? What did he note but strongly he desired? What he beheld, on that he firmly doted, and in his will, his wilful eye he tired. With more than admiration he admired her azure veins, her alabaster skin, her coral lips, her snow-white dimpled chin. As the grim lion fawneth o'er his prey, sharp hunger by the conquest satisfied, so o'er this sleeping soul doth Tarquin stay, his rage of lust by grazing qualified. Slacked, not suppressed, for standing by her side, his eye which late this mutiny restrains, unto a greater uproar tempts his veins. And they, like straggling slaves for pillage fighting, obdurate vassals fell exploits effecting, in bloody death and ravishment delighting, nor children's tears nor mothers' groans respecting, swell in their pride, the onset still expecting. Anon his beating heart, alarum striking, gives the hot charge, and bids them do their liking. His drumming heart cheers up his burning eye, his eye commends the leading to his hand, as proud of such a dignity, smoking with pride, marched on to make his stand on her bare breast, the heart of all her land, whose ranks of blue veins, as his hand did scale, left their round turrets destitute and pale. They, mustering to the quiet cabinet where their dear governess and lady lies, do tell her she is dreadfully beset, and fright her with confusion of their cries. She, much amazed, breaks ope her locked up eyes, who, peeping forth this tumult to behold, are by his flaming torch dimmed and controlled. Imagine her as one in dead of night, from forth dull sleep by dreadful fancy waking, that thinks she hath beheld some ghastly sprite, whose grim aspect sets every joint a shaking, what terror 'tis! But she, in worser taking, from sleep disturbed, heedfully doth view the sight which makes supposed terror true. Wrapt and confounded in 1,000 fears, like to a new killed bird she trembling lies. She dares not look, yet winking there appears Quick shifting antics, ugly in her eyes. Such shadows are the weak brain's forgeries, who, angry that the eyes fly from their lights, in darkness daunts them with more dreadful sights. His hand that yet remains upon her breast, rude ram to batter such an ivory wall, may feel her heart, poor citizen, distressed, wounding itself to death, rise up and fall, beating her bulk, that his hand shakes withal. This moves in him more rage and lesser pity, to make the breach and enter this sweet city. First, like a trumpet doth his tongue begin to sound a parley to his heartless foe, who o'er the white sheet peers her whiter chin, the reason of this rash alarm to know, which he by dumb demeanours seeks to show. But she with vehement prayers urgeth still, under what colour he commits this ill. Thus he replies: the colour in thy face, that even for anger makes the lily pale, and the red rose blush at her own disgrace, shall plead for me and tell my loving tale. Under that colour am I come to scale thy never conquered fort. The fault is thine, for those thine eyes betray thee unto mine. Thus I forestall thee, if thou mean to chide, thy beauty hath ensnared thee to this night, where thou with patience must my will abide, my will that marks thee for my earth's delight, which I to conquer sought with all my might. But as reproof and reason beat it dead, by thy bright beauty was it newly bred. I see what crosses my attempt will bring, I know what thorns the growing rose defends, I think the honey guarded with a sting. All this beforehand counsel comprehends, but will is deaf, and hears no heedful friends. Only he hath an eye to gaze on beauty, and dotes on what he looks 'gainst law or duty. I have debated even in my soul what wrong, what shame, what sorrow I shall breed, but nothing can affection's course control, or stop the headlong fury of his speed. I know repentant tears ensue the deed, reproach, disdain, and deadly enmity, yet strike I to embrace mine infamy. This said, he shakes aloft his Roman blade, which, like a falcon towering in the skies, coucheth the fowl below with his wings' shade, whose crooked beak threats if he mount he dies. So under his insulting falchion lies harmless Lucretia, marking what he tells with trembling fear, as fowl hear falcon's bells. Lucrece, quoth he, this night I must enjoy thee. If thou deny, then force must work my way, for in thy bed I purpose to destroy thee. That done, some worthless slave of thine I'll slay, to kill thine honour with thy life's decay. And in thy dead arms do I mean to place him, swearing I slew him, seeing thee embrace him. So thy surviving husband shall remain the scornful mark of every open eye. Thy kinsmen hang their heads at this disdain, thy issue blurred with nameless bastardy, and thou, the author of their obloquy, shall have thy trespass cited up in rhymes, and sung by children in succeeding times. But if thou yield, I wrest thy secret friend. The fault unknown is as a thought unacted, a little harm done to a great good end, for lawful policy remains enacted. The poisonous simple sometimes is compacted in a pure compound, being so applied, his venom in effect is purified. Then for thy husband and thy children's sake tender my suit, bequeath not to their lot the shame that from them no device can take, the blemish that will never be forgot. worse than a slavish wipe or birth hours blot, for marks descried in men's nativity are nature's faults, not their own infamy. Here with a cockatrice's dead killing eye he roused up himself and makes a pause, while she, the picture of pure piety, like a white hind under the grip's sharp claws, pleads in a wilderness where are no laws, to the rough beast that knows no gentle right, nor aught obeys but his foul appetite. But when a black-faced cloud the world doth threat, in his dim mist the aspiring mountains hiding, from earth's dark womb some gentle gust doth get, which blows these pitchy vapours from their biding, hindering their present fall by this dividing, so his unhallowed haste her words delays, and moody Pluto winks while Orpheus plays. End of Part 13. Of Benjamin Britten's Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. The Rape of Lucrece by William Shakespeare. Section 2. Yet, foul night-working cat, he doth but dally, while in his hold-fast foot the weak mouse panteth. Her sad behaviour feeds his vulture folly, a swallowing gulf that even in plenty wanteth. His ear her prayer admits, but his heart granteth no penetrable entrance to her plaining. Tears harden lust, though marble wear with raining. Her pity-pleading eyes are sadly fixed in the remorseless wrinkles of his face. Her modest eloquence with sighs is mixed, which to her oratory adds more grace. She puts the period often from his place, and midst the sentence so her accent breaks, that twice she doth begin ere once she speaks. She conjures him by high almighty Jove, by knighthood, gentry, and sweet friendship's oath, by her untimely tears, her husband's love, by holy human law and common troth, by heaven and earth and all the power of both, that to his borrowed bed he make retire, and stoop to honour, not to foul desire. Quoth she, reward not hospitality with such black payment as thou hast pretended. Mud not the fountain that gave drink to thee, mar not the thing that cannot be amended. End thy ill aim before the shoot be ended. He is no woodman that doth bend his bow to strike a poor unseasonable doe. My husband is thy friend, for his sake spare me. Thyself art mighty, for thine own sake leave me. Myself a weakling, do not then ensnare me. Thou lookest not like deceit, do not deceive me. My sighs like whirlwinds labour hence to heave thee. If ever man were moved with woman's moans, be moved with my tears, my sighs, my groans. All which together like a troubled ocean beat at thy rocky and wreck-threatening heart, to soften it with their continual motion, for stones dissolved to water do convert. Oh, if no harder than a stone thou art, melt at my tears and be compassionate. Soft pity enters at an iron gate. In Tarquin's likeness I did entertain thee, hast thou put on his shape to do him shame? To all the host of heaven I complain me, thou wrong'st his honour, wound'st his princely name. Thou art not what thou seem'st, and if the same, thou seem'st not what thou art, a god, a king, for kings, like gods, should govern everything. How will thy shame be seeded in thine age, when thus thy vices bud before thy spring? If in thy hope thou darest do such outrage, what darest thou not when once thou art a king? Oh, be remembered, no outrageous thing from vassal actors can be wiped away. then kings' misdeeds cannot be hid in clay. This deed will make thee only loved for fear, but happy monarchs still are feared for love. With foul offenders thou perforce must bear, when they in thee the like offences prove. If but for fear of this, they will remove. For princes are the glass, the school, the book, where subjects' eyes do learn, do read, do look. And wilt thou be the school where lust shall learn? Must he in thee read lectures of such shame? Wilt thou be glass, wherein it shall discern Authority for sin, warrant for blame, To privilege dishonour in thy name? Thou back'st reproach against long-living laud, And mak'st fair reputation but a bawd. Hast thou command? By him that gave it thee, From a pure heart command thy rebel will, Draw not thy sword to guard iniquity, For it was lent thee all that brood to kill. Thy princely office how canst thou fulfil, When, patterned by thy fault, foul sin may say, He learned to sin, and thou didst teach the way? Think but how vile a spectacle it were To view thy present trespass in another. Men's faults do seldom to themselves appear, Their own transgressions partially they smother. This guilt would seem death worthy in thy brother. Oh, how are they wrapped in with infamies, That from their own misdeeds askance their eyes! To thee my heaved up hands appeal, Not to seducing lust, thy rash relier. I sue for exiled Majesty's repeal, Let him return, and flattering thoughts retire. His true respect will prison false desire, And wipe the dim mist from thy doting eyne, That thou shalt see thy state, and pity mine. Have done, quoth he, my uncontrolled tide Turns not, but swells the higher by this let. Small lights are soon blown out, huge fires abide, And with the wind in greater fury fret. The petty streams that pay a daily debt To their salt sovereign, with their fresh falls haste, Add to his flow, but alter not his taste. Thou art, quoth she, a sea, a sovereign king, And lo, there falls into thy boundless flood Black lust, dishonour, shame, misgoverning, Who seek to stain the ocean of thy blood. If all these petty ills shall change thy good, Thy sea within a puddle's womb is hearsed, And not the puddle in thy sea dispersed. So shall these slaves be king, and thou their slave; Thou nobly base, they basely dignified; Thou their fair life, and they thy fouler grave; Thou loathed in their shame, they in thy pride. The lesser thing should not the greater hide. The cedar stoops not to the base shrub's foot, But low shrubs wither at the cedar's root. So let thy thoughts, low vassals to thy state. No more, quoth he, by heaven I will not hear thee, Yield to my love; if not, enforced hate, Instead of love's coy touch shall rudely tear thee. That done, despitefully I mean to bear thee Unto the base bed of some rascal groom, To be thy partner in this shameful doom. This said, he sets his foot upon the light, For light and lust are deadly enemies. Shame folded up in blind concealing night, When most unseen, then most doth tyrannize. The wolf hath seized his prey, the poor lamb cries, Till with her own white fleece, her voice controlled, Entombs her outcry in her lips' sweet fold. For with the nightly linen that she wears, He pens her piteous clamours in her head, Cooling his hot face in the chaste tears That ever modest eyes with sorrow shed. Oh, that prone lust should stain so pure a bed! The spots whereof, could weeping purify, Her tears should drop on them perpetually. But she hath lost a dearer thing than life, And he hath won what he would lose again. This forced league doth force a further strife, this momentary joy breeds months of pain, this hot desire converts to cold disdain, pure chastity is rifled of her store, and lust the thief far poorer than before. Look, as the full-fed hound or gorged hawk, unapt for tender smell or speedy flight, make slow pursuit or altogether balk the prey wherein by nature they delight, so surfeit-taking Tarquin fares this night, his taste delicious, in digestion souring, devours his will, that lived by foul devouring. O deeper sin than bottomless conceit Can comprehend in still imagination, Drunken desire must vomit his receipt, Ere he can see his own abomination. While lust is in his pride, no exclamation Can curb his heat, or rein his rash desire, Till like a jade self-will himself doth tire. And then with lank and lean discoloured cheek, With heavy eye, knit brow, and strengthless pace, Feeble desire, all recreant, poor and meek, Like to a bankrupt beggar wails his case, The flesh being proud, desire doth fight with grace. For there it revels, and when that decays, The guilty rebel for remission prays. So fares it with this faultful lord of Rome, Who this accomplishment so hotly chased, For now against himself he sounds this doom, That through the length of times he stands disgraced. Besides, his soul's fair temple is defaced, To whose weak ruins mustered troops of cares, To ask the spotted princess how she fares. She says, her subjects with foul insurrection Have battered down her consecrated wall, And by their mortal fault brought in subjection Her immortality, and made her thrall To living death and pain perpetual, Which in her prescience she controlled still, But her foresight could not forestall their will. Even in this thought through the dark night he stealeth, A captive victor that hath lost in gain, Bearing away the wound that nothing healeth, The scar that will, despite of cure, remain, Leaving his spoil perplexed in greater pain. She bears the load of lust he left behind, And he the burden of a guilty mind. He like a thievish dog creeps sadly thence, She like a wearied lamb lies panting there, He scowls and hates himself for his offence, She, desperate, with her nails her flesh doth tear. He faintly flies, sweating with guilty fear, She stays, exclaiming on the direful night, He runs and chides his vanished loathed delight. He thence departs a heavy convertite, She there remains a hopeless castaway. He in his speed looks for the morning light, She prays she never may behold the day. For day, quoth she, night's scapes doth open lay, And my true eyes have never practised how To cloak offences with a cunning brow. They think not but that every eye can see The same disgrace which they themselves behold, And therefore would they still in darkness be, To have their unseen sin remain untold. For they their guilt with weeping will unfold, And grave, like water that doth eat and steal, Upon my cheeks what helpless shame I feel. Here she exclaims against repose and rest, And bids her eyes hereafter still be blind. She wakes her heart by beating on her breast, And bids it leap from thence, where it may find Some purer chest, to close so pure a mind. Frantic with grief, thus breathes she forth her spite Against the unseen secrecy of night. O comfort-killing night, image of hell, Dim register and notary of shame, Black stage for tragedies and murders fell, Vast sin-concealing chaos, nurse of blame, Blind muffled bawd, dark harbour for defame, Grim cave of death, whispering conspirator with close-tongued treason and the ravisher. O hateful vaporous and foggy night, since thou art guilty of my cureless crime, muster thy mists to meet the eastern light, make war against proportioned course of time, or if thou wilt permit the sun to climb his wonted height, yet ere he go to bed, knit poisonous clouds about his golden head. With rotten damps ravish the morning air, let their exhaled unwholesome breaths make sick the life of purity, the supreme fair, ere he arrive his weary noontide prick, and let thy misty vapours march so thick that in their smoky ranks his smothered light may set at noon and make perpetual night. Were Tarquin night, as he is but night's child, the silver shining queen he would disdain, her twinkling handmaids too, by him defiled, through night's black bosom should not peep again. So should I have co-partners in my pain, and fellowship in woe doth woe assuage, as palmers' chat makes short their pilgrimage. Where now I have no one to blush with me, to cross their arms and hang their heads with mine, to mask their brows and hide their infamy, but I alone, alone must sit and pine, seasoning the earth with showers of silver brine, mingling my talk with tears, my grief with groans, poor wasting monuments of lasting moans. O night, thou furnace of foul reeking smoke, let not the jealous day behold that face which underneath thy black all-hiding cloak immodesty lies martyred with disgrace. Keep still possession of thy gloomy place, that all the faults which in thy reign are made may likewise be sepulchred in thy shade. Make me not object to the tell-tale day, the light will show, charactered in my brow, the story of sweet chastity's decay, the impious breach of holy wedlock vow, yea, the illiterate that know not how to cipher what is writ in learned books, will quote my loathsome trespass in my looks. The nurse, to still her child, will tell my story, and fright her crying babe with Tarquin's name. The orator, to deck his oratory, will couple my reproach to Tarquin's shame. Feast-finding minstrels, tuning my defame, will tie the hearers to attend each line, how Tarquin wronged me, I, Collatine. Let my good name, that senseless reputation, for Collatine's dear love be kept unspotted. If that be made a theme for disputation, the branches of another root are rotted, an undeserved reproach to him allotted. That is as clear from this attaint of mine, as I ere this was pure to Collatine. O unseen shame, invisible disgrace, O unfelt sore, crest-wounding private scar! Reproach is stamped in Collatina's face, and Tarquin's eyes may read the mote afar, how he in peace is wounded, not in war. Alas, how many bear such shameful blows, which not themselves, but he that gives them, knows. If, Collatine, thine honour lay in me, from me by strong assault it is bereft. My honey lost, and I, a drone-like bee, have no perfection of my summer left, but robbed and ransacked by injurious theft. In thy weak hive a wandering wasp hath crept, and sucked the honey which thy chaste bee kept. Yet am I guilty of thy honour's wrack, yet for thy honour did I entertain him, coming from thee I could not put him back, for it had been dishonour to disdain him, besides of weariness he did complain him, and talked of virtue, O unlooked for evil, when virtue is profaned in such a devil. Why should the worm intrude the maiden bud, or hateful cuckoos hatch in sparrows' nests, or toads infect fair founts with venom mud, or tyrant folly lurk in gentle breasts, or kings be breakers of their own behests? But no perfection is so absolute that some impurity doth not pollute. The aged man that coffers up his gold Is plagued with cramps and gouts and painful fits, And scarce hath eyes his treasure to behold, But like still pining Tantalus he sits, And useless barns the harvest of his wits, Having no other pleasure of his gain, But torment that it cannot cure his pain. So then he hath it when he cannot use it, And leaves it to be mastered by his young, Who in their pride do presently abuse it. Their father was too weak, and they too strong, To hold their cursed blessed fortune long. The sweets we wish for turn to loathed sours, Even in the moment that we call them ours. Unruly blasts wait on the tender spring, Unwholesome weeds take root with precious flowers, The adder hisses where the sweet birds sing, What virtue breeds, iniquity devours. We have no good that we can say is ours, But ill annexed opportunity, Or kills his life, or else his quality. O Opportunity, thy guilt is great, 'Tis thou that executest the traitor's treason. Thou set'st the wolf where he the lamb may get, Whoever plots the sin, thou point'st the season. 'Tis thou that spurn'st at right, at law, at reason, And in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, Sits Sin, to seize the souls that wander by him. Thou mak'st the Vestal violate her oath, Thou blow'st the fire when temperance is thawed, Thou smother'st honesty, thou murderest troth, Thou foul abettor, thou notorious bawd, Thou plantest scandal and displacest laud. Thou ravisher, thou traitor, thou false thief, Thy honey turns to gall, thy joy to grief. Thy secret pleasure turns to open shame, Thy private feasting to a public fast, Thy smoothing titles to a ragged name, Thy sugared tongue to bitter wormwood taste. Thy violent vanities can never last. How comes it then, vile Opportunity, Being so bad, such numbers seek for thee? When wilt thou be the humble suppliant's friend, And bring him where his suit may be obtained? When wilt thou sort an hour great strifes to end, Or free that soul which wretchedness hath chained? Give physic to the sick, ease to the pained, The poor, lame, blind, halt, creep, cry out for thee, But they ne'er meet with Opportunity. The patient dies while the physician sleeps, The orphan pines while the oppressor feeds, Justice is feasting while the widow weeps, Advice is sporting while infection breeds. Thou grantest no time for charitable deeds. Wrath, envy, treason, rape, and murder's rages, Thy heinous hours wait on them as their pages. When truth and virtue have to do with thee, 1,000 crosses keep them from thy aid. They buy thy help, but Sin ne'er gives a fee, He gratis comes, and thou art well apaid, As well to hear as grant what he hath said. My Collatine would else have come to me When Tarquin did, but he was stayed by thee. Guilty thou art of murder and of theft, Guilty of perjury and subornation, Guilty of treason, forgery, and shift, Guilty of incest, that abomination, An accessory by thine inclination To all sins past, and all that are to come, From the creation to the general doom. Misshapen time, copsemate of ugly night, Swift subtle post, carrier of grisly care, Eater of youth, false slave to false delight, Base watch of woes, Sin's pack-horse, Virtue's snare, Thou nursest all and murderest all that are. O hear me then, injurious shifting time, Be guilty of my death, since of my crime. Why hath thy servant Opportunity betrayed the hours thou gavest me to repose, Cancelled my fortunes, and enchained me To endless date of never-ending woes? Time's office is to fine the hate of foes, To eat up errors by opinion bred, Not spend the dowry of a lawful bed. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, To unmask falsehood and bring truth to light, to stamp the seal of time in aged things, to wake the morn and sentinel the night, to wrong the wronger till he render right, to ruinate proud buildings with thy hours, and smear with dust their glittering golden towers. To fill with wormholes stately monuments, to feed oblivion with decay of things, to blot old books and alter their contents, to pluck the quills from ancient ravens' wings, to dry the old oak's sap and cherish springs, to spoil antiquities of hammered steel, and turn the giddy round of fortune's wheel. To show the beldame daughters of her daughter, to make the child a man, the man a child, to slay the tiger that doth live by slaughter, to tame the unicorn and lion wild, to mock the subtle, in themselves beguiled, to cheer the ploughman with increaseful crops, and waste huge stones with little water drops. Why work'st thou mischief in thy pilgrimage, unless thou couldst return to make amends? One poor retiring minute in an age would purchase thee 1,000,000 friends, lending him wit that to bad debtors lends. Oh, this dread night wouldst thou 1 hour come back, I could prevent this storm and shun thy wrack. Thou ceaseless lackey to eternity, with some mischance cross Tarquin in his flight, devise extremes beyond extremity, to make him curse this cursed crimeful night, let ghastly shadows his lewd eyes affright, and the dire thought of his committed evil shape every bush a hideous shapeless devil. Disturb his hours of rest with restless trances, afflict him in his bed with bed-rid groans, let there bechance him pitiful mischances to make him moan, but pity not his moans, stone him with hardened hearts harder than stones, and let mild women to him lose their mildness, wilder to him than tigers in their wildness. Let him have time to tear his curled hair, let him have time against himself to rave, let him have time of time's help to despair, let him have time to live a loathed slave, let him have time a beggar's orts to crave, and time to see one that by alms doth live, disdain to him disdained scraps to give. Let him have time to see his friends, his foes, and merry fools to mock at him resort. Let him have time to mark how slow time goes in time of sorrow, and how swift and short his time of folly and his time of sport, and ever let his unrecalling crime have time to wail the abusing of his time. O Time, thou tutor both to good and bad, teach me to curse him that thou taught this ill. At his own shadow let the thief run mad, himself seek every hour to kill. Such wretched hands such wretched blood should spill, for who so base would such an office have as slanderous deathsman to so base a slave? The baser is he coming from a king, to shame his hope with deeds degenerate. The mightier man, the mightier is the thing that makes him honour'd or begets him hate, for greatest scandal waits on greatest state. The moon being clouded presently is mist, but little stars may hide them when they list. The crow may bathe his coal-black wings in mire, and unperceived fly with the filth away, but if the like the snow-white swan desire, the stain upon his silver down will stay. Poor grooms are sightless night, kings glorious day. Gnats are unnoticed wheresoe'er they fly, but eagles gazed upon with every eye. Out idle words, servants to shallow fools, unprofitable sounds, weak arbitrators, busy yourselves in skill contending schools, debate where leisure serves with dull debaters, to trembling clients be you mediators. For me, I force not arguments a straw, since that my case is past the help of law. In vain I rail at opportunity, at time, at Tarquin, and uncheerful night. In vain I cavil with mine infamy. In vain I spurn at my confirmed despite, This helpless smoke of words doth me no right. The remedy indeed to do me good, Is to let forth my foul defiled blood. Poor hand, why quiver'st thou at this decree? Honour thyself to rid me of this shame, For if I die, my honour lives in thee, But if I live, thou livest in my defame. Since thou couldst not defend thy loyal dame, And wast afeard to scratch her wicked foe, Kill both thyself and her for yielding so. This said, from her betumbled couch she starteth, To find some desperate instrument of death, But this no slaughter house, no tool imparteth, To make more vent for passage of her breath, Which thronging through her lips so vanisheth As smoke from Ætna that in air consumes, Or that which from discharged cannon fumes. In vain, quoth she, I live, and seek in vain Some happy mean to end a hapless life. I fear'd by Tarquin's falchion to be slain, Yet for the self same purpose seek a knife. But when I fear'd, I was a loyal wife, So am I now. Oh no, that cannot be, Of that true type hath Tarquin rifled me. Oh, that is gone for which I sought to live, And therefore now I need not fear to die. To clear this spot by death, at least I give A badge of fame to slander's livery, A dying life to living infamy. Poor helpless help, the treasure stolen away, To burn the guiltless casket where it lay. Well, well, dear Collatine, thou shalt not know The stained taste of violated troth. I will not wrong thy true affection so, To flatter thee with an infringed oath. This bastard graft shall never come to growth, He shall not boast who did thy stock pollute, That thou art doting father of his fruit. Nor shall he smile at thee in secret thought, Nor laugh with his companions at thy state, But thou shalt know thy interest was not bought Basely with gold, but stolen from forth thy gate. For me, I am the mistress of my fate, And with my trespass never will dispense, Till life to death acquit my forced offence. I will not poison thee with my attaint, Nor fold my fault in cleanly coined excuses. My sable ground of sin I will not paint, To hide the truth from this false knight's abuses. My tongue shall utter all, mine eyes like sluices, As from a mountain spring that feeds a dale, Shall gush pure streams to purge my impure tale. By this, lamenting Philomel had ended The well-tuned warble of her nightly sorrow, And solemn night with slow sad gait descended To ugly hell, when lo the blushing morrow Lends light to all fair eyes that light will borrow. But cloudy Lucrece shames herself to see, And therefore still in night would cloistered be. Revealing day through every cranny spies, And seems to point her out where she sits weeping, To whom she sobbing speaks, O eye of eyes, Why pryest thou through my window? Leave thy peeping, Mock with thy tickling beams eyes that are sleeping, Brand not my forehead with thy piercing light, For day hath naught to do what's done by night. Thus cavils she with everything she sees. True grief is fond and testy as a child, Who wayward once his mood with nought agrees. Old woes, not infant sorrows, bear them mild, Continuance tames the one, the other wild Like an unpractised swimmer plunging still, With too much labour drowns for want of skill. So she, deep drench'd in a sea of care, Holds disputation with each thing she views, And to herself all sorrow doth compare, No object but her passion's strength renews, And as one shifts, another straight ensues. Sometime her grief is dumb and hath no words, Sometime 'tis mad, and too much talk affords. The little birds that tune their morning's joy Make her moans mad with their sweet melody, For mirth doth search the bottom of annoy, Sad souls are slain in merry company. Grief best is pleased with grief's society, true sorrow then is feelingly sufficed, when with like semblance it is sympathized. 'Tis double death to drown in ken of shore, he 10 times pines that pines beholding food. To see the salve doth make the wound ache more, great grief grieves most at that would do it good. Deep woes roll forward like a gentle flood, who being stopped the bounding banks o'erflows, grief dallied with, nor law nor limit knows. You mocking birds, quoth she, your tunes entomb within your hollow swelling feathered breasts, and in my hearing be you mute and dumb. My restless discord loves no stops nor rests, a woeful hostess brooks not merry guests. Relish your nimble notes to pleasing ears, distress likes dumps when time is kept with tears. Come, Philomel, that sing'st of ravishment, make thy sad grove in my dishevelled hair. As the dank earth weeps at thy languishment, so I at each sad strain will strain a tear, and with deep groans the diapason bear. For burden wise I'll hum on Tarquin still, while thou on Tereus descantest better skill. And whiles against a thorn thou bear'st thy part, To keep thy sharp woes waking, wretched I To imitate thee well, against my heart Will fix a sharp knife to affright mine eye, Who if it wink shall thereon fall and die. These means, as frets upon an instrument, Shall tune our heart strings to true languishment. And for, poor bird, thou singest not in the day, As shaming any eye should thee behold, Some dark deep desert, seated from the way, That knows not parching heat nor freezing cold, Will we find out; and there we will unfold To creatures stern sad tunes to change their kinds. Since men prove beasts, let beasts bear gentle minds. End of Part 14. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. The Rape of Lucrece, by William Shakespeare. Section 3. As the poor frightened deer that stands at gaze, Wildly determining which way to fly, Or one encompassed with a winding maze That cannot tread the way out readily, So with herself is she in mutiny, To live or die, which of the twain were better, When life is shamed, and death reproaches debtor. To kill myself, quoth she, alack, what were it, But with my body, my poor soul's pollution? They that lose half with greater patience bear it, Than they whose whole is swallowed in confusion. That mother tries a merciless conclusion, Who having 2 sweet babes, when death takes one, Will slay the other, and be nurse to none. My body or my soul, which was the dearer, When the one pure, the other made divine? Whose love of either to myself was nearer, When both were kept for heaven and Collatine? Ah me! the bark peeled from the lofty pine, His leaves will wither and his sap decay, So must my soul, her bark being peeled away. Her house is sacked, her quiet interrupted, Her mansion battered by the enemy, Her sacred temple spotted, spoiled, corrupted, Grossly ingirt with daring infamy. Then let it not be called impiety, If in this blemish'd fort I make some hole Through which I may convey this troubled soul. Yet die I will not till my Collatine Have heard the cause of my untimely death, That he may vow, in that sad hour of mine, Revenge on him that made me stop my breath. My stained blood to Tarquin I'll bequeath, which by him tainted shall for him be spent, and as his due writ in my testament. My honour I'll bequeath unto the knife that wounds my body so dishonoured. 'Tis honour to deprive dishonoured life, the one will live, the other being dead. So of shame's ashes shall my fame be bred, for in my death I murder shameful scorn, my shame so dead, mine honour is new born. Dear Lord, of that dear jewel I have lost, what legacy shall I bequeath to thee? My resolution, love, shall be thy boast, by whose example thou revenged may'st be. How Tarquin must be used, read it in me. Myself, thy friend, will kill myself, thy foe, and for my sake serve thou false Tarquin so. This brief abridgment of my will I make, my soul and body to the skies and ground, my resolution, husband, do thou take, mine honour be the knife's that makes my wound, my shame be his that did my fame confound, and all my fame that lives dispersed be to those that live and think no shame of me. Thou, Collatine, shall oversee this will. How was I overseen, that thou shalt see it? My blood shall wash the slander of mine ill, my life's foul deed, my life's fair end shall free it. Faint not, faint heart, but stoutly say, so be it. Yield to my hand shall conquer thee. Thou dead, both die, and both shall victors be. This plot of death when sadly she had laid, and wiped the brinish pearl from her bright eyes, with untuned tongue she hoarsely called her maid, who swift obedience to her mistress hies. For fleet-winged duty with thought's feathers fly. Poor Lucrece's cheeks unto her maid seem so, as winter meads when sun doth melt their snow. Her mistress she doth give demure good morrow, with soft slow tongue, true mark of modesty, and sorts a sad look to her lady's sorrow, for why her face wore sorrow's livery, but durst not ask of her audaciously, why her two sons were cloud eclipsed so, nor why her fair cheeks overwashed with woe. But as the earth doth weep, the sun being set, each flower moistened like a melting eye, even so the maid with swelling drops can wet her circled eyne, enforced by sympathy of those fair suns set in her mistress' sky, who in a salt-waved ocean quench their light, which makes the maid weep like the dewy night. A pretty while these pretty creatures stand, like ivory conduits coral cisterns filling, one justly weeps, the other takes in hand no cause but company of her drops spilling, their gentle sex to weep are often willing, grieving themselves to guess at others' smarts, and then they drown their eyes or break their hearts. For men have marble, women waxen minds, and therefore are they formed as marble will. The weak oppressed, the impression of strange kinds is formed in them by force, by fraud, or skill. Then call them not the authors of their ill, no more than wax shall be accounted evil, wherein is stamped the semblance of a devil. Their smoothness, like a goodly champaign plain, lays open all the little worms that creep. In men, as in a rough-grown grove, remain cave-keeping evils that obscurely sleep. Through crystal walls each little mote will peep. Though men can cover crimes with bold stern looks, poor women's faces are their own faults' books. No man inveighs against the withered flower, but chide rough winter that the flower hath killed. Not that devoured, but that which doth devour, is worthy blame. O let it not be hilled poor women's faults, that they are so fulfilled with men's abuses. Those proud lords to blame make weak made women tenants to their shame. The precedent whereof in Lucrece's view, assailed by night with circumstances strong of present death, and shame that might ensue by that her death, to do her husband wrong, such danger to resistance did belong. The dying fear through all her body spread, and who cannot abuse a body dead? By this, mild patience bid fair Lucrece speak to the poor counterfeit of her complaining. My girl, quoth she, on what occasion break those tears from thee, that down thy cheeks are raining? If thou dost weep for grief of my sustaining, know, gentle wench, it small avails my mood. If tears could help, mine own would do me good. But tell me, girl, when went, and there she stayed till after a deep groan, Tarquin from hence? Madam, ere I was up, replied the maid, the more to blame my sluggard negligence, yet with the fault I thus far can dispense. Myself was stirring ere the break of day, and ere I rose was Tarquin gone away. But, lady, if your maid may be so bold, she would request to know your heaviness. O peace, quoth Lucrece, if it should be told, the repetition cannot make it less, for more it is than I can well express, and that deep torture may be called a hell, when more is felt than one hath power to tell. Go, get me hither paper, ink, pen, yet save that labour, for I have them here. What should I say? One of my husband's men bid thou be ready by and by to bear a letter to my lord, my love, my dear. Bid him with speed prepare to carry it, the cause craves haste, and it will soon be writ. Her maid is gone, and she prepares to write, first hovering o'er the paper with her quill. Conceit and grief an eager combat fight, what wit sets down is blotted straight with will. This is too curious good, this blunt and ill, much like a press of people at a door, throng her inventions which shall go before. At last she thus begins: Thou worthy lord, of that unworthy wife that greeteth thee, health to thy person, next vouchsafe to afford, if ever, love, thy Lucrece thou wilt see, some present speed to come and visit me. So I commend me from our house in grief, my woes are tedious, though my words are brief. Here folds she up the tenor of her woe, her certain sorrow writ uncertainly. By this short schedule Collatine may know her grief, but not her grief's true quality. She dares not thereof make discovery, lest he should hold it her own gross abuse, ere she with blood had stained her stained excuse. Besides, the life and feeling of her passion she hoards to spend when he is by to hear her, when sighs and groans and tears may grace the fashion of her disgrace, the better so to clear her from that suspicion which the world might bear her. To shun this blot, she would not blot the letter with words, till action might become them better. To see sad sights moves more than hear them told, for then the eye interprets to the ear the heavy motion that it doth behold, when every part a part of woe doth bear. 'Tis but a part of sorrow that we hear. Deep sounds make lesser noise than shallow fords, and sorrow ebbs, being blown with wind of words. Her letter now is sealed, and on it writ, At Ardea to my lord with more than haste. The post attends, and she delivers it, charging the sour-faced groom to hie as fast as lagging fowls before the northern blast. Speed more than speed, but dull and slow she deems, extremely still urgeth such extremes. The homely villain curtsies to her low, and, blushing on her, with a steadfast eye receives the scroll, without or yea or no, and forth with bashful innocence doth hie, but they whose guilt within their bosoms lie imagine every eye beholds their blame, for Lucrece thought he blush'd to see her shame. When, silly groom, God wot it was defect of spirit, life, and bold audacity. Such harmless creatures have a true respect to talk and deeds, while others saucily promise more speed, but do it leisurely. Even so this pattern of the worn out age pawned honest looks, but laid no words to gauge. His kindled duty kindled her mistrust, that two red fires in both their faces blazed. She thought he blush'd as knowing Tarquin's lust, and blushing with him, wistly on him gazed, her earnest eye did make him more amazed. The more saw the blood his cheeks replenish, the more she thought he spied in her some blemish. But long she thinks till he return again, and yet the duteous vassal scarce is gone. The weary time she cannot entertain, for now 'tis stale to sigh, to weep, to groan, so woe hath wearied woe, moan, tired moan, that she her plaints a little while doth stay, pausing for means to mourn some newer way. At last she calls to mind where hangs a piece of skilful painting, made for Priam's Troy, before the which is drawn the power of Greece, for Helen's rape the city to destroy, threatening cloud-kissing Ilion with annoy, which the conceited painter drew so proud as heaven, it seemed, to kiss the turrets bowed. A thousand lamentable objects there, in scorn of nature, art gave lifeless life. Many a dry drop seemed a weeping tear, shed for the slaughtered husband by the wife. The red blood reeked to show the painter's strife. The dying eyes gleamed forth their ashy lights, like dying coals burnt out in tedious nights. There might you see the labouring pioneer begrimed with sweat and smeared all with dust, and from the towers of Troy there would appear the very eyes of men through loopholes thrust, gazing upon the Greeks with little lust. Such sweet observance in this work was had, that one might see those far-off eyes look sad. In great commanders' grace and majesty you might behold, triumphing in their faces, in youth, quick bearing and dexterity, and here and there the painter interlaces pale cowards, marching on with trembling paces, which heartless peasants did so well resemble, that one would swear he saw them quake and tremble. In Ajax and Ulysses, oh, what art of physiognomy might one behold, the face of either cipher'd either's heart, their face their manners most expressly told, in Ajax' eyes blunt rage and rigour rolled, but the mild glance that sly Ulysses lent, showed deep regard and smiling government. There pleading might you see grave Nestor stand, as 'twere encouraging the Greeks to fight, making such sober action with his hand that it beguiled attention, charmed the sight. In speech it seemed his beard all silver white wagged up and down, and from his lips did fly thin winding breath, which purled up to the sky. About him were a press of gaping faces, which seemed to swallow up his sound advice, all jointly listening, but with several graces, as if some mermaid did their ears entice. Some high, some low, the painter was so nice, the scalps of many almost hid behind, to jump up higher seemed to mock the mind. Here one man's hand leaned on another's head, his nose being shadowed by his neighbour's ear. Here one being thronged bears back all bollen and red, another smothered seems to pelt and swear, and in their rage such signs of rage they bear, as but for loss of Nestor's golden words it seemed they would debate with angry swords. For much imaginary work was there, conceit deceitful, so compact, so kind, that for Achilles' image stood his spear, gripped in an armed hand, himself behind, was left unseen, save to the eye of mind. A hand, a foot, a face, a leg, a head, stood for the whole to be imagined. And from the walls of strong besieged Troy, when their brave hope, bold Hector, marched to field, stood many Trojan mothers, sharing joy to see their youthful sons bright weapons wield, And to their hope they such odd action yield, that through their light joy seemed to appear, like bright things stained, a kind of heavy fear. And from the strand of Dardan where they fought, to Simois' reedy banks the red blood ran, whose waves to imitate the battle sought with swelling ridges, and their ranks began to break upon the Gaullid shore, and then retire again, till meeting greater ranks they join, and shoot their foam at Simois' banks. To this well-painted piece is Lucrece come, to find a face where all distress is stilled. Many she sees, where cares have carved some, but none where all distress and dolour dwelled. Till she despairing Hecuba beheld, staring on Priam's wounds with her old eyes, which bleeding under Pyrrhus' proud foot lies. In her the painter had anatomized Time's ruin, beauty's wrack, and grim care's reign. Her cheeks with chops and wrinkles were disguised, of what she was no semblance did remain, her blue blood changed to black in every vein, wanting the spring that those shrunk pipes had fed, showed life imprisoned in a body dead. On this sad shadow Lucrece spends her eyes, and shapes her sorrow to the beldame's woes, who nothing wants to answer her but cries and bitter words to ban her cruel foes. The painter was no god to lend her those, and therefore Lucrece swears he did her wrong to give her so much grief and not a tongue. Poor instrument, quoth she, without a sound I'll tune thy woes with my lamenting tongue, and drop sweet balm in Priam's painted wound, and rail on Pyrrhus that hath done him wrong, and with my tears quench Troy that burns so long, and with my knife scratch out the angry eyes of all the Greeks that are thine enemies. Show me the strumpet that began this stir, that with my nails her beauty I may tear. Thy heat of lust, fond Paris, did incur this load of wrath that burning Troy doth bear. Thy eye kindled the fire that burneth here, and here in Troy, for trespass of thine eye, the sire, the son, the dame, and daughter die. Why should the private pleasure of some one become the public plaid of many mo? Let sin alone committed light alone upon his head that hath transgressed so. Let guiltless souls be freed from guilty woe, for one's offence why should so many fall to plague a private sin in general? Lo, here weeps Hecuba, here Priam dies, here manly Hector faints, here Troilus swoons, here friend by friend in bloody channel lies, and friend to friend gives unadvised wounds, and one man's lust these many lives confounds. Had doting Priam checked his son's desire, Troy had been bright with fame, and not with fire. Here feelingly she weeps Troy's painted woes, for sorrow, like a heavy hanging bell, once set on ringing, with his own weight goes. Then little strength rings out the doleful knell. So Lucrece set a work sad tales doth tell, to pencilled pensiveness and coloured sorrow, she lends them words, and she their looks doth borrow. She throws her eyes about the painting round, and whom she finds forlorn she doth lament. At last she sees a wretched image bound, that piteous looks to Phrygian shepherds lent. His face, though full of cares, yet showed content. Onward to Troy with the blunt swains he goes, so mild that patience seemed to scorn his woes. In him the painter laboured with his skill to hide deceit and give the harmless show an humble gait, calm looks, eyes wailing still, a brow unbent that seemed to welcome woe. Cheeks neither red nor pale, but mingled so that blushing red no guilty instance gave, nor ashy pale the fear that false hearts have. But like a constant and confirmed devil, he entertained a show so seeming just, and therein so ensconced his secret evil, that jealousy itself could not mistrust, false creeping craft, and perjury, should thrust into so bright a day such black-faced storms, or blot with hell-born sin such saint-like forms. The well-skilled workman this mild image drew for perjured Sinon, whose enchanting story the credulous old Priam after slew, whose words like wildfire burnt the shining glory of rich-built Ilion, that the skies were sorry, and little stars shot from their fixed places when their glass fell wherein they viewed their faces. This picture she advisedly perused, and chid the painter for his wondrous skill, saying, some shape in Sinon was abused, so fair a form lodged not a mind so ill, and still on him she gazed, and gazing still, such signs of truth in his plain face she spied, that she concludes the picture was belied. It cannot be, quoth she, that so much guile, she would have said, can lurk in such a look. But Tarquin's shape came in her mind the while, and from her tongue can lurk from cannot took. It cannot be, she in that sense forsook, and turned it thus, it cannot be, I find, but such a face should bear a wicked mind. For even as subtle Sinon here is painted, so sober sad, so weary and so mild, as if with grief or travail he had fainted, to me came Tarquin armed, so beguiled with outward honesty, but yet defiled with inward vice, as Priam him did cherish, so did I Tarquin, so my Troy did perish. Look, look, how listening Priam wets his eyes to see those borrowed tears that Sinon sheds. Priam, why art thou old and yet not wise? For every tear he falls, a Trojan bleeds. His eye drops fire, no water thence proceeds. Those round clear pearls of his that move thy pity are balls of quenchless fire to burn thy city. Such devils steal effects from lightless hell, for Sinon in his fire doth quake with cold, and in that cold hot burning fire doth dwell. These contraries such unity do hold only to flatter fools and make them bold. So Priam's trust false Sinon's tears doth flatter, that he finds means to burn his Troy with water. Here all enraged, such passion her assails, that patience is quite beaten from her breast, she tears the senseless Sinon with her nails, comparing him to that unhappy guest, whose deed hath made herself detest. At last she smilingly with this gives o'er, Fool, fool, quoth she, his wounds will not be sore. Thus ebbs and flows the current of her sorrow, and time doth weary time with her complaining. She looks for night, and then she longs for morrow, and both she thinks too long with her remaining. Short time seems long in sorrow's sharp sustaining. Though woe be heavy, yet it seldom sleeps, and they that watch see time, how slow it creeps. Which all this time hath overslipped her thought, that she with painted images hath spent, being from the feeling of her own grief brought by deep surmise of others' detriment, losing her woes in shows of discontent. It easeth some, though none it ever cured, to think their dolour others have endured. But now the mindful messenger come back, brings home his lord and other company, who finds his Lucrece clad in mourning black, and round about her tear-distained eye blue circles streamed like rainbows in the sky. These water galls in her dim element foretell new storms to those already spent. Which when her sad beholding husband saw, amazedly in her sad face he stares. Her eyes, though sod in tears, looked red and raw, her lively colour killed with deadly cares. He hath no power to ask her how she fares, both stood like old acquaintance in a trance, met far from home, wondering each other's chance. At last he takes her by the bloodless hand, and thus begins, What uncouth ill event hath thee befallen, that thou dost trembling stand? Sweet love, what spite hath thy fair colour spent? Why art thou thus attired in discontent? Unmask, dear, dear, this moody heaviness, And tell thy grief that we may give redress. 3 times with sighs she gives her sorrow fire, Ere once she can discharge one word of woe. At length addressed to answer his desire, She modestly prepares to let them know Her honour is ta'en prisoner by the foe, While Collatine and his consorted lords With sad attention long to hear her words. And now this pale swan in her watery nest Begins the sad dirge of her certain ending. Few words, quoth she, shall fit the trespass best, Where no excuse can give the fault amending. In me more woes than words are now depending, And my laments would be drawn out too long, To tell them all with one poor tired tongue. Then be this all the task it hath to say: Dear husband, in the interest of thy bed A stranger came, and on that pillow lay, Where thou wast wont to rest thy weary head. And what wrong else may be imagined By foul enforcement might be done to me, From that, alas, thy Lucrece is not free. For in the dreadful dead of dark midnight, With shining falchion in my chamber came A creeping creature with a flaming light, And softly cried, Awake, thou Roman dame, And entertain my love, else lasting shame On thee and thine this night I will inflict, If thou my love's desire do contradict. For some hard favour'd groom of thine, quoth he, Unless thou yoke thy liking to my will, I'll murder straight, and then I'll slaughter thee, And swear I found you where you did fulfil The loathsome act of lust, and so did kill The lechers in their deed. This act will be My fame and thy perpetual infamy. With this I did begin to start and cry, And then against my heart he sets his sword, Swearing, unless I took all patiently, I should not live to speak another word. So should my shame still rest upon record, And never be forgot in mighty Rome The adulterate death of Lucrece and her groom. Mine enemy was strong, my poor self weak, And far the weaker with so strong a fear. My bloody judge forbade my tongue to speak, No rightful plea might plead for justice there. His scarlet lust came evidence to swear That my poor beauty had purloined his eyes, And when the judge is robbed, the prisoner dies. Oh, teach me how to make mine own excuse, Or at the least this refuge let me find. Though my gross blood be stained with this abuse, Immaculate and spotless is my mind, That was not forced, that never was inclined To accessory yieldings, but still pure, Doth in her poisoned closet yet endure. Lo here, the hopeless merchant of this loss, With head declined and voice dammed up with woe, With sad set eyes and wretched arms across, From lips new waxen pale begins to blow The grief away that stops his answer so. But wretched as he is, he strives in vain, What he breathes out, his breath drinks up again. As through an arch the violent roaring tide Outruns the eye that doth behold his haste, Yet in the eddy boundeth in his pride Back to the strait that forced him on so fast. In rage sent out, recalled in rage, being past, Even so his sighs his sorrows make a saw, To push grief on, and back the same grief draw. Which speechless woe of his poor she attendeth, And his untimely frenzy thus awaketh: Dear Lord, thy sorrow to my sorrow lendeth Another power, no flood by raining slaketh. My woe too sensible thy passion maketh More feeling painful. Let it then suffice To drown one woe, one pair of weeping eyes. And for my sake, when I might charm thee so, For she that was thy Lucrece, now attend me. Be suddenly revenged on my foe, Thine, mine, his own. Suppose thou dost defend me From what is past, the help that thou shalt lend me Comes all too late, yet let the traitor die, For sparing justice feeds iniquity. But ere I name him, you fair lords, quoth she, speaking to those that came with Collatine, shall plight your honourable faiths to me, with swift pursuit to venge this wrong of mine, for 'tis a meritorious fair design to chase injustice with revengeful arms, knights by their oaths should right poor ladies' harms. At this request, with noble disposition, each present lord began to promise aid, as bound in knighthood to her imposition, longing to hear the hateful foe bewrayed. But she, that yet her sad task hath not said, the protestation stops. "Oh, speak," quoth she, "how may this forced stain be wiped from me? What is the quality of mine offence, being constrained with dreadful circumstance? May my pure mind with the foul act dispense, my low declined honour to advance? May any terms acquit me from this chance? The poisoned fountain clears itself again, and why not I from this compelled stain?" With this they all at once began to say, her body's stain her mind untainted clears, while with a joyless smile she turns away the face, that map which deep impression bears of hard misfortune, carved in it with tears. "No, no," quoth she, "no dame hereafter living by my excuse shall claim excuses giving." Here with a sigh, as if her heart would break, she throws forth Tarquin's name. He, she says, but more than he her poor tongue could not speak, till after many accents and delays, untimely breathings, sick and short assays, she utters this: he, fair lords, 'tis he that guides this hand to give this wound to me. Even here she sheathed in her harmless breast a harmful knife, that thence her soul unsheathed. That blow did bail it from the deep unrest of that polluted prison where it breathed. Her contrite sighs unto the clouds bequeathed her winged sprite, and through her wounds doth fly life's lasting date from cancelled destiny. Stone still, astonished with this deadly deed, stood Collatine and all his lordly crew, till Lucrece's father, that beholds her bleed, himself on her self-slaughtered body threw, and from the purple fountain Brutus drew the murderous knife, and as it left the place her blood in poor revenge held it in chase. And bubbling from her breast it doth divide in two slow rivers, that the crimson blood circles her body in on every side, who like a late sacked island vastly stood, bare and unpeopled in this fearful flood. Some of her blood still pure and red remained, and some looked black, and that false Tarquin stained. About the mourning and congealed face of that black blood a watery wriggle goes, which seems to weep upon the tainted place, and ever since, as pitying Lucrece's woes, corrupted blood some watery token shows, and blood untainted still doth red abide, blushing at that which is so putrefied. "Daughter, dear daughter," old Lucretius cries, "that life was mine which thou hast here deprived. If in the child the father's image lies, where shall I live, now Lucrece is unlived? Thou wast not to this end from me derived. If children predecease progenitors, we are their offspring, and they none of ours. Poor broken glass, I often did behold in thy sweet semblance my old age new born, but now that fair fresh mirror, dim and old, shows me a bare boned death by time outworn. Oh, from thy cheeks my image thou hast torn, and shivered all the beauty of my glass, that I no more can see what once I was. O Time, Cease thou thy course and last no longer, if they surcease to be that should survive. Shall rotten death make conquest of the stronger, and leave the faltering feeble souls alive? The old bees die, the young possess their hive. Then live, sweet Lucrece, live again, and see thy father die, and not thy father thee. By this starts Collatine as from a dream, and bids Lucretius give his sorrow place. And then in key cold Lucrece's bleeding stream he falls, and bathes the pale fear in his face, and counterfeits to die with her a space, till manly shame bids him possess his breath, and live to be revenged on her death. The deep vexation of his inward soul hath served a dumb arrest upon his tongue, who, mad that sorrow should his use control, or keep him from heart-easing words so long, begins to talk, but through his lips do throng weak words, so thick come in his poor heart's aid, that no man could distinguish what he said. Yet sometime Tarquin was pronounced plain, but through his teeth, as if the name he tore. This windy tempest, till it blow up rain, held back his sorrow's tide to make it more. At last it rains, and busy winds give o'er. Then son and father weep with equal strife, who should weep most, for daughter or for wife? The one doth call her his, the other his, yet neither may possess the claim they lay. The father says, she's mine. Oh, mine she is, replies her husband. Do not take away my sorrow's interest. Let no mourner say he weeps for her, for she was only mine, and only must be wailed by Collatine. Oh, quoth Lucretius, I did give that life which she too early and too late hath spilled. Woe, woe, quoth Collatine, she was my wife, I owed her, and 'tis mine that she hath killed. My daughter and my wife with clamours fill the dispersed air, who holding Lucrece's life answered their cries, my daughter and my wife. Brutus, who plucked the knife from Lucrece's side, seeing such emulation in their woe, began to clothe his wit in state and pride, burying in Lucrece's wound his folly's show. He with the Romans was esteemed so as silly jeering idiots are with kings, for sportive words, and uttering foolish things. But now he throws that shallow habit by, wherein deep policy did him disguise, and armed his long hid wits advisedly, to check the tears in Collatinus's eyes. Thou wronged lord of Rome, quoth he, arise, let my unsounded self, supposed a fool, now set thy long experienced wit to school. Why, Collatine, is woe the cure for woe? Do wounds help wounds, or grief help grievous deeds? Is it revenge to give thyself a blow for his foul act by whom thy fair wife bleeds? Such childish humour from weak minds proceeds. Thy wretched wife mistook the matter so, to slay herself that should have slain her foe. Courageous Roman, do not steep thy heart in such relenting dew of lamentations, but kneel with me and help to bear thy part, to rouse our Roman gods with invocations, that they will suffer these abominations, since Rome herself in them doth stand disgraced, by our strong arms from forth her fair streets chased. Now by the Capitol that we adore, and by this chaste blood so unjustly stained, by Heaven's fair sun that breeds the fat earth's store, by all our country rights in Rome maintained, and by chaste Lucrece's soul that late complained her wrongs to us, and by this bloody knife we will revenge the death of this true wife. This said, he struck his hand upon his breast, and kissed the fatal knife to end his vow, and to his protestation urged the rest, who wondering at him did his words allow, then jointly to the ground their knees they bow, and that deep vow which Brutus made before, he doth again repeat, and that they swore. When they had sworn to this advised doom, they did conclude to bear dead Lucrece thence, to show her bleeding body thorough Rome, and so to publish Tarquin's foul offence, which being done with speedy diligence, the Romans plausibly did give consent to Tarquin's everlasting banishment. End of Part 15. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 16, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, beginning, and Chapters 1 and 2. The story had held us round the fire, sufficiently breathless, but except the obvious remark that it was gruesome, as on Christmas Eve in an old house a strange tale should essentially be, I remember no comment uttered till somebody happened to say that it was the only case he had met in which such a visitation had fallen on a child. The case, I may mention, was that of an apparition in just such an old house as had gathered us for the occasion, an appearance of a dreadful kind to a little boy sleeping in the room with his mother, and waking her up in the terror of it, waking her not to dissipate his dread and soothe him to sleep again, but to encounter also, herself, before she had succeeded in doing so, the same sight that had shaken him. It was this observation that drew from Douglas, not immediately, but later in the evening, a reply that had the interesting consequence to which I call attention. Someone else told a story not particularly effective, which I saw he was not following. This I took for a sign that he had himself something to produce, and that we should only have to wait. We waited, in fact, till 2 nights later, but that same evening, before we scattered, he brought out what was in his mind. I quite agree in regard to Griffin's ghost, or whatever it was, that its appearing first to the little boy at so tender an age adds a particular touch, but it's not the first occurrence of its charming kind that I know to have involved a child. If the child gives the effect another turn of the screw, what do you say to 2 children? We say, of course, somebody exclaimed, that they give 2 turns, also that we want to hear about them. I can see Douglas there before the fire, to which he had got up to present his back, looking down at his interlocutor with his hands in his pockets. Nobody but me, till now, has ever heard. It's quite too horrible. This naturally was declared by several voices to give the thing the utmost price, and our friend, with quiet art, prepared his triumph by turning his eyes over the rest of us and going on. It's beyond everything. Nothing at all that I know touches it. For sheer terror? I remember asking. He seemed to say it was not so simple as that, to be really at a loss how to qualify it. He passed his hand over his eyes, made a little wincing grimace. For dreadfulness. "Oh, how delicious!" cried one of the women. He took no notice of her. He looked at me, but as if, instead of me, he saw what he spoke of. For general uncanny ugliness and horror and pain. "Well, then," I said, "just sit right down and begin." He turned round to the fire, gave a kick to a log, watched it an instant. Then, as he faced us again, "I can't begin. I shall have to send to town." There was a unanimous groan at this, and much reproach. After which, in his preoccupied way, he explained. "The story's written. It's in a locked drawer. It has not been out for years. I could write to my man and enclose the key. He could send down the packet as he finds it. It was to me in particular that he appeared to propound this, appeared almost to appeal for aid, not to hesitate. He had broken a thickness of ice, the formation of many a winter, had had his reason for a long silence. The others resented postponement, but it was just his scruples that charmed me. I adjured him to write by the first post, and to agree with us for an early hearing. Then I asked him if the experience in question had been his own. To this his answer was prompt. "Oh, thank God, no!" "And is the record yours? You took the thing down?" "Nothing but the impression. I took that here." He tapped his heart. "I've never lost it." "Then your manuscript—" "Is in an old faded ink and in the most beautiful hand." He hung fire again. "A woman's. She has been dead these 20 years. She sent me the pages in question before she died." They were all listening now, and of course there was somebody to be arch, or at any rate to draw the inference. But if he put the inference by without a smile, it was also without irritation. "She was a most charming person, but she was 10 years older than I. She was my sister's governess," he quietly said. "She was the most agreeable woman I've ever known in her position. She would have been worthy of any whatever." It was long ago, and this episode was long before. I was at Trinity, and I found her at home on my coming down the second summer. I was much there that year. It was a beautiful one, and we had, in her off hours, some strolls and talks in the garden, talks in which she struck me as awfully clever and nice. Oh yes, don't grin. I liked her extremely, and am glad to this day to think she liked me too. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have told me. She had never told any one. It wasn't simply that she said so, but that I knew she hadn't. I was sure. I could see. You'll easily judge why when you hear. "Because the thing had been such a scare?" He continued to fix me. "You'll easily judge," he repeated. "You will." I fixed him too. "I see. She was in love?" He laughed for the first time. "You are acute. Yes, she was in love. That is, she had been. That came out. She couldn't tell her story without its coming out. I saw it, and she saw I saw it. But neither of us spoke of it. I remember the time and the place, the corner of the lawn, the shade of the great beeches, and the long hot summer afternoon. It wasn't a scene for a shudder, but oh!" He quitted the fire and dropped back into his chair. "You'll receive the packet Thursday morning?" I inquired. "Probably not till the second post." "Well, then, after dinner?" "You'll all meet me here?" He looked us round again. "Isn't anybody going?" It was almost the tone of hope. "Everybody will stay." "I will, and I will," cried the ladies, whose departure had been fixed. Mrs. Griffin, however, expressed the need for a little more light. "Who was it she was in love with?" "The story will tell," I took upon myself to reply. "Oh, I can't wait for the story." "The story won't tell," said Douglas, "not in any literal, vulgar way." "More's the pity, then. That's the only way I ever understand." "Won't you tell, Douglas?" somebody else inquired. He sprang to his feet again. "Yes, to-morrow. Now I must go to bed. Good night." And quickly catching up a candlestick, he left us slightly bewildered. From our end of the great brown hall we heard his step in the stair, whereupon Mrs. Griffin spoke. "Well, if I don't know who she was in love with, I know who he was." "She was 10 years older," said her husband. "Raison de plus, at that age. But it's rather nice, his long reticence." 40 years," Griffin put in. "With this outbreak at last?" "The outbreak," I returned, "will make a tremendous occasion of Thursday night." And every one so agreed with me that, in the light of it, we lost all attention for everything else. The last story, however incomplete and like the mere opening of a serial, had been told. We handshook and candle stuck, as somebody said, and went to bed. I knew the next day that a letter containing the key had, by the first post, gone off to his London apartments. But in spite of, or perhaps just on account of, the eventual diffusion of this knowledge, we quite let him alone till after dinner, till such an hour of the evening, in fact, as might best accord with the kind of emotion on which our hopes were fixed. Then he became as communicative as we could desire, and indeed gave us his best reason for being so. We had it from him again before the fire in the hall, as we had had our mild wonders of the previous night. It appeared that the narrative he had promised to read us really required for a proper intelligence a few words of prologue. Let me say here distinctly, to have done with it, that this narrative, from an exact transcript of my own made much later, is what I shall presently give. Poor Douglas, before his death, when it was in sight, committed to me the manuscript that reached him on the 3rd of these days, and that, on the same spot, with immense effect, he began to read to our hushed little circle on the night of the 4th. The departing ladies who had said they would stay didn't, of course, thank heaven, stay. They departed, in consequence of arrangements made in a rage of curiosity, as they professed, produced by the touches with which he had already worked us up. But that only made his little final auditory more compact and select, kept it, round the hearth, subject to a common thrill. The first of these touches conveyed that the written statement took up the tale at a point after it had in a manner begun. The fact to be in possession of was, therefore, that his old friend, the youngest of several daughters of a poor country parson, had, at the age of 20, on taking service for the first time in the schoolroom, come up to London in trepidation to answer in person an advertisement that had already placed her in brief correspondence with the advertiser. This person proved, on her presenting herself for judgment at a house in Harley Street, that impressed her as vast and imposing. This prospective patron proved a gentleman, a bachelor in the prime of life, such a figure as had never risen, save in a dream or an old novel, before a fluttered, anxious girl out of a Hampshire vicarage. One could easily fix his type. It never happily dies out. He was handsome and bold and pleasant, off-hand and gay and kind. He struck her, inevitably, as gallant and splendid, but what took her most of all, and gave her the courage she afterwards showed, was that he put the whole thing to her as a kind of favour, an obligation he should gratefully incur. She conceived him as rich, but as fearfully extravagant, saw him all in a glow of high fashion, of good looks, of expensive habits, of charming ways with women. He had for his own town residence a big house, filled with the spoils of travel and the trophies of the chase, but it was to his country home, an old family place in Essex, that he wished her immediately to proceed. He had been left, by the death of their parents in India, guardian to a small nephew and a small niece, children of a younger, a military brother, whom he had lost 2 years before. These children were, by the strangest of chances for a man in his position, a lone man without the right sort of experience or a grain of patience, very heavily on his hands. It had all been a great worry, and on his own part, doubtless, a series of blunders, but he immensely pitied the poor chicks, and had done all he could; had in particular sent them down to his other house, the proper place for them being of course the country, and kept them there from the first, with the best people he could find to look after them, parting even with his own servants to wait on them, and going down himself, whenever he might, to see how they were doing. The awkward thing was that they had practically no other relations, and that his own affairs took up all his time. He had put them in possession of Bligh, which was healthy and secure, and had placed at the head of their little establishment, but below stairs only, an excellent woman, Mrs. Grose, whom he was sure his visitor would like, and who had formerly been maid to his mother. She was now housekeeper, and also acting for the time as superintendent to the little girl, of whom, without children of her own, she was, by good luck, extremely fond. There were plenty of people to help, but of course the young lady who should go down as governess would be in supreme authority. She would also have, in holidays, to look after the small boy, who had been for a term at school, young as he was to be sent, but what else could be done? And who, as the holidays were about to begin, would be back from one day to the other. There had been for the two children at first a young lady whom they had had the misfortune to lose. She had done for them quite beautifully, she was a most respectable person, till her death, the great awkwardness of which had precisely left no alternative but the school for little Miles. Mrs. Grose, since then, in the way of manners and things, had done as she could for Flora, And there were, further, a cook, a housemaid, a dairywoman, an old pony, an old groom, and an old gardener, all likewise thoroughly respectable. So far had Douglas presented his picture when some one put in a question, "And what did the former governess die of? Of so much respectability?" Our friend's answer was prompt. "That will come out. I don't anticipate." "Excuse me, I thought that was just what you are doing." "In her successor's place," I suggested, "I should have wished to learn if the office brought with it—" "Necessary dangers to life?" Douglas completed my thought. "She did wish to learn, and she did learn. You shall hear to morrow what she learned. Meanwhile, of course, the prospect struck her as slightly grim. She was young, untried, nervous. It was a vision of serious duties and little company, of really great loneliness. She hesitated, took a couple of days to consult and consider, but the salary offered much exceeded her modest measure, and on a second interview she faced the music. She engaged." And Douglas with this made a pause that, for the benefit of the company, moved me to throw in, "The moral of which was, of course, the seduction exercised by the splendid young man. She succumbed to it." He got up, and, as he had done the night before, went to the fire, gave a stir to a log with his foot, then stood a moment with his back to us. "She saw him only twice." "Yes, but that's just the beauty of her passion." A little to my surprise on this, Douglas turned round to me. "It was the beauty of it. There were others," he went on, "who hadn't succumbed. He told her frankly all his difficulty, that for several applicants the conditions had been prohibitive. They were, somehow, simply afraid. It sounded dull, it sounded strange, and all the more so because of his main condition." "Which was?" "That she should never trouble him. But never, never. Neither appeal, nor complain, nor write about anything. Only meet all questions herself, receive all moneys from his solicitor, take the whole thing over and let him alone. She promised to do this, and she mentioned to me that when, for a moment, disburdened, delighted, he held her hand, thanking her for the sacrifice, she already felt rewarded." "But was that all her reward?" one of the ladies asked. "She never saw him again." "Oh," said the lady, which, as our friend immediately left us again, was the only other word of importance contributed to the subject till the next night, by the corner of the hearth, in the best chair, he opened the faded red cover of a thin, old-fashioned, gilt-edged album. The whole thing took indeed more nights than one, but on the first occasion the same lady put another question. "What is your title?" "I haven't one." "Oh, I have," I said, but Douglas, without heeding me, had begun to read with a fine clearness that was like a rendering to the ear of the beauty of his author's hand. Chapter I. I remember the whole beginning as a succession of flights and drops, a little see-saw of the right throbs and the wrong. After rising in town to meet his appeal, I had at all events a couple of very bad days, found myself doubtful again, felt indeed sure I had made a mistake. In this state of mind I spent the long hours of bumping, swinging coach that carried me to the stopping place at which I was to be met by a vehicle from the house. This conveyance, I was told, had been ordered, and I found, toward the close of the June afternoon, a commodious fly in waiting for me. Driving at that hour, on a lovely day, through a country to which the summer sweetness seemed to offer me a friendly welcome, my fortitude mounted afresh, and, as we turned into the avenue, encountered a reprieve that was probably but a proof of the point to which it had sunk. I suppose I had expected, or had dreaded, something so melancholy that what greeted me was a good surprise. I remember as a most pleasant impression the broad, clear front, its open windows and fresh curtains, and the pair of maids looking out. I remember the lawn, and the bright flowers, and the crunch of my wheels on the gravel, and the clustered tree tops over which the brooks circled and cawed in the golden sky. The scene had a greatness that made it a different affair from my own scant home, and there immediately appeared at the door, with a little girl in her hand, a civil person who dropped me as decent a curtsy as if I had been the mistress or a distinguished visitor. I had received in Harley Street a narrower notion of the place, and that, as I recalled it, made me think the proprietor still more of a gentleman, suggested that what I was to enjoy might be something beyond his promise. I had no drop again till the next day, for I was carried triumphantly through the following hours by my introduction to the younger of my pupils. The little girl who accompanied Mrs. Gross appeared to me on the spot a creature so charming as to make it a great fortune to have to do with her. She was the most beautiful child I had ever seen, and I afterward wondered that my employer had not told me more of her. I slept little that night. I was too much excited, and this astonished me too, I recollect, remained with me, adding to my sense of the liberality with which I was treated. The large impressive room, one of the best in the house, the great state bed, as I almost felt it, the full-figured draperies, the long glasses in which for the first time I could see myself from head to foot, all struck me, like the extraordinary charm of my small charge, as so many things thrown in. It was thrown in as well from the first moment that I should get on with Mrs. Gross in a relation over which, on my way in the coach, I fear I had rather brooded. The only thing, indeed, that in this early outlook might have made me shrink again was the clear circumstance of her being so glad to see me. I perceived within half an hour that she was so glad, stout, simple, plain, clean, wholesome woman, as to be positively on her guard against showing it too much. I wondered even then a little why she should wish not to show it, and that, with reflection, with suspicion, might of course have made me uneasy. But it was a comfort that there could be no uneasiness in a connection with anything so beatific as the radiant image of my little girl, the vision of whose angelic beauty had probably more than anything else to do with the restlessness that, before morning, made me several times rise and wander about my room to take in the whole picture and prospect, to watch from my open window the faint summer dawn, to look at such portions of the rest of the house as I could catch, and to listen while in the fading dusk the first birds began to twitter, for the possible recurrence of a sound or two, less natural and not without but within, that I had fancied I heard. There had been a moment when I believed I recognized, faint and far, the cry of a child. There had been another when I found myself just consciously starting, as at the passage before my door of a light footstep. But these fancies were not marked enough not to be thrown off, and it is only in the light, or the gloom I should rather say, of other and subsequent matters that they now come back to me. To watch, teach, form little Flora would too evidently be the making of a happy and useful life. It had been agreed between us downstairs that after this first occasion I should have her as a matter of course at night, her small white bed being already arranged to that end in my room. What I had undertaken was the whole care of her, and she had remained, just this last time, with Mrs. Gross only as an effect of our consideration for my inevitable strangeness and her natural timidity. In spite of this timidity, which the child herself in the oddest way in the world had been perfectly frank and brave about allowing it, without a sign of uncomfortable consciousness, with the deep, sweet serenity indeed of one of Raphael's holy infants, to be discussed, to be imputed to her, and to determine us, I feel quite sure she would presently like me. It was part of what I already liked Mrs. Gross herself for, the pleasure I could see her feel in my admiration and wonder as I sat at supper, with 4 tall candles and with my pupil, in a high chair and a bib, brightly facing me, between them, over bread and milk. There were naturally things that in Flora's presence could pass between us only as prodigious and gratified looks, obscure and roundabout allusions. And the little boy, does he look like her? Is he too so very remarkable? One wouldn't flatter a child. Oh, miss, most remarkable. If you think well of this one, and she stood there with a plate in her hand, beaming at our companion, who looked from one of us to the other with placid, heavenly eyes that contained nothing to check us. Yes, if I do? You will be carried away by the little gentleman. Well, that, I think, is what I came for, to be carried away. I'm afraid, however, I remember feeling the impulse to add, I'm rather easily carried away. I was carried away in London. I can still see Mrs. Gross's broad face as she took this in. In Harley Street? In Harley Street. Well, miss, you're not the first, and you won't be the last. Oh, I've no pretension, I could laugh, to being the only one. My other pupil, at any rate, as I understand, comes back to-morrow? Not to-morrow, Friday, miss. He arrives as you did by the coach, under care of the guard, and is to be met by the same carriage. I forthwith expressed that the proper, as well as the pleasant and friendly thing, would be therefore that on the arrival of the public conveyance I should be in waiting for him with his little sister, an idea in which Mrs. Gross concurred so heartily that I somehow took her manner as a kind of comforting pledge, never falsified, thank heaven, that we should on every question be quite at one. Oh, she was glad I was there. What I felt the next day was, I suppose, nothing that could be fairly called a reaction from the cheer of my arrival. It was probably at the most only a slight oppression, produced by a fuller measure of the scale, as I walked round them, gazed up at them, took them in, of my new circumstances. They had, as it were, an extent and mass for which I had not been prepared, and in the presence of which I found myself, freshly, a little scared as well as a little proud. Lessons in this agitation certainly suffered some delay. I reflected that my first duty was, by the gentlest arts I could contrive, to win the child into the sense of knowing me. I spent the day with her out of doors. I arranged with her, to her great satisfaction, that it should be she only, who might show me the place. She showed it step by step, and room by room, and secret by secret, with droll, delightful, childish talk about it, and with the result, in half an hour, of our becoming immense friends. Young as she was, I was struck, throughout our little tour, with her confidence and courage, with the way, in empty chambers and dull corridors, on crooked staircases, that made me pause, and even on the summit of an old machicolated square tower that made me dizzy, her morning music, her disposition to tell me so many more things than she asked, rang out and led me on. I have not seen Bligh since the day I left it, and I dare say that to my older and more informed eyes it would now appear sufficiently contracted. But as my little conductress, with her hair of gold and her frock of blue, danced before me round corners and pattered down passages, I had the view of a castle of romance, inhabited by a rosy sprite, such a place as would somehow, for diversion of the young idea, take all colour out of story-books and fairy tales. Wasn't it just a story-book over which I had fallen a doze and a dream? No, it was a big, ugly, antique, but convenient house, embodying a few features of a building still older, half replaced and half utilized, in which I had the fancy of our being almost as lost as a handful of passengers in a great drifting ship. Well, I was strangely at the helm. Chapter II. This came home to me when, 2 days later, I drove over with Flora to meet, as Mrs. Gross said, the little gentleman; and all the more for an incident that, presenting itself the second evening, had deeply disconcerted me. The first day had been, on the whole, as I have expressed, reassuring; but I was to see it wind up in keen apprehension. The post-bag that evening (it came late) contained a letter for me, which, however, in the hand of my employer, I found to be composed but of a few words enclosing another, addressed to himself, with a seal still unbroken. "This, I recognize, is from the headmaster, and the headmaster's an awful bore. Read him, please, deal with him, but mind you don't report, not a word. I'm off." I broke the seal with a great effort, so great a one that I was a long time coming to it, took the unopened missive at last up to my room, and only attacked it just before going to bed. I had better have let it wait till morning, for it gave me a second sleepless night. With no counsel to take, the next day I was full of distress, and it finally got so the better of me that I determined to open myself at least to Mrs. Gross. "What does it mean? The child's dismissed his school." She gave me a look that I remarked at the moment, then visibly, with a quick blankness, seemed to try to take it back. "But aren't they all—" "Sent home, yes, but only for the holidays. Miles may never go back at all." Consciously under my attention she reddened. "They won't take him?" "They absolutely decline." At this she raised her eyes, which she had turned from me. I saw them fill with good tears. "What has he done?" I hesitated, then I judged best simply to hand her my letter, which, however, had the effect of making her, without taking it, simply put her hands behind her. She shook her head sadly. "Such things are not for me, miss." My counsellor couldn't read. I winced at my mistake, which I attenuated as I could, and opened my letter again to repeat it to her. Then, faltering in the act and folding it up once more, I put it back in my pocket. "Is he really bad?" The tears were still in her eyes. "Do the gentlemen say so?" "They go into no particulars. They simply express their regret that it should be impossible to keep him. That can have only one meaning." Mrs. Gross listened with dumb emotion. She forbore to ask me what this meaning might be, so that presently, to put the thing with some coherence and with the mere aid of her presence to my mind, I went on: "That he's an injury to the others." At this, with one of the quick turns of simple folk, she suddenly flamed up. "Master Miles? Him an injury?" There was such a flood of good faith in it that, though I had not yet seen the child, my very fears made me jump to the absurdity of the idea. I found myself, to meet my friend the better, offering it on the spot sarcastically. "To his poor little innocent mates!" "It's too dreadful," cried Mrs. Gross, "to say such cruel things. Why, he's scarce 10 years old." Yes, it would be incredible." She was evidently grateful for such a profession. "See him, miss, first, then believe it." I felt forthwith a new impatience to see him. It was the beginning of a curiosity that for all the next hours was to deepen almost to pain. Mrs. Gross was aware, I could judge, of what she had produced in me, and she followed it up with assurance. "You might as well believe it of the little lady. Bless her," she added the next moment, "look at her." I turned and saw that Flora, whom 10 minutes before I had established in the schoolroom with a sheet of white paper, a pencil, and a copy of nice round O's, now presented herself to view at the open door. She expressed, in her little way, an extraordinary detachment from disagreeable duties, looking to me, however, with a great childish light that seemed to offer it as a mere result of the affection she had conceived for my person, which had rendered necessary that she should follow me. I needed nothing more than this to feel the full force of Mrs. Gross's comparison, and, catching my pupil in my arms, covered her with kisses in which there was a sob of atonement. None the less, the rest of the day I watched for further occasion to approach my colleague, especially as toward evening I began to fancy she rather sought to avoid me. I overtook her, I remember, on the staircase. We went down together, and at the bottom I detained her, holding her there with a hand on her arm. I take what you said to me at noon as a declaration that you've never known him to be bad. She threw back her head. She had clearly, by this time, and very honestly, adopted an attitude. "Oh, never known him. I don't pretend that." I was upset again. "Then you have known him?" "Yes, indeed, miss. Thank God." On reflection, I accepted this. "You mean that a boy who never is no boy for me." I held her tighter. "You like them with the spirit to be naughty?" Then, keeping pace with her answer, "So do I," I eagerly brought out, "but not to the degree to contaminate." "To contaminate?" My big word left her at a loss. I explained it. "To corrupt." She stared, taking my meaning in, but it produced in her an odd laugh. "Are you afraid he'll corrupt you?" She put the question with such a fine, bold humour that, with a laugh, a little silly, doubtless, to match her own, I gave way for the time to the apprehension of ridicule. But the next day, as the hour for my drive approached, I cropped up in another place. "What was the lady who was here before?" "The last governess? She was also young and pretty. Almost as young and almost as pretty, miss, even as you." "Ah, then I hope her youth and her beauty helped her," I recollect throwing off. "He seems to like us young and pretty." "Oh, he did," Mrs. Gross assented. "It was the way he liked every one." She had no sooner spoken, indeed, than she caught herself up. "I mean, that's his way, the master's." I was struck. "But of whom did you speak first?" She looked blank, but she coloured. "Why, of him." "Of the master? Of who else?" There was so obviously no one else that the next moment I had lost my impression of her having accidentally said more than she meant, and I merely asked what I wanted to know. Did she see anything in the boy? That wasn't right? She never told me. I had a scruple, but I overcame it. Was she careful, particular? Mrs. Gross appeared to try to be conscientious. "About some things, yes." "But not about all?" Again she considered. "Well, miss, she's gone. I won't tell tales." "I quite understand your feeling," I hastened to reply, but I thought it, after an instant, not opposed to this concession to pursue. "Did she die here?" "No, she went off." I don't know what there was in this brevity of Mrs. Gross's that struck me as ambiguous. Went off to die? Mrs. Gross looked straight out of the window, but I felt that, hypothetically, I had a right to know what young persons engaged for Bligh were expected to do. "She was taken ill, you mean, and went home?" "She was not taken ill, so far as appeared in this house. She left it at the end of the year to go home, as she said, for a short holiday, to which the time she had put in had certainly given her a right. We had then a young woman, a nursemaid, who had stayed on, and who was a good girl and clever, and she took the children altogether for the interval. But our young lady never came back, and at the very moment I was expecting her, I heard from the master that she was dead." I turned this over. "But of what?" "He never told me. But please, miss," said Mrs. Gross, "I must get to my work." Part 16. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various, Part 17, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 3 and 4. Her thus turning her back on me was fortunately not, for my just preoccupations, a snub that could check the growth of our mutual esteem. We met, after I had brought home little Miles, more intimately than ever on the ground of my stupefaction, my general emotion. So monstrous was I then ready to pronounce it that such a child as had now been revealed to me should be under an interdict. I was a little late on the scene, and I felt, as he stood wistfully looking out for me before the door of the inn at which the coach had put him down, that I had seen him, on the instant, without and within, in the great glow of freshness, the same positive fragrance of purity, in which I had, from the first moment, seen his little sister. He was incredibly beautiful, and Mrs. Gross had put her finger on it. Everything but a sort of passion of tenderness for him was swept away by his presence. What I then and there took him to my heart for was something divine that I had never found to the same degree in any child, his indescribable little air of knowing nothing in the world but love. It would have been impossible to carry a bad name with a greater sweetness of innocence, and by the time I had got back to Bligh with him I remained merely bewildered, so far, that is, as I was not outraged, by the sense of the horrible letter locked up in my room in a drawer. As soon as I could compass a private word with Mrs. Gross I declared to her that it was grotesque. She promptly understood me. "You mean the cruel charge." "It doesn't live an instant. My dear woman, look at him." She smiled at my pretension to have discovered his charm. "I assure you, miss, I do nothing else." "What will you say, then?" she immediately added. "In answer to the letter?" I had made up my mind. "Nothing." "And to his uncle?" I was incisive. "Nothing." "And to the boy himself?" I was wonderful. "Nothing." She gave with her apron a great wipe to her mouth. "Then I'll stand by you. We'll see it out." "We'll see it out," I ardently echoed, giving her my hand to make it a vow. She held me there a moment, then whisked up her apron again with her detached hand. "Would you mind, miss, if I used the freedom—" "To kiss me? No." I took the good creature in my arms, and after we had embraced like sisters, felt still more fortified and indignant. This, at all events, was for the time. A time so full that, as I recall the way it went, it reminds me of all the art I now need to make it a little distinct. What I look back at with amazement is the situation I accepted. I had undertaken, with my companion, to see it out, and I was under a charm, apparently, that could smooth away the extent and the far and difficult connections of such an effort. I was lifted aloft on a great wave of infatuation and pity. I found it simple in my ignorance, my confusion, and perhaps my conceit, to assume that I could deal with a boy whose education for the world was all on the point of beginning. I am unable even to remember at this day what proposal I framed for the end of his holidays and the resumption of his studies. Lessons with me, indeed, that charming summer, we all had a theory that he was to have, but I now feel that for weeks the lessons must have been rather my own. I learned something, at first certainly, that had not been one of the teachings of my small, smothered life. I learned to be amused, and even amusing, and not to think for the morrow. It was the first time, in a manner, that I had known space and air and freedom, all the music of summer and all the mystery of nature. And then there was consideration, and consideration was sweet. Oh, it was a trap, not designed, but deep, to my imagination, to my delicacy, perhaps to my vanity, to whatever in me was most excitable. The best way to picture it all is to say that I was off my guard. They gave me so little trouble, they were of a gentleness so extraordinary. I used to speculate, but even this with a dim disconnectedness, as to how the rough future, for all futures are rough, would handle them and might bruise them. They had the bloom of health and happiness, and yet as if I had been in charge of a pair of little grandees, of princes of the blood, for whom everything to be right would have to be enclosed and protected, the only form that in my fancy the after years could take for them was that of a romantic, a really royal extension of the garden and the park. It may be, of course, above all, that what suddenly broke into this gives the previous time a charm of stillness, that hush in which something gathers or crouches. The change was actually like the spring of a beast. In the first weeks the days were long. They often, at their finest, gave me what I used to call my own hour, the hour when, for my pupils, tea-time and bedtime having come and gone, I had, before my final retirement, a small interval alone. Much as I liked my companions, this hour was the thing in the day I liked most, and I liked it best of all when, as the light faded, or rather I should say the day lingered and the last calls of the last birds sounded in a flushed sky from the old trees, I could take a turn into the grounds and enjoy, almost with a sense of property that amused and flattered me, the beauty and dignity of the place. It was a pleasure at these moments to feel myself tranquil and justified. Doubtless, perhaps, also to reflect that by my discretion, my quiet good sense, and general high propriety, I was giving pleasure, if he ever thought of it, to the person to whose pressure I had responded. What I was doing was what he had earnestly hoped and directly asked of me, and that I could, after all, do it proved even a greater joy than I had expected. I dare say I fancied myself, in short, a remarkable young woman, and took comfort in the faith that this would more publicly appear. Well, I needed to be remarkable to offer a front to the remarkable things that presently gave their first sign. It was plump, one afternoon, in the middle of my very hour. The children were tucked away, and I had come out for my stroll. One of the thoughts that, as I don't in the least shrink now from noting, used to be with me in these wanderings, was that it would be as charming as a charming story suddenly to meet someone. Someone would appear there at the turn of a path, and would stand before me and smile and approve. I didn't ask more than that. I only asked that he should know. And the only way to be sure he knew would be to see it, and the kind light of it, in his handsome face. That was exactly present to me, by which I mean the face was, when, on the first of these occasions, at the end of a long June day, I stopped short on emerging from one of the plantations and coming into view of the house. What arrested me on the spot, and with a shock much greater than any vision had allowed for, was the sense that my imagination had, in a flash, turned real. He did stand there, but high up beyond the lawn and at the very top of the tower to which, on that first morning, little Flora had conducted me. This tower was one of a pair, square, incongruous, crenellated structures that were distinguished, for some reason, though I could see little difference, as the new and the old. They flanked opposite ends of the house, and were probably architectural absurdities, redeemed in a measure indeed by not being wholly disengaged, nor of a height too pretentious, dating in their gingerbread antiquity from a romantic revival that was already a respectable past. I admired them, had fancies about them, for we could all profit in a degree, especially when they loomed through the dusk, by the grandeur of their actual battlements. Yet it was not at such an elevation that the figure I had so often invoked seemed most in place. It produced in me, this figure, in the clear twilight, I remember, two distinct gasps of emotion, which were, sharply, the shock of my first, and that of my second surprise. My second was a violent perception of the mistake of my first. The man who met my eyes was not the person I had precipitately supposed. There came to me thus a bewilderment of vision, of which, after these years, there is no living view that I can hope to give. An unknown man in a lonely place is a permitted object of fear to a young woman privately bred, and the figure that faced me was, a few more seconds assured me, as little any one else I knew as it was the image that had been in my mind. I had not seen it in Harley Street. I had not seen it anywhere. The place, moreover, in the strangest way in the world, had on the instant, and by the very fact of its appearance, become a solitude. To me, at least, making my statement here with a deliberation with which I have never made it, the whole feeling of the moment returns. It was as if, while I took in what I did take in, all the rest of the scene had been stricken with death. I can hear again, as I write, the intense hush in which the sounds of evening dropped. The rooks stopped cawing in the golden sky, and the friendly hour lost, for the minute, all its voice. But there was no other change in nature, unless indeed it were a change that I saw with a stranger sharpness. The gold was still in the sky, the clearness in the air, and the man who looked at me over the battlements was as definite as a picture in a frame. That's how I thought, with extraordinary quickness, of each person that he might have been and that he was not. We were confronted across our distance quite long enough for me to ask myself, with intensity, who then he was, and to feel, as an effect of my inability to say, a wonder that in a few instants more became intense. The great question, or one of these, is afterward, I know, with regard to certain matters, the question of how long they have lasted. Well, this matter of mine, think what you will of it, lasted while I caught at a dozen possibilities, none of which made a difference for the better, that I could see, in there having been in the house, and for how long, above all, a person of whom I was in ignorance. It lasted while I just bridled a little with the sense that my office demanded that there should be no such ignorance and no such person. It lasted while this visitant, at all events, and there was a touch of the strange freedom, as I remember, in the sign of familiarity of his wearing no hat, seemed to fix me from his position with just the question, just the scrutiny through the fading light that his own presence provoked. We were too far apart to call to each other, but there was a moment at which, at shorter range, some challenge between us, breaking the hush, would have been the right result of our straight mutual stare. He was in one of the angles, the one away from the house, very erect as it struck me, and with both hands on the ledge. So I saw him as I see the letters I form on this page. Then, exactly after a minute, as if to add to the spectacle, he slowly changed his place, passed, looking at me hard all the while, to the opposite corner of the platform. Yes, I had the sharpest sense that during this transit he never took his eyes from me, and I can see at this moment the way his hand, as he went, passed from one of the crenellations to the next. He stopped at the other corner, but less long, and even as he turned away still markedly fixed me. He turned away. That was all I knew. Chapter IV. It was not that I didn't wait on this occasion for more, for I was rooted as deeply as I was shaken. Was there a secret at Bly, a mystery of Udolpho, or an insane, an unmentionable relative kept in unsuspected confinement? I can't say how long I turned it over, or how long, in a confusion of curiosity and dread, I remained where I had had my collision. I only recall that when I re-entered the house darkness had quite closed in. Agitation in the interval certainly had held me and driven me, for I must, in circling about the place, have walked 3 miles. But I was to be, later on, so much more overwhelmed that this mere dawn of alarm was a comparatively human chill. The most singular part of it, in fact, singular as the rest had been, was the part I became, in the hall, aware of in meeting Mrs. Gross. This picture comes back to me in the general train, the impression, as I received it on my return, of the wide white panelled space, bright in the lamplight, and with its portraits and red carpet, and of the good, surprised look of my friend, which immediately told me she had missed me. It came to me straightway, under her contact, that with plain heartiness, mere relieved anxiety at my appearance, she knew nothing whatever that could bear upon the incident I had there ready for her. I had not suspected in advance that her comfortable face would pull me up, and I somehow measured the importance of what I had seen by my thus finding myself hesitate to mention it. Scarce anything in the whole history seems to me so odd as this fact, that my real beginning of fear was one, as I may say, with the instinct of sparing my companion. On the spot, accordingly, in the pleasant hall, and with her eyes on me, I, for a reason that I couldn't then have phrased, achieved an inward resolution, offered a vague pretext for my lateness, and, with the plea of the beauty of the night and of the heavy dew and wet feet, went as soon as possible to my room. Here it was another affair. Here, for many days after, it was a queer affair enough. There were hours, from day to day, or at least there were moments, snatched even from clear duties, when I had to shut myself up to think. It was not so much yet that I was more nervous than I could bear to be, as that I was remarkably afraid of becoming so. For the truth I had now to turn over was, simply and clearly, the truth that I could arrive at no account whatever of the visitor with whom I had been so inexplicably, and yet, as it seemed to me, so intimately concerned. It took little time to see that I could sound without forms of inquiry and without exciting remark any domestic complications. The shock I had suffered must have sharpened all my senses. I felt sure, at the end of 3 days, and as the result of mere closer attention, that I had not been practised upon by the servants nor made the object of any "game." Of whatever it was that I knew, nothing was known around me. There was but one sane inference: some one had taken a liberty, rather gross. That was what, repeatedly, I dipped into my room and locked the door to say to myself. We had been collectively subject to an intrusion. Some unscrupulous traveller, curious in old houses, had made his way in unobserved, enjoyed the prospect from the best point of view, and then stolen out as he came. If he had given me such a bold, hard stare, that was but a part of his indiscretion. The good thing, after all, was that we should surely see no more of him. This was not so good a thing, I admit, as not to leave me to judge that what, essentially, made nothing else much signify, was simply my charming work. My charming work was just my life with Miles and Flora, and through nothing could I so like it as through feeling that I could throw myself into it in trouble. The attraction of my small charges was a constant joy, leading me to wonder afresh at the vanity of my original fears, the distaste I had begun by entertaining for the probable grey prose of my office. There was to be no grey prose, it appeared, and no long grind. So how could work not be charming that presented itself as daily beauty? It was all the romance of the nursery and the poetry of the schoolroom. I don't mean by this, of course, that we studied only fiction and verse. I mean I can express no otherwise the sort of interest my companions inspired. How can I describe that, except by saying that instead of growing used to them, and it's a marvel for a governess I call the sisterhood to witness, I made constant fresh discoveries. There was one direction, assuredly, in which these discoveries stopped. Deep obscurity continued to cover the region of the boy's conduct at school. It had been promptly given me, I have noted, to face that mystery without a pang. Perhaps even it would be nearer the truth to say that, without a word, he himself had cleared it up. He had made the whole charge absurd. My conclusion bloomed there with the real rose flush of his innocence. He was only too fine and fair for the little horrid, unclean school world, and he had paid a price for it. I reflected acutely that the sense of such differences, such superiorities of quality, always on the part of the majority, which could include even stupid, sordid headmasters, turn infallibly to the vindictive. Both the children had a gentleness it was their only fault, and it never made Miles a muff that kept them, how shall I express it, almost impersonal and certainly quite unpunishable. They were like the cherubs of the anecdote, who had, morally at any rate, nothing to whack. I remember feeling with Miles in especial as if he had had, as it were, no history. We expect of a small child a scant one, but there was in this beautiful little boy something extraordinarily sensitive, yet extraordinarily happy, that, more than in any creature of his age I have seen, struck me as beginning anew each day. He had never for a second suffered. I took this as a direct disproof of his having really been chastised. If he had been wicked he would have caught it, and I should have caught it by the rebound. I should have found the trace. I found nothing at all, and he was therefore an angel. He never spoke of his school, never mentioned a comrade or a master, and I, for my part, was quite too much disgusted to allude to them. Of course I was under the spell, and the wonderful part is that even at the time I perfectly knew I was. But I gave myself up to it. It was an antidote to any pain, and I had more pains than one. I was in receipt in these days of disturbing letters from home, where things were not going well. But with my children what things in the world mattered? That was the question I used to put to my scrappy retirements. I was dazzled by their loveliness. There was a Sunday, to get on, when it rained with such force and for so many hours that there could be no procession to church. In consequence of which, as the day declined, I had arranged with Mrs. Gross that should the evening show improvement we would attend together the late service. The rain happily stopped, and I prepared for our walk, which through the park and by the good road to the village would be a matter of 20 minutes. Coming downstairs to meet my colleague in the hall, I remembered a pair of gloves that had required 3 stitches, and that had received them, with a publicity perhaps not edifying, while I sat with the children at their tea, served on Sundays, by exception, in that cold, clean temple of mahogany and brass, the grown-up dining-room. The gloves had been dropped there, and I turned in to recover them. The day was grey enough, but the afternoon light still lingered, and it enabled me, on crossing the threshold, not only to recognize, on a chair near the wide window, then closed, the articles I wanted, but to become aware of a person on the other side of the window, and looking straight in. One step into the room had sufficed. My vision was instantaneous. It was all there. The person looking straight in was the person who had already appeared to me. He appeared thus again with, I won't say greater distinctness, for that was impossible, but with a nearness that represented a forward stride in our intercourse, and made me, as I met him, catch my breath and turn cold. He was the same. He was the same, and seen this time as he had been seen before, from the waist up, the window, though the dining-room was on the ground floor, not going down to the terrace on which he stood. His face was close to the glass, yet the effect of this better view was, strangely, only to show me how intense the former had been. He remained but a few seconds, long enough to convince me he also saw and recognized. But it was as if I had been looking at him for years, and had known him always. Something, however, happened this time that had not happened before. His stare into my face, through the glass and across the room, was as deep and hard as then, but it quitted me for a moment during which I could still watch it, see it fix successively several other things. On the spot there came to me the added shock of a certitude that it was not for me that he had come here. He had come for some one else. The flash of this knowledge, for it was knowledge in the midst of dread, produced in me the most extraordinary effect, started, as I stood there, a sudden vibration of duty and courage. I say courage because I was beyond all doubt already far gone. I bounded straight out of the door again, reached that of the house, got in, an instant, upon the drive, and, passing through the terrace as fast as I could rush, turned a corner and came full in sight. But it was in sight of nothing now. My visitor had vanished. I stopped. I almost dropped, with the real relief of this, but I took in the whole scene. I gave him time to reappear. I call it time, but how long was it? I can't speak to the purpose to-day of the duration of these things. That kind of measure must have left me. They couldn't have lasted as they actually appeared to me to last. The terrace and the whole place, the lawn and the garden beyond it, all I could see of the park, were empty with a great emptiness. There were shrubberies and big trees, but I remember the clear assurance I felt that none of them concealed him. He was there or was not there. Not there if I didn't see him. I got hold of this, then instinctively, instead of returning as I had come, went to the window. It was confusedly present to me that I ought to place myself where he had stood. I did so. I applied my face to the pane and looked, as he had looked, into the room. As if, at this moment, to show me exactly what his range had been, Mrs. Gross, as I had done for himself just before, came in from the hall. With this I had the full image of a repetition of what had already occurred. She saw me as I had seen my own visitant. She pulled up short, as I had done. I gave her something of the shock that I had received. She turned white, and this made me ask myself if I had blanched as much. She stared, in short, and retreated on just my lines, and I knew she had then passed out and come round to me, and that I should presently meet her. I remained where I was, and while I waited I thought of more things than one. But there's only one I take space to mention. I wondered why she should be scared. End of Part 17. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various, Part 18, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 5-6. Oh, she let me know as soon as, round the corner of the house, she loomed again into view. What in the name of goodness is the matter? She was now flushed and out of breath. I said nothing till she came quite near. With me? I must have made a wonderful face. Do I show it? You're as white as a sheet. You look awful. I considered. I could meet on this, without scruple, any innocence. My need to respect the bloom of Mrs. Gross's had dropped without a rustle from my shoulders, and if I wavered for the instant, it was not with what I kept back. I put out my hand to her, and she took it. I held her hard a little, liking to feel her close to me. There was a kind of support in the shy heave of her surprise. You came for me for church, of course, but I can't go. Has anything happened? Yes, you must know now. Did I look very queer? Through this window? Dreadful! Well, I said, I've been frightened. Mrs. Gross's eyes expressed plainly that she had no wish to be, but also that she knew too well her place not to be ready to share with me any marked inconvenience. Oh, it was quite settled that she must share. Just what you saw from the dining-room a minute ago was the effect of that. What I saw, just before, was much worse. Her hand tightened. What was it? An extraordinary man, looking in. What extraordinary man? I haven't the least idea. Mrs. Gross gazed round as in vain. Then where is he gone? I know still less. Have you seen him before? Yes, once, on the old tower. She could only look at me harder. Do you mean he's a stranger? Oh, very much. Yet you didn't tell me? No, for reasons. But now that you've guessed. Mrs. Gross's round eyes encountered this charge. Ah, I haven't guessed, she said very simply. How can I if you don't imagine? I don't in the very least. You've seen him nowhere but on the tower? And on this spot, just now. Mrs. Gross looked round again. What was he doing on the tower? Only standing there and looking down at me. She thought a minute. Was he a gentleman? I found I had no need to think. No. She gazed in deeper wonder. No. Then nobody about the place? Nobody from the village? Nobody. Nobody. I didn't tell you, but I made sure. She breathed a vague relief. This was, oddly, so much to the good. It only went indeed a little way. But if he isn't a gentleman, what is he? He's a horror. A horror? He's... God help me if I know what he is. Mrs. Gross looked round once more. She fixed her eyes on the duskier distance, then, pulling herself together, turned to me with abrupt inconsequence. It's time we should be at church. Oh, I'm not fit for church. Won't it do you good? It won't do them. I nodded at the house. The children? I can't leave them now. You're afraid. I spoke boldly. I'm afraid of him. Mrs. Gross's large face showed me at this for the first time the far-away faint glimmer of a consciousness more acute. I somehow made out in it the delayed dawn of an idea I myself had not given her, and that was as yet quite obscure to me. It comes back to me that I thought instantly of this as something I could get from her, and I felt it to be connected with the desire she presently showed to know more. When was it? On the tower? Oh, about the middle of the month, at this same hour. Almost at dark, said Mrs. Gross. Oh, no, not nearly. I saw him as I see you. Then how did he get in? And how did he get out? I laughed. I had no opportunity to ask him. This evening, you see, I pursued, he has not been able to get in. He only peeps? I hope it will be confined to that. She had now let go my hand. She turned away a little. I waited for an instant, and then I brought out, Go to church. Good-bye. I must watch. Slowly she faced me again. Do you fear for them? We met in another long look. Don't you? Instead of answering, she came nearer to the window, and for a minute applied her face to the glass. You see how he could see, I meanwhile went on. She didn't move. How long was he here? Till I came out. I came to meet him. Mrs. Gross at last turned round, and there was still more in her face. I couldn't have come out. Neither could I laughed again, but I did come. I have my duty. So have I mine, she replied, after which she added, What is he like? I've been dying to tell you, but he's like nobody. Nobody? She echoed. He has no hat. Then, seeing in her face that she already in this, with a deeper dismay, found a touch of picture, I quickly added stroke to stroke. He has red hair, very red, close curling, and a pale face, long in shape, with straight good features, and little rather queer whiskers that are as red as his hair. His eyebrows are somehow darker. They look particularly arched, and as if they might move a great deal. His eyes are sharp, strange, awfully, but I only know clearly that they're rather small and very fixed. His mouth's wide, and his lips are thin, and except for his little whiskers, he's quite clean-shaven. He gives me a sort of sense of looking like an actor. An actor? It was impossible to resemble one less, at least, than Mrs. Gross at that moment. I've never seen one, but so I suppose them. He's tall, active, erect, I continued, but never, no, never a gentleman. My companion's face had blanched as I went on. Her round eyes started and her mild mouth gaped. A gentleman? She gasped, confounded, stupefied. A gentleman? He? You know him, then? She visibly tried to hold herself. But he is handsome. I saw the way to help her. Remarkably. And dressed in somebody's clothes. They're smart, but they're not his own. She broke into a breathless, affirmative groan. They're the master's. I caught it up. "You do know him." She faltered but a second. "Quint," she cried. "Quint?" "Peter Quint. His own man, his valet, when he was here." "When the master was?" Gaping still, but meeting me, she pieced it all together. "He never wore his hat, but he did wear—well, there were waistcoats missing. They were both here last year. Then the master went, and Quint was alone." I followed, but halting a little. "Alone?" "Alone with us." Then, as from a deeper depth, "In charge," she added. "And what became of him?" She hung fire so long that I was still more mystified. "He went too," she brought out at last. "Went where?" Her expression at this became extraordinary. "God knows where. He died." "Died!" I almost shrieked. She seemed fairly to square herself, plant herself more firmly to utter the wonder of it. "Yes, Mr. Quint is dead." CHAPTER VI. It took, of course, more than that particular passage to place us together, in presence of what we had now to live with, as we could, my dreadful liability to impressions of the orders so vividly exemplified, and my companion's knowledge henceforth, a knowledge half consternation and half compassion, of that liability. There had been this evening, after the revelation left me, for an hour so prostrate. There had been for either of us no attendance on any service but a little service of tears and vows, of prayers and promises, a climax to the series of mutual challenges and pledges that had straightway ensued on our retreating together to the schoolroom and shutting ourselves up there to have everything out. The result of our having everything out was simply to reduce our situation to the last rigour of its elements. She herself had seen nothing, not the shadow of a shadow, and nobody in the house but the governess was in the governess's plight. Yet she accepted without directly impugning my sanity the truth as I gave it to her, and ended by showing me, on this ground, an awe-stricken tenderness, an expression of the sense of my more than questionable privilege, of which the very breath has remained with me as that of the sweetest of human charities. What was settled between us, accordingly, that night, was that we thought we might bear things together, and I was not even sure that, in spite of her exemption, it was she who had the best of the burden. I knew at this hour, I think, as well as I knew later, what I was capable of meeting to shelter my pupils, but it took me some time to be wholly sure of what my honest ally was prepared for to keep terms with so compromising a contract. I was queer company enough, quite as queer as the company I received; but as I trace over what we went through, I see how much common ground we must have found in the one idea that, by good fortune, could steady us. It was the idea, the second movement, that led me straight out, as I may say, of the inner chamber of my dread. I could take the air in the court, at least, and there Mrs. Grose could join me. Perfectly can I recall now the particular way strength came to me before we separated for the night. We had gone over and over every feature of what I had seen. "He was looking for some one else, you say? Some one who was not you?" "He was looking for little Miles." A portentous clearness now possessed me. "That's whom he was looking for." "But how do you know?" "Oh, I know." My exaltation grew. "And you know, my dear." She didn't deny this, but I required, I felt, not even so much telling as that. She resumed in a moment, at any rate. "What if he should see him?" "Little Miles? That's what he wants." She looked immensely scared again. "The child?" "Heaven forbid! The man. He wants to appear to them." That he might was an awful conception, and yet somehow I could keep it at bay; which, moreover, as we lingered there, was what I succeeded in practically proving. I had an absolute certainty that I should see again what I had already seen; but something within me said that by offering myself bravely as the sole subject of such experience, by accepting, by inviting, by surmounting it all, I should serve as an expiatory victim and guard the tranquillity of my companions. The children, in especial, I should thus fence about and absolutely save. I recall one of the last things I said that night to Mrs. Gross. "It does strike me that my pupils have never mentioned—" She looked at me hard as I musingly pulled up. "His having been here and the time they were with him?" "The time they were with him, and his name, his presence, his history, in any way." "Oh, the little lady doesn't remember. She never heard or knew." "The circumstances of his death?" I thought with some intensity. "Perhaps not. But Miles would remember. Miles would know." "Ah, don't try him," broke from Mrs. Gross. I returned her the look she had given me. "Don't be afraid." I continued to think. "It is rather odd." "That he has never spoken of him?" "Never by the least allusion. And you tell me they were great friends?" "Oh, it wasn't him," Mrs. Gross with emphasis declared. "It was Quint's own fancy. To play with him, I mean, to spoil him." She paused a moment, and then she added, "Quint was much too free." This gave me, straight from my vision of his face, such a face, a sudden sickness of disgust. Too free with my boy? Too free with every one. I forbore, for the moment, to analyze this description further than by the reflection that a part of it applied to several of the members of the household, of the half-dozen maids and men who were still of our small colony. But there was everything, for our apprehension, in the lucky fact that no discomfortable legend, no perturbation of scullions, had ever, within any one's memory, attached to the kind old place. It had neither bad name nor ill fame, and Mrs. Gross, most apparently, only desired to cling to me and to quake in silence. I even put her, the very last thing of all, to the test. It was when, at midnight, she had her hand on the schoolroom door to take leave. "I have it from you, then, for it's of great importance, that he was definitely and admittedly bad." "Oh, not admittedly. I knew it, but the master didn't." "And you never told him?" "Well, he didn't like tale-bearing. He hated complaints. He was terribly short with anything of that kind, and if people were all right to him—" "He wouldn't be bothered with more." This squared well enough with my impression of him. He was not a trouble-loving gentleman, nor so very particular, perhaps, about some of the company he kept. All the same, I pressed my interlocutress. "I promise you I would have told." She felt my discrimination. "I dare say I was wrong, but really I was afraid." "Afraid of what?" "Of things that man could do. Quint was so clever. He was so deep. I took this in, still more than, probably, I showed. You weren't afraid of anything else? Not of his effect?" "His effect?" she repeated with a face of anguish and waiting, while I faltered. "On innocent little precious lives. They were in your charge." "No, they were not in mine," she roundly and distressfully returned. "The master believed in him, and placed him here because he was supposed not to be well, and the country air so good for him. So he had everything to say. Yes," she let me have it, "even about them." "Them? That creature?" I had to smother a kind of howl. "And you could bear it?" "No, I couldn't, and I can't now." And the poor woman burst into tears. A rigid control, from the next day, was, as I have said, to follow them. Yet how often and how passionately for a week we came back together to the subject. Much as we had discussed it that Sunday night, I was in the immediate later hours in especial, for it may be imagined whether I slept, still haunted with the shadow of something she had not told me. I myself had kept back nothing, but there was a word Mrs. Gross had kept back. I was sure, moreover, by morning, that this was not from a failure of frankness, but because on every side there were fears. It seems to me, indeed, in retrospect, that by the time the morrow's sun was high I had restlessly read into the fact before us almost all the meaning they were to receive from subsequent and more cruel occurrences. What they gave me above all was just the sinister figure of the living man. The dead one would keep a while. and of the months he had continuously passed at Bly, which, added up, made a formidable stretch. The limit of this evil time had arrived only when, on the dawn of a winter's morning, Peter Quint was found by a labourer going to early work, stone dead on the road from the village. A catastrophe explained, superficially at least, by a visible wound to his head; such a wound as might have been produced, and as, on the final evidence, had been, by a fatal slip, in the dark and after leaving the public house, on the steepish, icy slope, a wrong path altogether, at the bottom of which he lay. The icy slope, the turn mistaken at night and in liquor, accounted for much; practically, in the end, and after the inquest and boundless chatter, for everything. But there had been matters in his life, strange passages and perils and secret disorders, vices more than suspected, that would have accounted for a good deal more. I scarce know how to put my story into words that shall be a credible picture of my state of mind, but I was in these days literally able to find a joy in the extraordinary flight of heroism the occasion demanded of me. I now saw that I had been asked for a service admirable and difficult, and there would be a greatness in letting it be seen, oh, in the right quarter, that I could succeed where many another girl might have failed. It was an immense help to me, I confess I rather applaud myself as I look back, that I saw my service so strongly and so simply. I was there to protect and defend the little creatures in the world, the most bereaved and the most lovable, the appeal of whose helplessness had suddenly become only too explicit, a deep, constant ache of one's own committed heart. We were cut off, really, together. We were united in our danger. They had nothing but me, and I had them. It was, in short, a magnificent chance. This chance presented itself to me in an image richly material. I was a screen. I was to stand before them. The more I saw, the less they would. I began to watch them in a stifled suspense, a disguised excitement that might well, had it continued too long, have turned to something like madness. What saved me, as I now see, was that it turned to something else altogether. It didn't last as suspense. It was superseded by horrible proofs. Proofs, I say, yes, from the moment I really took hold. This moment dated from an afternoon hour that I happened to spend in the grounds with the younger of my pupils alone. We had left Miles indoors on the red cushion of a deep window-seat. He had wished to finish a book, and I had been glad to encourage a purpose so laudable in a young man whose only defect was an occasional excess of the restless. His sister, on the contrary, had been alert to come out, and I strolled with her half an hour, seeking the shade, for the sun was still high and the day exceptionally warm. I was aware afresh with her as we went of how, like her brother, she contrived, it was the charming thing in both children, to let me alone without appearing to drop me, and to accompany me without appearing to surround. They were never importunate, and yet never listless. My attention to them all really went to seeing them amuse themselves immensely without me. This was a spectacle they seemed actively to prepare, and that engaged me as an active admirer. I walked in a world of their invention. They had no occasion whatever to draw upon mine, so that my time was taken only with being, for them, some remarkable person or thing that the game of the moment required, and that was merely, thanks to my superior, my exalted stamp, a happy and highly distinguished sinecure. I forget what I was on the present occasion. I only remember that I was something very important and very quiet, and that Flora was playing very hard. We were on the edge of the lake, and as we had lately begun geography, the lake was the Sea of Azov. Suddenly, in these circumstances, I became aware that, on the other side of the Sea of Azov, we had an interested spectator. The way this knowledge gathered in me was the strangest thing in the world, the strangest, that is, except the very much stranger in which it quickly merged itself. I had sat down with a piece of work, for I was something or other that could sit, on the old stone bench which overlooked the pond, and in this position I began to take in with certitude, and yet without direct vision, the presence, at a distance, of a third person. The old trees, the thick shrubbery, made a great and pleasant shade, but it was all suffused with the brightness of the hot, still hour. There was no ambiguity in anything, none whatever, at least in the conviction I from one moment to another found myself forming as to what I should see straight before me, and across the lake, as a consequence of raising my eyes. They were attached at this juncture to the stitching in which I was engaged, and I can feel once more the spasm of my effort not to move them till I should so have steadied myself as to be able to make up my mind what to do. There was an alien object in view, a figure whose right of presence I instantly, passionately questioned. I recollect counting over perfectly the possibilities, reminding myself that nothing was more natural, for instance, than the appearance of one of the men about the place, or even of a messenger, a postman, or a tradesman's boy from the village. That reminder had as little effect on my practical certitude as I was conscious, still, even without looking, of its having upon the character and attitude of our visitor. Nothing was more natural than that these things should be the other things that they absolutely were not. Of the positive identity of the apparition I could assure myself as soon as the small clock of my courage should have ticked out the right second. Meanwhile, with an effort that was already sharp enough, I transferred my eye straight to little Flora, who at the moment was about 10 yards away. My heart had stood still for an instant with the wonder and terror of the question whether she too would see, and I held my breath while I waited for what a cry from her, what some sudden innocent sign either of interest or alarm would tell me. I waited, but nothing came. Then, in the first place, and there was something more dire in this, I feel, than in anything I have to relate, I was determined by a sense that, within a minute, all sounds from her had previously dropped, and in the second, by the circumstance that also within the minute she had in her play turned her back to the water. This was her attitude when I at last looked at her, looked with the confirmed conviction that we were still together under direct personal notice. She had picked up a small flat piece of wood which happened to have in it a little hole that had evidently suggested to her the idea of sticking in another fragment that might figure as a mast and make the thing a boat. This second morsel, as I watched her, she was very markedly and intently attempting to tighten in its place. My apprehension of what she was doing sustained me so that after some seconds I felt I was ready for more. Then I again shifted my eyes. I faced what I had to face. End of Part 18. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various, Part 19, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 7 and 8. I got hold of Mrs. Gross as soon after this as I could, and I can give no intelligible account of how I fought out the interval. Yet I still hear myself cry, as I fairly threw myself into her arms, "They know! It's too monstrous! They know! They know!" "And what on earth?" I felt her incredulity as she held me. "Why, all that we know, and heaven knows what else besides." Then, as she released me, I made it out to her, made it out perhaps only now with full coherence even to myself. 2 hours ago, in the garden, I could scarce articulate. Flora saw. Mrs. Gross took it as she might have taken a blow in the stomach. "She has told you?" she panted. "Not a word. That's the horror. She kept it to herself. The child of 8, that child!" Unutterable still, for me, was the stupefaction of it. Mrs. Gross, of course, could only gape the wider. "Then how do you know?" "I was there. I saw with my eyes, saw that she was perfectly aware." "Do you mean aware of him?" No, of her. I was conscious as I spoke that I looked prodigious things, for I got the slow reflection of them in my companion's face. Another person this time, but a figure of quite as unmistakable horror and evil, a woman in black, pale and dreadful, with such an air also, and such a face, on the other side of the lake. I was there with the child, quiet for the hour, and in the midst of it she came. Came how? From where? From where they come from. She just appeared and stood there, but not so near. And without coming nearer? Oh, for the effect and the feeling, she might have been as close as you. My friend, with an odd impulse, fell back a step. Was she someone you'd never seen? Yes, but someone the child has. Someone you have. Then, to show how I had thought it all out, my predecessor, the one who died. Miss Jessel? Miss Jessel, you don't believe me? I pressed. She turned right and left in her distress. How can you be sure? This drew from me, in the state of my nerves, a flash of impatience. Then ask Flora, she's sure. But I had no sooner spoken than I caught myself up. No, for God's sake, don't. She'll say she isn't. She'll lie. Mrs. Gross was not too bewildered instinctively to protest. Ah, how can you? Because I'm clear. Flora doesn't want me to know. It's only then to spare you? No, no, there are depths, depths. The more I go over it, the more I see in it, and the more I see in it, the more I fear. I don't know what I don't see, what I don't fear. Mrs. Gross tried to keep up with me. You mean you're afraid of seeing her again? Oh, no, that's nothing now. Then I explained. It's of not seeing her. But my companion only looked wan. I don't understand you. Why, it's that the child may keep it up, and that the child assuredly will, without my knowing it. At the image of this possibility, Mrs. Gross for a moment collapsed. Yet presently, to pull herself together again, as if from the positive force of the sense of what, should we yield an inch, there would really be to give way to. Dear, dear, we must keep our heads. And, after all, if she doesn't mind it, she even tried a grim joke. Perhaps she likes it. Likes such things? A scrap of an infant? Isn't it just a proof of her blessed innocence? My friend bravely inquired. She brought me for the instant almost round. Oh, we must clutch at that. We must cling to it. If it isn't a proof of what you say, it's a proof of God knows what, for the woman's a horror of horrors. Mrs. Gross, at this, fixed her eyes a minute on the ground, then at last raising them, Tell me how you know, she said. Then you admit it's what she was, I cried. Tell me how you know, my friend simply repeated. No, by seeing her, by the way she looked. At you, do you mean, so wickedly? Dear me, no, I could have borne that. She gave me never a glance. She only fixed the child. Mrs. Gross tried to see it. Fixed her? Ah, with such awful eyes. She stared at mine as if they might really have resembled them. Do you mean of dislike? God help us, no. Of something much worse. Worse than dislike? This left her indeed at a loss. With a determination indescribable, with a kind of fury of intention. I made her turn pale. Intention? To get hold of her. Mrs. Gross, her eyes just lingering on mine, gave a shudder and walked to the window, and while she stood there looking out I completed my statement. That's what Flora knows. After a little she turned round. The person was in black, you say? In mourning, rather poor, almost shabby, but yes, with extraordinary beauty. I now recognized to what I had at last, stroke by stroke, brought the victim of my confidence, for she quite visibly weighed this. Oh, handsome, very, very, I insisted. Wonderfully handsome, but infamous. She slowly came back to me. Miss Jessel was infamous. She once more took my hand in both her own, holding it as tight as if to fortify me against the increase of alarm I might draw from this disclosure. They were both infamous, she finally said. So for a little we faced it once more together, and I found absolutely a degree of help in seeing it now so straight. "I appreciate," I said, "the great decency of your not having hitherto spoken, but the time has certainly come to give me the whole thing." She appeared to assent to this, but still only in silence, seeing which I went on: "I must have it now. Of what did she die? Come, there was something between them." "There was everything." "In spite of the difference?" "Oh, of their rank, their condition." She brought it woefully out. "She was a lady." I turned it over. I again saw. Yes, she was a lady. "And he so dreadfully below," said Mrs. Gross. I felt that I doubtless needn't press too hard, in such company, on the place of a servant in the scale, but there was nothing to prevent an acceptance of my companion's own measure of my predecessor's abasement. There was a way to deal with that, and I dealt, the more readily for my full vision, on the evidence, of our employer's late clever, good-looking own man, impudent, assured, spoiled, depraved. The fellow was a hound. Mrs. Gross considered as if it were perhaps a little case for a sense of shades. "I've never seen one like him. He did what he wished." With her? With them all? It was as if now, in my friend's own eyes, Miss Jessel had again appeared. I seemed, at any rate for an instant, to see their evocation of her as distinctly as I had seen her by the pond, and I brought out with decision: "It must have been also what she wished." Mrs. Gross's face signified that it had been indeed, but she said at the same time: "Poor woman, she paid for it." "Then you do know what she died of?" I asked. "No, I know nothing. I wanted not to know. I was glad enough I didn't, and I thanked heaven she was well out of this." "Yet you had, then, your idea—" "Of her real reason for leaving? Oh, yes, as to that. She couldn't have stayed. Fancy it here, for a governess! And afterward I imagined, and I still imagine. And what I imagine is dreadful." "Not so dreadful as what I do," I replied, on which I must have shown her, as I was indeed but too conscious, a front of miserable defeat. It brought out again all her compassion for me, and at the renewed touch of her kindness my power to resist broke down. I burst, as I had the other time made her burst, into tears. She took me to her motherly breast, and my lamentation overflowed. "I don't do it," I sobbed in despair. "I don't save or shield them. It's far worse than I dreamed. They're lost." CHAPTER VIII. What I had said to Mrs. Gross was true enough. There were in the matter I had put before her depths and possibilities that I lacked resolution to sound; so that when we met once more in the wonder of it, we were of a common mind about the duty of resistance to extravagant fancies. We were to keep our heads if we should keep nothing else, difficult indeed as that might be in the face of what, in our prodigious experience, was least to be questioned. Late that night, while the house slept, we had another talk in my room, when she went all the way with me as to its being beyond doubt that I had seen exactly what I had seen. To hold her perfectly in the pinch of that, I found I had only to ask her how, if I had made it up, I came to be able to give, of each of the persons appearing to me, a picture disclosing to the last detail their special marks, a portrait on the exhibition of which she had instantly recognized and named them. She wished, of course, small blame to her, to sink the whole subject, and I was quick to assure her that my own interest in it had now violently taken the form of a search for the way to escape from it. I encountered her on the ground of a probability that with recurrence for recurrence we took for granted I should get used to my danger, distinctly professing that my personal exposure had suddenly become the least of my discomforts. It was my new suspicion that was intolerable, and yet even to this complication the later hours of the day had brought a little ease. On leaving her, after my first outbreak, I had of course returned to my pupils, associating the right remedy for my dismay with that sense of their charm which I had already found to be a thing I could positively cultivate, and which had never failed me yet. I had simply, in other words, plunged afresh into Flora's special society, and there become aware, it was almost a luxury, that she could put her little conscious hand straight upon the spot that ached. She had looked at me in sweet speculation, and then had accused me to my face of having cried. I had supposed I had brushed away the ugly signs, but I could literally, for the time at all events, rejoice under this fathomless charity that they had not entirely disappeared. To gaze into the depths of blue of the child's eyes and pronounce their loveliness a trick of premature cunning was to be guilty of a cynicism in preference to which I naturally preferred to abjure my judgment and, so far as might be, my agitation. I couldn't abjure for merely wanting it, but I could repeat to Mrs. Gross, as I did there over and over in the small hours, that with their voices in the air, their pressure on one's heart, and their fragrant faces against one's cheek, everything fell to the ground but their incapacity and their beauty. It was a pity that somehow, to settle this once for all, I had equally to re-enumerate the signs of subtlety that in the afternoon by the lake had made a miracle of my show of self-possession. It was a pity to be obliged to re-investigate the certitude of the moment itself, and repeat how it had come to me as a revelation that the inconceivable communion I then surprised was a matter, for either party, of habit. It was a pity that I should have had to quaver out again the reasons for my not having in my delusion so much as questioned that the little girl saw our visitant even as I actually saw Mrs. Gross herself, and that she wanted by just so much as she did thus see to make me suppose she didn't, and at the same time, without showing anything, arrive at a guess as to whether I myself did. It was a pity that I needed once more to describe the portentous little activity by which she sought to divert my attention, the perceptible increase of movement, the greater intensity of play, the singing, the gabbling of nonsense, and the invitation to romp. Yet if I had not indulged, to prove there was nothing in it, in this review, I should have missed the 2 or 3 dim elements of comfort that still remained to me. I should not, for instance, have been able to asseverate to my friend that I was certain, which was so much to the good, that I at least had not betrayed myself. I should not have been prompted, by stress of need, by desperation of mind, I scarce know what to call it, to invoke such further aid to intelligence as might spring from pushing my colleague fairly to the wall. She had told me, bit by bit, under pressure, a great deal. But a small shifty spot on the wrong side of it all still sometimes brushed my brow like the wing of a bat, and I remember how on this occasion, for the sleeping house and the concentration alike of our danger and our watch seemed to help, I felt the importance of giving the last jerk to the curtain. "I don't believe anything so horrible," I recollect saying. "No, let us put it definitely, my dear, that I don't. But if I did, you know there's a thing I should require now, just without sparing you the least bit more not a scrap, come to get out of you. What was it you had in mind when, in our distress before Miles came back, over the letter from his school, you said, under my insistence, that you didn't pretend for him that he had not literally ever been bad? He has not literally ever, in these weeks that I myself have lived with him, and so closely watched him. He has been an imperturbable little prodigy of delight, lovable goodness. Therefore you might perfectly have made the claim for him if you had not, as it happened, seen an exception to take. What was your exception, and to what passage in your personal observation of him did you refer? It was a dreadfully austere inquiry, but levity was not our note, and at any rate, before the grey dawn admonished us to separate, I had got my answer. What my friend had had in mind proved to be immensely to the purpose. It was neither more nor less than the circumstance that for a period of several months Quint and the boy had been perpetually together. It was, in fact, the very appropriate truth that she had ventured to criticize the propriety, to hint at the incongruity of so close an alliance, and even to go so far on the subject as a frank overture to Miss Jessel. Miss Jessel had, with a most strange manner, requested her to mind her business, and the good woman had, on this, directly approached little Miles. What she had said to him, since I pressed, was that she liked to see young gentlemen not forget their station. I pressed again, of course, at this. You reminded him that Quint was only a base menial? As you might say, and it was his answer for one thing that was bad. And for another thing? I waited. He repeated your words to Quint? No, not that. It's just what he wouldn't. She could still impress upon me. I was sure, at any rate, she added, that he didn't, but he denied certain occasions. What occasions? When they had been about together quite as if Quint were his tutor, and a very grand one, and Miss Jessel only for the little lady. When he had gone off with the fellow, I mean, and spent hours with him. He then prevaricated about it. He said he hadn't? Her assent was clear enough to cause me to add in a moment, I see, he lied. Oh, Mrs. Gross mumbled. This was a suggestion that it didn't matter, which indeed she backed up by a further remark. You see, after all, Miss Jessel didn't mind. She didn't forbid him. I considered. Did he put that to you as a justification? At this she dropped again. No, he never spoke of it. Never mentioned her in connection with Quint? She saw, visibly flushing, where I was coming out. Well, he didn't show anything. He denied, she repeated. He denied. Lord, how I pressed her now. So that you could see he knew what was between the two wretches? I don't know, the poor woman groaned. You do know, you dear thing, I replied, only you haven't my dreadful boldness of mind, and you keep it back out of timidity and modesty and delicacy, even the impression that in the past, when you had, without my aid, to flounder about in silence, most of all made you miserable. But I shall get it out of you yet. There was something in the boy that suggested to you, I continued, that he covered and concealed their relation. Oh, he couldn't prevent your learning the truth? I dare say. But heavens, I fell with vehemence a thinking, what it shows that they must, to that extent, have succeeded in making of him. Ah, nothing that's not nice now, Mrs. Gross lugubriously pleaded. I don't wonder you looked queer, I persisted, when I mentioned to you the letter from his school. I doubt if I looked as queer as you, she retorted with homely force. And if he was so bad then, as that comes to, how is he such an angel now? Yes, indeed, and if he was a fiend at school, how? Well, I said, in my torment, you must put it to me again, but I shall not be able to tell you for some days. Only put it to me again, I cried, in a way that made my friend stare. There are directions in which I must not for the present let myself go. Meanwhile I returned to her first example, the one to which she had just previously referred, of the boy's happy capacity for an occasional slip. If Quint, on your remonstrance at the time you speak of, was a base menial, one of the things Miles said to you, I find myself guessing, was that you were another. Again her admission was so adequate that I continued, and you forgave him that? Wouldn't you? Oh, yes. And we exchanged there in the stillness a sound of the oddest amusement. Then I went on. At all events, while he was with the man, Miss Flora was with the woman. It suited them all. It suited me too. I felt only too well, by which I mean that it suited exactly the particularly deadly view I was in the very act of forbidding myself to entertain. But I so far succeeded in checking the expression of this view that I will throw just here no further light on it than may be offered by the mention of my final observation to Mrs. Grose. His having lied and been impudent are, I confess, less engaging specimens than I had hoped to have from you of the outbreak in him of the little natural man. Still, I mused, they must do, for they make me feel more than ever that I must watch. It made me blush the next minute to see in my friend's face how much more unreservedly she had forgiven him than her anecdote struck me as presenting to my own tenderness an occasion for doing. This came out when, at the schoolroom door, she quitted me. "Surely you don't accuse him?" "Of carrying on an intercourse that he conceals from me? Ah, remember that until further evidence I now accuse nobody." Then, before shutting her out to go by another passage to her own place, "I must just wait," I wound up. Part 19 20 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 20, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 9 and 10. I waited and waited, and the days, as they elapsed, took something from my consternation. A very few of them, in fact, passing in constant sight of my pupils without a fresh incident, sufficed to give to grievous fancies, and even to odious memories, a kind of brush of the sponge. I have spoken of the surrender to their extraordinary childish grace as a thing I could actively cultivate, and it may be imagined, if I neglected now to address myself to this source for whatever it would yield. Stranger than I can express, certainly, was the effort to struggle against my new lights. It would doubtless have been, however, a greater tension still had it not been so frequently successful. I used to ponder how my little charges could help guessing that I thought strange things about them, and the circumstances that these things only made them more interesting was not by itself a direct aid to keeping them in the dark. I trembled lest they should see that they were so immensely more interesting. Putting things at the worst, at all events, as in meditation I so often did, any clouding of their innocence could only be, blameless and foredoomed as they were, a reason the more for taking risks. There were moments when, by an irresistible impulse, I found myself catching them up and pressing them to my heart. As soon as I had done so, I used to say to myself, "What will they think of that? Doesn't it betray too much?" It would have been easy to get into a sad, wild tangle about how much I might betray, but the real account, I feel, of the hours of peace that I could still enjoy was that the immediate charm of my companions was a beguilement still effective even under the shadow of the possibility that it was studied. For if it occurred to me that I might occasionally excite suspicion by the little outbreaks of my sharper passion for them, so too I remember wondering if I mightn't see a queerness in the traceable increase of their own demonstrations. They were at this period extravagantly and preternaturally fond of me, which, after all I could reflect, was no more than a graceful response in children perpetually bowed over and hugged. The homage of which they were so lavish succeeded, in truth, for my nerves quite as well as if I never appeared to myself, as I may say, literally to catch them at a purpose in it. They had never, I think, wanted to do so many things for their poor protectress. I mean, though they got their lessons better and better, which was naturally what would please her most, in the way of diverting, entertaining, surprising her, reading her passages, telling her stories, acting her charades, pouncing out at her in disguises as animals and historical characters, and above all astonishing her by the pieces they had secretly got by heart and could interminably recite. I should never get to the bottom, were I to let myself go even now, of the prodigious private commentary, all under still more private correction, with which in these days I overscored their full hours. They had shown me from the first a facility for everything, a general faculty which, taking a fresh start, achieved remarkable flights. They got their little tasks as if they loved them, and indulged, from the mere exuberance of the gift, in the most unimposed little miracles of memory. They not only popped out at me as tigers and as Romans, but as Shakespeareans, astronomers, and navigators. This was so singularly the case that it had presumably much to do with the fact, as to which, at the present day, I am at a loss for a different explanation. I allude to my unnatural composure on the subject of another school for miles. What I remember is that I was content not, for the time, to open the question, and that contentment must have sprung from the sense of his perpetually striking show of cleverness. He was too clever for a bad governess, for a parson's daughter, to spoil. And the strangest, if not the brightest thread in the pensive embroidery I just spoke of, was the impression I might have got, if I had dared to work it out, that he was under some influence operating in his small intellectual life as a tremendous incitement. If it was easy to reflect, however, that such a boy could postpone school, it was at least as marked that for such a boy to have been kicked out by a schoolmaster was a mystification without end. Let me add that in their company now, and I was careful almost never to be out of it, I could follow no scent very far. We lived in a cloud of music and love and success and private theatricals. The musical sense in each of the children was of the quickest, but the elder in especial had a marvellous knack of catching and repeating. The schoolroom piano broke into all gruesome fancies, and when that failed there were confabulations in corners, with a sequel of one of them going out in the highest spirits in order to come in as something new. I had had brothers myself, and it was no revelation to me that little girls could be slavish idolaters of little boys. What surpassed everything was that there was a little boy in the world who could have for the inferior age, sex, and intelligence so fine a consideration. They were extraordinarily at one, and to say that they never either quarrelled or complained is to make the note of praise coarse for their quality of sweetness. Sometimes, indeed, when I dropped into coarseness, I perhaps came across traces of little understandings between them, by which one of them would keep me occupied, while the other slipped away. There is a naive side, I suppose, in all diplomacy, but if my pupils practised upon me, it was surely with the minimum of grossness. It was all in the other quarter that after a lull the grossness broke out. I find that I really hang back, but I must take my plunge. In going on with the record of what was hideous at Bly, I not only challenge the most liberal faith, for which I little care, but, and this is another matter, I renew what I myself suffered, I again push my way through it to the end. There came suddenly an hour after which, as I look back, the affair seems to me to have been all pure suffering. But I have at least reached the heart of it, and the straightest road out is doubtless to advance. One evening, with nothing to lead up or to prepare it, I felt the cold touch of the impression that had breathed on me the night of my arrival, and which, much lighter then, as I have mentioned, I should probably have made little of in memory, had my subsequent sojourn been less agitated. I had not gone to bed. I sat reading by a couple of candles. There was a roomful of old books at Bly, last century fiction some of it, which to the extent of a distinctly deprecated renown, but never to so much as that of a stray specimen, had reached the sequestered home and appealed to the unavowed curiosity of my youth. I remember that the book I had in my hand was Fielding's Amelia, also that I was wholly awake. I recall further both a general conviction that it was horribly late and a particular objection to looking at my watch. I figure finally that the white curtain draping, in the fashion of those days, the head of Flora's little bed, shrouded, as I had assured myself long before, the perfection of childish rest. I recollect, in short, that, though I was deeply interested in my author, I found myself at the turn of a page, and with his spell all scattered, looking straight up from him, and hard at the door of my room. There was a moment during which I listened, reminded of the faint sense I had had the first night of there being something undefinably astir in the house, and noted the soft breath of the open casement just move the half-drawn blind. Then, with all the marks of a deliberation that must have seemed magnificent had there been any one to admire it, I laid down my book, rose to my feet, and, taking a candle, went straight out of the room, and from the passage on which my light made little impression, noiselessly closed and locked the door. I can say now neither what determined nor what guided me, but I went straight along the lobby, holding my candle high, till I came within sight of the tall window that presided over the great turn of the staircase. At this point I precipitately found myself aware of three things. They were practically simultaneous, yet they had flashes of succession. My candle, under a bold flourish, went out, and I perceived, by the uncovered window, that the yielding dusk of earliest morning rendered it unnecessary. Without it, the next instant, I saw that there was some one on the stair. I speak of sequence, but I required no lapse of seconds to stiffen myself for a third encounter with Quint. The apparition had reached the landing half way up, and was therefore on the spot nearest the window, where, at sight of me, it stopped short and fixed me exactly as it had fixed me from the tower and from the garden. He knew me as well as I knew him. And so, in the cold, faint twilight, with a glimmer in the high glass and another on the polish of the oak stair below, we faced each other in our common intensity. He was absolutely, on this occasion, a living, detestable, dangerous presence. But that was not the wonder of wonders. I reserve this distinction for quite another circumstance. The circumstance that dread had unmistakably quitted me, and that there was nothing in me there that didn't meet and measure him. I had plenty of anguish after that extraordinary moment, but I had, thank God, no terror. And I knew I had not. I found myself at the end of an instant magnificently aware of this. I felt, in a fierce rigour of confidence, that if I stood my ground a minute I should cease, for the time at least, to have him to reckon with. And during the minute, accordingly, the thing was as human and hideous as a real interview. Hideous just because it was human, as to have met alone in the small hours in a sleeping house some enemy, some adventurer, some criminal. It was the dead silence of our long gaze at such close quarters that gave the whole horror, huge as it was, its only note of the unnatural. If I had met a murderer in such a place and at such an hour, we still at least would have spoken. Something would have passed, in life, between us. If nothing had passed, one of us would have moved. The moment was so prolonged that it would have taken but little more to make me doubt if even I were in life. I can't express what followed it, save by saying that the silence itself, which was indeed in a manner an attestation of my strength, became the element into which I saw the figure disappear; in which I definitely saw it turn as I might have seen the low wretch to which it had once belonged turn on receipt of an order, and pass, with my eyes on the villainous back that no hunch could have more disfigured, straight down the staircase and into the darkness in which the next bend was lost. Chapter 10. I remained a while at the top of the stair, but with the effect presently of understanding that when my visitor had gone, he had gone. Then I returned to my room. The foremost thing I saw there by the light of the candle I had left burning was that Flora's little bed was empty. And on this I caught my breath with all the terror that 5 minutes before I had been able to resist. I dashed at the place in which I had left her lying, and over which, for the small silk counterpane and the sheets were disarranged, the white curtains had been deceivingly pulled forward. Then my step, to my unutterable relief, produced an answering sound. I perceived an agitation of the window blind, and the child, ducking down, emerged rosily from the other side of it. She stood there in so much of her candour, and so little of her nightgown, with her pink bare feet and the golden glow of her curls. She looked intensely grave, and I had never had such a sense of losing an advantage acquired, the thrill of which had just been so prodigious, as on my consciousness that she addressed me with a reproach. "You naughty! Where have you been?" instead of challenging her own irregularity. I found myself arraigned and explaining. She herself explained, for that matter, with the loveliest, eagerest simplicity. She had known suddenly, as she lay there, that I was out of the room, and had jumped up to see what had become of me. I had dropped, with the joy of her reappearance, back into my chair, feeling, then and only then, a little faint; and she had pattered straight over to me, thrown herself upon my knee, given herself to be held, with the flame of the candle full in the wonderful little face that was still flushed with sleep. I remember closing my eyes an instant, yieldingly, consciously, as before the excess of something beautiful that shone out of the blue of her own. "You were looking for me out of the window," I said. "You thought I might be walking in the grounds?" "Well, you know, I thought some one was." She never blanched as she smiled out that at me. Oh, how I looked at her now! "And did you see any one?" "Ah, no," she returned, almost with the full privilege of childish inconsequence, resentfully, though with a long sweetness in her little drawl of the negative. At that moment, in the state of my nerves, I absolutely believed she lied, and if I once more closed my eyes it was before the dazzle of the 3 or 4 possible ways in which I might take this up. One of these, for a moment, tempted me with such singular intensity that, to withstand it, I must have gripped my little girl with a spasm that, wonderfully, she submitted to without a cry or a sign of fright. Why not break out at her on the spot and have it all over? Give it to her straight in her lovely little lighted face. You see, you know that you do, and that you already quite suspect I believe it. Therefore, why not frankly confess it to me, so that we may at least live with it together, and learn perhaps in the strangeness of our fate where we are and what it means?" This solicitation dropped, alas, as it came. If I could immediately have succumbed to it, I might have spared myself well, you'll see what. Instead of succumbing, I sprang again to my feet, looked at her bed, and took a helpless middle way. "Why did you pull the curtain over the place to make me think you were still there?" Flora luminously considered; after which, with her little divine smile, "Because I don't like to frighten you." "But if I had, by your idea, gone out?" She absolutely declined to be puzzled. She turned her eyes to the flame of the candle, as if the question were as irrelevant, or at any rate as impersonal, as Mrs. Marcet or 9 times 9. "Oh, but you know," she quite adequately answered, "that you might come back, you dear, and that you have." And after a little, when she had gone into bed, I had for a long time, by almost sitting on her to hold her hand, to prove that I recognized the pertinence of my return. You may imagine the general complexion, from that moment, of my nights. I repeatedly sat up till I didn't know when. I selected moments when my room-mate unmistakably slept, and, stealing out, took noiseless turns in the passage, and even pushed as far as to where I had last met Quint. But I never met him there again, and I may as well say at once that I on no other occasion saw him in the house. I just missed, on the staircase, on the other hand, a different adventure. Looking down it from the top, I once recognized the presence of a woman seated on one of the lower steps, with her back presented to me, her body half bowed, and her head in an attitude of woe, in her hands. I had been there but an instant, however, when she vanished without looking round at me. I knew, none the less, exactly what dreadful face she had to show, and I wondered whether, if instead of being above I had been below, I should have had, for going up, the same nerve I had lately shown Quint. Well, there continued to be plenty of chance for nerve. On the 11th night after my latest encounter with that gentleman, they were all numbered now, I had an alarm that perilously skirted it, and that indeed, from the particular quality of its unexpectedness, proved quite my sharpest shock. It was precisely the first night during this series that, weary with watching, I had felt that I might again, without laxity, lay myself down at my old hour. I slept immediately, and, as I afterward knew, till about 1 o'clock. But when I woke it was to sit straight up, as completely roused as if a hand had shook me. I had left a light burning, but it was now out, and I felt an instant certainty that Flora had extinguished it. This brought me to my feet, and straight in the darkness to her bed, which I found she had left. A glance at the window enlightened me further, and the striking of a match completed the picture. The child had again got up, this time blowing out the taper, and had again, for some purpose of observation or response, squeezed in behind the blind, and was peering out into the night. That she now saw, as she had not, I had satisfied myself the previous time, was proved to me by the fact that she was disturbed neither by my re-illumination nor by the haste I made to get into slippers and into a wrap. Hidden, protected, absorbed, she evidently rested on the sill, the casement opened forward, and gave herself up. There was a great still moon to help her, and this fact had counted in my quick decision. She was face to face with the apparition we had met at the lake, and could now communicate with it as she had not then been able to do. What I, on my side, had to care for was, without disturbing her, to reach, from the corridor, some other window in the same quarter. I got to the door without her hearing me. I got out of it, closed it, and listened, from the other side, for some sound from her. While I stood in the passage I had my eyes on her brother's door, which was but 10 steps off, and which indescribably produced in me a renewal of the strange impulse that I lately spoke of as my temptation. What if I should go straight in and march to his window? What if, by risking to his boyish bewilderment a revelation of my motive, I might throw across the rest of the mystery the long halter of my boldness? This thought held me sufficiently to make me cross to his threshold and pause again. I preternaturally listened. I figured to myself what might portentously be. I wondered if his bed were also empty, and he too were secretly at watch. It was a deep, soundless minute, at the end of which my impulse failed. He was quiet. He might be innocent. The risk was hideous. I turned away. There was a figure in the grounds, a figure prowling for a sight, the visitor with whom Flora was engaged. But it was not the visitor most concerned with my boy. I hesitated afresh, but on other grounds, and only for a few seconds. Then I had made my choice. There were empty rooms at Bligh, and it was only a question of choosing the right one. The right one suddenly presented itself to me as the lower one, though high above the gardens, in the solid corner of the house that I have spoken of as the Old Tower. This was a large square chamber, arranged with some state as a bedroom, the extravagant size of which made it so inconvenient that it had not for years, though kept by Mrs. Gross in exemplary order, been occupied. I had often admired it, and I knew my way about in it. I had only, after just faltering at the first chill gloom of its disuse, to pass across it and unbolt as quietly as I could one of the shutters. Achieving this transit, I uncovered the glass without a sound, and, applying my face to the pane, was able, the darkness without being much less than within, to see that I commanded the right direction. Then I saw something more. The moon made the night extraordinarily penetrable, and showed me on the lawn a person, diminished by distance, who stood there motionless, and as if fascinated, looking up to where I had appeared, looking, that is, not so much straight at me as at something that was apparently above me. There was clearly another person above me. There was a person on the tower. But the presence on the lawn was not in the least what I had conceived, and had confidently hurried to meet. The presence on the lawn, I felt sick as I made it out, was poor little Miles himself. End of Part 20. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 21. The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James. Chapters 11 and 12. It was not till late next day that I spoke to Mrs. Gross, the rigour with which I kept my pupils in sight making it often difficult to meet her privately, and the more as we each felt the importance of not provoking, on the part of the servants quite as much as on that of the children, any suspicion of a secret flurry or that of a discussion of mysteries. I drew a great security in this particular from her mere smooth aspect. There was nothing in her fresh face to pass on to others my horrible confidences. She believed me, I was sure, absolutely. If she hadn't, I don't know what would have become of me, for I couldn't have borne the business alone. But she was a magnificent monument to the blessing of a want of imagination, and if she could see in our little charges nothing but their beauty and amiability, their happiness and cleverness, she had no direct communication with the sources of my trouble. If they had been at all visibly blighted or battered, she would doubtless have grown, on tracing it back, haggard enough to match them. As matters stood, however, I could feel her, when she surveyed them, with her large white arms folded, and the habit of serenity in all her look, thank the Lord's mercy that if they were ruined the pieces would still serve. Flights of fancy gave place in her mind to a steady fireside glow, and I had already begun to perceive how, with the development of the conviction that, as time went on without a public accident, our young things could, after all, look out for themselves, she addressed her greatest solicitude to the sad case presented by their instructress. That, for myself, was a sound simplification. I could engage that to the world my face should tell no tales, but it would have been in the conditions an immense added strain to find myself anxious about hers. At the hour I now speak of she had joined me, under pressure, on the terrace, where, with the lapse of the season, the afternoon sun was now agreeable, and we sat there together, while before us, at a distance, but within call if we wished, the children strolled to and fro in one of their most manageable moods. They moved slowly, in unison, below us, over the lawn, the boy, as they went, reading aloud from a story book, and passing his arm around his sister to keep her quite in touch. Mrs. Gross watched them with a positive placidity. Then I caught the suppressed intellectual creak with which she conscientiously turned to take from me a view of the back of the tapestry. I had made her a receptacle of lurid things, but there was an odd recognition of my superiority, my accomplishments and my function, in her patience under my pain. She offered her mind to my disclosures as, had I wished to mix a witch's broth and proposed it with assurance, she would have held out a large clean saucepan. This had become thoroughly her attitude by the time that, in my recital of the events of the night, I reached the point of what Miles had said to me when, after seeing him, at such a monstrous hour, almost on the very spot where he happened now to be, I had gone down to bring him in. Choosing then, at the window, with a concentrated need of not alarming the house, rather that method than a signal more resonant. I had left her meanwhile in little doubt of my small hope of representing with success even to her actual sympathy my sense of the real splendour of the little inspiration with which, after I had got him into the house, the boy met my final articulate challenge. As soon as I appeared in the moonlight on the terrace he had come to me as straight as possible. On which I had taken his hand without a word and led him, through the dark spaces, up the staircase where Quint had so hungrily hovered for him, along the lobby where I had listened and trembled, and so to his forsaken room. Not a sound on the way had passed between us, and I had wondered, oh, how I had wondered, if he were groping about in his little mind for something plausible and not too grotesque. It would tax his invention, certainly, and I felt, this time, over his real embarrassment, a curious thrill of triumph. It was a sharp trap for the inscrutable. He couldn't play any longer at innocence, so how the deuce would he get out of it? There beat in me, indeed, with the passionate throb of this question, an equal dumb appeal as to how the deuce I should. I was confounded at last as never yet with all the risk attached even now to sounding my own horrid note. I remember, in fact, that as we pushed into his little chamber, where the bed had not been slept in at all, and the window, uncovered to the moonlight, made the place so clear that there was no need of striking a match, I remember how I suddenly sank upon the edge of the bed from the force of the idea that he must know how he really, as they say, had me. He could do what he liked, with all his cleverness to help him, so long as I should continue to defer to the old tradition of the criminality, of those caretakers of the young who minister to superstitions and fears. He had me, indeed, and in a cleft stick, for who would ever absolve me, who would consent that I should go unhung, if by the faintest tremor of an overture I were the first to introduce into our perfect intercourse an element so dire? No, no. It was useless to attempt to convey to Mrs. Gross, just as it is scarcely less so to attempt to suggest here, how in our short stiff brush in the dark he fairly shook me with admiration. I was, of course, thoroughly kind and merciful. Never, never yet had I placed on his little shoulders hands of such tenderness as those with which, while I rested against the bed, I held him there well under fire. I had no alternative but, in form at least, to put it to him. "You must tell me now, and all the truth. What did you go out for? What were you doing there?" I can still see his wonderful smile, the whites of his beautiful eyes, and the uncovering of his little teeth shine to me in the dusk. "If I tell you why, will you understand?" My heart, at this, leaped into my mouth. Would he tell me why? I found no sound on my lips to press it, and I was aware of replying only with a vague, repeated, grimacing nod. He was gentleness itself, and while I wagged my head at him he stood there more than ever a little fairy prince. It was his brightness, indeed, that gave me a respite. Would it be so great if he were really going to tell me? "Well," he said at last, "just exactly in order that you should do this." "Do what?" "Think me, for a change, bad." I shall never forget the sweetness and gaiety with which he brought out the word, nor how, on top of it, he bent forward and kissed me. It was practically the end of everything. I met his kiss, and I had to make, while I folded him for a minute in my arms, the most stupendous effort not to cry. He had given exactly the account of himself that permitted least of my going behind it, and it was only with the effect of confirming my acceptance of it that, as I presently glanced about the room, I could say, "Then you didn't undress at all?" He fairly glittered in the gloom. "Not at all. I sat up and read." "And when did you go down?" "At midnight. When I'm bad, I am bad." "I see. I see. It's charming. But how could you be sure I would know it?" "Oh, I arranged that with Flora." His answers rang out with a readiness. "She was to get up and look out." "Which is what she did do." "It was I who fell into the trap." "So she disturbed you, and to see what she was looking at, you also looked. You saw." "While you," I concurred, "caught your death in the night air." He literally bloomed so from this exploit that he could afford radiantly to assent. "How otherwise should I have been bad enough?" he asked. Then, after another embrace, the incident and our interview closed on my recognition of all the reserves of goodness that for his joke he had been able to draw upon. CHAPTER XII. The particular impression I had received proved in the morning light, I repeat, not quite successfully presentable to Mrs. Gross, though I reinforced it with the mention of still another remark that he had made before we separated. "It all lies in half a dozen words," I said to her, "words that really settle the matter. Think you know what I might do?" He threw that off to show me how good he is. He knows down to the ground what he might do. That's what he gave them a taste of at school." "Lord, you do change!" cried my friend. "I don't change. I simply make it out. The four, depend upon it, perpetually meet. If on either of these last nights you had been with either child, you would clearly have understood. The more I've watched and waited, the more I've felt that if there were nothing else to make it sure it would be made so by the systematic silence of each. Never by a slip of the tongue have they so much as alluded to either of their old friends, any more than Miles has alluded to his expulsion. Oh yes, we may sit here and look at them, and they may show off to us there to their fill, but even while they pretend to be lost in their fairy tale, they're steeped in their vision of the dead restored. He's not reading to her," I declared. "They're talking of them. They're talking horrors. I go on, I know, as if I were crazy, and it's a wonder I'm not. What I've seen would have made you so, but it has only made me more lucid, made me get hold of still other things." My lucidity must have seemed awful, but the charming creatures who were victims of it, passing and repassing in their interlocked sweetness, gave my colleague something to hold on by, and I felt how tight she held as, without stirring in the breath of my passion, she covered them still with her eyes. "Of what other things have you got hold?" "Why, of all the very things that have delighted, fascinated, and yet at bottom, as I now so strangely see, mystified and troubled me. They're more than earthly beauty, they're absolutely unnatural goodness. It's a game," I went on. "It's a policy and a fraud." "On the part of the little darlings?" "As yet mere lovely babies? Yes, mad as it seems. The very act of bringing it out really helped me to trace it, follow it all up and piece it all together. They haven't been good, they've only been absent. It has been easy to live with them because they're simply leading a life of their own. They're not mine, they're not ours, they're his and they're hers." "Quint's and that woman's?" "Quint's and that woman's. They want to get to them." Oh, how at this poor Mrs. Gross appeared to study them. "But for what?" "For the love of all the evil that, in those dreadful days, the pair put into them. And to ply them with that evil still, to keep up the work of demons, is what brings the others back." "Laws!" said my friend under her breath. The exclamation was homely, but it revealed a real acceptance of my further proof of what, in the bad time, for there had been a worse even than this, must have occurred. There could have been no such justification for me as the plain assent of her experience to whatever depth of depravity I found creditable in our brace of scoundrels. It was in obvious submission of memory that she brought out after a moment. "They were rascals, but what can they now do?" she pursued. "Do?" I echoed so loud that Miles and Flora, as they passed at their distance, paused an instant in their walk and looked at us. "Don't they do enough?" I demanded in a lower tone, while the children, having smiled and nodded and kissed hands to us, resumed their exhibition. We were held by it a minute, then I answered, "They can destroy them." At this my companion did turn, but the inquiry she launched was a silent one, the effect of which was to make me more explicit. "They don't know, as yet, quite how, but they're trying hard. They're seen only across, as it were, and beyond, in strange places and on high places, the top of towers, the roof of houses, the outside of windows, the further edge of pools. But there's a deep design on either side to shorten the distance and overcome the obstacle. And the success of the tempters is only a question of time. They've only to keep to their suggestions of danger." "For the children to come?" "And perish in the attempt." Mrs. Gross slowly got up, and I scrupulously added, "Unless, of course, we can prevent." Standing there before me while I kept my seat, she visibly turned things over. "Their uncle must do the preventing. He must take them away." "And who's to make him?" She had been scanning the distance, but she now dropped on me a foolish face. "You, miss." "By writing to him that his house is poisoned and his little nephew and niece mad?" "But if they are, miss?" "And if I am myself, you mean? That's charming news to be sent him by a governess whose prime undertaking was to give him no worry." Mrs. Gross considered, following the children again. "Yes, he do hate worry. That was the great reason—" "Why those fiends took him in so long? No doubt, though his indifference must have been awful. As I'm not a fiend, at any rate, I shouldn't take him in." My companion, after an instant and for an answer, sat down again and grasped my arm. "Make him at any rate come to you." I stared. "To me?" I had a sudden fear of what she might do. "Him?" "He ought to be here. He ought to help." I quickly rose, and I think I must have shown her a queerer face than ever yet. "You see me asking him for a visit?" No, with her eyes on my face she evidently couldn't. Instead of it even, as a woman reads another, she could see what I myself saw, his derision, his amusement, his contempt for the breakdown of my resignation at being left alone, and for the fine machinery I had set in motion to attract his attention to my slighted charms. She didn't know, no one knew, how proud I had been to serve him and to stick to our terms. Yet she none the less took the measure, I think, of the warning I now gave her. "If you should so lose your head as to appeal to him for me—" She was really frightened. "Yes, miss?" "I would leave on the spot, both him and you." Part 21. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various, Part 22, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James, Chapters 13 and 14. It was all very well to join them, but speaking to them proved quite as much as ever an effort beyond my strength. Offered in close quarters difficulties as insurmountable as before. This situation continued a month, and with new aggravations and particular notes, the note above all, sharper and sharper, of the small ironic consciousness on the part of my pupils. It was not, I am as sure to-day as I was sure then, my mere infernal imagination. It was absolutely traceable that they were aware of my predicament, and that this strange relation made in a manner for a long time the air in which we moved. I don't mean that they had their tongues in their cheeks or did anything vulgar, for that was not one of their dangers. I do mean, on the other hand, that the element of the unnamed and untouched became, between us, greater than any other, and that so much avoidance could not have been so successfully effected without a great deal of tacit arrangement. It was as if, at moments, we were perpetually coming into sight of subjects before which we must stop short, turning suddenly out of alleys that we perceived to be blind, closing with a little bang that made us look at each other. For, like all bangs, it was something louder than we had intended. The doors we had indiscreetly opened. All roads lead to Rome, and there were times when it might have struck us that almost every branch of study or subject of conversation skirted forbidden ground. Forbidden ground was the question of the return of the dead in general, and of whatever in especial might survive in memory of the friends little children had lost. There were days when I could have sworn that one of them had, with a small invisible nudge, said to the other, "She thinks she'll do it this time, but she won't." To "do it" would have been to indulge, for instance, and for once in a way, in some direct reference to the lady who had prepared them for my discipline. They had a delightful, endless appetite for passages in my own history, to which I had again and again treated them. They were in possession of everything that had ever happened to me, had, with every circumstance, the story of my smallest adventures, and of those of my brothers and sisters, and of the cat and the dog at home, as well as many particulars of the eccentric nature of my father, of the furniture and arrangement of our house, and of the conversation of the old women of our village. There were things enough, taking one with another, to chatter about, and if one went very fast and knew by instinct when to go round. They pulled with an art of their own the strings of my invention and my memory, and nothing else perhaps, when I thought of such occasions afterward, gave me so the suspicion of being watched from under cover. It was in any case over my life, my past, and my friends alone that we could take anything like our ease, a state of affairs that led them sometimes, without the least pertinence, to break out into sociable reminders. I was invited, with no visible connection, to repeat afresh Goody Gosling's celebrated mot, or to confirm the details already supplied as to the cleverness of the vicarage pony. It was partly at such junctures as these, and partly at quite different ones, that, with the turn my matters now had taken, my predicament, as I have called it, grew more sensible. The fact that the days passed for me without another encounter ought, it would have appeared, to have done something toward soothing my nerves, since the light brush, that second night on the upper landing, of the presence of a woman at the foot of the stair, I had seen nothing, whether in or out of the house, that one had better not have seen. There was many a corner round which I expected to come upon Quint, and many a situation that, in a merely sinister way, would have favoured the appearance of Miss Jessel. The summer had turned, the summer had gone. The autumn had dropped upon Bly and had blown out half our lights. The place, with its grey sky and withered garlands, its bared spaces and scattered dead leaves, was like a theatre after the performance, all strewn with crumpled playbills. There were exactly states of the air, conditions of sound and of stillness, unspeakable impressions of the kind of ministering moment, that brought back to me, long enough to catch it, the feeling of the medium in which, that June evening out of doors, I had had my first sight of Quint, and in which too, at those other instants, I had, after seeing him through the window, looked for him in vain in the circle of shrubbery. I recognized the signs, the portents. I recognized the moment, the spot. But they remained unaccompanied and empty, and I continued unmolested. If unmolested, one could call a young woman whose sensibility had, in the most extraordinary fashion, not declined, but deepened. I had said in my talk with Mrs. Gross on that horrid scene of Flora's by the lake, and had perplexed her by so saying, that it would from that moment distress me much more to lose my power than to keep it. I had then expressed what was vividly in my mind, the truth that whether the children really saw or not, since, that is, it was not yet definitely proved, I greatly preferred as a safeguard the fulness of my own exposure. I was ready to know the very worst that was to be known. What I had then had an ugly glimpse of was that my eyes might be sealed just while theirs were most opened. Well, my eyes were sealed, it appeared, at present, a consummation for which it seemed blasphemous not to thank God. There was, alas, a difficulty about that. I would have thanked him with all my soul had I not had in a proportionate measure this conviction of the secret of my pupils. How can I retrace to-day the strange steps of my obsession? There were times of our being together when I would have been ready to swear that, literally, in my presence, but with my direct sense of it closed, they had visitors who were known and were welcome. Then it was that had I not been deterred by the very chance that such an injury might prove greater than the injury to be averted, my exultation would have broken out. They're here, you little wretches, I would have cried, and you can't deny it now. The little wretches denied it with all the added volume of their sociability and their tenderness, in just the crystal depths of which, like the flash of a fish in a stream, the mockery of their advantage peeped up. The shock, in truth, had sunk into me still deeper than I knew on the night when, looking out to see either Quint or Miss Jessel under the stars, I had beheld the boy over whose rest I watched, and who had immediately brought in with him, had straightway there turned it on me, the lovely upward look with which, from the battlements above me, the hideous apparition of Quint had played. If it was a question of a scare, my discovery on this occasion had scared me more than any other, and it was in the condition of nerves produced by it that I made my actual inductions. They harassed me so that sometimes, at odd moments, I shut myself up audibly to rehearse — it was at once a fantastic relief and a renewed despair — the manner in which I might come to the point. I approached it from one side and the other, while in my room I flung myself about, but I always broke down in the monstrous utterance of names. As they died away on my lips I said to myself that I should indeed help them to represent something infamous, if by pronouncing them I should violate as rare a little case of instinctive delicacy as any schoolroom probably had ever known. When I said to myself, "They have the manners to be silent, and you, trusted as you are, the baseness to speak," I felt myself crimson, and I covered my face with my hands. After these secret scenes I chattered more than ever, going on volubly enough till one of our prodigious palpable hushes occurred — I can call them nothing else — the strange dizzy lift or swim (I try for terms) into a stillness, a pause of all life that had nothing to do with the more or less noise that at the moment we might be engaged in making, and that I could hear through any deepened exhilaration or quickened recitation or louder strum of the piano. Then it was that the others, the outsiders, were there. Though they were not angels, they passed, as the French say, causing me, while they stayed, to tremble with the fear of their addressing to their younger victims some yet more infernal message or more vivid image than they had thought good enough for myself. What it was most impossible to get rid of was the cruel idea that, whatever I had seen, Miles and Flora saw more — things terrible and unguessable, and that sprang from dreadful passages of intercourse in the past. Such things naturally left on the surface, for the time, a chill which we vociferously denied that we felt, and we had, all three with repetition, got into such splendid training that we went each time, almost automatically, to mark the close of the incident through the very same movements. It was striking of the children, at all events, to kiss me inveterately with a kind of wild irrelevance, and never to fail, one or the other, of the precious question that had helped us through many a peril: "When do you think he will come?" "Don't you think we ought to write?" There was nothing like that inquiry, we found by experience, for carrying off an awkwardness. He, of course, was their uncle in Harley Street, and we lived in much profusion of theory that he might at any moment arrive to mingle in our circle. It was impossible to have given less encouragement than he had done to such a doctrine, but if we had not had the doctrine to fall back upon, we should have deprived each other of some of our finest exhibitions. He never wrote to them. That may have been selfish, but it was part of the flattery of his trust in me. For the way in which a man pays his highest tribute to a woman is apt to be but by the more festal celebration of one of the sacred laws of his comfort, and I held that I carried out the spirit of the pledge given not to appeal to him when I let my charges understand that their own letters were but charming literary exercises. They were too beautiful to be posted. I kept them myself. I have them all to this hour. This was a rule, indeed, which only added to the satiric effect of my being plied with the supposition that he might at any moment be among us. It was exactly as if my charges knew how almost more awkward than anything else that might be for me. There appears to me, moreover, as I look back, no note in all this more extraordinary than the mere fact that, in spite of my tension and of their triumph, I never lost patience with them. Adorable they must in truth have been, I now reflect, that I didn't in those days hate them. Would exasperation, however, if relief had longer been postponed, finally have betrayed me? It little matters, for relief arrived. I call it relief, though it was only the relief that a snap brings to a strain, or the burst of a thunderstorm to a day of suffocation. It was at least change, and it came with a rush. Chapter XIV. Walking to church a certain Sunday morning, I had little Miles at my side, and his sister, in advance of us and at Mrs. Groce's, well in sight. It was a crisp, clear day, the first of its order for some time. The night had brought a touch of frost, and the autumn air, bright and sharp, made the church bells almost gay. It was an odd accident of thought that I should have happened at such a moment to be particularly and very gratefully struck with the obedience of my little charges. Why did they never resent my inexorable, my perpetual society? Something or other had brought nearer home to me that I had all but pinned the boy to my shawl, and that, in the way our companions were marshalled before me, I might have appeared to provide against some danger of rebellion. I was like a jailer with an eye to possible surprises and escapes. But all this belonged, I mean their magnificent little surrender, just to the special array of the facts that were most abysmal. Turned out for Sunday by his uncle's tailor, who had had a free hand and a notion of pretty waistcoats and of his grand little air, Miles' whole title to independence, the rights of his sex and situation, were so stamped upon him that if he had suddenly struck for freedom I should have had nothing to say. I was, by the strangest of chances, wondering how I should meet him when the revolution unmistakably occurred. I call it a revolution because I now see how with the word he spoke the curtain rose on the last act of my dreadful drama, and the catastrophe was precipitated. "Look here, my dear, you know," he charmingly said, "when in the world, please, am I going back to school?" Transcribed here the speech sounds harmless enough, particularly as uttered in the sweet, high, casual pipe with which at all interlocutors, but above all at his eternal governess, he threw off intonations as if he were tossing roses. There was something in them that always made one catch, and I caught, at any rate, now so effectually that I stopped as short as if one of the trees of the park had fallen across the road. There was something new on the spot between us, and he was perfectly aware that I recognized it, though to enable me to do so he had no need to look a whit less candid and charming than usual. I could feel in him how he already, from my first finding nothing to reply, perceived the advantage he had gained. I was so slow to find anything that he had plenty of time, after a minute, to continue with his suggestive but inconclusive smile. "You know, my dear, that for a fellow to be with a lady always—" His "my dear" was constantly on his lips for me, and nothing could have expressed more the exact shade of the sentiment with which I desired to inspire my pupils than its fond familiarity. It was so respectfully easy. But oh, how I felt that at present I must pick my own phrases. I remember that to gain time I tried to laugh, and I seemed to see in the beautiful face with which he watched me how ugly and queer I looked. "And always with the same lady?" I returned. He neither blanched nor winked. The whole thing was virtually out between us. "Ah, of course, she's a jolly perfect lady, but after all I'm a fellow, don't you see? That's, well, getting on." I lingered there with him an instant, ever so kindly. "Yes, you're getting on." Oh, but I felt helpless. I have kept to this day the heartbreaking little idea of how he seemed to know that and to play with it. And you can't say I've not been awfully good, can you? I laid my hand on his shoulder, for though I felt how much better it would have been to walk on, I was not yet quite able. "No, I can't say that, Miles. Except just that one night, you know." "That one night?" I couldn't look as straight as he. "Why, when I went out of the house." "Oh, yes, but I forget what you did it for." "You forget?" He spoke with the sweet extravagance of childish reproach. "Why, it was to show you I could." "Oh, yes, you could. And I can again." I felt that I might perhaps, after all, succeed in keeping my wits about me. "Certainly. But you won't." "No, not that again." "It was nothing." "It was nothing," I said. "But we must go on." He resumed our walk with me, passing his hand into my arm. "Then when am I going back?" I wore, in turning it over, my most responsible air. "Were you very happy at school?" He just considered. "Oh, I'm happy enough anywhere." "Well, then," I quavered, "if you're just as happy here—" "Ah, but that isn't everything. Of course you know a lot." "But you hint that you know almost as much," I risked, as he paused. "Oh, not half I want to," Miles honestly professed. "But it isn't so much that." "What is it, then?" "Well, I want to see more life." "I see, I see." We had arrived within sight of the church, and of various persons, including several of the household of Bligh, on their way to it, and clustered about the door to see us go in. I quickened our step. I wanted to get there before the question between us opened up much further. I reflected hungrily that, for more than an hour, he would have to be silent, and I thought with envy of the comparative dusk of the pew, and of the almost spiritual help of the hassock on which I might bend my knees. I seemed literally to be running a race with some confusion to which he was about to reduce me, but I felt that he had got in first when, before we had even entered the churchyard, he threw out, "I want my own sort." It literally made me bound forward. "There are not many of your own sort, Miles," I laughed, "unless, perhaps, dear little Flora." "You really compare me to a baby girl?" This found me singularly weak. "Don't you, then, love our sweet Flora?" "If I didn't, and you too, if I didn't," he repeated, as if retreating for a jump, yet leaving his thought so unfinished that after we had come into the gate another stop, which he imposed on me by the pressure of his arm, had become inevitable. Mrs. Gross and Flora had passed into the church, the other worshippers had followed, and we were, for the minute, alone among the old, thick graves. We had paused on the path from the gate by a low, oblong, table-like tomb. "Yes, if you didn't—" He looked while I waited at the graves. "Well, you know what—" But he didn't move, and he presently produced something that made me drop straight down on the stone slab, as if suddenly to rest. "Does my uncle think what you think?" I markedly rested. "How do you know what I think?" "Ah, well, of course I don't, for it strikes me you never tell me. But I mean, does he know?" "Know what, Miles?" "Why, the way I'm going on." I perceived quickly enough that I could make to this inquiry no answer that would not involve something of a sacrifice of my employer. Yet it appeared to me that we were all, at Bligh, sufficiently sacrificed to make that venial. "I don't think your uncle much cares." Miles, on this, stood looking at me. "Then don't you think he can be made to?" "In what way?" "Why, by his coming down." "But who'll get him to come down?" "I will," the boy said, with extraordinary brightness and emphasis. He gave me another look, charged with that expression, and then marched off alone into church. Part 22 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various, Part 23, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 15 and 16. The business was practically settled from the moment I never followed him. It was a pitiful surrender to agitation, but my being aware of this had somehow no power to restore me. I only sat there on my tomb and read into what my little friend had said to me the fulness of its meaning. By the time I had grasped the whole, of which I had also embraced for absence the pretext that I was ashamed to offer my pupils and the rest of the congregation such an example of delay, what I said to myself above all was that Miles had got something out of me, and that the proof of it, for him, would be just this awkward collapse. He had got out of me that there was something I was much afraid of, and that he should probably be able to make use of my fear to gain, for his own purpose, more freedom. My fear was of having to deal with the intolerable question of the grounds of his dismissal from school, for that was really but the question of the horrors gathered behind. That his uncle should arrive to treat with me of these things was a solution that, strictly speaking, I ought now to have desired to bring on. But I could so little face the ugliness and the pain of it that I simply procrastinated, and lived from hand to mouth. The boy, to my deep discomposure, was immensely in the right, was in a position to say to me, "Either you clear up with my guardian the mystery of this interruption of my studies, or you cease to expect me to lead with you a life that's so unnatural for a boy." What was so unnatural for the particular boy I was concerned with was this sudden revelation of a consciousness and a plan. That was what really overcame me, what prevented my going in. I walked round the church, hesitating, hovering. I reflected that I had already with him hurt myself beyond repair. Therefore I could patch up nothing, and it was too extreme an effort to squeeze beside him into the pew. He would be so much more sure than ever to pass his arm into mine, and make me sit there for an hour in close, silent contact with his commentary on our talk. For the first minute since his arrival I wanted to get away from him. As I paused beneath a high east window and listened to the sounds of worship, I was taken with an impulse that might master me, I felt, completely, should I give it the least encouragement. I might easily put an end to my predicament by getting away altogether. Here was my chance. There was no one to stop me. I could give the whole thing up, turn my back and retreat. It was only a question of hurrying again, for a few preparations, to the house which the attendance at church of so many of the servants would practically have left unoccupied. No one, in short, could blame me if I should just drive desperately off. What was it to get away if I got away only till dinner? That would be in a couple of hours, at the end of which I had the acute prevision that my little pupils would play at innocent wonder about my non-appearance in their train. "What did you do, you naughty bad thing? Why in the world to worry us so, and take our thoughts off too, don't you know? Did you desert us at the very door?" I couldn't meet such questions, nor, as they asked them, their false little lovely eyes. Yet it was all so exactly what I should have to meet that, as the prospect grew sharp to me, I at last let myself go. I got so far as the immediate moment was concerned, away. I came straight out of the churchyard, and, thinking hard, retraced my steps through the park. It seemed to me that by the time I reached the house I had made up my mind I would fly. The Sunday stillness, both of the approaches and of the interior, in which I met no one, fairly excited me with a sense of opportunity. Were I to get off quickly this way, I should get off without a scene, without a word. My quickness would have to be remarkable, however, and the question of a conveyance was the great one to settle. Tormented in the hall with difficulties and obstacles, I remember sinking down at the foot of the staircase, suddenly collapsing there on the lowest step, and then with a revulsion recalling that it was exactly where more than a month before, in the darkness of night, and just so bowed with evil things, I had seen the spectre of the most horrible of women. At this I was able to straighten myself. I went the rest of the way up. I made, in my bewilderment, for the schoolroom, where there were objects belonging to me that I should have to take. But I opened the door to find again, in a flash, my eyes unsealed. In the presence of what I saw, I reeled straight back upon my resistance. Seated at my own table in clear noonday light, I saw a person whom, without my previous experience, I should have taken at the first blush for some housemaid who might have stayed at home to look after the place, and who, availing herself of rare relief from observation, and of the schoolroom table and my pens, ink, and paper, had applied herself to the considerable effort of a letter to her sweetheart. There was an effort in the way that, while her arms rested on the table, her hands with evident weariness supported her head. But at the moment I took this in, I had already become aware that, in spite of my entrance, her attitude strangely persisted. Then it was, with the very act of its announcing itself, that her identity flared up in a change of posture. She rose, not as if she had heard me, but with an indescribable grand melancholy of indifference and detachment, and within a dozen feet of me stood there as my vile predecessor. Dishonoured and tragic, she was all before me. But even as I fixed and for memory secured it, the awful image passed away. Dark as midnight in her black dress, her haggard beauty, and her unutterable woe, she had looked at me long enough to appear to say that her right to sit at my table was as good as mine to sit at hers. While these instants lasted indeed, I had the extraordinary chill of feeling that it was I who was the intruder. It was a wild protest against it that, actually addressing her, "You terrible, miserable woman," I heard myself break into a sound that by the open door rang through the long passage and the empty house. She looked at me as if she heard me, but I had recovered myself and cleared the air. There was nothing in the room the next minute but the sunshine and a sense that I must stay. Chapter 16. I had so perfectly expected that the return of my pupils would be marked by a demonstration that I was freshly upset at having to take into account that they were dumb about my absence. Instead of gaily denouncing and caressing me, they made no allusion to my having failed them, and I was left, for the time, on perceiving that she too said nothing, to study Mrs. Groce's odd face. I did this to such purpose that I made sure they had in some way bribed her to silence; a silence that, however, I would engage to break down on the first private opportunity. This opportunity came before tea. I secured 5 minutes with her in the housekeeper's room, where in the twilight, amid a smell of lately baked bread, but with the place all swept and garnished, I found her sitting in pained placidity before the fire. So I see her still, so I see her best, facing the flame from her straight chair in the dusky, shining room, a large, clean image of the put away, of drawers closed and locked and rest without a remedy. Oh, yes, they asked me to say nothing, and to please them, so long as they were there, of course I promised. But what had happened to you? I only went with you for the walk, I said. I had then to come back to meet a friend. She showed her surprise. A friend? You? Oh, yes, I have a couple, I laughed. But did the children give you a reason? For not alluding to your leaving us? Yes, they said you would like it better. Do you like it better? My face had made her rueful. No, I like it worse. But after an instant I added, did they say why I should like it better? No. Master Miles only said, we must do nothing but what she likes. I wish indeed he would. And what did Flora say? Miss Flora was too sweet. She said, oh, of course, of course. And I said the same. I thought a moment. You were too sweet, too. I can hear you all. But none the less, between Miles and me, it's now all out. All out? My companion stared. But what, miss? Everything. It doesn't matter. I've made up my mind. I came home, my dear, I went on, for a talk with Miss Jessel. I had by this time formed the habit of having Mrs. Gross literally well in hand in advance of my sounding that note, so that even now, as she bravely blinked under the signal of my word, I could keep her comparatively firm. A talk? Do you mean she spoke? It came to that. I found her on my return in the schoolroom. And what did she say? I can hear the good woman still, and the candour of her stupefaction. That she suffers the torments. It was this of a truth that made her, as she filled out my picture, gape. Do you mean, she faltered, of the lost? Of the lost, of the damned, and that's why, to share them, I faltered myself with the horror of it. But my companion, with less imagination, kept me up. To share them? She wants Flora. Mrs. Gross might, as I gave it to her, fairly have fallen away from me, had I not been prepared. I still held her there to show I was. As I've told you, however, it doesn't matter. Because you made up your mind? But to what? To everything. And what do you call everything? Why, sending for their uncle. Oh, miss, in pity, do! My friend broke out. Ah, but I will, I will! I see it's the only way. What's out, as I told you with Miles, is that if he thinks I'm afraid to, and has ideas of what he gains by that, he shall see he's mistaken. Yes, yes, his uncle shall have it here from me on the spot, and before the boy himself, if necessary, that if I'm to be reproached with having done nothing again about more school— Yes, miss? My companion pressed me. Well, there's that awful reason. There were now clearly so many of these for my poor colleague that she was excusable for being vague. But, which? Why, the letter from his old place. You'll show it to the master? I ought to have done it so on the instant. Oh, no, said Mrs. Gross with decision. I'll put it before him, I went on inexorably, that I can't undertake to work the question on behalf of a child who has been expelled. For we've never in the least known what, Mrs. Gross declared. For wickedness. For what else, when he's so clever and beautiful and perfect? Is he stupid? Is he untidy? Is he infirm? Is he ill-natured? He's exquisite. So it can only be that, and that would open up the whole thing. After all, I said, it's their uncle's fault, if he left here such people. He didn't really in the least know them. The fault's mine. She had turned quite pale. Well, you shan't suffer, I answered. The children shan't, she emphatically returned. I was silent a while. We looked at each other. Then what am I to tell him? You needn't tell him anything. I'll tell him. I measured this. "Do you mean you'll write?" Remembering she couldn't, I caught myself up. "How do you communicate?" "I tell the bailiff. He writes." "And should you like him to write our story?" My question had a sarcastic force that I had not fully intended, and it made her after a moment inconsequently break down. The tears were again in her eyes. "Ah, miss, you write." "Well, to night," I at last answered, and on this we separated. End of Part 23. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various, Part 24, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 17 and 18. I went so far in the evening as to make a beginning. The weather had changed back, a great wind was abroad, and beneath the lamp in my room, with Flora at peace beside me, I sat for a long time before a blank sheet of paper and listened to the lash of the rain and the batter of the gusts. Finally I went out, taking a candle. I crossed the passage and listened a minute at Miles's door. What, under my endless obsession, I had been impelled to listen for was some betrayal of his not being at rest, and I presently caught one, but not in the form I had expected. His voice tinkled out, "I say, you there, come in!" It was a gaiety in the gloom. I went in with my light and found him in bed, very wide awake, but very much at his ease. "Well, what are you up to?" he asked, with a grace of sociability in which it occurred to me that Mrs. Gross, had she been present, might have looked in vain for proof that anything was out. I stood over him with my candle. "How did you know I was there?" "Why, of course I heard you. Did you fancy you made no noise? You're like a troop of cavalry." He beautifully laughed. "Then you weren't asleep?" "Not much. I lie awake and think." I had put my candle designedly a short way off, and then, as he held out his friendly old hand to me, had sat down on the edge of his bed. "What is it," I asked, "that you think of?" "What in the world, my dear, but you?" "Ah, the pride I take in your appreciation doesn't insist on that. I had so far rather you slept." "Well, I think also, you know, of this queer business of ours." I marked the coolness of his firm little hand. "Of what queer business, Miles?" "Why, the way you bring me up and all the rest." I fairly held my breath a minute, and even from my glimmering taper there was light enough to show how he smiled up at me from his pillow. "What do you mean by all the rest?" "Oh, you know, you know." I could say nothing for a minute, though I felt, as I held his hand and our eyes continued to meet, that my silence had all the air of admitting his charge, and that nothing in the whole world of reality was perhaps at that moment so fabulous as our actual relation. "Certainly you shall go back to school," I said, "if it be that that troubles you. But not to the old place. We must find another, a better. How could I know it did trouble you, this question, when you never told me so, never spoke of it at all?" His clear, listening face, framed in its smooth whiteness, made him for the minute as appealing as some wistful patient in a children's hospital; and I would have given, as the resemblance came to me, all I possessed on earth really to be the nurse or the sister of charity who might have helped to cure him. Well, even as it was, I perhaps might help. "Do you know you've never said a word to me about your school? I mean the old one. Never mentioned it in any way." He seemed to wonder. He smiled with the same loveliness, but he clearly gained time. He waited, he called for guidance. "Haven't I?" It wasn't for me to help him. It was for the thing I had met. Something in his tone and the expression of his face, as I got this from him, set my heart aching with such a pang as it had never yet known. So unutterably touching was it to see his little brain puzzled and his little resources taxed to play, under the spell laid on him, a part of innocence and consistency. "No, never, from the hour you came back. You've never mentioned to me one of your masters, one of your comrades, nor the least little thing that ever happened to you at school. Never, little Miles, no, never, have you given me an inkling of anything that may have happened there. Therefore you can fancy how much I'm in the dark. Until you came out, that way, this morning, you had, since the first hour I saw you, scarce even made a reference to anything in your previous life. You seemed so perfectly to accept the present." It was extraordinary how my absolute conviction of his secret precocity, for whatever I might call the poison of an influence that I dared but half to phrase, made him, in spite of the faint breath of his inward trouble, appear as accessible as an older person, imposed him almost as an intellectual equal. "I thought you wanted to go on as you are." It struck me that at this he just faintly coloured. He gave, at any rate, like a convalescent, slightly fatigued, a languid shake of his head. "I don't. I don't. I want to get away." "You're tired of Bligh?" "Oh, no, I like Bligh." "Well, then—" "Oh, you know what a boy wants." I felt that I didn't know so well as Miles, and I took temporary refuge. "You want to go to your uncle?" Again at this, with his sweet ironic face, he made a movement on the pillow. "Ah, you can't get off with that." I was silent a little, and it was, I now think, I who changed colour. "My dear, I don't want to get off." "You can't, even if you do. You can't, you can't." He lay beautifully staring. "My uncle must come down, and you must completely settle things." "If we do," I returned with some spirit, "you may be sure it will be to take you quite away." "Well, don't you understand that that's exactly what I'm working for? You'll have to tell him about the way you've let it all drop. You'll have to tell him a tremendous lot." The exultation with which he uttered this helped me somehow, for the instant, to meet him rather more. "And how much will you, Miles, have to tell him? There are things he'll ask you." He turned it over. "Very likely. But what things?" "The things you've never told me. To make up his mind what to do with you. He can't send you back." "Oh, I don't want to go back," he broke in. "I want a new field." He said it with admirable serenity, with positive, unimpeachable gaiety; and doubtless it was that very note that must have evoked for me the poignancy, the unnatural, childish tragedy of his probable reappearance at the end of 3 months with all this bravado and still more dishonour. It overwhelmed me now that I should never be able to bear that, and it made me let myself go. I threw myself upon him, and in the tenderness of my pity I embraced him. "Dear little Miles, dear little Miles!" My face was close to his, and he let me kiss him, simply taking it with indulgent good humour. "Well, old lady?" "Is there nothing, nothing at all that you want to tell me?" He turned off a little, facing round towards the wall, and holding up his hand to look at as one had seen sick children look. "I've told you. I told you this morning." Oh, I was sorry for him. "That you just want me not to worry you?" He looked round at me now, as if in recognition of my understanding him. Then ever so gently, "To let me alone," he replied. There was even a singular little dignity in it, something that made me release him, yet, when I had slowly risen, linger beside him. God knows I never wished to harass him, but I felt that merely at this to turn my back on him was to abandon, or, to put it more truly, to lose him. "I've just begun a letter to your uncle," I said. "Well, then, finish it." I waited a minute. "What happened before?" He gazed up at me again. "Before what?" "Before you came back, and before you went away." For some time he was silent, but he continued to meet my eyes. "What happened?" It made me, the sound of the words, in which it seemed to me that I caught for the very first time a small faint quaver of consenting consciousness, It made me drop on my knees beside the bed and seize once more the chance of possessing him. Dear little Miles, dear little Miles, if you knew how I want to help you. It's only that. It's nothing but that. And I'd rather die than give you a pain or do you a wrong. I'd rather die than hurt a hair of you. Dear little Miles. Oh, I brought it out now, even if I should go too far. I just want you to help me to save you. But I knew in a moment after this that I had gone too far. The answer to my appeal was instantaneous, but it came in the form of an extraordinary blast and chill, a gust of frozen air, and a shake of the room as great as if in the wild wind the casement had crashed in. The boy gave a loud, high shriek, which, lost in the rest of the shock of sound, might have seemed indistinctly, though I was so close to him, a note either of jubilation or of terror. I jumped to my feet again, and was conscious of darkness. So for a moment we remained, while I stared about me and saw that the drawn curtains were unstirred, and the window tight. "Why, the candle's out!" I then cried. "It was I who blew it, dear," said Miles. Chapter 18 The next day, after lessons, Mrs. Gross found a moment to say to me quietly, "Have you written, miss?" "Yes, I've written," but I didn't add, for the hour, that my letter, sealed and directed, was still in my pocket. There would be time enough to send it before the messenger should go to the village. Meanwhile there had been, on the part of my pupils, no more brilliant, more exemplary morning. It was exactly as if they had both at heart to gloss over any recent little friction. They performed the dizziest feats of arithmetic, soaring quite out of my feeble range, and perpetrated, in higher spirits than ever, geographical and historical jokes. It was conspicuous, of course, in Miles in particular, that he appeared to wish to show how easily he could let me down. This child, to my memory, really lives in a setting of beauty and misery that no words can translate. There was a distinction all his own in every impulse he revealed. Never was a small, natural creature, to the uninitiated eye all frankness and freedom, a more ingenious, a more extraordinary little gentleman. I had perpetually to guard against the wonder of contemplation into which my initiated view betrayed me, to check the irrelevant gaze and discouraged sigh in which I constantly both attacked and renounced the enigma of what such a little gentleman could have done that deserved a penalty. Say that, by the dark prodigy, I knew the imagination of all evil had been opened up to him, all the justice within me ached for the proof that it could ever have flowered into an act. He had never, at any rate, been such a little gentleman as when, after our early dinner on this dreadful day, he came round to me and asked if I shouldn't like him for half an hour to play to me. David playing to Saul could never have shown a finer sense of the occasion. It was literally a charming exhibition of tact, of magnanimity, and quite tantamount to his saying outright, "The true knights we love to read about never push an advantage too far. I know what you mean now. You mean that, to be let alone yourself and not followed up, you'll cease to worry and spy upon me, won't keep me so close to you, you'll let me go and come. Well, I come, you see, but I don't go. There'll be plenty of time for that. I do really delight in your society, and I only want to show you that I contended for a principle." It may be imagined whether I resisted this appeal or failed to accompany him again, hand in hand, to the schoolroom. He sat down at the old piano and played as he had never played, and if there are those who think he had better have been kicking a football, I can only say that I wholly agree with them. For at the end of a time that under his influence I had quite ceased to measure, I started up with a strange sense of having literally slept at my post. It was after luncheon and by the schoolroom fire, and yet I hadn't really in the least slept. I had only done something much worse. I had forgotten. Where, all this time, was Flora? When I put the question to Miles, he played on a minute before answering, and then could only say, "Why, my dear, how do I know?" breaking moreover into a happy laugh, which immediately after, as if it were a vocal accompaniment, he prolonged into incoherent, extravagant song. I went straight to my room, but his sister was not there. Then, before going downstairs, I looked into several others. As she was nowhere about, she would surely be with Mrs. Gross, whom, in the comfort of that theory, I accordingly proceeded in quest of. I found her where I had found her the evening before, but she met my quick challenge with blank, scared ignorance. She had only supposed that after the repast I had carried off both the children, as to which she was quite in her right, for it was the very first time I had allowed the little girl out of my sight without some special provision. Of course, now indeed she might be with the maids, so that the immediate thing was to look for her without an air of alarm. This we promptly arranged between us, but when, 10 minutes later, and in pursuance of our arrangement, we met in the hall, it was only to report on either side that after guarded inquiries we had altogether failed to trace her. For a minute there, apart from observation, we exchanged mute alarms, and I could feel with what high interest my friend returned me all those I had from the first given her. "She'll be above," she presently said, "in one of the rooms you haven't searched." "No, she's at a distance." I had made up my mind. "She has gone out." Mrs. Gross stared. "Without a hat?" I naturally also looked volumes. "Isn't that woman always without one?" "She's with her?" "She's with her," I declared. "We must find them." My hand was on my friend's arm, but she failed for the moment, confronted with such an account of the matter, to respond to my pressure. She communed, on the contrary, on the spot, with her uneasiness. "And where's Master Miles?" "Oh, he's with Quint. They're in the schoolroom." "Lord, miss!" My view, I was myself aware, and therefore I suppose my tone, had never yet reached so calm an assurance. "The trick's played," I went on. "They've successfully worked their plan. He found the most divine little way to keep me quiet while she went off." "Divine?" Mrs. Gross bewilderedly echoed. "Infernal, then," I almost cheerfully rejoined. "He has provided for himself as well. But come." She had helplessly gloomed at the upper regions. "You leave him? So long with Quint?" "Yes, I don't mind that now." She always ended at these moments by getting possession of my hand, and in this manner she could at present still stay me. But after gasping an instant at my sudden resignation, "Because of your letter?" she eagerly brought out. I quickly, by way of answer, felt for my letter, drew it forth, held it up, and then, freeing myself, went and laid it on the great hall table. "Luke will take it," I said, as I came back. I reached the house door and opened it. I was already on the steps. My companion still demurred. The storm of the night and the early morning had dropped, but the afternoon was damp and grey. I came down to the drive while she stood in the doorway. "You go with nothin' on?" "What do I care, when the child has nothing? I can't wait to dress," I cried, "and if you must do so, I leave you. Try, meanwhile, yourself upstairs." "With them?" On this the poor woman promptly joined me. Part 24. 25 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 25, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James. Chapters 19 and 20. We went straight to the lake, as it was called at Bly, and I dare say rightly called, though I reflect that it may in fact have been a sheet of water less remarkable than it appeared to my untravelled eyes. My acquaintance with sheets of water was small, and the pool of Bly, at all events on the few occasions of my consenting, under the protection of my pupils, to affront its surface in the old flat-bottomed boat moored there for our use, had impressed me both with its extent and its agitation. The usual place of embarkation was half a mile from the house, but I had an intimate conviction that, wherever Flora might be, she was not near home. She had not given me the slip for any small adventure, and since the day of the very great one that I had shared with her by the pond, I had been aware in our walks of the quarter to which she most inclined. This was why I had now given to Mrs. Groce's steps so marked a direction that made her, when she perceived it, oppose a resistance that showed me she was freshly mystified. "You're going to the water, miss? You think she's in—" "She may be, though the depth is, I believe, nowhere very great. But what I judge most likely is that she's on the spot from which the other day we saw together what I told you. When she pretended not to see, with that astounding self-possession, I've always been sure she wanted to go back alone. And now her brother has managed it for her." Mrs. Groce still stood where she had stopped. "You suppose they really talk of them?" I could meet this with a confidence. "They say things that, if we heard them, would simply appal us." "And if she is there?" "Yes." "Then Miss Jessel is?" "Beyond a doubt. You shall see." "Oh, thank you!" my friend cried, planted so firmly that, taking it in, I went straight on without her. By the time I reached the pool, however, she was close behind me, and I knew that, whatever to her apprehension might befall me, the exposure of my society struck her as her least danger. She exhaled a moan of relief as we at last came in sight of the greater part of the water without a sight of the child. There was no trace of Flora on that nearer side of the bank where my observation of her had been most startling, and none on the opposite edge where, save for a margin of some 20 yards, a thick copse came down to the water. The pond, oblong in shape, had a width so scant compared to its length that, with its ends out of view, it might have been taken for a scant river. We looked at the empty expanse, and then I felt the suggestion of my friend's eyes. I knew what she meant, and I replied with a negative headshake. "No, no, wait. She has taken the boat." My companion stared at the vacant mooring place, and then again across the lake. "Then where is it?" "Our not seeing it is the strongest of proofs. She has used it to go over, and then has managed to hide it." "All alone? That child?" "She's not alone, and at such times she's not a child. She's an old, old woman." I scanned all the visible shore while Mrs. Groce took again into the queer element I offered her one of her plunges of submission. Then I pointed out that the boat might perfectly be in a small refuge formed by one of the recesses of the pool, an indentation masked for the hither side by a projection of the bank and by a clump of trees growing close to the water. "But if the boat's there, where on earth is she?" my colleague anxiously asked. "That's exactly what we must learn." And I started to walk further. "By going all the way round?" "Certainly. Far as it is, it will take us but 10 minutes, but it's far enough to have made the child prefer not to walk. She went straight over." "Laws!" cried my friend again. The chain of my logic was ever too much for her. It dragged her at my heels even now, and when we had got half way round, a devious, tiresome process on ground much broken and by a path choked with undergrowth, I paused to give her breath. I sustained her with a grateful arm, assuring her that she might hugely help me, and this started us afresh, so that in the course of but few minutes more we reached a point from which we found the boat to be where I had supposed it. It had been intentionally left as much as possible out of sight, and was tied to one of the stakes of a fence that came just there down to the brink, and that had been an assistance to disembarking. I recognized, as I looked at the pair of short, thick oars quite safely drawn up, the prodigious character of the feat for a little girl. But I had lived by this time too long among wonders, and had panted to too many livelier measures. There was a gate in the fence, through which we passed, and that brought us, after a trifling interval, more into the open. Then, "There she is!" we both exclaimed at once. Flora, a short way off, stood before us on the grass and smiled, as if her performance was now complete. The next thing she did, however, was to stoop straight down and pluck, quite as if it were all she was there for, a big, ugly spray of withered fern. I instantly became sure she had just come out of the copse. She waited for us, not herself taking a step, and I was conscious of the rare solemnity with which we presently approached her. She smiled and smiled, and we met. But it was all done in a silence by this time flagrantly ominous. Mrs. Gross was the first to break the spell. She threw herself on her knees, and, drawing the child to her breast, clasped in a long embrace this little, tender, yielding body. While this dumb convulsion lasted, I could only watch it, which I did the more intently when I saw Flora's face peep at me over our companion's shoulder. It was serious now, the flicker had left it, but it strengthened the pang with which I at that moment envied Mrs. Gross the simplicity of her relation. Still, all this while, nothing more passed between us save that Flora had let her foolish fern again drop to the ground. What she and I had virtually said to each other was that pretexts were useless now. When Mrs. Gross finally got up, she kept the child's hand, so that the two were still before me, and the singular reticence of our communion was even more marked in the frank look she launched me. "I'll be hanged," it said, "if I'll speak." It was Flora who, gazing all over me in candid wonder, was the first. She was struck with our bareheaded aspect. "Why, where are your things?" "Where yours are, my dear," I promptly returned. She had already got back her gaiety, and appeared to take this as an answer quite sufficient. "And where's Miles?" she went on. There was something in the small valour of it that quite finished me. These three words from her were, in a flash, like the glitter of a drawn blade, the jostle of the cup that my hand for weeks and weeks had held high and full to the brim, that now, even before speaking, I felt overflow in a deluge. "I'll tell you if you'll tell me," I heard myself say, then heard the tremor in which it broke. "Well, what?" Mrs. Gross's suspense blazed at me, but it was too late now, and I brought the thing out handsomely. "Where, my pet, is Miss Jessel?" CHAPTER XX. Just as in the churchyard with Miles, the whole thing was upon us. Much as I had made of the fact that this name had never once between us been sounded, the quick, smitten glare with which the child's face now received it fairly likened my breach of the silence to the smash of a pane of glass. It added to the interposing cry, as if to stay the blow that Mrs. Gross at the same instant uttered over my violence, the shriek of a creature scared, or rather wounded, which in turn, within a few seconds, was completed by a gasp of my own. I seized my colleague's arm. "She's there! She's there!" Miss Jessel stood before us on the opposite bank, exactly as she had stood the other time, and I remember strangely, as the first feeling now produced in me, my thrill of joy at having brought on a proof. She was there, and I was justified. She was there, and I was neither cruel nor mad. She was there for poor scared Mrs. Gross, but she was there most for Flora. And no moment of my monstrous time was perhaps so extraordinary as that in which I consciously threw out to her, with the sense that, pale and ravenous demon as she was, she would catch and understand it, an inarticulate message of gratitude. She rose erect on the spot my friend and I had lately quitted, and there was not in all the long reach of her desire an inch of her evil that fell short. This first vividness of vision and emotion were things of a few seconds, during which Mrs. Groce's dazed blink across to where I pointed struck me as a sovereign sign that she too at last saw, just as it carried my own eyes precipitately to the child. The revelation, then, of the manner in which Flora was affected startled me, in truth, far more than it would have done to find her also merely agitated, for direct dismay was of course not what I had expected. Prepared and on her guard as our pursuit had actually made her, she would repress every betrayal, and I was therefore shaken on the spot by my first glimpse of the particular one for which I had not allowed. To see her, without a convulsion of her small pink face, not even feign to glance in the direction of the prodigy I announced, but only instead of that turn to me an expression of hard, still gravity, an expression absolutely new and unprecedented, and that appeared to read and accuse and judge me. This was a stroke that somehow converted the little girl herself into the very presence that could make me quail. I quailed, even though my certitude that she thoroughly saw was never greater than at that instant, and in the immediate need to defend myself I called it passionately to witness. "She's there, you little unhappy thing! There, there, there! And you see her as well as you see me." I had said shortly before to Mrs. Groce that she was not at these times a child, but an old, old woman, and that description of her could not have been more strikingly confirmed than in the way in which, for all answer to this, she simply showed me, without a concession, an admission of her eyes, a countenance of deeper and deeper, of indeed suddenly quite fixed reprobation. I was by this time, if I can put the whole thing at all together, more appalled at what I may properly call her manner than at anything else, though it was simultaneously with this that I became aware of having Mrs. Groce also, and very formidably, to reckon with. My elder companion, the next moment at any rate, blotted out everything but her own flushed face and her loud, shocked protest, a burst of high approval. "What a dreadful turn, to be sure, miss! Where on earth do you see anything?" I could only grasp her more quickly yet, for even while she spoke the hideous plain presence stood undimmed and undaunted. It had already lasted a minute, and it lasted while I continued, seizing my colleague, quite thrusting her at it and presenting her to it, to insist with my pointing hand. "You don't see her exactly as we see? You mean to say you don't now? Now? She's as big as a blazing fire. Only look, dearest woman, look!" She looked even as I did, and gave me, with her deep groan of negation, repulsion, compassion, the mixture with her pity of her relief at her exemption, a sense, touching to me even then, that she would have backed me up if she could. I might well have needed that, for with this hard blow of the proof that her eyes were hopelessly sealed, I felt my own situation horribly crumble, I saw my livid predecessor press from her position on my defeat, and I was conscious, more than all, of what I should have from this instant to deal with in the astounding little attitude of Flora. Into this attitude Mrs. Groce immediately and violently entered, breaking, even while there pierced through my sense of ruin a prodigious private triumph, into breathless reassurance. "She isn't there, little lady, and nobody's there, and you never see nothing, my sweet. How can poor Miss Jessel, when poor Miss Jessel's dead and buried? We know, don't we, love?" and she appealed, blundering in, to the child. "It's all a mere mistake, and a worry and a joke, and we'll go home as fast as we can." Our companion on this had responded with a strange, quick primness of propriety, and they were again, with Mrs. Groce at her feet, united as it were in pained opposition to me. Flora continued to fix me with her small mask of reprobation, and even at that minute I prayed God to forgive me for seeming to see that, as she stood there holding tight to our friend's dress, Her incomparable childish beauty had suddenly failed, had quite vanished. I've said it already, she was hideously hard. She had turned common and almost ugly. "I don't know what you mean. I see nobody. I see nothing. I never have. I think you're cruel. I don't like you." Then after this deliverance, which might have been that of a vulgarly pert little girl in the street, she hugged Mrs. Gross more closely and buried in her skirts the dreadful little face. In this position she produced an almost furious wail. "Take me away! Take me away! Oh, take me away from her!" "From me?" I panted. "From you! From you!" she cried. Even Mrs. Gross looked across at me dismayed, while I had nothing to do but communicate again with the figure that on the opposite bank, without a movement, as rigidly still as if catching beyond the interval our voices, was as vividly there for my disaster as it was not there for my service. The wretched child had spoken exactly as if she had got from some outside source each of her stabbing little words, and I could therefore, in the full despair of all I had to accept, but sadly shake my head at her. If I had ever doubted, all my doubt would at present have gone. I've been living with the miserable truth, and now it has only too much closed round me. Of course I've lost you. I've interfered, and you've seen, under her dictation," with which I faced over the pool again our infernal witness, "the easy and perfect way to meet it. I've done my best, but I've lost you. Good bye." For Mrs. Gross I had an imperative, an almost frantic "Go! Go!" Before which, in infinite distress, but mutely possessed of the little girl, and clearly convinced, in spite of her blindness, that something awful had occurred, and some collapse engulfed us, she retreated, by the way we had come, as fast as she could move. Of what first happened when I was left alone I had no subsequent memory. I only knew that at the end of, I suppose, a quarter of an hour, an odorous dampness and roughness, chilling and piercing my trouble, had made me understand that I must have thrown myself on my face on the ground and given way to a wildness of grief. I must have lain there long and cried and sobbed, for when I raised my head the day was almost gone. I got up and looked a moment, through the twilight, at the grey pool, and its blank, haunted edge; and then I took, back to the house, my dreary and difficult course. When I reached the gate in the fence the boat, to my surprise, was gone, so that I had a fresh reflection to make on Flora's extraordinary command of the situation. She passed that night by the most tacit, and I should add, were not the word so grotesque a false note, the happiest of arrangements, with Mrs. Gross. I saw neither of them on my return, but on the other hand, as by an ambiguous compensation, I saw a great deal of Miles. I saw, I can use no other phrase, so much of him that it was as if it were more than it had ever been. No evening I had passed at Bligh had the portentous quality of this one, in spite of which, and in spite also of the deeper depth of consternation that had opened beneath my feet, there was literally, in the ebbing actual, an extraordinary sweet sadness. On reaching the house I had never so much as looked for the boy. I had simply gone straight to my room to change what I was wearing, and to take in, at a glance, much material testimony to Flora's rupture. Her little belongings had all been removed. When later, by the schoolroom fire, I was served with tea by the usual maid, I indulged, on the article of my other pupil, in no inquiry whatever. He had his freedom now. He might have it to the end. Well, he did have it, and it consisted, in part at least, of his coming in at about 8 o'clock and sitting down with me in silence. On the removal of the tea things I had blown out the candle and drawn my chair closer. I was conscious of a mortal coldness, and felt as if I should never again be warm. So when he appeared I was sitting in the glow with my thoughts. He paused a moment by the door as if to look at me, and then, as if to share them, came to the other side of the hearth and sank into a chair. We sat there in absolute stillness. Yet he wanted, I felt, to be with me. End of Part 25. 26 of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. Part 26, The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Chapters 21 and 22. Before a new day in my room had fully broken, my eyes opened to Mrs. Gross, who had come to my bedside with worse news. Flora was so markedly feverish that an illness was perhaps at hand. She had passed a night of extreme unrest, a night agitated above all by fears that had for their subject not in the least her former, but wholly her present governess. It was not against the possible re-entrance of Miss Jessel on the scene that she protested. It was conspicuously and passionately against mine. I was promptly on my feet, of course, and with an immense deal to ask. The more that my friend had discernibly now girded her loins to meet me once more. This I felt as soon as I had put to her the question of her sense of the child's sincerity as against my own. She persists in denying to you that she saw, or has ever seen, anything. My visitor's trouble truly was great. "Ah, miss, it isn't a matter on which I can push her. Yet it isn't either, I must say, as if I much needed to. It has made her, every inch of her, quite old." "Oh, I see her perfectly from here. She resents, for all the world, like some high little personage, the imputation on her truthfulness, and, as it were, her respectability. Miss Jessel, indeed! She! Ah, she's respectable, the chit! The impression she gave me there yesterday was, I assure you, the very strangest of all. It was quite beyond any of the others. I did put my foot in it. She'll never speak to me again." Hideous and obscure as it all was, it held Mrs. Gross briefly silent. Then she granted my point with a frankness which, I made sure, had more behind it. "I think indeed, miss, she never will. She do have a grand manner about it." "And that manner," I summed it up, "is practically what's the matter with her now." Oh, that manner I could see in my visitor's face, and not a little else besides. She asks me every 3 minutes if I think you're coming in. I see. I see. I, too, on my side, had so much more than worked it out. Has she said to you since yesterday, except to repudiate her familiarity with anything so dreadful, a single other word about Miss Jessel? "Not one, miss, and of course you know," my friend added, "I took it from her, by the lake, that just then and there, at least, there was nobody." "Rather! And naturally you take it from her still." "I don't contradict her. What else can I do?" "Nothing in the world. You've the cleverest little person to deal with. They've made them, their two friends I mean, still cleverer even than nature did, for it was wondrous material to play on. Flora has now her grievance, and she'll work it to the end." "Yes, miss. But to what end?" "Why, that of dealing with me to her uncle. She'll make me out to him the lowest creature." I winced at the fair show of the scene in Mrs. Gross's face. She looked for a minute as if she sharply saw them together. "And him who thinks so well of you?" "He has an odd way, it comes over me now," I laughed, "of proving it. But that doesn't matter. What Flora wants, of course, is to get rid of me." My companion bravely concurred. "Never again to so much as look at you." "So that what you've come to me now for," I asked, "is to speed me on my way?" Before she had time to reply, however, I had her in check. "I've a better idea, the result of my reflections. My going would seem the right thing, and on Sunday I was terribly near it. Yet that won't do. It's you who must go. You must take Flora." My visitor, at this, did speculate. "But where in the world Away from here, away from them, away, even most of all, now, from me, straight to her uncle. Only to tell on you? No, not only. To leave me, in addition, with my remedy. She was still vague. And what is your remedy? Your loyalty to begin with, and then Miles's. She looked at me hard. Do you think he won't, if he has the chance, turn on me? Yes, I venture still to think it. At all events, I want to try. Get off with his sister as soon as possible, and leave me with him alone. I was amazed myself at the spirit I had still in reserve, and therefore perhaps a trifle the more disconcerted in the way in which, in spite of this fine example of it, she hesitated. "There's one thing, of course," I went on. "They mustn't, before she goes, see each other for 3 seconds." Then it came over me that, in spite of Flora's presumable sequestration from the instant of her return from the pool, it might already be too late. "Do you mean," I anxiously asked, "that they have met?" At this she quite flushed. "Ah, miss, I'm not such a fool as that. If I've been obliged to leave her 3 or 4 times, it has been each time with one of the maids, and at present, though she's alone, she's locked in safe. And yet There were too many things. And yet what? Well, are you so sure of the little gentleman? I'm not sure of anything but you. But I have, since last evening, a new hope. I think he wants to give me an opening. I do believe that, poor little exquisite wretch, he wants to speak. Last evening, in the firelight and the silence, he sat with me for 2 hours as if it were just coming. Mrs. Gross looked hard, through the window, at the grey gathering day. And did it come? No, though I waited and waited. I confess it didn't, and it was without a breach of the silence, or so much as a faint allusion to his sister's condition and absence, that we at last kissed for good night. All the same, I continued, I can't, if her uncle sees her, consent to his seeing her brother without my having given the boy, and most of all because things have got so bad, a little more time. My friend appeared on this ground more reluctant than I could quite understand. What do you mean by more time? Well, a day or 2, really to bring it out. He'll then be on my side, of which you see the importance. If nothing comes, I shall only fail, and you will at the worst have helped me by doing, on your arrival in town, whatever you may have found possible. So I put it before her, but she continued for a little so inscrutably embarrassed that I came again to her aid. Unless, indeed, I wound up, you really want not to go. I could see it in her face, at last, clear itself. She put out her hand to me as a pledge. I'll go this morning." I wanted to be very just. If you should wish still to wait, I would engage she shouldn't see me. No, it's the place itself. She must leave it. She held me a moment with heavy eyes, then brought out the rest. Your idea's the right one. I myself, miss, well, I can't stay. The look she gave me with it made me jump at possibilities. You mean that since yesterday you have seen? She shook her head with dignity. I've heard. Heard? From that child. Horrors. There. She sighed with tragic relief. On my honour, miss, she says things. But at this evocation she broke down. She dropped with a sudden sob upon my sofa, and, as I had seen her do before, gave way to all the grief of it. It was quite in another manner that I, for my part, let myself go. Oh, thank God! She sprang up again at this, drying her eyes with a groan. Thank God? It so justifies me. It does that, miss. I couldn't have desired more emphasis, but I just hesitated. She's so horrible? I saw my colleague scarce knew how to put it. Really shocking. And about me? About you, miss, since you must have it. It's beyond everything, for a young lady, and I can't think wherever she must have picked up the appalling language she applied to me? I can, then. I broke in with a laugh that was doubtless significant enough. It only in truth left my friend still more grave. "Well, perhaps I ought to also, since I've heard some of it before, yet I can't bear it," the poor woman went on, while with the same movement she glanced on my dressing table at the face of my watch. "But I must go back." I kept her, however. "Ah, if you can't bear it—" "How can I stop with her, you mean? Why, just for that. To get her away, far from this," she pursued, "far from them. She may be different? She may be free?" I seized her almost with joy. "Then in spite of yesterday you believe? In such things?" Her simple description of them required in the light of her expression to be carried no further, and she gave me the whole thing as she had never done. "I believe." Yes, it was a joy, and we were still shoulder to shoulder. If I might continue sure of that I should care but little what else happened. My support in the presence of disaster would be the same as it had been in my early need of confidence, and if my friend would answer for my honesty, I would answer for all the rest. On the point of taking leave of her, none the less, I was to some extent embarrassed. "There's one thing, of course, it occurs to me, to remember. My letter, giving the alarm, will have reached town before you." I now perceived still more how she had been beating about the bush, and how weary at last it had made her. "Your letter won't have got there. Your letter never went." "What then became of it?" "Goodness knows. Master Miles—" "Do you mean he took it?" I gasped. She hung fire, but she overcame her reluctance. "I mean that I saw yesterday when I came back with Miss Flora that it wasn't where you had put it. Later in the evening I had the chance to question Luke, and he declared that he had neither noticed nor touched it. We could only exchange on this one of our deeper mutual soundings, and it was Mrs. Gross who first brought up the plum with an almost elated "You see." "Yes, I see that if Miles took it instead he probably will have read it and destroyed it." "And don't you see anything else?" I faced her a moment with a sad smile. "It strikes me that by this time your eyes are open even wider than mine." They proved to be so indeed, but she could still blush almost to show it. "I make out now what he must have done at school," and she gave in her simple sharpness an almost droll disillusioned nod. "He stole." I turned it over. I tried to be more judicial. "Well, perhaps." She looked as if she found me unexpectedly calm. "He stole letters." She couldn't know my reasons for a calmness after all pretty shallow, so I showed them off as I might. "I hope then it was to more purpose than in this case. The note, at any rate, that I put on the table yesterday," I pursued, "will have given him so scant an advantage, for it contained only the bare demand for an interview, that he is already much ashamed of having gone so far for so little, and that which he had on his mind last evening was precisely the need of confession." I seemed to myself for the instant to have mastered it, to see it all. "Leave us, leave us!" I was already at the door, hurrying her off. "I'll get it out of him. He'll meet me. He'll confess. If he confesses, he's saved. And if he's saved, then you are?" The dear woman kissed me on this, and I took her farewell. "I'll save you without him!" she cried as she went. CHAPTER XXII. Yet it was when she had got off, and I missed her on the spot, that the great pinch really came. If I had counted on what it would give me to find myself alone with Miles, I speedily perceived, at least, that it would give me a measure. No hour of my stay, in fact, was so assailed with apprehensions as that of my coming down to learn that the carriage containing Mrs. Gross and my younger pupil had already rolled out of the gates. Now I was, I said to myself, face to face with the elements, and for much of the rest of the day, while I fought my weakness, I could consider that I had been supremely rash. It was a tighter place still than I had yet turned round in. all the more that, for the first time, I could see in the aspect of others a confused reflection of the crisis. What had happened naturally caused them all to stare. There was too little of the explained, throw out whatever we might, in the suddenness of my colleague's act. The maids and the men looked blank, the effect of which on my nerves was an aggravation until I saw the necessity of making it a positive aid. It was precisely, in short, by first clutching the helm that I avoided total wreck, and I dare say that, to bear up at all, I became that morning very grand and very dry. I welcomed the consciousness that I was charged with much to do, and I caused it to be known as well that, left thus to myself, I was quite remarkably firm. I wandered with that manner for the next hour or two, all over the place, and looked, I have no doubt, as if I were ready for any onset. So, for the benefit of whom it may concern, I paraded with a sick heart. The person it appeared least to concern proved to be, till dinner, little Miles himself. My perambulations had given me meanwhile no glimpse of him, but they had tended to make more public the change taking place in our relation, as a consequence of his having at the piano the day before kept me in Flora's interest so beguiled and befooled. The stamp of publicity had of course been fully given by her confinement and departure, and the change itself was now ushered in by our non-observance of the regular custom of the schoolroom. He had already disappeared when, on my way down, I pushed open his door, and I learned below that he had breakfasted, in the presence of a couple of the maids, with Mrs. Gross and his sister. He had then gone out, as he said, for a stroll, than which nothing, I reflected, could better have expressed his frank view of the abrupt transformation of my office. What he would not permit this office to consist of was yet to be settled. There was a queer relief, at all events, I mean for myself in especial, in the renouncement of one pretension. If so much had sprung to the surface, I scarce put it too strongly in saying that what had perhaps sprung highest was the absurdity of our prolonging the fiction that I had anything more to teach him. It sufficiently stuck out that, by tacit little tricks in which even more than myself he carried out the care for my dignity, I had had to appeal to him to let me off straining to meet him on the ground of his true capacity. He had, at any rate, his freedom now. I was never to touch it again; as I had amply shown, moreover, when, on his joining me in the schoolroom the previous night, I had uttered on the subject of the interval just concluded neither challenge nor hint. I had too much, from this moment, my other ideas. Yet when he at last arrived, the difficulty of applying them, the accumulations of my problem, were brought straight home to me by the beautiful little presence in which what had occurred had as yet, for the eye, dropped neither stain nor shadow. To mark for the house the high state I cultivated, I decreed that my meals with the boy should be served, as we called it, downstairs, so that I had been awaiting him in the ponderous pomp of the room outside of the window of which I had had, from Mrs. Gross, that first scared Sunday, my flash of something it would scarce have done to call light. Here at present I felt afresh, for I had felt it again and again, how my equilibrium depended on the success of my rigid will, the will to shut my eyes as tight as possible to the truth that what I had to deal with was, revoltingly, against nature. I could only get on at all by taking nature into my confidence, and my account by treating my monstrous ordeal as a push in a direction unusual, of course, and unpleasant, but demanding, after all, for a fair front, only another turn of the screw of ordinary human virtue. No attempt, none the less, could well require more tact than just this attempt to supply one's self all the nature. How could I put even a little of that article into a suppression of reference to what had occurred? How, on the other hand, could I make reference without a new plunge into the hideous obscure? Well, a sort of answer after a time had come to me, and it was so far confirmed as that I was met incontestably by the quickened vision of what was rare in my little companion. It was indeed as if he had found even now, as he had so often found at lessons, still some other delicate way to ease me off. Wasn't there light in the fact, which, as we shared our solitude, broke out with a specious glitter it had never yet quite worn, the fact that, opportunity aiding, precious opportunity which had now come, it would be preposterous, with a child so endowed, to forego the help one might wrest from absolute intelligence? What had his intelligence been given him for but to save him? Mightn't one, to reach his mind, risk the stretch of an angular arm over his character? It was as if, when we were face to face in the dining room, he had literally shown me the way. The roast mutton was on the table, and I had dispensed with attendance. Miles, before he sat down, stood a moment with his hands in his pockets, and looked at the joint, on which he seemed on the point of passing some humorous judgment. But what he presently produced was, "I say, my dear, is she really very awfully ill?" "Little Flora? Not so bad but that she'll presently be better. London will set her up. Bligh had ceased to agree with her. Come here and take your mutton." He alertly obeyed me, carried the plate carefully to his seat, and when he was established went on, "Did Bligh disagree with her so terribly suddenly?" "Not so suddenly as you might think. One had seen it coming on." "Then why didn't you get her off before?" "Before what?" "Before she became too ill to travel." I found myself prompt. "She's not too ill to travel. She only might have become so if she had stayed. This was just the moment to seize. The journey will dissipate the influence." Oh, I was grand. "And carry it off." "I see. Miles, for that matter, was grand too. He settled to his repast with the charming little table manner that, from the day of his arrival, had relieved me of all grossness of admonition. Whatever he had been driven from school for, it was not for ugly feeding. He was irreproachable, as always, to day. But he was unmistakably more conscious. He was discernibly trying to take for granted more things than he found, without assistance, quite easy. And he dropped into peaceful silence while he felt his situation. Our meal was of the briefest, mine a vain pretence, and I had the things immediately removed. While this was done, Miles stood again with his hands in his little pockets and his back to me, stood and looked out of the wide window through which, that other day, I had seen what pulled me up. We continued silent while the maid was with us, as silent, it whimsically occurred to me, as some young couple who, on their wedding journey, at the inn, feel shy in the presence of the waiter. He turned round only when the waiter had left us. "Well, so we're alone." Part 26. Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. Part 27, The Turn of the Screw, by Henry James, Chapters 23 and 24. "Oh, more or less." I fancy my smile was pale. "Not absolutely. We shouldn't like that," I went on. "No, I suppose we shouldn't. Of course we have the others." "We have the others. We have indeed the others," I concurred. "Yet even though we have them," he returned, still with his hands in his pockets and planted there in front of me, "they don't much count, do they?" I made the best of it, but I felt wan. "It depends on what you call much." "Yes, with all accommodation. Everything depends." On this, however, he faced to the window again, and presently reached it with his vague, restless, cogitating step. He remained there a while, with his forehead against the glass, in contemplation of the stupid shrubs I knew and the dull things of November. I had always my hypocrisy of work behind which now I gained the sofa. Steadying myself with it there as I had repeatedly done at those moments of torment that I have described as the moments of my knowing the children to be given to something from which I was barred, I sufficiently obeyed my habit of being prepared for the worst. But an extraordinary impression dropped on me as I extracted a meaning from the boy's embarrassed back, none other than the impression that I was not barred now. The inference grew in a few minutes to sharp intensity, and seemed bound up with the direct perception that it was positively he who was. The frames and squares of the great windows were a kind of image for him of a kind of failure. I felt that I saw him, at any rate, shut in or shut out. He was admirable, but not comfortable. I took it in with a throb of hope. Wasn't he looking through the haunted pane for something he couldn't see? And wasn't it the first time in the whole business that he had known such a lapse? The first, the very first. I found it a splendid portent. It made him anxious, though he watched himself. He had been anxious all day, and even while in his usual sweet little manner he sat at table, had needed all his small strange genius to give it a gloss. When he at last turned round to meet me, it was almost as if this genius had succumbed. "Well, I think I'm glad Bligh agrees with me. You would certainly seem to have seen these 24 hours a good deal more of it than for some time before. I hope," I went on bravely, "that you've been enjoying yourself." "Oh, yes, I've been ever so far, all round about, miles and miles away. I've never been so free." He had really a manner of his own, and I could only try to keep up with him. "Well, do you like it?" He stood there smiling, then at last he put into 2 words, "Do you?" More discrimination than I had ever heard 2 words contain. Before I had time to deal with that, however, he continued as if with the sense that this was an impertinence to be softened. "Nothing could be more charming than the way you take it, for, of course, if we're alone together, now it's you that are alone most. But I hope," he threw in, "you don't particularly mind." "Having to do with you?" I asked. "My dear child, how can I help minding? Though I've renounced all claim to your company, you're so beyond me, I at least greatly enjoy it. What else should I stay on for?" He looked at me more directly, and the expression of his face, graver now, struck me as the most beautiful I had ever found in it. "You stay on just for that?" "Certainly. I stay on as your friend, and from the tremendous interest I take in you, till something can be done for you that may be more worth your while. That needn't surprise you." My voice trembled so that I felt it impossible to suppress the shake. "Don't you remember how I told you, when I came and sat on your bed that night of the storm, that there was nothing in the world I wouldn't do for you?" "Yes, yes." He, on his side, more and more visibly nervous, had a tone to master, but he was so much more successful than I that, laughing out through his gravity, he could pretend we were pleasantly jesting. "Only that, I think, was to get me to do something for you." "It was partly to get you to do something," I conceded, "but you know you didn't do it." "Oh, yes," he said, with the brightest superficial eagerness, "you wanted me to tell you something." "That's it. Out, straight out. What you have on your mind, you know." "Ah, then is that what you stayed over for?" He spoke with a gaiety through which I could still catch the finest little quiver of resentful passion. But I can't begin to express the effect upon me of an implication of surrender, even so faint. It was as if what I had yearned for had come at last only to astonish me. "Well, yes, I may as well make a clean breast of it. It was precisely for that." He waited so long that I supposed it for the purpose of repudiating the assumption on which my action had been founded. But what he finally said was, "Do you mean now? Here?" "There couldn't be a better place or time." He looked round him uneasily, and I had the rare, Oh, the queer impression of the very first symptom I had seen in him of the approach of immediate fear! It was as if he were suddenly afraid of me, which struck me indeed as perhaps the best thing to make him. Yet in the very pang of the effort I felt it vain to try sternness. And I heard myself the next instant so gentle as to be almost grotesque. "You want me to go out again?" "You want to go out again?" "Awfully!" He smiled at me heroically, and the touching little bravery of it was enhanced by his actually flushing with pain. He had picked up his hat, which he had brought in, and stood twirling it in a way that gave me, even as I was just nearly reaching port, a perverse horror of what I was doing. To do it in any way was an act of violence, for what did it consist of but the obtrusion of the idea of grossness and guilt on a small, helpless creature who had been for me a revelation of the possibilities of beautiful intercourse? Wasn't it base to create for a being so exquisite a mere alien awkwardness? I suppose I now read into our situation a clearness it couldn't have had at the time, for I seemed to see our poor eyes already lighted with some spark of a prevision of the anguish that was to come. So we circled about, with terrors and scruples, like fighters not daring to close. But it was for each other we feared. That kept us a little longer suspended and unbruised. "I'll tell you everything," Miles said. "I mean, I'll tell you anything you like. You'll stay on with me, and we shall both be all right. And I will tell you, I will. But not now." "Why not now?" My insistence turned him from me and kept him once more at his window in a silence during which, between us, you might have heard a pin drop. Then he was before me again, with the air of a person for whom outside someone who had frankly to be reckoned with was waiting. "I have to see Luke." I had not yet reduced him to quite so vulgar a lie, and I felt proportionately ashamed. But horrible as it was, his lies made up my truth. I achieved thoughtfully a few loops of my knitting. "Well, then, go to Luke, and I'll wait for what you promise. Only in return for that, satisfy, before you leave me, one very much smaller request." He looked as if he felt he had succeeded enough to be able still a little to bargain. "Very much smaller?" "Yes, a mere fraction of the whole. Tell me" oh, my work preoccupied me, and I was offhand "if yesterday afternoon, from the table in the hall, you took, you know, my letter." Chapter 24 My sense of how he received this suffered for a minute from something that I can describe only as a fierce split of my attention, a stroke that at first, as I sprang straight up, reduced me to the mere blind movement of getting hold of him, drawing him close, and while I just fell for support against the nearest piece of furniture, instinctively keeping him with his back to the window. The appearance was full upon us that I had already had to deal with here. Peter Quint had come into view, like a sentinel before a prison. The next thing I saw was that, from outside, he had reached the window, and then I knew that, close to the glass and glaring in through it, he offered once more to the room his white face of damnation. It represents but grossly what took place within me at the sight to say that on the second my decision was made. Yet I believe that no woman so overwhelmed ever in so short a time recovered her grasp of the act. It came to me in the very horror of the immediate presence that the act would be seeing and facing what I saw and faced to keep the boy himself unaware. The inspiration, I can call it by no other name, was that I felt how voluntarily, how transcendently, I might. It was like fighting with a demon for a human soul, and when I had fairly so appraised it, I saw how the human soul, held out in the tremor of my hands at arm's length, had a perfect dew of sweat on a lovely childish forehead. The face that was close to mine was as white as the face against the glass, and out of it presently came a sound, not low nor weak, but as if from much further away, that I drank like a waft of fragrance. Yes, I took it. At this, with a moan of joy, I drew him close, and while I held him to my breast, where I could feel in the sudden fever of his little body the tremendous pulse of his little heart, I kept my eyes on the thing at the window, and saw it move and shift its posture. I have likened it to a sentinel, but its slow wheel for a moment was rather the prowl of a baffled beast. My present quickened courage, however, was such that not too much to let it through, I had to shade, as it were, my flame. Meanwhile the glare of the face was again at the window, the scoundrel fixed as if to watch and wait. It was the very confidence that I might now defy him, as well as the positive certitude, by this time, of the child's unconsciousness, that made me go on. "What did you take it for?" "To see what you said about me." "You opened the letter?" "I opened it." My eyes were now, as I held him off a little again, on Miles's own face, in which the collapse of mockery showed me how complete was the ravage of uneasiness. What was prodigious was that at last, by my success, his sense was sealed, and his communication stopped. He knew that he was in presence, but knew not of what, and knew still less that I also was, and that I did know. And what did this strain of trouble matter when my eyes went back to the window only to see that the air was clear again, and, by my personal triumph, the influence quenched? There was nothing there. I felt that the cause was mine, and that I should surely get all. "And you found nothing?" I let my elation out. He gave the most mournful, thoughtful little headshake. "Nothing." "Nothing, nothing," I almost shouted in my joy. "Nothing, nothing," he sadly repeated. I kissed his forehead. It was drenched. "So what have you done with it?" "I've burned it." "Burned it?" It was now or never. "Is that what you did at school?" Oh, what this brought up! "At school?" "Did you take letters or other things?" "Other things?" He appeared now to be thinking of something far off, and that reached him only through the pressure of his anxiety. Yet it did reach him. "Did I steal?" I felt myself redden to the roots of my hair, as well as wonder if it were more strange to put to a gentleman such a question, or to see him take it with allowance, that gave the very distance of his fall in the world. "Was it for that you mightn't go back?" The only thing he felt was rather a dreary little surprise. "Did you know I mightn't go back?" "I know everything." He gave me at this the longest and strangest look. "Everything?" "Everything." "Therefore, did you—" But I couldn't say it again. Miles could, very simply. "No, I didn't steal." My face must have shown him I believed him utterly. Yet my hands, but it was for pure tenderness, shook him as if to ask him why, if it was all for nothing, he had condemned me to months of torment. "What, then, did you do?" He looked in vague pain all round the top of the room, and drew his breath 2 or 3 times over, as if with difficulty. He might have been standing at the bottom of the sea and raising his eyes to some faint green twilight. "Well, I said things." "Only that?" "They thought it was enough." "To turn you out for?" Never truly had a person turned out shown so little to explain it as this little person. He appeared to weigh my question, but in a manner quite detached and almost helpless. "Well, I suppose I oughtn't. But to whom did you say them?" He evidently tried to remember, but it dropped. He had lost it. "I don't know." He almost smiled at me in the desolation of his surrender, which was indeed, practically, by this time, so complete that I ought to have left it there. But I was infatuated, I was blind with victory, though even then the very effect that was to have brought him so much nearer was already that of added separation. Was it to every one? I asked. No, it was only to... But he gave a sick little headshake. I don't remember their names. Were they then so many? No, only a few. Those I liked. Those he liked. I seemed to float not into clearness, but into a darker obscure, and within a minute there had come to me out of my very pity the appalling alarm of his being perhaps innocent. It was for the instant confounding and bottomless, for if he were innocent, what then on earth was I? Paralyzed, while it lasted, by the mere brush of the question, I let him go a little, so that, with a deep-drawn sigh, he turned away from me again, which, as he faced toward the clear window, I suffered, feeling that I had nothing now there to keep him from. "And did they repeat what you said?" I went on after a moment. He was soon at some distance from me, still breathing hard, and again with the air, though now without anger for it, of being confined against his will. Once more, as he had done before, he looked up at the dim day, as if of what had hitherto sustained him nothing was left but an unspeakable anxiety. "Oh yes," he nevertheless replied, "they must have repeated them. To those they liked," he added. There was, somehow, less of it than I had expected, but I turned it over. "And these things came round?" "To the masters? Oh yes," he answered very simply, "but I didn't know they'd tell." "The masters? They've never told. That's why I ask you." He turned to me again, his little beautiful fevered face. "Yes, it was too bad." "Too bad?" "What I suppose I sometimes said. To write home." I can't name the exquisite pathos of the contradiction given to such a speech by such a speaker. I only know that the next instant I heard myself throw off with homely force, "Stuff and nonsense!" But the next after that I must have sounded stern enough, "What were these things?" My sternness was all for his judge, his executioner, yet it made him avert himself again, and that movement made me, with a single bound and an irrepressible cry, spring straight upon him. For there again, against the glass, as if to blight his confession and stay his answer, was the hideous author of our woe, the white face of damnation. I felt a sick swim at the drop of my victory and all the return of my battle, so that the wildness of my veritable leap only served as a great betrayal. I saw him, from the midst of my act, meet it with a divination, and on the perception that even now he only guessed, and that the window was still to his own eyes free, I let the impulse flame up to convert the climax of his dismay into the very proof of his liberation. "No more! No more! No more!" I shrieked, as I tried to press him against me to my visitant. "Is she here?" Miles panted as he caught with his sealed eyes the direction of my words. Then, as his strange "she" staggered me, and with a gasp I echoed it, "Miss Jessel! Miss Jessel!" he, with a sudden fury, gave me back. I seized, stupefied, his supposition, some sequel to what we had done to Flora, but this made me only want to show him that it was better still than that. "It's not Miss Jessel, but it's at the window, straight before us. It's there, the coward horror, there for the last time." At this, after a second, in which his head made the movement of a baffled dog's on a scent, and then gave a frantic little shake for air and light, he was at me in a white rage, bewildered, glaring vainly over the place, and missing wholly, though it now, to my sense, filled the room like the taste of poison, the wide, overwhelming presence. "It's he?" I was so determined to have all my proof that I flashed into ice to challenge him. "Whom do you mean by he?" "Peter Quint, you devil!" His face gave again round the room its convulsed supplication. "Where?" They were in my ears still. his supreme surrender of the name and his tribute to my devotion. What does he matter now, my own? What will he ever matter? I have you. I launched at the beast, but he has lost you forever. Then, for the demonstration of my work, there, I said to Miles. But he had already jerked straight round, stared, glared again, and seen but the quiet day. With the stroke of the loss I was so proud of, he uttered the cry of a creature hurled over an abyss, and the grasp with which I recovered him might have been that of catching him in his fall. I caught him, yes, I held him, it may be imagined with what a passion, but at the end of a minute I began to feel what it truly was that I held. We were alone with the quiet day, and his little heart, dispossessed, had stopped. End of Part 27. End of The Turn of the Screw by Henry James. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 28. Death in Venice. Thomas Mann. Death in Venice. Der Tod in Venedig. Chapter 1. Gustav Aschenbach, or von Aschenbach, as his official surname had been since his 50th birthday, had taken another solitary walk from his apartment in Munich's Prinzregenstrasse on a spring afternoon of the year 19, which had shown the continent such a menacing grimace for a few months. Overexcited by the dangerous and difficult work of that morning that demanded a maximum of caution, discretion, of forcefulness and exactitude of will, the writer had been unable, even after lunch, to stop the continued revolution of that innermost productive drive of his, that motus animi continuus, which, after Cicero, is the heart of eloquence, and had been thwarted trying to find that soothing slumber which he, in view of his declining resistance, needed so dearly. Therefore he had gone outside, soon after tea, hoping that fresh air and exertion would regenerate him, and reward him with a productive evening. It was early May, and after some cold, wet weeks, a faux midsummer had begun. The Englische Garten, although only slightly leafy, was humid as in August, and had been teeming with carriages and strollers where it was close to the city. At the Aumeister, where increasingly serene paths had led him, he had surveyed the popular and lively Wirtsgarten, on the bounds of which some cabs and carriages were parking. He had started his saunter home across the fields outside of the park, while the light was fading, and waited, since he felt exhausted and a thunderstorm seemed imminent over Fearing, for the tram which was to carry him in a straight line back to the city. He happened to find the station and its surroundings completely deserted. Neither on the paved Ungarestrasse, on which the lonely glistening rails stretched towards Schwabing, nor on the Föhringer Chaussee a cart could be seen. Nothing stirred behind the fences of the stone-cutters, where crosses, commemorative plates, and monuments for sale formed a second uninhabited cemetery, and the Byzantine edifice of the mortuary chapel on the other side of the street lay silent in the last light of the parting day. Its front wall, decorated with Greek crosses and emblems in bright colors, furthermore sports symmetrically aligned biblical inscriptions concerning the afterlife, such as, "They enter the house of God," or "The eternal light may shine upon them." And the waiter for a time had found a reasonable entertainment in reading the phrases, and letting his mind's eye wander in their iridescent mystery, when he, returning from his reverie, had noticed a man in the portico, close to the apocalyptic beasts which guard the staircase, whose wholly unusual appearance steered his thoughts into a completely different direction. Whether he had emerged from inside the hall through the bronze gates, or had approached undetected from outside, remained an enigma. Aschenbach, without giving particularly deep thought to the question, tended to assume the former. Not very tall, thin, beardless and strikingly round-nosed. The man belonged to the red-headed type, and had its milk-like and freckled skin. Obviously he was not Bavarian. The broad and straight-rimmed Bast hat which covered his head gave him the air of the foreign and far-travelled. Of course he wore the common kind of rucksack strapped on his shoulders, a yellowish suit of loden fabric, as it appeared, a grey coat over the left underarm, which he had stemmed into his side, and in the right hand a stick with an iron tip, which he had pushed diagonally into the ground, and on which he, feet crossed, leaned with his hip. With raised head, so that on his scrawny neck, which stuck out from his sport shirt, the Adam's apple projected forcefully and well defined, he looked into the distance, with colourless, red-lashed eyes, between which there were two vertical, definite furrows, which strangely complemented his short and stubby nose. His demeanour, and perhaps his elevated and elevating standpoint contributed to this impression, was that of cool survey, audacious, even wild, because, be it that he was grimacing against the brightness of the setting sun, or that it was a more permanent physiognomic disfigurement, his lips seemed too short, the teeth were entirely uncovered, so that they, quite long and bare to the gums, gleamed white between his lips. Possibly Aschenbach had not exerted much discretion in his half-distracted and half-inquisitive study of the foreigner, because suddenly he noticed the other one returning his glances, and in such a warlike fashion, so straight into the eye, so obviously determined to carry this to the extremes, and to force the other one's gaze to retreat, that Aschenbach, slightly embarrassed, turned around and began ambling along the fences, with the passing decision not to regard that person again. He had forgotten him the very next minute. If it was the wayfarer-like air of the foreigner working on his imagination, or some other corporeal or mental influence that caused it, a straight distension of his soul unexpectedly made itself known, a sort of roving unrest, a juvenile thirst for the distant, a feeling, so novel and yet so long forgotten that he, hands on his back and his eyes fixed at the ground, stood transfixed to probe that emotion and its nature and aim. It was wanderlust, nothing more, but verily coming in the form of a fit, and ardently intensified, even to the point of an illusion. Because he saw, as a sample of all those wonders and horrors of the diversity on earth which his desire was suddenly able to imagine, an enormous landscape, a tropical swamp under a moist and heavy sky, wet, lush, and unhealthy, a primordial wilderness of islands and mud-bearing backwaters that men avoid. The shallow islands, the soil of which was covered with leaves as thick as hands, with enormous ferns, with juicy, macerated, and wonderfully flowering plants, ejected upwards hairy palm trunks and strangely formless trees, whose roots sprung from the trunks and connected to the water or the ground through the air, formed disorienting arrangements. On the brackish, glaucously reflected stream, milk-white, bowl-sized flowers were floating. High-shouldered birds of all kinds with shapeless beaks were standing on tall legs in the shallow water, and looked askance unmoving, while through vast reed fields there sounded a clattering, grinding, and whirring, as if by soldiers in their armaments. The onlooker thought he felt the tepid and mephitic odour of that unrestrained and unfit wasteland, which seemed to hover in a limbo between creation and decay, between the knotty trunks of a bamboo thicket he for a moment believed to perceive the phosphorescent eyes of the tiger, and felt his heart beating with horror and mysterious yearning. Finally the hallucination vanished, and Aschenbach, shaking his head, resumed his promenade along the fences of the stone-cutters. He had, as far as he had possessed the means to enjoy the benefits of sojourn to far-off countries, regarded travel as a hygienic necessity, which had to be observed against will and inclination. Too much occupied with the duties imposed by his ego and the European soul, too overburdened with the duty of production, too little interested in distracting himself to be a faithful lover of that gay outside world, he had contented himself wholly with the knowledge of the earth's surface that can be gained by anyone without ever having to abandon his circle, and was never even tempted to leave Europe. The more so since his life was approaching its conclusion, since his artist's fright of not being able to finish his work, that fret that his time had run out, could no longer be called purely a delusion, so that his life had mostly been limited to the beautiful city, which had become a home to him, and the Spartan country house which he had erected in the mountains, and where he spent rain-soaked summers. Also, that which had of late so suddenly touched him was soon tempered and corrected by the reason and restraint that he had exercised from his younger years on. He had intended to continue the work for which he lived up to a certain point before he moved to the country, and the thought of an aimless wandering around the world, which would cost him several months of time allotted for his work, seemed too carefree and at odds with his plans. It was not to be considered in earnest. And yet he was quite aware what was the cause of that affliction. It was a desire to flee, he had to admit to himself, this yearning for the distant and the novel, this desire for liberty, for being free of burden, for being able to forget, the desire to escape his work, the commonplace location of a rigorous, frigid, and ardent duty. Although he loved it, and also almost the unnerving, daily repeating struggle between his tenacious and proud, so often tested will power, and that growing weariness, of which nobody was allowed to know, and which was not allowed to betray the product by any sign of impotence or defeat. But it seemed reasonable not to overdo it, and not to suffocate such a lively desire hard-headedly. He thought of his work, thought of the point at which he had to terminate his efforts to-day, just like yesterday, and which seemed to yield neither to patient care nor a decisive blow. He inspected it again, tried to break or dissolve the stoppage, but aborted his attack with a feeling of disgust. These were no insurmountable hindrances. What immobilized him were the scruples of listlessness, which masqueraded as an insatiable discontent. Discontent had already been considered by the adolescent as the character and innermost nature of genius, and he had sought to restrain his emotions because he had realized that they were too easily contented with approximations and half-hearted perfection. Was that repressed sentiment now avenging itself by leaving him, by refusing to carry his art, and by taking away all his delight with form and meaning? Not that he produced bad art. That was one of the advantages of his age, that he could be sure of his mastery in every moment. But he himself, while his nation honored it, was unable to enjoy it, and it seemed to him as if his work lacked those characteristics of fiery inventiveness which, as creations of joy, contribute more to the pleasure of the readership than some inner meaning. He was afraid of the summer in the countryside, alone in that little house, with the maidservant who prepared the food for him and the manservant who served it. He feared the familiar sight of the mountains and steep cliffs that would surround his listless dullness. And so there was a need for something different, some living without a set plan, some fresh air from remote places, an infusion of fresh blood to make the summer more tolerable and productive. So travel it would be. He was content with himself. Not that far, certainly not to the tigers. A night in the sleeping car and a siesta of 3 or 4 weeks in one of the usual places for holidays in the lovely South. So he thought to himself, while the noise of the electric tram approached along the Ungerstrasse, and when he got in he decided to spend the evening with the study of maps and schedules. On the platform it occurred to him to look for the man with the bast hat, his comrade during that rather fateful stay. but the man's whereabouts remained unknown, as he was neither to be found in his former location, nor at the next station, nor in the car. End of Part 28. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 29. Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig. Chapter 2. The author of the articulate and powerful epic prose poem about the life of Frederick the Great, the patient artist who had industriously weaved the tapestry called Maya, a novel rich in characters that combined so much human faithfulness under the overruling shadow of an idea, the creator of that mighty narrative titled A Miserable One, that demonstrated to a thankful generation the possibility of moral resoluteness in the presence of deepest knowledge. The writer, finally, and that concludes the list of works of his most mature period, of the impassioned treatise about Arts and the Intellect, which, due to its organizing force and antithetical eloquence, could be compared to Schiller's reasoning about naive and sentimental poetry. Gustav Aschenbach had been born as the son of a judicial officer in the district town of L in Silesia. His ancestors had been officers, judges, and bureaucrats, men who in the service of king and country had led their strict and decently simple lives. Intellectual tendencies had once taken shape among them in the form of a preacher. Quicker, more sensual blood had been added through the poet's mother, daughter of a Bohemian bandmaster. From her the characteristics of a different race in his appearance had been derived. That marriage between businesslike Spartan sedulity and darker, more fiery impulses had created an artist, and this artist in particular. Since his entire persona had a disposition towards fame, he, even though not really precocious, had presented himself from an early age on with maturity and skill, thanks to his decisiveness and laconic use of words. Still little more than a student, he had already made a name for himself. 10 years later he had learned to represent from his desk, to administrate his fame in concise letters, because the one who is successful and trustworthy is met with many demands every day, and to be generally benevolent and meaningful. Even in his 40s he had already exhausted from the strains and vicissitudes of his actual work, to cope with a daily correspondence bearing postage stamps from all over the world. Keeping equal distance from the banal and the eccentric, his gifts were made to win the fidelity of the masses and the adulating, demanding participation of the more discriminating at the same time. In that way, from his adolescent years having been prepared for extraordinary achievement from all sides, he had never known the idleness and carelessness of youth. When he fell sick in Vienna around his 35th year, our careful observer said of him, "See, Aschenbach has always lived like this," and he formed a fist with his left hand, but never like that, and he let his now open hand drop nonchalantly from the armrest of his lounge chair. That was indeed true, and the brave thing about it was that his nature was not at all robust, and had been made to yield to frequent, concentrated effort only by calling, not by birth. The doctor had demanded that the boy stay home from school, and instead advised that he be schooled at home. He had grown up solitary, without comrades, and had to recognize in due time that he belonged to a family in which not so much the talent, but the necessary physical basis which talent needs to unfold, had been a rarity, a family in which the capable gave all their gifts early on, and infrequently reached old age. But his favorite phrase was, "Keep a stiff upper lip." In his novel about Frederick the Great he saw nothing less than the apotheosis of that command, which he considered the essence of virtue at work. He also wished mostly dearly to live a long life, because he had always thought that an artist could only be considered truly great and honorable if he had been a success in all stages of his life. Therefore, since he had to carry the duties which his gifts burdened him with on tender shoulders and intended to go a long way, discipline was most important to him. Fortunately, that kind of discipline had been running in his father's side of the family. At 40 or 50 years, at an age when others are still wasteful and enthusiastic and delay the carrying out of bigger designs, he started his day by dousing his breast and back with cold water, and then sacrificed the creative impulses he had gathered during his slumber during 2 or 3 hours of intensive work in the candlelight. It was pardonable, and even signified the victory of his morality, when those without more intimate knowledge considered the world of Maya, or the epic construct in which Frederick's heroic life found its expression, products of an enduring force, while in reality they had been built up in tiny daily portions from hundreds of inspirations, and when they only reached a certain degree of excellence because their master had endured the imposition of a certain work for years with the same tenacity and will power that had helped conquer his home province, and had only invested his most powerful and noble hours into their creation. For an important intellectual product to be immediately weighty, a deep relationship or concordance had to exist between the life of its creator and the general lives of the people. These people are generally unaware why exactly they praise a certain work of art. Far from being truly knowledgeable, they perceive it to have 100 different benefits to justify their adulation. But the real underlying reason for their behavior cannot be measured, is sympathy. Aschenbach had once mentioned it in a place where it might easily have been overlooked, that all truly great works exist despite of things, despite distress and pain, despite poverty, abandonment, weakness of the body, vice, passion, and 1,000 obstacles. But it was more than just a remark. It was an experience, was almost the formula of his life and fame, the key to his work, and so it was not surprising if this was also the moral disposition, the demeanor of his most memorable characters. About that novel, always recurring kind of heroic type so favored by this writer, a keen essayist had remarked once that he was the conception of an intellectual and a Phoebe-like masculinity that stands silent in proud shame, clenching its teeth while it is pierced by swords and spears. That was beautiful, intelligent, and correct, despite its somewhat exaggerated accentuation of passivity. Because grace under pressure is more than just suffering. It is an active achievement, a positive triumph, and the figure of St. Sebastian is its best symbol, if perhaps not in art generally, but certainly in the art of writing. Gazing at the written world, seeing the elegant self-restraint that guards an inner decomposition, a biological decay until the last moment from the prying eyes of the world, that bilious, sensually disadvantaged ugliness that is able to kindle its smouldering fire into a pure flame and to even usurp the throne in the kingdom of beauty, the pallid impotence which retrieves from the glowing depths of the soul the power to prostrate an entire wanton people before the cross, before its own feet, the amiable attitude in the empty and severe employ of the form, the counterfeit and dangerous life, the quickly unnerving yearning and art of the born fraud. Considering all these things, and so many others more, one could doubt if there even was a sort of heroism not marked by meekness. And what kind of heroism would be more timely than this one? Gustav Aschenbach was the poet of all those who were laboring on the brink of exhaustion, the overburdened and worn out, who still tried to keep upright, those moralists of performance who, being lanky and of limited means, through will-power and clever management, can conjure the effect of greatness, at least for a time. They are numerous, they are the heroes of our age, and they all recognize themselves in his work, They found themselves vindicated, elevated, celebrated in it, thanked him generously, and spread his name. He was young and had been rough with time, listening to its bad advice. He had made mistakes, had compromised himself, had trespassed against good behavior and prudence, both in his words and works. But he had gained that dignity towards which every genius has an inner drive. One could even say that his whole development had been a conscious and defiant ascent towards dignity, an ascent that defied all those hindrances of doubt and irony. Lively, yet non-binding concreteness of formation is the foundation of the delight of the bourgeois masses, but the absolute ardor of youth is only interested in the problematic, and Aschenbach was problematic, had been as absolute as any other youth. He had indulged in the mind, ruthlessly mined for knowledge, had milled his seeds, given away secrets, brought talent under suspicion, betrayed art, and while his creations were entertaining and reviving and elevating the pious epicures, he, the young artist, had kept the 20-year-olds breathless with his cynicism about the questionable nature of art and artists. But it seems as if nothing dulls the noble and able mind quicker than the biting and bitter taste of awareness. And it is certain that the melancholy, sedulous thoroughness of the youth is nothing in comparison to the deep conviction of the man who has become a master, his decision to deny that knowledge, to decline it, to completely ignore it when he finds it in the least capable of paralyzing, discouraging, and degrading. How else could the famous story of the Misérables be interpreted than as an outburst of disgust against the indecent psychologizing of the time, made flesh and blood in the figure of that soft and ridiculous scoundrel who tries to trick fate by sending his wife, perhaps out of profligacy, out of moral weakness, into the arms of a beardless one, and thinks he is entitled to commit indecencies? The power of the word, with which the castaway is cast away, pronounces the turning away from all moral uncertainty, from every sympathy with the abyss, the reneging of that phrase of compassion that to understand all is to forgive all, and what was beginning here was that wonder of the reborn impartiality, which was briefly mentioned in one of the author's dialogues with not a little mystery. What strange coherence! Was it a consequence of that rebirth, that new-found dignity and severity, that at the same time an almost extreme enhancement of his sense of beauty was observed, that kind of noble purity, simplicity, and well-proportionedness of form, which from then on gave his work such a deliberate air of mastery and classicism? But moral determination without knowledge, without that dissolving and hindering perception, does it not also entail a simplification, a moral black and white view of the world and the soul, and therefore also a tendency towards what is evil and forbidden? And is not form itself two-faced? Is it not moral and amoral at the same time? Moral as an expression of discipline, amoral and even anti-moral if it encompasses a moral indifference and tries to rule over what is moral? However it may be, development is also fate, and why should not the one which is participated in by the public take a different course from that which unfolds without the glamour and the duties of fame? Only never-ending vagary finds it boring and is wont to ridicule it when a remarkable talent outgrows its libertine past, gets used to expressly perceive the dignity of the mind, and takes on the solitary mores full of unadvised, hardly independent sorrows and struggles which ascend to power and honors among men. Besides, how much play, resentment, indulgence, is in the remaking of talent by itself. An official and pedagogic element slowly surfaced in Gustav Aschenbach's performances. His style departed from the direct boldness, those subtle and new distinctions of his earlier years. It transformed itself into the exemplary and solid, the conventionally polished, the preserving, formal, even formulaic, And like the anecdote about the Sun King purports to know, so the aging one exiled every base and common word from his vocabulary. At that time it happened that the Ministry of Education included selected writings of his in their school books. It suited him very well, and he did not resent at all when a German prince, just recently crowned, knighted the creator of the Frederick on his 50th birthday. After several years of unrest and much trying out of different places, he soon picked Munich as his permanent home town, and there he lived in those bourgeois honours that in rare cases are bestowed upon the intellect. His marriage to a girl, the offspring of a highly educated family, had been terminated by her death. A daughter, already married herself, had remained. He had never had a son. Gustav von Aschenbach was not particularly tall, with dark hair, beardless. His head seemed curiously oversized in relation to his almost frail figure. His brushed back hair, thinning at the cortex, very voluminous at the temples, and quite grey, framed a high, furrowed, and, so to say, scarred forehead. The frame of golden eyeglasses cut into the root of a somewhat plump yet nobly curved nose. His mouth was large, often limp, sometimes small and tense all of a sudden. His cheeks were narrow and furrowed, the well-formed chin sported a cleft. Important fates seemed to have trespassed over the often sideways tilted crown, and yet it had been art which had shaped that kind of physiognomy which otherwise is the hallmark of a difficult and troubled life. Behind that brow, the glittering repartees in the conversation between the King and Voltaire about war had been born. These eyes, looking at the world wearily through the glasses, had seen the bloody inferno in the field hospitals of the 7 Years' War. Even on a personal level, art is a form of heightened living. It gives greater pleasures, it consumes faster, it stamps the features of its servants with the signs of imaginary and spiritual adventures, and it produces, even in the most cloister-like atmosphere, a certain fastidiousness, an over-refinement, an exhaustion and curiosity of the nerves in a way even a life of the most outrageous passions and delights could scarcely affect it. End of Part 29. Of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 30. Death in Venice. Thomas Mann. Death in Venice. Der Tod in Venedig. Chapter 3. Some business of the worldly and literary kind held the hopeful traveller to be back in Munich for another 2 weeks after that walk. Finally he gave orders to prepare his country house for him within 4 weeks, and then one day, between the middle and the end of May, he took the night train to Trieste, where he only stopped for 24 hours, and the next day embarked for Pola. What he was looking for was the unfamiliar and unrelated, which was indeed reached rather easily, and so he stayed on a celebrated Adriatic island, situated not far from the Istrian coast, with a gaily ragged people that conversed in an alien-sounding language, and with picturesquely broken cliffs where the sea was open. Unfortunately, heavy rain and an oppressive atmosphere, a parochial and completely Austrian company in the hotel, and the lack of calm and easy communion with the sea, which only a soft sloping and sandy beach can afford, caused him distress, prevented in him the feeling that he had reached his destination. An innermost calling of his, he did not know to where, caused him alarm. He studied the passenger ship routes, he looked around searchingly, and all of a sudden, at the same time surprising and expected, his destination became clear to him. When one wanted to see something without equal, the romantically different, where would one go? There could be no question about it. What was he supposed to do here? He had erred. He should have had travelled to that other location in the first place. He did not hesitate to immediately cancel his abortive stay on the island. 1½ weeks after his arrival on the island, at hazy dawn a fast launch took him and his luggage back to the military harbour, and there he only went ashore to directly step on to the damp deck of a ship bound for Venice. It was a vehicle under an Italian flag, stricken with years, outmoded, serene, and sombre. In a cave-like, artificially lit berth, into which Aschenbach had been instantly ushered with grinning courtesy by a hump-backed and dirty sailor after setting foot onto the ship, there sat behind a table with his hat slanted on his head and with a cigarette-butt between his lips, a goatish man who had the physiognomy of an old-fashioned circus director, who with artificially easy demeanour registered the nationalities of the travellers and handed them their tickets. "To Venice," he repeated Aschenbach's request, straightening his arm and pushing the quill into the pulpy remains of an inclined inkstand. "First class to Venice. Here you are, sir." And he wrote with huge loops, dispensed some blue sand from a can onto the writing, let the sand run into a clay bowl, folded the paper with yellow and bony fingers, and continued his writing. "A happily chosen destination," he chattered meanwhile. "Ah, Venice, a magnificent city, a city full of irresistible attraction to the well-educated, both due to its history and its present charms." The smooth dispatch of his movements and the empty talk that accompanied them had something stupefying and distracting, almost as if he feared the passenger might waver in his determination to go to Venice. He speedily cashed the money and let the change fall onto the dirty tablecloth with the dexterity of a croupier. "Have a nice day, sir," he said with a Thespian bow. "It is my honour to convey you." "Next, please," he cried with a raised arm, pretending his business was lively, even though there was nobody else around who needed a ticket. Aschenbach returned onto the deck. Leaning with one arm on the handrail, he contemplated both the idle people who were mooching at the pier to witness the ship's departure and his fellow passengers. Those of the second class were crouching on the foredeck, using boxes and bundles as seats. A group of young people formed the company of the first deck, apparently tradesmen's apprentices from Pola, who had merrily united for a trip to Italy. They made a lot of fuss about themselves and their enterprise, chattered, laughed, contentedly enjoyed their own gesticulating, and mocked those colleagues who, portfolios tucked under their arms, were walking along the street to pursue their business, and who made threatening gestures to the departing. One, in a bright yellow, excessively fashionable summer suit, red tie, and a boldly bent-up Panama hat, exceeded all the others with his shrill voice and gayness. No sooner had Aschenbach set eyes on him than he realized with a kind of terror that this ephebe was false. He was ancient. There could be no doubt about it. Wrinkles surrounded his mouth and eyes. The meek crimson of his cheeks was make-up. That brown hair below the colourfully banded straw hat was a wig. His neck was dilapidated and sinewy, his moustache was dyed, his yellowish and complete set of teeth, which he laughingly presented, was a cheap counterfeit, and his hands, with signet rings on both index fingers, were that of a very old man. With a shudder Aschenbach looked at him and his communion with his friends. Did they not know or notice that he was elderly, that he was wrongfully appropriating their garish dress, fraudulently played one of theirs? As if nothing had happened, seemingly out of habit, they tolerated him among themselves, treated him as an equal, answered his teasing nudges without disgust. How could that be? Aschenbach covered his forehead with his hand and closed his eyes that were burning from a lack of sleep. He felt as if reality was becoming unreal, as if a dreamlike enchantment had begun, a shift of the world into the inexplicable, which perhaps could be opposed by closing his eyes and then taking another look. But in that moment he became aware of a sensation of floating, and, strangely startled, he realized that the heavy and dark mass of the ship had detached itself from the quay. Inch by inch, with the engine running alternately forwards and backwards, The strip of dirtily iridescent water between the ship's hull and the shore widened, and after some stodgy manoeuvres the steamer's bow was pointing towards the open sea. Aschenbach went over the starboard side, where the humpbacked sailor had prepared a deck chair for him, and a steward in a spotted dress coat awaited his orders. The sky was grey, the wind moist. The harbour and the islands had receded, and soon land was no longer visible. A snow of coal dust, soaked with humidity, settled on the freshly scrubbed deck that refused to dry. After about an hour the tent roof was deployed, as it had begun to rain. Wrapped in his coat, a book in his lap, the traveller rested, and time seemed to fly. The rain had ceased. The linen roof was removed. The horizon was complete. Beneath the broad cupola of the sky the enormous disk of the barren sea extended all around. But in that empty, measureless space our sense of time also suffers, and we daze in the disorienting shapelessness. Strange and shade-like creatures, the senescent dandy, the goat-bearded man from below decks, traipsed with vague gestures and confused dream words through the mind of the reclining artist, and eventually he fell asleep. At noon he was required to venture below into the corridor-like dining hall, which was bordered on by the sleeping bunks, eating the ordered meal at a long table, on the other side of which the apprentices, including the Senex, had been drinking heavily with the jolly captain since 10 o'clock. The meal was meagre, and he quickly finished it. He wanted to go outside to look at the sky. If maybe it would brighten in the direction of Venice. He did not anticipate anything else, for the city had always received him with splendour. But the sky and the sea remained cloudy and leaden, at times a fog-like drizzle fell, and slowly he accepted that he would, reaching it by water, discover a vastly different Venice from that which he had approached over land. He stood next to the foremast, gazing into the distance, expecting to see land. He thought of that melancholy, enthusiastic poet who had met the cupolas and bell towers of his dream in this place. He quietly recalled some of the products of that awe-stricken, happy, and sad mood, and, moved by that ready-made emotion, he wondered whether he, although more sombre and tired than then, would meet that state of rapture and confusion a second time. Then to his right the soft sloping shore appeared. Fishing boats made the sea lively. The Lido came into view. The steamer passed it on the right, gliding slowly through the channel of the same name, and close to the lagoon it came to a rest entirely in full view of the poor and gaudy houses, since the barge of the sanitary service had to be met. An hour passed before it materialized. One had reached one's destination, and yet one had not. There was no hurry, and yet one soon got impatient. The use of Pola, perhaps also drawn to the military trumpet signals that echoed over the waters, had come on deck, and, enthusiastic from the asti they had drunken, they cheered the Bersaglieri who were being drilled there. But it was repugnant to witness the state into which his faux communion with youth had brought the overdressed old man. His old and fated brain had not been able to resist the liquor to the same degree as the real youth's. He was hopelessly drunk. Looking stupidly around, a cigarette between his trembling fingers, he swayed, barely able to keep his balance, pulled to and fro by his intoxication. Because he would have fallen down at the very first step, he did not dare to move, yet still displayed a sorry cockiness, holding on to every one who approached him, speaking with a slur, winking, giggling, raising his ringed and wrinkled index finger to tease ridiculously, and licking the corners of his mouth in the most distastefully ambiguous manner. Aschenbach watched him with an expression of anger, and again he got a feeling of unreality, as if the world showed a small but definite tendency to slip into the peculiar and grotesque, a sensation which the resumption of the pounding work of the engine kept him from exploring fully, as the ship returned to its course through the San Marco Canal. So he again set eyes on the most astounding landing, that blinding composition of fantastic architecture which the Republic has to offer the awestruck looks of the approaching seafarer. The light grandeur of the palace and the Bridge of Sighs, the columns topped with the Lion and the Saint close to the shore, the flauntingly projecting flank of St. Mark's, the view of St. Mark's clock, and thus contemplating, he thought that arriving in Venice from the train station was like entering a palace through the servants' entrance, and that one should always, like himself, travel across the ocean to the most improbable of cities. The engine stopped, gondolas approached, the accommodation ladder was lowered, the customs officials came aboard and carried out their duty. The debarkation could begin. Aschenbach made it clear that he desired a gondola to bring him and his luggage to the landing of the smaller steamers that cruise between the city and the Lido, because he wanted a room close to the sea. His wish is approved and hollered towards the water, where the gondoliers are quarrelling in dialect. He is unable to descend, as his trunk is taken with great effort down the ladder-like stairs. So he cannot get away for several minutes from the intrusiveness of the ghastly old man, who is compelled by his drunkenness to bid the foreigner good-bye. "We are wishing a most enjoyable stay. One hopes to be remembered well. Au revoir, excusez and bonjour, Your Excellency." His mouth is watering. He winks, licks the corners of his mouth, and the dyed moustache on his lips is ruffled up. "Our compliments," he continues with two finger-tips at his mouth, "our compliments to your sweetheart, the most lovely, beautiful sweetheart." And suddenly the upper row of his false teeth drops onto his tongue. Aschenbach was able to escape. "To your sweetheart, the most pretty sweetheart," he heard in hollow and somewhat obstructed speech behind his back while he descended the ladder. Who would not have had to fight a slight unease, a secret resentment and trepidation, when one, for the first or after a long time, had to get into a Venetian gondola? That strange vehicle, which seems unchanged from more fanciful times, and which is so strangely black, like normally only coffins are, reminds one of silent and criminal adventures in the lapping night. Furthermore, it is reminiscent of death itself, the bier, the drab funeral, and the final wordless ride. And has one noticed that the coffin-black, varnished, black-upholstered chair in such a barge is the softest, most luxurious, most deeply relaxing seat in the whole world? Aschenbach noticed it when he took his place at the feet of the gondolier, with his luggage orderly arranged at the front of the gondola. The rowers were still quarrelling, in a raw and incomprehensible way, with menacing gestures. But the peculiar quietude of the city on the sea seemed to absorb and disembody their voices, and to disperse them above the water. It was fairly hot in the harbour. Touched by the warm sirocco, seated on tender cushions, the traveller closed his eyes to enjoy that kind of unusual and sweet lassitude. The trip will be short, he thought. Oh, would it last for ever? The noiseless rocking let him put a distance between himself and that boisterous jostle. How it became even more still around him all the time! Nothing could be heard except the lapping of the oar, the hollow impact of the waves against the tip of the gondola, that stood erect, dark and like a spear above the water, and a third thing, the whispering and murmuring of the gondolier, who was talking to himself between his clenched teeth in occasional outbursts. Aschenbach raised his head, and with a slight bemusement he noticed that the lagoon around him widened, and that his course was towards the open sea. Therefore it seemed he should not relax too much, but instead supervise the carrying out of his orders. "To the steamship landing, please," he said, turning over his shoulder. The murmuring ceased. He got no reply. "To the steamship landing," he repeated, and turned around completely to look up into the gondolier's face, who was standing behind him, a little elevated, in front of the pale sky. It was a man of unpleasing, even violent physiognomy, dressed in blue sailor's garb, girded with a yellow sash, and with a shapeless straw hat that had begun to dissolve at its edges, slanted on his head. The form of his face, his blond and curly moustache below the stubby nose, did not make him look very Italian. Although of relatively slender build, so that he did not seem particularly suited to his trade, he showed great energy when he used his whole body to drive the oar at every beat. A few times the exertion caused him to withdraw his lips and expose his white teeth. With his gaze fixed above the guest and his reddish eyebrows wrinkled, he replied in a determined, almost harsh tone, "You are going to the Lido." Aschenbach replied, "Indeed, but I only wanted the gondola to take me to St. Mark's Square. I wish to go with the Vaporetto." "You cannot go with the Vaporetto, sir." "And why not?" "Because the Vaporetto does not transport luggage." That was correct. Aschenbach remembered. He was silent. But the brusque, boastful, uncharacteristic behaviour of that man seemed intolerable. He remained taciturn, the oar was lapping, the water clashed dully against the bow, and the talking and murmuring resumed. The gondolier was speaking to himself between his teeth. What had to be done? Alone on the water with the strangely disobedient, unsettlingly determined man, the traveller did not see a way to force upon him his will, and how softly he could be seated if he did not protest. Had he not wished that the trip should take longer, or forever? It was most prudent to let things take their course, and besides it was most comfortable. A spell of torpidity seemed to emanate from that low and black seat, so tenderly rocked by the oar-beats of the defiant gondolier in his back. The notion of having fallen into the hands of a rogue streaked dreamlike through Aschenbach's mind, unable to summon his senses for active defence. Less appetizing was the possibility that this was just an act of extortion. A certain feeling of duty, the realization that one had to guard against such a thing, allowed him to make another effort. He asked, "How much do you want for the fare?" And, looking above him, the gondolier responded, "You will pay." It was clear what had to be replied to this. Aschenbach said mechanically, "I will pay you nothing, nothing at all if you take me somewhere I did not want to go." "You want to go to the Lido." "But not with you." "I row you well." That much is true, thought Aschenbach, and relaxed again. It is true you are rowing me well. Even if you are trying to get my money and would kill me with a quick blow of the oar, you would have rowed me well. But nothing of the sort happened. Even some company appeared, a boat with musical mendicants, men and women, singing to the accompaniment of guitars and mandolins, coming obtrusively close to the gondola, filling the quietude above the waters with their mercenary tunes. Aschenbach threw a few coins into the hat that was presented. They fell silent and rowed away, and the murmuring of the gondolier was perceptible once more. And so one arrived, rocked by the backwash of a steamer headed for the city. Two municipal officers, hands clasped behind their backs, their heads facing the lagoon, were walking back and forth at the shore. Aschenbach got off the gondola at the pier, with help from the old man, with his grappling hook, who seemed to be present on all Venetian landings; and because he did not have enough coins, he entered the hotel, which was situated across from the landing, to exchange some money and reward the gondolier as he pleased. He is served in the lobby. He returns, finds his luggage on a cart at the quay, and the gondola and gondolier have disappeared. "He has taken off," said the old man with the grappling hook. "A very bad man. A man without a licence, dear sir. He is the only gondolier without a licence. The others have telephoned here. He saw that he was being expected, so he took off." Aschenbach shrugged his shoulders. "The sir has had a free ride," said the old man, and presented his hat. Aschenbach threw in some coins. He gave orders to take his luggage to the Hôtel des Bains, and followed the cart through the alleyway, that white blossoming alley which, bordered by taverns, bazaars, and bed and breakfasts, runs across the island to the beach. He entered the sprawling hotel from the rear, from the garden terrace, and went through the lobby to the office. Because he had been announced, he was greeted with servile complicity. A manager, a diminutive, soft-spoken, ingratiatingly courteous man with a black moustache and a frock coat in the French style, accompanied him in the elevator to the third floor and showed him his room, a pleasant room with cherry furniture, decorated with heavily fragrant flowers, and which had tall windows affording a view of the sea. He stepped close to one of them, after the manager had taken his leave, and while behind him his luggage was carried in, he surveyed the beach, which lay deserted in the afternoon, and the sunless sea at high tide, sending its crouched and elongated waves in a steady rhythm against the shore. The observations and encounters of the solitary and mute one are at the same time more blurry and more distinctive than those of the more sociable person, his thoughts more substantial, stranger, and never without a trace of sadness. Images and perceptions that would be easy to dismiss with a laugh, a short exchange of words, occupy him excessively and grow deeper and more important in silence, become experience, adventure, emotion. Solitude favours the original, the daring and otherworldly beautiful, the poem, but it also favours the wrongful, the extreme, the absurd, and the forbidden. Thus the unusual incidences on the journey were still disconcerting to the traveller. The horrible old man with his blabbering about a sweetheart, the gondolier who had not received payment. Without obstructing reason or giving any real food for thought, they were still extremely bizarre, and possibly so bewildering because of that contradiction. In between he greeted the sea with his eyes and delighted in the knowledge that Venice could be so quickly and easily reached. Finally he turned, washed his face, gave some orders to the chambermaid to improve his comfort, and had the green-liveried Swiss elevator attendant take him to the ground floor. He took his tea on the seaside terrace, then descended and walked a good distance along the shore in the direction of the Hotel Excelsior. Upon his return it appeared to be time to dress for dinner. He did that slowly and with diligence, yet found himself still too early in the dining hall, where a group of hotel guests, unknown to each other and in feigned disinterest, had congregated in the expectation of a meal. He picked up a paper, seated himself in a club chair, and contemplated the company, which differed in a most agreeable way from that during his earlier stay on the island. A wide and all-encompassing horizon opened itself out. Muffled sounds from many different languages were mixing. The omnipresent dinner jacket, the uniform of the civilized world, gathered all facets of human variety into one orderly whole. One saw the dry and elongated face of the American, the large Russian family, English ladies, German children with French nannies. The Slavic component appeared to predominate. Polish was spoken right next to him. It was a group of adolescents and bare adults, under the supervision of a governess, around a small table. 3 young girls, perhaps between 15 and 17, and a long-haired boy of about 14 years. With astonishment Aschenbach noticed that the boy was perfectly beautiful. His countenance, pale and gracefully reserved, surrounded by honey-coloured locks, with its evenly sloped nose, the lovely mouth, the expression of alluring and divine earnestness, was reminiscent of Greek statues from the most noble period, and with all its perfection of form it had such a personal appeal that the onlooker thought he had never encountered anything similar, either in nature or in art. What else was striking was an apparently deliberate contrast between the educational guidelines after which the children were dressed and kept in general. The exterior of the girls, the oldest of which could be taken for an adult, was tart and chaste to the point of disfigurement. A uniform monastic garb, shale-toned, of average length, sober and consciously unbecoming, with white collars as the only bright spot, suppressed and made impossible any pleasingness of figure. The smooth hair that appeared to be glued to the head gave their faces a featurelessness and nun-like lack of expression. It seemed certain this was the work of a mother, and naturally it did not occur to her to apply that same pedagogic severity that pertained to the girls to the boy also. Mellowness and affection visibly ruled his existence. One had abstained from cutting his arresting hair. Like the statue of the boy with a thorn, it curled onto the forehead, over the ears, and even more so in the nape. An English sailor suit, the voluminous sleeves of which were tapered towards the ends, and which surrounded the delicate joints of his still childlike and narrow hands, contributed, with its strings, bows, and embroideries, an air of wealth and fastidiousness. He was sitting, in semi-profile from Aschenbach's point of view, one foot in front of the other, with an elbow leaning on the arm-rest of his basket-chair, his cheek comforted by his closed hand, in an attitude of relaxed decorum and completely without the submissive stiffness that his sisters seemed to be used to. Was he sick? Because the white of his skin contrasted like ivory with the golden sombreness of the adjacent curls. Or was he simply a coddled favourite child, carried by partial and capricious devotion? Aschenbach was inclined to believe that. Almost every artistic individual has a luxurious and treacherous propensity to recognize beauty-creating inequity and to render homage to aristocratic entitlement. A waiter went around and announced the readiness of the meal in English. Slowly the society disappeared through the glass door into the dining-room. Late-comers passed by, arriving from the vestibule or the elevator. Inside, the serving had begun, but the young Poles remained seated around the little tables, and Aschenbach, sitting snugly in his chair, not to mention having a favourable view of something beautiful, lingered along with them. The governess, a stocky dame with a reddish face, finally gave the signal to rise. With lifted eyebrows she shoved back her chair and bowed, when a tall lady, dressed in white and grey and richly attired with pearls, entered the room. She comported herself with coolness and restraint. The arrangement of her lightly powdered hair and the style of her dress were of that simplicity which always rules good taste where devoutness is considered an element of noblesse. She could have been the wife of a high-ranking German official. Something extravagant only entered her appearance through her jewellery, which seemed extremely expensive and consisted of earrings and a triple very long necklace of cherry-sized, mildly shimmering pearls. The children had arisen promptly. They kissed their mother's hand, who looked above their heads with an aloof smile of her well-groomed but slightly tired and sharp-nosed face, and addressed a few words in French to the governess. Then she proceeded towards the glass door. The children followed her, the girls ordered by age, then the governess, and finally the boy. For some unknown reason he turned around before crossing the threshold, and since nobody else was present, his curiously dark grey eyes met those of Aschenbach, who, with the newspaper on his lap and deep in his thoughts, had traced the group. What he had seen was certainly not remarkable in its details. One had not gone to table before the mother. One had waited for her, greeted her, and observed the usual customs on entering the dining-room. But somehow all that was presented with such a deliberate accentuation of manners, commitment, and self-respect that Aschenbach felt strangely moved by it. He hesitated for a few moments, and then also went into the dining-room and had himself seated, unfortunately quite far from the Polish family, as he observed with regret. Exhausted and yet in mental commotion, he entertained himself with abstract, even transcendental subjects during dinner, mulled the mysterious link between the orderly and the individual for human beauty to appear, departed from there to think about the general problems of form and art, and eventually found his thoughts and findings to resemble certain apparently fortuitous ideas in a dream, that on closer inspection revealed themselves to be completely stale and unworkable. After the meal he went into the park that was filled with evening smells, and smoked, sometimes sitting, sometimes walking. Then he went to bed, even though it was still early, and spent the night in sleep that was consistently deep, but enlivened by dreams of the most varied kinds. The weather had not improved on the next day. A land breeze was stirring. Under a pale and overcast sky the sea lay in dull quietness, shrunken, so to say, with a soberly clear horizon, and so far removed from the beach that it exposed several large sandbanks. When Aschenbach opened his window, he believed to sense the putrid smell of the lagoon. Discontent befell him. Already he considered departing. Once, a few years ago, this kind of weather had, after 2 sunny spring weeks, struck him and had impacted his mood in such a way that he had had to flee from Venice. Did not again that febrile listlessness, that pressure in the temples, that heaviness of the eyelids make themselves known? Moving to a new lodging for another time would be tiresome, but if the wind did not change direction he would not stay. Just in case he did not fully unpack his luggage. At 9 o'clock he ate breakfast in the special room that was reserved for that use, between the lobby and the dining room. In the buffet room that ceremonial silence reigned that is part of the ambition of every great hotel. The waiters tiptoed around while serving. A clattering of the tea service, a half-whispered word was all that could be heard. In a corner, diagonally across from the door and 2 tables apart from him, Aschenbach noticed the Polish girls with their governess. Very upright, the ash-blond hair newly flattened, and with red eyes, in stiff dresses made of blue linen, with little white collars and cuffs, they sat there and handed each other the jam. They had almost finished their breakfast. The boy was absent. Aschenbach smiled to himself. "So, my little Phaeacian," he thought, "you seem to possess the privilege of sleeping in." And suddenly merry, he recited the line from a poem below his breath: "Jewellery, a hot bath, and rest have often made a difference." He ate without hurry, received some letters from the porter, who had come to the room with his cap taken off, and opened a few of them while smoking a cigarette. So it happened that he still witnessed the entrance of the long sleeper, who was already expected at the other table. He came in through the glass door and ambled through the silence diagonally across the room to his sister's table. His walk was very graceful, both in his stance and in the movement of the knees. The way his feet touched the ground, very light, at the same time tender and proud, and made more appealing through the childlike self-consciousness with which he looked up and down 2 times while crossing the room. Smiling, with a soft word in his fuzzy-sounding language, he took his place, and now that he presented the onlooker with his full profile, Aschenbach was taken by surprise again, even frightened by the godlike beauty of that human child. That day the lad was wearing a light suit of blue and white fabric, with a bow of red silk on his breast and a simple white collar. Above that collar, which did not even fit the rest of the suit very elegantly, the flower of his crown rested with unequalled charm, the head of Eros, with the yellowish tint of Parisian marble, with exquisite and sombre brows, temples and ear covered by the dark and soft curls of his hair. Well, well, thought Aschenbach, with that cool approval of the specialist with which artists at times cloak their transports of delight in the face of a masterwork. And further he thought, "Truly are not the sea and the beach waiting for me? I will remain here as long as you." So he went across the hall, greeted by the waiters, along the great terrace, and straight over the boardwalk to the private beach reserved for hotel guests. He let the barefoot old man, who was in his linen pants, sailor's blouse, and straw hat, working as a bath attendant there, show him his little beach hut, had a chair and table taken from inside and put in front of it on the wooden platform, and made himself comfortable in the deck chair, which he had put up a bit closer to the sea in the wax-yellow sand. The scene at the beach, the picture of carefree and sensual enjoyment next to the sea, entertained and delighted him as always. The grey and even ocean was enlivened by wading children, swimmers, garish figures, others who were laying on sandbanks with their arms folded under their heads. Some were rowing small boats in red and blue without a keel, capsizing with roaring laughter. In front of the row of beach huts, whose platforms were like little verandas, there was playful motion and lazy rest, visits and chattering, careful early morning elegance, but also nudity, which pertly took pleasure in the freedom of the place. Closer to the sea, lone figures were strolling on the moist and firm sand, in white dressing gowns or in voluminous, colourful garb. An intricate sand castle to Aschenbach's right, built by children, was sporting all around tiny flags of many different countries. Vendors of mussels, pies, and fruit were on their knees spreading out their goods. On the left, in front of a hut that stood at a right angle to the other ones and was the end point of the beach on that side, a Russian family was camping, men with beards and large teeth, mellow and idle women, a Baltic damsel who was sitting in front of an easel and was painting the sea with intermittent cries of despair, two benevolent and ugly children, an old maidservant with a kerchief and tenderly servile slave manners. In grateful appreciation they were living there, always calling out the names of the unruly youngsters, jesting for a long time with the old man, thanks to a few words of Italian, buying sweets, kissing each other on the cheeks, and generally not caring about any onlookers. So I will stay, Aschenbach thought. Where could it be better? And with his hands folded in his lap, he allowed his eyes to wander in the vastness of the sea, his gaze slipping, becoming blurred, and breaking in the monotonous mists of nothingness. He loved the ocean for important reasons, out of the desire for tranquillity harboured by the hard-working artist who seeks to conceal himself from the multitude of possibilities by embracing the simple and immense, out of a forbidden proclivity for the unordered, the immeasurable, the eternal, the void that was made even more attractive by running counter to his work. To find peace in the presence of the faultless is the desire of the one who seeks excellence, and is not nothingness a form of perfection? While he was dreaming into the deepness of space, he suddenly became aware of a human figure close to the shoreline, and when he collected his glance from the unlimited, it turned out to be the beautiful boy, who, coming from the left, was crossing the sand before him. He was barefoot, ready for wading, his slender legs bared till above the knees, advancing slowly, but so nimbly and proudly as if he was used to walking without footwear, and he surveyed the huts. No sooner had he noticed the peaceful Russian family than his face was clouded by a tempest of scorn and disdain. His brow darkened, his mouth was lifted, between the lips and the cheeks an embittered tearing took place, and his eyebrows were so heavily wrinkled that they made the eyes appear sunken in, and let them speak the evil and sombre language of hatred. He averted his glance, beheld them another time, made a fiercely dismissive gesture with his shoulder, and turned his back unto the enemy. A sort of tenderness or terror, something like shame or respect, caused Aschenbach to turn away as if he had seen nothing, because the serious observer of a casual passion refuses to admit his impressions even to himself. But he was delighted and shocked at the same time, that is, elated. This childish fanaticism, which was directed at the most benign slab of life, it made the divinely vacant a part of the human order. It made nature's precious work of art, that had only been fit to be an eyeful, seem worthy of a deeper sympathy, and it made the already striking personage of the youth a historical political backdrop that allowed him to be taken seriously in spite of his age. Still turned away, Aschenbach listened to the boy's speech, his high-pitched and somewhat feeble voice, with which he tried to announce himself to his comrades playing at the sand castle. The replies consisted in calling him by his real name, or a pet name, and Aschenbach paid interested attention, without being able to hear them perfectly, to two melodic syllables like agio, or more frequently adgio, with a vocatively stretched oo sound at the end. He delighted in the tone of it. He found its pleasantness befitting the thing it described, repeated it below his breath, and contentedly moved on to his letters and other paperwork. His little writing case on his lap, he began to pen assorted correspondence. But after about a quarter of an hour had passed, it occurred to him how unfortunate it was to let this situation, the most delightful he had known, pass by like that. He moved aside his writing utensils, returned to the sea, and after a short while, seated on his deck chair and distracted by the voices of the children who were working on the sand castle, he turned his head to the right to further investigate the comings and goings of the marvellous Agio. His glance immediately discovered him. The red bow on his breast was difficult to miss. Occupied with the others in furnishing an old plank as a drawbridge for the sand castle, he gave loud orders for that endeavour, emphasizing his commands with movements of his head. With him there were about 10 comrades in all, boys and girls, some of his age and some younger, speaking in Polish, French, and the languages of the Balkans. But it was his name that was heard most often. Obviously he was popular, courted, admired. One of them, a stocky lad who was called Jashu, with black slicked-back hair and in a linen suit, appeared to be his closest servant and confidant. When the daily work on the sand edifice had finished, they ambled along the beach in each other's arms, and the one called Jashu placed a kiss on the beautiful Agio's cheek. Aschenbach was tempted to make a threatening gesture with the finger to Jashu. "I advise you, Critobulus," he thought smilingly, "to leave for a year, because it will take as much time for you to recover." And then he went on to eat a breakfast of very large and ripe strawberries which he had obtained from a vendor. It had gotten very hot, although the sun had been unable to penetrate the layer of haze in the sky. Lassitude immobilized the mind, while the senses were taking pleasure in the immense and deadening spectacle of the silent sea. To divine, to explore which name it might be that sounded a bit like Agio, was considered by the earnest man a fitting and absolutely filling task and occupation. With the help of some Polish remembrances, he decided that it had to be Tadzio, short for Tadeusz, and Tadziu in the vocative. Tadzio was bathing. Aschenbach, who had lost him from his sight, found his head, his arm, with which he made rowing motions, far away out on the sea, because it was quite shallow for a great distance. But immediately there was concern about him. Female voices were calling out for him from the huts, exclaiming again that word which was like a password at the beach, and that, with its soft sound and its drawn-out oo sound at the end, had something both sweet and wild about it. "Tadziu! Tadziu!" He obeyed. He ran through the flood, causing the water to foam with his legs, his head tilted backwards, and to witness how the lively figure, pretty and harsh in a not yet manly way, with dripping curls and handsome like a youthful god, ascended from the watery depths of sky and sea. That sight induced mythical connotations. He was like a poem about ancient times, the birth of form and the genesis of the gods. Aschenbach intently listened to that song that came from inside, and again he thought that it was good to be here, and that he wanted to stay. Later Tadzio lay, exhausted from his bathing, on the sand, wrapped in white linen which was tucked under the right shoulder, resting with his head on his bare arm, and even when Aschenbach was not looking at him, but read a few pages in his book, he almost never forgot the recumbent, and that he only had to turn his head slightly to the right to catch sight of the admirable. It almost seemed to him as if he was guarding the resting boy, occupied with his own things, and yet with unwavering vigilance for that supreme specimen to his right, not far from him. And a fatherly awe, the complete devotion of the one who tries to create beauty to the one who is endowed with it, filled and moved his heart. At noon he departed from the beach, returned to the hotel, and took the elevator to his room. Inside he spent some time in front of the mirror and studied his grey hair, his weary and sharply cut face. In that moment he thought of his fame, and how many people looked up to him for his ability to always find the right words and graceful phrases. He called to witness all the successes his gifts had given him that he could think of, and even considered his knighthood. Then he went down to the dining room and took a meal at his little table. When he entered the elevator afterwards, young people jostled into that tiny hovering cubbyhole, who were also coming from breakfast, and Tadzio joined them. He stood very close to Aschenbach, for the first time close enough that Aschenbach was afforded a more intimate look with all details. Some one addressed the lad, and while he replied with an unimaginably lovely smile, he already stepped out at the second floor, walking backwards with downcast eyes. Beauty makes one shy, thought Aschenbach, and mulled why this should be the case. He had, in fact, noticed that Tadzio's teeth were not quite as pleasant, slightly jagged and pale without the sheen of health, and of a strangely translucent quality, as in some one with anemia. He is a bit frail. He is sickly, thought Aschenbach. He will probably not live very long. And he declined to account for the feeling of satisfaction and calmness that accompanied that notion. He spent 2 hours in his room, and took the vaporetto across the foul-smelling lagoon to Venice in the afternoon. He got out at St. Mark's Square, took his tea there, and then commenced a walk through the city, according to his local schedule. But it was this walk which caused a total reversal in his mood and his decisions. A revolting sultriness could be felt in the alleys, the air was so heavy that the odours that emanated from the apartments, stores, and cookshops, like those of hot oil, clouds of perfume, and many more, remained fixed like clouds without dispersing. Cigarette smoke hung in one place, and only gradually escaped. The jostle in the narrow streets was a burden, not an enjoyment, to the stroller. The longer he walked, the more that disgusting condition took hold over him which is affected by the sea breeze and the sirocco, and which is excitement and fatigue at the same time. He began to sweat unpleasantly. The eyes ceased to function, his chest felt tight, he was febrile, his pulse was pounding in his head. He fled from the business district to the quarters of the poor. There mendicants pursued him, and the fetid stench from the canals made breathing even more difficult. In a quiet spot, one of those forgotten fairy tale places that can be found at the heart of Venice, resting next to a well, he dabbed dry his forehead, and came to realize that he had to go somewhere else. For the second time, and permanently, the city had proven to be very harmful to him in that kind of weather. Stubborn holding out seemed unreasonable. The probability of the wind changing direction was unknown. A quick decision had to be made. To return home already was not an option. Neither his summer nor winter quarters were ready for his arrival. But not only in Venice there were the sea and the beach, and in other places they could be found without the evil ingredients of the lagoon and its febrile effusion. He recalled a small seaside resort not far from Trieste, which had been praised. Why not go there? And that immediately, so that this change of location would still be worth while. He affirmed his decision and rose. At the next gondola landing he took a vehicle to convey him through the dull labyrinth of the canals, below delicate marble balconies surrounded by lion sculptures, around slippery corners, along sorrowful palace façades with large company signs, which were mirrored in the garbage-topped water, to St. Mark's. He had trouble getting there because the gondolier, who received payment from lace and glass manufacturers, tried to get him to do sightseeing and shopping, and when the bazaar trip through Venice began to cast its spell, the mercenary spirit of the sunken queen contributed to an unpleasant sobering of the senses. Back in the hotel he let the clerks in the office know that unforeseen circumstances required him to leave the very next morning. This was found regrettable. His bill was prepared. He had dinner, and spent the balmy evening reading journals on the rear terrace. Before going to sleep he completely prepared his trunk for the next day. He did not sleep very well, as he was concerned about the impending departure. When he opened the window on the next morning, the sky was still overcast, but the air seemed refreshed, and now his remorse began. Was this cancellation not hasty and in error, the conduct of an ill and unimportant state? Had he waited just a little more, had he made one more try to adapt to the Venetian atmosphere, or considered the possibility that the weather might improve, then he could experience now, instead of haste and waste, a morning at the beach just like the day before. Too late. Now he had to continue wanting what he had wanted before. He got dressed and went down for breakfast at 8 o'clock. The buffet room was still deserted when he entered. Solitary figures appeared while he was waiting for what he had ordered. With the teacup at his lips, he saw the Polish girls with their governess come into the room. Austere and full of morning freshness, but with red eyes, they paraded to their table in the corner. In the very next moment the porter approached and reminded him it was time to go. The car was waiting to transport him and other travellers to the Hotel Excelsior, from where the motor launch would carry every one through a private canal to the station. Time was pressing. Aschenbach replied that time did not press at all. More than an hour remained until his train left. He did not like the habit of hotels to kick out their guests before their time, and told the porter to let him finish his breakfast in peace. The man retreated hesitantly, only to reappear 5 minutes later. The car could wait no longer. Then he should drive away and take his luggage with him, Aschenbach responded angrily. He himself would, in due time, use the public steamer, and would take care of his departure himself. The employee bowed. Aschenbach, relieved to have diverted the unwelcome exhortations, finished his meal unhurriedly, and even had the waiter bring him the daily newspaper. Time had grown quite short when he arose. It just so happened that Tadzio crossed the threshold that very moment. Walking towards the table of his family, he crossed paths with Aschenbach, cast down his glance before the grey-haired man, only to look at him softly in his lovely way, and passed. Adieu, Tadzio, thought Aschenbach. It was all too brief. And as he, contrary to his usual habit, formed the words with his lips, he added, God bless you. Next he organized his departure, gave tips, was bid farewell by the little soft-spoken manager in the French frock coat, and left the hotel on foot as he had arrived to take the white blossoming alley across the island to the steamship landing, followed by the manservant carrying his hand luggage. He reaches it, he takes a seat, and what followed was an odyssey through all shades of regret. It was the familiar trip across the lagoon, passing St. Mark's, up the Grand Canal. Aschenbach was seated on the circular bench at the bow, leaning with his arm upon the handrail, shading his eyes from the sun. The municipal gardens retreated, the Piazzetta opened out once more in princely charm and was left behind. Next came the great row of palaces, and behind the bend of the waterway the magnificent arch of the Rialto bridge appeared. The departing looked on, and his heart was torn. The atmosphere of the city, that slightly putrid smell which he had so sought to escape from, he breathed it now in deep, tenderly painful breaths. Was it possible that he did not know or had not taken into account how much he was attached to all of this? What had been a half-regretful, tiny doubt about the rightness of his decision now became a real pain, a desperation of the soul, so bitter that it brought tears to his eyes, and of which he said to himself that he could not have foreseen it. What seemed to him so hard to bear, even intolerable, was apparently the notion that he would never again set eyes on Venice, that this would be a permanent farewell. Since it had been proven a second time that the city made him sick, as he had to leave it in a hurry again, He would have to consider it an impossible and forbidden place that was too much for him, and where it made no sense to go back. He even felt that if he departed now, shame and defiance would keep him from ever seeing the city again, the demands of which on his body he had been unable to meet twice. And this discrepancy between his desire and physical potency suddenly appeared so grave and important to the senescent, the corporeal defeat so unacceptable, and the need to prevent it at all costs so imperative, that he could not understand how he could have given in so easily and without a fight. In the meantime the steamer approached the station, and pain and perplexity increased until a state of confusion was reached. Departure seems impossible to the tormented soul, but so does staying. Absolutely torn, that way he enters the station. It is already rather late. He has no time to lose if he wants to catch his train. He wants it, and he wants it not. But time presses. It pushes him forward. He hastens to get his ticket and reaches the jostle of the hall for the local officer of the hotel company. The man is found and reports that the large trunk has already been shipped. Already shipped? Yes, exactly. To Como. To Como? And after some heated discussion of irate questions and sheepish replies, it emerges that the trunk, together with some other luggage, had been sent from the Hotel Excelsior into the completely wrong direction. Aschenbach found it difficult to keep the expected expression on his face. An adventurous joy and unbelievable happiness moved him almost as in a fit. The employee ran off to possibly still hold the trunk back, but as surmised he returned unsuccessfully. So Aschenbach declared that he would not leave without his trunk, but instead wanted to return to the Hôtel des Bains to wait for it there. Was the motor launch of the society still at the station? The man affirmed that it was still there. He ordered the ticket clerk to take back the ticket. He swore to telegraph, and that no expense would be spared to get back the trunk as soon as possible. And so the odd thing took place that the traveller, 20 minutes after his arrival at the station, found himself again on the Grand Canal, on his way back to the Lido. Wondrously improbable, embarrassing, comically dreamlike experience, to see those places again within the hour from which one had tearfully departed for ever, thanks to twists of fate. Foaming at the bow, manoeuvring with dexterity between the gondolas and steamers, the fast little vehicle bolted towards its destination, while its passenger, under a mask of enraged resignation, hid the fearfully wanton attitude of a runaway boy. From time to time he was still moved to laughter about his misfortune, that could not have been more timely. Explanations had to be given, surprised expressions had to be braved, and then all was well again, he said to himself. An accident had been prevented, a grave error corrected, and everything he had believed to have left behind could be his again for as long as he desired. Did the speedy ride fool him, or had the wind indeed turned and was now blowing from the sea? The waves lapped against the concrete walls of the narrow canal which leads across the island to the Hotel Excelsior. A horseless omnibus was expecting the returning one, and transported him on a road far above the undulating sea back to the Hôtel des Bains. The little moustached manager came down the stairs to greet him. Softly ingratiating, he regretted the incident, called it very embarrassing for the hotel, but fully supported Aschenbach's decision to await the trunk here. Of course his room was already occupied, but a different one, no worse, would be available. "Pas de chance, monsieur," said the Swiss elevator operator, with a smile, as they went up. And so the refugee took quarters again, in a room that was almost identical to the first one in terms of the view and furnishings. Weary and deadened from the chaos of that strange morning, he distributed the contents of his hand luggage in the room and sat down in an armchair next to the open window. The ocean had taken on a pale green colour, the air seemed thinner and more pure, the beach with its boats and huts were colourful, even though the sky was still grey. Aschenbach looked outside, his hands folded in his lap, content to be back, shaking his head about his fickleness, his lack of knowledge, about his own desires. So he sat maybe for an hour, resting and lost in mindless reverie. At noon he spotted Tadzio, who, in a striped linen suit with a red bow, returned to the hotel via the wooden path. Aschenbach immediately recognized him, before he had even looked at him, and wanted to think of something like, "Look, Tadzio, there you are again!" But in the same moment he felt the casual greeting sink and become silent in the face of the truth of his heart, felt the excitement of his blood, the joy and pain in his soul, and realized that the farewell had been so taxing because of Tadzio. He sat in utter silence, entirely unobserved on his high vantage point, and looked inside of himself. The expression on his face had become enlivened, his eyebrows were moving up, an attentive, curious, and witty smile tensed his mouth. Then he raised his head and made with his arms, which had been hanging limply over the armrests of the chair, a slowly circular and raising motion, palms turned forward, as if suggesting an opening, an extending of the arms. It was a willingly welcoming, calmly accepting gesture. End of Part 30. One of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 31. Death in Venice. Thomas Mann. Death in Venice. Der Tod in Venedig. Chapter 4. From now on, Helios drove his scorching chariot across the sky on every day, with his yellow curls blowing in the simultaneous easterly breeze. Whitish silky shine lay on the slowly undulating Pontus. The sand was scalding. Beneath the silvery twinkling blue of the ether, rust-colored canvases were stretching before the huts, and in the sharply delineated shadow they afforded one spent the morning hours. But the evening was also exquisite, when the vegetation in the park was spreading a balsamic scent, the celestial bodies above were advancing on their circles, and the murmuring of the wine-dark sea, softly approaching, communed with one's soul. An evening like that guaranteed another sunny day, full of joyful idleness, and ornate with countless occasions for happy accidents in close proximity. The guest who had been held here by just such a happy accident did not see any reason at all to depart as soon as he got back his trunk. For 2 days he had to endure some privation, and could not dress for dinner otherwise than in his travel suit. Then, when one day the lost luggage was deposited in front of his room, he filled all the closets and drawers with his possessions, determined to stay for an indeterminate amount of time, and overjoyed at being able to spend his hours at the beach wearing his silk suit and looking presentable at dinner. The pleasant regularity of this life had cast its spell on him. The soft and glowing mildness of this conduct had filled him with amazement. What a stay, indeed, which combined the attractions of a civilized seaside life on a southern beach with the cozy closeness of the wonderfully wondrous city. Aschenbach did not love pleasure. Whenever there was a party, a time to rest, to spend one's days with one's delights, he soon grew restless, and this had been particularly so in younger years, and demanded back the labour and sober service of his everyday life. Only this place could relax him, soothe his will, make him happy. Sometimes in the morning, dozing under his canvas, or in a balmy night, leaning against the soft gondola cushions, being ferried from St. Mark's under a starry sky back to the Lido, with the garish lights and melodious sounds of the serenade receding, he recalled his house in the mountains, the location of his summer-time duty, where the clouds moved through the garden, touching the ground. Terrible thunderstorms made the lights in the house go extinct, and the ravens, fed by him, landed on the branches of firs. Then it appeared to him he was in Elysium, at the bounds of earth where an easy life is granted people, where there is no snow nor winter nor storm nor deluge, but always the softly cooing breath of Oceanus, and the days take their course in blissful idleness, without effort, without struggle, and completely devoted to the sun and its feasts. Often, almost constantly, Aschenbach saw the boy Tadzio. A limited space, a different order to every one's life, effected it that the arresting one was close to him most of the day, with short interruptions. He saw and met him everywhere: in the ground floor rooms of the hotel, on the refreshing boat trips to the city and back, in the marvel of the square, and frequently in between on streets and paths if luck contributed. But mainly and with gratifying regularity the mornings at the beach gave him ample opportunity to study the beautiful figure devoutly. This predictability of happiness, these daily occurring fortunate circumstances, made the stay dearer to him, and let every day seem like a Sunday. He had risen early, as normally when he felt the drive to work, and was at the beach before every one else, when the sun was still mild and the sea lay blindingly white in morning dreams. He jovially greeted the man at the gate, also greeted the barefoot old man who had prepared his hut for him, deployed the canvas, and moved the furniture out onto the platform, and seated himself. The next 3 or 4 hours were his, in which the sun ascended and gained fearsome power, in which the blue of the ocean deepened, and in which he could lay eyes upon Tadzio. He saw him arrive from the left, close to the seashore, saw him come out backwards from between the huts, and sometimes found to his surprise that he had completely missed his entry, and that he was already there, in that blue-white bathing suit that was his only dress at the beach, and had resumed his usual frolicking on the sunny sand, that sweetly inane, idly vagrant life which was play and rest, and ambling, wading, digging, catching, reclining, and swimming, guarded by the women on the platform, who with soprano voices called for him, "Tadzio! Tadzio!" and whom he joined with eager gesturing, to tell them what he had experienced, to show them what he had found and caught: mussels, sea-horses, jellyfish, and crayfish that walked sideways. Aschenbach did not understand a single word of what he said, and it might have been the most everyday matter, it was still just gibberish to him. That way the foreignness of the boy turned speech into music, a wanton sun bathed him in a prodigal splendour, and the majestic view of the distant sea always served as a backdrop to his figure. Soon the onlooker knew every curve and pose of that sophisticated body that so freely exhibited itself, greeted again joyfully every already familiar pretty feature, and could find no end to his admiration and tender sensual pleasure. The boy was called to welcome a guest who was attending on the women at the hut. He came running thither, perhaps still dripping from the water, shook his curls, and, while extending his hand, standing on one leg while the other foot was on its toes, he had an appealing circular stance of the body, comely in a tense way, bashful because of his kindliness, eager to please out of aristocratic duty. He lay on the sand, his bath towel around his breast, his chin supported by his carefully chiselled arm. The one who was called Giotto cowered next to him, cooing, and nothing could be more enchanting than the smile, on eyes and lips, with which the excellent one looked up at his inferior and servant. He stood at the shore, solitary and away from his people, very close to Aschenbach, erect, hands tied at his nape, slowly rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, and dreamed into the blue, while small waves were washing over his toes. His honey-coloured locks caressed his temples and the nape. The sun illuminated the fluff of his upper spine, the finely drawn rips. The symmetry of the breasts was accentuated by his tight-fitting bathing suit, His armpits were still bare as in a statue, the hollows of his knees were shining, and their blue maze of veins made the entire body seem to be fashioned from some translucent substance. What discipline, what precision of thought found their expression in this elongated and youthfully perfect form! The severe and pure will that, working behind the scenes, had been able to bring this divine sculpture into being, was it not known to him the artist? Did it not also work within him, when he, filled with prudent passion, coaxed that slender shape from the marble of the language that he had seen in his mind, and which he put up before the people as an example and mirror of intellectual beauty? Example and mirror! His eyes embraced that noble figure at the bounds of the blue, and in enthusiastic rapture he believed to embrace beauty itself, form as a thought in the mind of God, the one and pure perfection living in the human spirit, and of which a human image and analogue was erected here for worship. That was intoxication, and without hesitation, even eagerly, the artist welcomed it. His mind was flying, his learning surged up, his memory revived ancient notions from his youth that he had been taught but never thought about himself. Was it not written that the sun shifted our attention from the intellectual to the corporeal? It confused and enchanted, it was said, the mind and the memory, so that the soul forgot its own disposition out of sheer joy, and with stunned admiration attached itself to the most appealing of the lit objects; that it was then only able to reach higher spheres while beholding a body. Eros mimicked mathematicians who showed dull children concrete models of abstract shapes. That way also the god liked to use the form and colour of human youth to make the conceptual visible, decorating it with all the reflections of beauty whose sight made us burn with pain and hope. So ruminated the euphoric one. So were his feelings. And a delightful daydream out of the rumbling of the sea and the opulence of the sun took shape before his eyes. It was the old plane tree not far from the walls of Athens, that holy and shady place, filled with the scent of cherry trees, that was adorned with devotional images and pious gifts in honour of the nymphs and Achelous. A clear stream traversed smooth pebbles at the foot of the wide branching tree. The crickets were chirping. On the soft sloping grass two figures were reclining, protected from the heat of the day, an older and a younger one ugly and one winsome, the sage with the amiable. And with pleasantries and wittily wooing jests Socrates taught Phaedo about longing and virtue. He talked to him about the searing fright which is suffered by the one who beholds something that mirrors eternal beauty; talked to him about the cravings of the godless and evil one who cannot see the beauty behind its image and who is unable of reverence; talked about the holy terror that strikes the noble upon apparition of a perfect body before him, how he is shocked and does not dare to look at it, and how he would worship the one who is beautiful like a god, if that did not make him look silly in the eyes of the others. Because only beauty, he added, is lovely and visible at the same time. It is, nota bene, the only way in which we can receive and bear the intellect. Or what would become of us when the divine in general, reason, virtue, and truth, would be available like this to our senses? Would we not burn and die from love, like Semele before Zeus? Thus beauty is the way of the feeling one to reach the mind. Only a way, a means, my little Phaedo. And then he landed his finest blow, the seasoned charmer, that the lover would be more divine than the beloved, because God was in the former, but not in the latter. Perhaps the most tender and jocular notion ever conceived, and the source of all waggishness and hidden wantonness of desire. The happiness of writers is the thought that can be entirely emotion, and the emotion that can be entirely thought. Such a pulsing thought, such a precise emotion belong to the solitary one, then. namely, that nature was shaken with delight when the mind paid homage to beauty. Suddenly he wanted to write. Eros loves idleness and is made for it, but in this stage of his condition the mind of the afflicted was set on production, the immediate cause was almost irrelevant. A question, an inspiration to make his position known, about an important problem of culture and good taste, had reached the traveller from the intellectual sphere. The subject was a familiar experience to him. His desire to see it take the glorious shape of words was unexpectedly irresistible. He wanted to work in the presence of Tadzio, to take the proportions of the boy as a template, to let his style flow like the curves of his body that seemed divine to him, to carry his beauty into the intellectual, like the herder Ganymede had been lifted to the skies by the eagle-like Zeus. Never had the joy of words seemed sweeter to him, never had he been so conscious of Eros being in the words as in the dangerous and precious hours in which he, in full sight of his idol and under his canvas, worked on his little treatise, those 1½ pages of exquisite prose, the honesty, nobility, and emotional deepness of which caused it to be much admired within a short time. It is probably better that the world knows only the result, not the conditions under which it was achieved, because knowledge of the artist's source of inspiration might bewilder them, drive them away, and in that way nullify the effect of the excellent work. Strange hours! Strangely unnerving exertion! Strangely fertilizing intercourse between mind and body! When Aschenbach put aside his work and left the beach, he felt exhausted, shattered even, and it was as if his conscience was accusing him, as if after a debauchery. It was on the following morning that he, just leaving the hotel, saw Tadzio already on his way to the ocean, alone. The wish to use this opportunity to meet and talk to the unknowing source of his emotional turmoil and inspiration, to enjoy his gaze and his replies, seemed rather obvious. The beautiful one ambled leisurely, he could be overtaken, and Aschenbach sped up his pace. He reaches him on the boardwalk behind the huts. He wants to place his hand upon his crown or shoulder and address him with a little phrase in French, perhaps. There he feels that his heart is beating in his throat, maybe because of the brisk walking, that he is so out of breath that he will only be able to talk in a quivering voice. He hesitates. He tries to calm himself. Suddenly he fears he has been walking behind him for too long, is afraid of him taking notice of that, tries a second time, fails, abstains, and passes with a lowered head. Too late, he thought in that moment, too late. But was it really too late? That step that he did not take might have led to good, light, and happy things, might have cured him. Alone, it seemed, he did not want to be healed, that the intoxication was too dear to him. Who can make sense of the inward and outward manifestations of artists? Who can understand the deeply bonded alloy of order and intemperance that is its foundation? Because to refuse the sobering reality is intemperance. Aschenbach was no longer in a mood for being self-critical. The taste and mental state of his years, self-respect, maturity, and late simplicity kept him from analyzing his motives, and from deciding if he did not act because of his conscience or because of weakness. He was confused. He feared somebody might have witnessed his attack and subsequent defeat. He was afraid of ridicule. Otherwise he jested to himself about his comically holy terror. Aghast, like a cock who lets his wings hang limply in a fight, he thought. That is truly a strange God who breaks our will and subdues our desire like that in the face of the amiable. He played, raved, and was much too proud to be afraid of a feeling. He finally stopped keeping track of the grace period he had allowed himself. The thought of returning home did not even occur to him. He had obtained plenty of money through his writing. Only the possible departure of the Polish family concerned him, but he had learned en passant from the barber of the hotel that they had arrived immediately before himself. The sun tanned his hands and face, the stimulating salty breeze strengthened him for emotions, and whereas he usually spent all the refreshment given to him by slumber, food, and nature on his work, he now let all that which the sun, idleness, and the marine air afforded him suffuse generously in intoxication and emotion. His sleep was short. The deliriously uniform days were separated by brief nights of happy listlessness. He went to bed early, since the day seemed finished to him as soon as Tadzio had disappeared at around 9 o'clock. But in the beginning dawn a tenderly penetrating fright awoke him. His heart remembered his adventure. He had to get up, and so he did, and lightly clothed against the morning coolness, he seated himself at the open window to expect the rising sun. That wondrous event filled his soul, consecrated by the sleep, with devotion. The sky, the earth, and the ocean were still lying in glassy paleness. A lone star was still twinkling in the nothingness. But a wind from forbidden distant places arose, for Eos to get up from the side of her husband, and that first and sweet blush of the most remote parts of the sea and the skies happened, which portended the manifestation of creation. The boy-abducting goddess approached who had robbed Cleitos and Cephalus, and who had enjoyed the love of the handsome Orion, defying the other Olympians. A scattering of roses commenced at the bounds of the world, an unspeakably charming blossoming, infant clouds, blurry and translucent, were hovering like amaretti in the air in rosy bluish scent. Purple fell into the sea, which seemed to wash it ashore in undulations. Golden spears came flying into the lofty sky. The brilliance became a burning. Silently, with divine force the fervent flames ascended, and with flying hoofs the brother's horse moved above earth's circle. Blinded by the god's splendour, the lonely one sat. He closed his eyes and let his eyelids be kissed by the sun. Ancient feelings, early and delightful needs of his heart that had withered in the austere duty of his life and now returned miraculously transformed. He recognized them with a confused and bewildered smile. He was absorbed in thought and reverie. Slowly his lips formed a name, and still smiling, and with his face turned upwards and his hands folded in his lap, he fell asleep in his chair again. But the day which had begun so fiery and festal was strangely elevated and mythically metamorphosed in its entirety. Whence came that sudden breath which so softly caressed temple and ear like a divine whisper? Fluffy white clouds were standing in troops in the sky, like grazing herds of the gods. The current of air became stronger, and Poseidon's horses were galloping along, also bulls belonging to the god, lowering their horns with a roar. Between the boulders of the more distant beach the waves jumped up like goats. A divinely disfigured world full of Pan's creatures surrounded the elated one, and his heart dreamed of tender fables. Several times, when the sun set behind Venice, he sat on a bench in the park to watch Tadzio, who, dressed in white and girded gaily, was playing ball on the flattened gravel court, and it was Hyacinth he deemed to see who had to die because two gods fell in love with him. Yes, he felt Zephyr's painful jealousy of his rival Apollo, who neglected the Delphi oracle, the bow, and the cithara to play instead with his beloved. He saw the horrid discus hit the lovely head, he caught, turning pale as him, the limp body, and the flower, sprung from that sweet blood, bore the inscription of his endless wail. Nothing is more curious and awkward than the relationship of two people who only know each other with their eyes, who meet and observe each other daily, even hourly, and who keep up the impression of disinterest either because of morals or because of a mental abnormality. Between them there is listlessness and pent-up curiosity, the hysteria of an unsatisfied, unnaturally suppressed need for communion, and also a kind of tense respect. because man loves and honors man as long as he is not able to judge him, and desire is a product of lacking knowledge. Some kind of relationship or acquaintance had to come about between Aschenbach and Tadzio by necessity, and with penetrating joy the older one realized that concern and attention were not left entirely unanswered. What caused the beautiful lad, for example, to always enter the beach along Aschenbach's hut, across the sand and sometimes unnecessarily close to him, almost touching his table and chair, instead of taking the board walk behind the huts? Was this effected by the magnetism and fascination of a superior emotion on its tender and thoughtless object? Daily Aschenbach expected Tadzio's entry, and sometimes he pretended to be occupied with something else when it happened, and let him pass by apparently without taking notice. But at other times their gazes met. They were always deeply serious when that took place. Nothing in the educated and dignified expression of the older one betrayed an inner motion. But in Tadzio's eyes there was an inquiry, a pensive questioning. He hesitated in his walk, cast down his eyes, looked up again in a lovely way, and when he had passed, something in his attitude suggested that only good manners were keeping him from turning around. But one evening it occurred differently. The Polish children with their governess had been absent during dinner in the large hall. Aschenbach had registered it with consternation. He took a walk after the meal, anxious about their whereabouts, in his dinner jacket and straw hat, at the foot of the terrace, when suddenly the nun-like sisters with the governess, and 4 steps behind them Tadzio, appeared in the light of the arc lights. Obviously they were coming from the steamship landing, after they had dined in the city for some reason. It had been chilly on the water. Tadzio was wearing a dark blue sailor's overcoat with golden buttons and an associated cap on his head. The sun and the marine air did not burn him, his skin had stayed marble-like, yellowish, as in the beginning, but he seemed more pale than usual, be it because of the cold or because of the blanching moonlight of the lamps. His symmetrical brows looked more defined, his eyes very dark. He was more beautiful than can be expressed in words, and Aschenbach again felt pain about the inability of words to truly describe beauty instead of just praising it. He had not recognized the dear figure. It came unexpectedly, so he did not have time to take on an expression of calm and dignity. Joy, surprise, admiration could be read in it when his gaze met that of the missing one, and in that second it happened that Tadzio smiled at him, familiarly, lovely and openly, with lips that only slowly parted during the smile. It was the smile of Narcissus who bends above the reflecting water, that deep, enchanting, protracted smile with which he extends his arms towards the mirror image of his own beauty, a slightly distorted smile, distorted from the hopelessness of his longing to kiss the pretty lips of his shadow, flirtatious, curious, and somewhat tormented, infatuating and infatuated. The addressee of that smile ran away with it as if with a calamitous gift. He was so moved that he was forced to flee the light of the terrace and the front garden and briskly made for the park on the rear side. Oddly indignant and affectionate admonitions escaped him. "You must never smile like that. Listen, you must never smile like that at any one." He threw himself onto a bench, frantically inhaling the nightly fragrance of the flora, and leaning back with hanging arms, overcome and shivering, he whispered the formula of yearning, impossible here, absurd, depraved, ludicrous, and yet sacred and venerable even in this case. I love you. End of Part 31. of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories of 12 Operas, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 32, Death in Venice. Thomas Mann, Death in Venice, Der Tod in Venedig, Chapter 5. In the fourth week of his stay on the Lido, Gustav von Aschenbach made some disconcerting observations regarding the external world. Firstly, it seemed to him as if, in spite of the approach of the best season, the number of guests in his hotel was declining instead of increasing, and in particular as if the German language was dying out around him, so that during the meals and at the beach only foreign sounds could be heard after some time. One day, at the barber's, whom he now visited regularly, he picked up a word that made him suspicious. The man had mentioned a German family which had left shortly after its arrival, and added flatteringly, "But surely you will stay, sir? You are not afraid of the malady?" Aschenbach looked at him. "The malady?" he repeated. The talker fell silent, tried to look busy, ignored the question, and when it was asked again more urgently, he declared he did not know anything, and tried to distract with embarrassed eloquence. That had been at noon. In the afternoon Aschenbach crossed over to Venice during a calm and under a scorching sun. Since the obsession propelled him to follow the Polish siblings, whom he had seen take the path to the steamship landing accompanied by their governess, he did not find his idol at St. Mark's. But when he took his tea at his little round iron table on the shaded portion of the square, he suddenly noticed a strange aroma in the air, which it seemed he had registered subconsciously for a few days already, a sickly sweet smell reminiscent of distress and wounds and suspicious cleanliness. He probed it and pensively recognized it, finished his snack, and exited the square on the side opposite of the church. In the cramped streets the odor intensified. At the corners printed notices had been affixed, warning the populace of the water in the canals and of the consumption of oysters and mussels due to certain gastric conditions which had to be expected in this kind of weather. The euphemistic nature of the decree was apparent. Crowds of locals had gathered in silence on the bridges and squares. The foreigner stood brooding among them. He attempted to get further information from a shopkeeper who was leaning in the door of his store between coral necklaces and jewellery of artificial amethyst. The man assessed him with heavy eyes and rapidly enlivened. "Purely a precaution, dear sir," he said, gesticulating. "An order of the police that has to be observed. The weather is oppressive, the sirocco is not conducive to health. In short, you understand, likely an excessive precautionary measure." Aschenbach thanked him and proceeded. On the steamer back to the Lido he also detected the scent of the disinfectant. Back in the hotel he immediately looked through the papers in the lobby. He found nothing in the foreign ones. The local papers reported rumors and fluctuating numbers, printed official announcements, and questioned their veracity. This explained the withdrawal of the German and Austrian component. Members of the other nations were apparently ignorant of this, divined nothing, were unconcerned. One should keep silent, Aschenbach thought excitedly, and threw the journals back onto their table. One should keep silent about this. But at the same time his heart filled with satisfaction about what the outside world was about to go through, because passion, like crime, does not like everyday order and well-being, and every slight undoing of the bourgeois system, every confusion and infestation of the world is welcome to it, because it can unconditionally expect to find its advantage in it. So Aschenbach felt a sombre content about the cover-up of the terrible happenings in the grimy streets of the city that merged with his own innermost secret, happenings in the covertness of which he also had an interest. Because the lover was troubled by nothing except that Tadzio might depart, and realized with terror that he would not know how to go on in life in that event. As of late it was not enough for him to leave proximity and sight of the beautiful boy to chance or the daily schedule. He followed him around, he traced his steps. On Sunday, for example, the Poles never appeared at the beach. He guessed that they were attending Mass at St. Mark's. He hastened there, and entering from the fervent square into the golden dawn of the sanctuary, he found the needed one praying during service. Then he stood in the back, on the jagged mosaic floor, among kneeling, murmuring people crossing themselves, and the compact splendor of the Oriental-looking temple rested heavily on his senses. In the front the ornate priest was singing and wielding his utensils, incense was in the air, encompassing the weak flames of the candles on the altar, and into that dull and honeyed sacrificial scent another one seemed to mix, that of the sickened city. But through the mist and brilliance Aschenbach saw Tadzio turn his head, look for him, and find him. When the crowds were exiting the church onto the gleaming square teeming with doves, the infatuated one hid himself in an ambush. He saw the Poles come from the church, saw the children say good-bye to their mother ceremoniously, and how she turned to the Piazzetta on her way back to the hotel. He determined that the handsome lad, his nun-like sisters, and the governess were taking the way right of the clock tower and into the Merceria, and, putting some distance between them and himself, he followed them furtively on their walk through Venice. He had to stop when they stopped, had to hide in cook-shops and yards when they turned around. He lost sight of them, looked for them heatedly across bridges and in dirty blind alleys, and had to suffer expressions of mortal pain when they suddenly came towards him in a narrow passage where evasion was impossible. Yet one could not say that he was suffering. His mind and his soul were intoxicated, and his steps were dictated by the demon who delights in destroying man's reason and dignity. At some point Tadzio and his took a gondola, and Aschenbach, hidden from their sight by a well, did the same when they had left. He talked in an abrupt and muffled voice when he ordered the gondolier, promising a heavy tip, to follow discreetly that gondola that was just turning the corner, and he was overjoyed when the man, with the roguish servility of the opportunist, replied to him in the same tone that he would be served, and served well. So he floated, seated on soft black cushions behind that other ebony barge, to which he was attracted by his passion. Sometimes he lost track of it, then he experienced grief and despair. But his gondolier, apparently experienced in such things, was always able to catch up with it by taking short cuts. The air was calm and smelly, the sun glowed through the haze, the sky was shale-coloured. The waves clashed against wood and stone. The gondolier's call, partly warning, partly greeting, was replied to from somewhere in that silent labyrinth. White and purple umbels with an almond fragrance were hanging from high-lying gardens over derelict walls. Moorish window ornaments were dimly visible. The marble steps of a church descended into the water. A mendicant, cowering on them, presented his hat and showed the white of his eyes like a blind man. An antique dealer in front of his parlour invited the visitor with fawning gestures, hoping to swindle him. That was Venice, alluring and dubiously entrancing, this city, part fairy tale, part tourist trap, in the putrid atmosphere of which art used to blossom luxuriously, and which had inspired musicians with lulling melodies. The adventurer felt as if his eyes were drinking that kind of luxury, as if his ears were courted by those kinds of melodies. He also recalled that the city was ailing, and kept it secret because of its lucre, and he gazed even more unrestrainedly at the gondola in front. So the confused one wished for nothing else except to pursue that object of his desire at all times, to dream of it in its absence, and, after the manner of lovers, speak tender words even to its shadow. Loneliness, foreignness, and the excitement of a late and deep rapture enticed him to allow himself to do even the most bizarre things without blushing or feeling shame, such as when he had, returning to the hotel in the evening, lingered before the beautiful boy's door on the second floor, pressing his brow against it and unable to part from it, risking to be caught in such an incriminating position. But still there were moments of pause and contemplation. "What kind of road?" he thought. "What kind of road have I chosen? Like every man who, because of his merits, takes an aristocratic interest in his ancestry, he was used to be in remembrance of his forefathers when he considered the achievements and successes of his life, to assure himself of their consent, their satisfaction, their necessary respect. He also remembered them at that moment, involved in such an unfit experience, taken in by such exotic emotional debauchery. He thought about their upright severity, the decent masculinity of their characters, and smiled melancholically. What would they say about it? But really, what would they have said about his whole life, which had deviated so much from theirs, that life under the spell of art, about which he himself had once been so derisive as a youth, duplicating his forebears' bourgeois attitudes, and that was yet in a way so similar to theirs? He also had served and exercised discipline. He had also been a soldier like some of them, because art was war, an exhausting struggle in which one could only take part for a limited time these days. A life of overcoming oneself, and yet a harsh, steady, and austere life, which he had turned into a symbol of a contemporary heroism. He was allowed to call it masculine and brave. And it would seem to him that the kind of Eros which had become his master was particularly suited for such a life in some way. Was it not highly regarded among the most brave of peoples? Was it not said that it blossomed in their cities through bravery? Countless war heroes of the past had been burdened with it, because nothing was considered debasing if it was ordered by the god, and deeds that would have been called acts of recreancy, falling to one's knees, oaths, imploring appeals, and slavish devotion, these were not shameful for the lover, but instead he was lauded for them. That was the thinking of the infatuated one. In that way he tried to protect himself and keep his dignity. But at the same time he attentively observed the unclean goings-on in Venice, that adventure of the outside world which darkly converged with the one of his heart, and nourished his passion with diffuse and lawless expectation. Bent on learning the latest about the current situation regarding the malady, he went through the local papers at the coffee houses of the city, because they had disappeared from the table in the hotel lobby. Claims and retractions were following each other. The number of cases and of deaths was supposed to be 20 or 40 or 100, and right after that the whole notion of an epidemic was refuted, or at least limited to a few single cases of introduction from outside. Warning qualms, protests against the dangerous game of the officials were interspersed. Certainty was impossible to attain. And still the loner was aware of a certain entitlement to learn the truth, and even though left out he found it curiously satisfying to ask those in the know probing questions and force them to lie, since they had agreed to keep silent about it. One day at breakfast he did so with the manager, that little soft-spoken man in the French frock coat, who was greeting and attending to the guests, and also stopped at Aschenbach's table for a few words. Why, in the name of God, inquired he in the most casual tone, had they been disinfecting Venice for some time? It is wholly a measure of the police to keep all kinds of disruption of public health in check that could be caused by the exceptionally hot weather. The police is to be commended, retorted Aschenbach, and after some exchange of meteorological remarks the manager took his leave. On the same day, in the evening after dinner, it occurred that a small group of street musicians from the city was heard in the front garden. 2 men and 2 women stood next to the iron post of an arc light, with their brightly lit faces in the direction of the grand terrace, from which the vacationers enjoyed the folksy spectacle with coffee and cool drinks. The hotel employees, the elevator attendants, waiters, and administrative office staff were listening from the entrance of the hall. The Russian family, eager and exact in matters of pleasure, had had chairs put up in the garden for them to be closer to the performers, and sat there full of appreciation in a semicircle. Behind them, with her turban-like kerchief, stood their old servant. A mandolin, a guitar, a harmonica, and a scintillating fiddle were employed by the mendicant virtuosos. After instrumental pieces there were vocal numbers, such as the one where the younger woman, with a sharp and squawking voice, joined with the tenor in sweet falsetto for a love duet. But the main talent of the company was undoubtedly the man with the guitar, and a sort of baritone buffo, almost without a voice, but with acting talent, and possessing remarkable comedic energy. Often he separated from the group, his large instrument in his arm, coming up the ramp, where his fooling around was rewarded with cheering laughter. The Russians in particular were delighted with that southern agility, and encouraged him with applause to become more and more sure of himself. Aschenbach sat at the balustrade, and sometimes wet his lips with a mixture of pomegranate juice and soda which glimmered ruby red in his glass. He took in the squeaky music, the vulgar and pining melodies, because passion immobilizes good taste, and seriously considers what soberly would be thought of as funny and to be resented. The clownish escapades had made him take on a fixed and almost hurting expression of amusement. He sat there in a relaxed way, while his interior was tense with attentiveness, because 6 paces apart from him Tadzio was leaning against the stone railing. He stood there in a white suit which he sometimes wore for dinner, in inevitable and inborn grace, the left forearm on the railing, feet crossed, the right hand on his hip, and looked with an expression that was almost unsmiling, more like a distant curiosity, a courteous acceptance at the singers below. Sometimes he straightened himself and pulled, with an elegant motion, his jacket through his leather belt. But at other times, and the older man registered it with triumph, with a floundering of his reason and also with horror, he turned around, either hesitatingly and slowly, or quickly and suddenly, as if to take by surprise, over his left shoulder towards the chair of his lover. He did not meet his eyes, because a frightened concern forced the other one to keep himself from looking. Also on the terrace were the women who guarded Tadzio, and he feared to have become conspicuous. Indeed, he had noticed with a kind of torpidity that Tadzio had been called away from him, at the beach, in the hotel, and at St. Mark's, that there was an attempt to keep them separate, and which implied a grave accusation which tormented him, and which his conscience kept him from refuting. In the meantime, the guitarist had begun a solo to his own accompaniment, a multi-verse song that was currently making its rounds through Italy, in the refrain of which his company joined him with their singing and instruments, and which he emphasized in a dramatic way. Lanky and with a thin and scrawny face, he stood apart from the others, a sleazy felt in his nape, with a lump of his auburn hair protruding from under the brim, in an attitude of cheeky bravado, on the gravel, and emitted his jokes in a forceful recitative at the terrace to the tunes of his guitar, while the exertions of production made the veins on his forehead bulge. He did not look Venetian, rather like a Neapolitan comedian, part pimp, part gag-man, brutal and bold, dangerous and entertaining. His normally relatively ridiculous song was transformed by his mouth, and was made, thanks to his facial expressions, his body movements, his way of winking, or salaciously playing with his tongue in the corners of his mouth, a little ambiguous and somehow objectionable. His skinny neck projected from the soft collar of his sport shirt, which he wore to his city clothes, exposing an unusually large and nude-looking Adam's apple. His pallid, round-nosed, beardless face, which made it difficult to guess his age, seemed ploughed up by grimacing and vice, and somehow the grinning of his nimble mouth did not fit the 2 deep furrows, defiant, imperious, and almost wild, between his reddish brows. But what really caused Aschenbach to focus on him was the observation that the suspicious figure seemed to carry with it its own suspicious ambience. Every time at the refrain he started to dance around, shaking hands, coming close to Aschenbach's table, and every time that happened his body and his clothes emanated a cloud of disinfectant smell. After the song was finished, he started to collect the tips, beginning with the Russians, who were giving freely, and then made his way up the stairs. As cheeky as he had been during the song, as humbly he presented himself up here. Bowing, he tiptoed between the tables, and a smile of sneaky servility bared his strong teeth, while the two furrows were still standing threateningly between his red brows. The alien being collecting his livelihood was examined with curiosity and some disgust, coins were thrown into his hat, but people tried not to touch him. Closeness between the comedian and the decent audience always generates some awkwardness, even if the performance was very enjoyable. He felt it and tried to excuse himself with fawning. He approached Aschenbach, and with him the scent which nobody else seemed to take note of. "Listen," said the solitary one in a muffled voice, almost mechanically. "One is disinfecting Venice. Why?" The comedian croaked. "Because of the police. It is an order, sir, in this heat and sirocco. The sirocco is oppressive. It is not conducive to health." He talked as if he could not understand why one would ask about this, and demonstrated with his flat palm how the sirocco was oppressive. "So there is no malady in Venice?" Aschenbach asked softly and between his teeth. The brawny features of the comedian took on a grimace of humorous perplexity. "A malady? What kind of malady? Is the sirocco a malady? Is our police a malady, perhaps? You must be joking. A malady! You must understand it is purely a precautionary measure, a police order against the oppressive effects." He gesticulated. "It's all right," Aschenbach again said softly, and quickly dropped a fairly large tip into his hat. Then he made a sign with his eyes for him to leave. The musician obeyed with a grin, under bows, but he had not yet reached the stairs when two hotel employees accosted him, taking him into a whispered cross-examination. He shrugged, he pleaded, he swore to have been secretive. One agreed. Set free, he returned to the garden, and after a hurried agreement with his company, broke into a final song. It was a song which the foreigner thought never to have heard before, a cheeky song in unintelligible dialect, and with a laughing refrain into which the entire group entered at the top of their voices. Both the words and the musical accompaniment stopped at these points, and nothing remained except rhythmic laughter, which the soloist in particular performed with a remarkable verisimilitude. He had recovered his previous impudence, thanks to the increased distance to the audience, and his faux laughter, addressed at the terrace, was derisive. Even before the refrain started he apparently had to fight the impulse. He sobbed, his voice wavered, he forced his hand against his mouth, he pulled up his shoulders, and in the right moment his laughter exploded, so real that it was infectious, so that the listeners became cheerful without a definite reason. And that seemed to increase the singer's giddiness. He flexed his knees, he slapped his thighs, he held his sides. He no longer laughed, he howled. He pointed with his finger at the merry society, as if nothing could be funnier, and finally everybody was laughing in the veranda and the garden, including the waiters, elevator attendants, and servants in the door. Aschenbach no longer reclined in his chair. He sat erect as if trying to fight or flee. But the laughter, the wafting hospital odour, and the closeness of the beautiful boy immobilized him like an inescapable spell. In the general commotion and distraction he dared to look at Tadzio and register that the other one also remained serious when answering his gaze, as if their behaviour and expressions were linked, and as if he was not influenced by the general mood since his lover was evading it. This childlike obedience was so disarming, so overpowering, that the grey-haired one found it hard not to bury his face in his hands. It had also appeared to him that Tadzio's occasional straightenings and deep breaths were sighs, a tightness of the chest. "He is sickly. He will probably not reach old age," he thought, with that objectivity to which intoxication and yearning are sometimes strangely inclined, and pure sympathy, together with debauched satisfaction, filled his heart. The musicians, meanwhile, had finished and retreated. Applause accompanied them, and their leader did not fail to embellish his exit with jests. His bows and blowing of kisses were considered amusing, and so he redoubled them. When the others were already gone, he pretended to run backwards into a lamp post, arriving at the gate in apparent pain. There he suddenly cast off his mask of the funny Jinx, straightened himself up, stuck out his tongue at the guests on the terrace, and disappeared into the darkness. The society of travellers dispersed. Tadzio was no longer standing at the balustrade. But the loner continued to sit with his drink at his table for a long time, to the astonishment of the waiters. The night proceeded, time itself withered. In his parents' house, many years ago, there had been an hourglass. He suddenly saw the frail and important device again, as if it stood before his eyes. Silently and finely the rust-coloured sand traversed the glassy bottle-neck, and since it was becoming less in the upper half, a small torrential vortex had formed there. Already on the next day, in the afternoon, the defiant one made another attempt at tempting the outside world, and this time very successfully. He entered the English travel agency at St. Mark's Square, and after he had exchanged some money, he addressed the clerk with his fatal question, with the expression of the distrustful stranger. It was an Englishman in tweed, still young, his hair parted down the middle, with narrow-set eyes, and that kind of loyalty of character which seems so alien and peculiar in the roguish South. He said, "No reason for concern, sir. A measure without grave implications. These kinds of orders are issued all the time to combat the ill effects of the heat in Sirocco." But looking up with his blue eyes, he met the weary and somewhat sad gaze of the foreigner, which was trained with slight disdain at his lips. The Englishman blushed. "That is," he continued, "the official version, which people are trying to uphold. I will tell you there is something else to it." And then he told the truth in his honest language. For several years Indian cholera had shown an increased tendency to spread and travel. Born in the sultry swamps of the Ganges Delta, ascended with the mephitic odour of that unrestrained and unfit wasteland, that wilderness avoided by men, in the bamboo thickets of which the tiger is crouching, the epidemic had spread to Hindustan, to China, to Afghanistan and Persia, and even to Moscow. But while Europe was fearing the spectre might make its entrance overland, it had appeared in several Mediterranean ports, spread by Syrian traders, had arrived in Toulon, Malaga, Palermo, and Naples, also in Calabria and Apulia. The north seemed to have been spared. But in May of that year the horrible vibrios were discovered in the emaciated and blackened bodies of a sailor and of a greengrocer. The deaths were kept secret. But after a week it had been 10, 20, or 30 victims, and in different quarters. An Austrian man had died in his home town under unambiguous circumstances, after he had vacationed for a few days in Venice, and so the first rumours of the malady appeared in German newspapers. The officials of Venice responded that the public health situation had never been better, and ordered the necessary measures to fight the disease. But the foodstuffs had probably been infected. Meat, vegetables, and milk contributed to more deaths, and the tepid water of the canals was particularly to blame. It seemed as if the disease had become more contagious and virulent. Cases of recovery were rare. 80 of 100 infected persons died in the most horrible fashion, because the malady came in the particularly severe form called dry cholera. Here the body was unable to even get rid of the water that came from the blood vessels. Within a few hours the afflicted person dried up and suffocated on his viscous blood amid spasms and croaky cries of pain. Comparatively lucky were those who, after a slight feeling of nauseousness, fell into a deep blackout, from which they mostly did not come to again. In early June the quarantine barracks of the hospital had been filling silently, in the 2 orphanages there was no longer enough room, and a horrific traffic developed between the city and St. Michel, the cemetery island. But the fear of general damage, regard for the recently opened exhibition of paintings in the municipal gardens, for the enormous financial losses that threatened the tourist industry in case of a panic, had more impact in the city than love of truth and observation of international agreements. It made feasible the official policy of secrecy and denial. The highest medical official had resigned, filled with indignation, and had been replaced with a more docile person. The people were aware of that, and the corruption at the top, together with the reigning uncertainty, the state of emergency caused by the suffering all around, caused a certain demoralization, an encouragement of unsavory antisocial tendencies, which took form as debauchery, wantonness, and a rise of criminal behavior. Against the normal rule, many drunken men were noticeable in the evenings. Vile rabble made the streets unsafe in the night. Robbery and even murder happened again and again, for 2 times it had already proven that supposed victims of the epidemic had in reality been killed by their relatives with poison, and prostitution became more obtrusive and excessive, in a way that was normally more associated with the south of the country or the Orient. Finally the Englishman came to the most important thing. You would be well advised, he concluded, to leave to day rather than to morrow. The quarantine cannot be further away than a few days at best. I thank you, Aschenbach said, and left the office. The place lay in sunless sultriness. Ignorant foreigners were sitting in the cafés, or stood, covered with doves, in front of the church, and looked on as the birds, teeming, flapping their wings and shoving away each other, were picking the corn handed to them. In febrile excitement, triumphantly in possession of the truth, with a taste of disgust on his tongue and fantastic horror in heart, the loner paced up and down on the flags of the square. He considered a cathartic and decent deed. He could approach the pearl-wearing woman after dinner and talk to her like this: "Please allow this stranger, madam, to give you advice and warning, kept from you by selfishness. Depart, depart right now with Tadzio and your daughters. Venice is diseased." Then he could place his hand upon the crown of that tool of a taunting god, turn around and flee from this swamp. But he immediately felt he did not really want to take that step. It would lead him back, give his soul back to himself, but when one is frantic, the last thing one desires is to be oneself again. He recalled that white edifice, ornate with glistening inscriptions, in the iridescent mystery of which the mind wandered, that strange wanderer that had reawakened his youthful desire for distant places, and thought of returning home, of prudence, of austerity. Hardship and mastery seemed so repulsive to him that his face took on a grimace of bodily nauseousness. One should keep silent, he whispered impetuously, and I will keep silent. The knowledge of his complicity intoxicated him, like a small amount of liquor intoxicates an old and faded brain. The image of the afflicted and derelict city caused him to hope for things that were unreasonable and of unspeakable sweetness. What was that little bit of happiness of which he had just dreamed in comparison to this? What was art and virtue to him compared to the advantages of disorder? He kept silent and stayed. That night he had a terrible nightmare, if a mental and corporeal experience can be called that. It happened in deep sleep and complete independence and sensual presence, but without himself being part of the proceedings. The scene was his soul itself, and the events intruded violently from outside, subduing his deep mental resistance, went through and left his existence, the culture of his life, in shambles. Fear was the beginning, fear and lust and a horrified curiosity of what would be coming. It was night, and his senses were listening intently, because from away a commotion, a noise, a din approached. A rattling, a clashing, a muffled thunder, shrill cheers, and a howling of an "oo" sound, all mixed and sweetly drowned in a terrible way with deep-sounding and continual flute-playing, which cast an obtrusive spell on the entrails. And he saw a phrase, dark but denoting what was coming: the alien god. Smoky fervency was smouldering. There he recognized the mountains, similar to the ones surrounding his summer house. And in the spotty light from woody hills, between trunks and mossy boulders, it thundered earthward like a vortex, men, animals, a swarm, a raging horde, and flooded the place with bodies, flames, tumult, and a lurching dance. Women, floundering over their long fur dresses hanging from their belts, were hitting tambourines above their heads, moaning, brandishing burning torches and naked daggers, holding hissing snakes or grabbing their bare breasts, crying. Men with horns on their heads, clad in furs and with hairy bodies, bent their necks and lifted arms and calves, hit brazen cymbals and drums, while hairless boys were goading bucks, clasping their horns and letting themselves be carried away by their jumps with cheers. And the ecstatic crowd howled that soft cry with the stretched "oo" sound at the end, both sweet and wild. Here it resounded like deer cries, and there it was echoed, many-voiced, in wild triumph, inciting one another to dance and hurl the limbs and to never let the cry stop. But all that was ruled by the deep sound of the flute. Did it not also tempt him, reluctantly witnessing all this, with shameless perseverance to that feast and to the immoderate ultimate sacrifice? His abhorrence and his fear were big. His will was honourable, to defend what was his against that stranger, the enemy of the sober and dignified mind. But the din, the howling, multiplied by the rocky cliffs, increased, became prevalent, swelling to a ravishing madness. Odours crowded the senses, the biting smell of the bucks, the scent of groaning bodies, and the stench of putrid waters, also another familiar one, of wounds and sickness making its rounds. His heart was booming with the drum beats, his brain was gyrating, anger gripped him, blindness, deadening sexual lust, and his soul desired to join the gods' dance. An enormous wooden phallus was uncovered. Then they howled the password with even less restraint. With frothing lips they were clamouring, inciting each other with lusty gestures and straying hands, laughing and moaning, hitting each other with spiked rods and licking the blood from their limbs. And with them, obedient to their god Dionysius, was the dreamer. Indeed, they were him when they killed the animals and ate the still tepid flesh raw, when they copulated on the mossy ground to honour their god, and his soul tasted fornication and the fury of downfall. From these dreams the stricken one awakened, unnerved, shattered, and limply addicted to the demon. He no longer feared the watchful eye of the other people. Their suspicion was no longer important to him. At any rate, they were fleeing and departing. Many beach huts stood empty, the dining room was not full, and in the city foreigners were only rarely seen. The truth seemed to have percolated, and a panic unavoidable, despite the sticking together of the interested parties. But the woman with the pearl necklace stayed, be it because the rumour did not get through to her, or because she was too proud and unafraid to yield to them. Tadzio stayed, and Aschenbach sometimes thought that through departure or death everyone else could be removed, so that he could remain alone with the beautiful boy on the island. When in the morning his looks rested heavily, irresponsibly and continually on the desired one, when he followed him unworthily through the stinking streets with their air of death, this monstrosity seemed promising to him, and moral laws no longer applicable. Like any other lover, he wanted to please, and feared this would be impossible. He added little embellishments to his suits to make them look more youthful. He wore jewellery and used perfume. Multiple times a day he required a lot of time for his toilette. He was ornate, excited, and tense when he came to the dining room. In view of that sweet youth that infatuated him, his worn-out body disgusted him, his grey hair, the sharp features of his face caused him to feel shame and despair. He felt compelled to rejuvenate himself. He frequently visited the barber of the hotel. In the hairdressing cape, under the grooming hands of the talkative barber, he looked at his mirror image with torment. "Grey," he said with a distorted mouth. "A little," said the man, "because of a lack of care, an indifference to appearance, understandable in persons of importance, but that cannot be applauded, and in particular since these kinds of persons should not be prejudiced with regard to what is real and what is artifice. If this sort of people rejected dental hygiene in the same way they reject cosmetics, they would leave a disturbing impression. After all, we are only as old as our heart and mind feel, and grey hair might be a greater falsehood than a little correction. You, dear sir, have a right to claim your natural hair colour. Will you allow me to give it back to you?" "How that?" asked Aschenbach. Whereupon the talker rinsed the guest's hair with two solutions, a clear and a dark one, and it was as black as his younger years. He curled it, stepped back, and looked at his work. Only the facial skin would have to be refreshed a bit. And like someone who is unable to stop himself, he did one thing after another with zeal. Aschenbach, seated comfortably and unable to defend himself, hopeful about what transpired, saw in the mirror how his eyebrows arched upwards more elegantly, how his eyes looked larger and more shiny, thanks to some make-up, saw his cheeks take on a rosy colour, also his lips that had been pale were reddened, the furrows near eyes and mouth disappeared. He beheld with excitement an ephebe in full bloom. The cosmetician was finally content, and thanked his patron after the custom of such people. "A minor correction," he said, putting the finishing touches on Aschenbach's exterior. "Now the gentleman can fall in love without hesitation." The enchanted one left happy, confused, and fearful. His tie was red, his straw hat adorned with colourful bands. A tepid breeze had started. It rained only occasionally and in small amounts, but the air was humid, thick, and filled with putrid scents. Wafting, flapping, and swishing filled one's ears, and Aschenbach, feverish under his make-up, felt as if wind spirits of an evil kind were at work, like ugly sea birds digging into the condemned one's food. Because the sultriness stifled the appetite, and it was easy to think that the food was infected. Following the handsome lad, Aschenbach had ventured deeply into the labyrinth of the afflicted city. Losing his orientation, since the little streets, canals, bridges, and squares all looked too much alike, no longer sure about his bearing, he made an effort not to lose the desired idol from his sight, and forced into shameful delicacy, pressed against walls and taking cover behind other people, he did not realize how tired and exhausted his emotions and his suspense had made him. Tadzio was walking behind the others, letting the governess and his nun-like sisters go first in the cramped space, and ambling solitarily he sometimes turned his head, looking with his strangely grey eyes to make sure that his lover was still in tow. He saw him and did not give him away. Intoxicated by that knowledge, enticed to continue by those eyes, goaded by his passion, the innamorato traced an unsuitable hope, and still eventually had the sight taken away from him. The poles had crossed a small, steeply curved bridge, the slope of which hid them, and when he had ascended himself he did not see them any more. He searched for them in 3 different directions, straight ahead and both ways along the dirty and narrow quay, but to no avail. Feeling unnerved and weary, he had to abandon the hunt. His head was burning, his body was covered with sticky sweat, his neck trembled, an unbearable thirst tormented him, he looked for some kind of immediate relief. He bought some fruit, some overripe strawberries, and devoured them while walking. A little square, looking deserted and enchanted, opened out before him. It had been here where he had planned to flee the city several weeks ago. He sat down next to the well, leaning against the stones. It was quiet, grass was sprouting between the slabs of the pavement. Debris was all around. Amid the derelict houses of uneven height at the square one stood out, like a palace, with pointed arch windows and little balconies with lions. There was also a pharmacy in the first floor of another house. Warm wind gusts sometimes carried with them the smell of disinfectant. There he sat, the master, the dignified artist, the author of the Misérables, who, in such an exemplary and pure fashion, had spoken against wandering and these murky depths, who had revoked his sympathy for the abyss, and who had cast away what was cast away, the ascended one, the vanquisher of his knowledge, and no longer partial to irony, who had accepted the responsibilities that fame brings, he whose fame was official, whose name bore the knighthood, and who wrote in a style schoolboys were asked to imitate. He was sitting there, eyes closed, sometimes with a very fleeting expression of mockery and embarrassment, and with his flaccid lips, improved through cosmetic artifice, forming occasional words out of what his half-sleeping brain was producing with a dreamlike logic. Because beauty, Phaedo, is the only thing that is divine and visible at the same time, and so it is the way of the artist to the soul. But do you believe, my dear Phaedo, that the one who reaches the intellectual through the senses can ever achieve wisdom and human dignity? Or do you believe, and I am leaving this to you, that it is a lovely but dangerous road that leads nowhere? Because you have to realize that we artists cannot take the path of beauty without Eros joining us and becoming our leader. We may be heroes in our own way, but we are still like women, because passion is what elevates us, and our desire is love, that is our lust and our disgrace. Do you see that poets can be neither sage nor dignified? That we always stray, adventurer, in our emotions? The appearance of mastery in our style is a lie and foolishness, our fame is a falsehood, the trust the public places in us is highly ridiculous, education of the young through art something that should be forbidden. Because how can someone be a good teacher when he has an inborn drive towards the abyss? We may deny it and gain dignity, but it still attracts us. We do not like final knowledge, because knowledge, Phaedo, has no dignity or severity. It knows, understands, forgives, without attitude. It is sympathetic to the abyss. It is the abyss. Therefore we deny it and instead seek beauty, simplicity, greatness and severity, of objectivity and form. But form and objectivity, Phaedo, lead the noble one to intoxication and desire, to horrible emotional transgressions, rejected by his beautiful severity, lead to the abyss. Us poets, I say, it leads there, for we are unable to elevate ourselves. Instead, we can only transgress. And now I am leaving you, Phaedo. Stay here until you no longer see me, then leave also. A few days after that, Gustav von Aschenbach, feeling unwell, left the Hôtel des Bains later than usual. He had struggled with certain fits of dizziness, only half physical, that were accompanied by strong feelings of fear and perplexity, a sense of hopelessness, of which it was not clear whether it pertained to the outside world or his own existence. In the lobby he saw a lot of trunks, and asked the porter who it was who was leaving, and got as a reply an aristocratic Polish name, of which he had already been dimly aware. His decayed features did not change when he heard it, and he made a tiny gesture with his head as if it was something not worth knowing about, and inquired, "When?" The response was, "After lunch." He nodded and went out towards the ocean. It was unwelcoming there. Undulating ripples ran across the distant sea between the beach and the first sandbank. A sense of autumn lay over the place that had once been so lively and colourful, that was now almost abandoned, and the beach of which was no longer kept clean. A camera, apparently unappropriated, stood at the shore on a tripod, and the black cloth that was draped over it was flapping in the cold breeze. Tadzio was playing at the right in front of their hut with the 3 or 4 comrades he had left, and Aschenbach watched him for a last time, with a blanket on his knees, seated about midway between the sea and the row of huts. The game that was unsupervised, as the women were probably busy with the impending departure, seemed to be without rules, and soon degenerated. The sturdy one called Jaschu had been blinded by a throw of sand towards his eyes, and had forced Tadzio to wrestle, a fight that quickly ended with the beautiful but weaker one's defeat. But as if in the hour of departure his servile attitude had become brutal and wanted to avenge itself for that long slavery, the victor kneeled on Tadzio's back and forced his head into the sand, so that Tadzio could have suffocated. His attempts to throw off the boy on his back slowly subsided. The horrified Aschenbach almost wanted to step in when the victim was finally released. Tadzio, very pale, sat up and remained there for a few minutes, unmoving and with dark eyes and disorderly hair. Then he stood up and went away. He was called, at first heartily, then imploringly, but he did not respond. The black-haired one, who might have felt regret about his transgression, overtook him and tried to reconcile himself with him. A gesture of the shoulder rebuked him. Tadzio walked diagonally towards the water. He was barefoot, and wore his striped bathing suit with the red bow. At the edge of the water he remained, drawing figures into the sand with his toes, his gaze fixed at the ground. Then he crossed the shallow sea that reached up to his knees in its deepest part, and arrived at the sandbank. There he stood for a moment, looking into the distance, and then wandered slowly towards the left. Separated from terra firma by a gulf of water, separated from his companions by his pride, he ambled as a distinct and unconnected figure in the sea, in the wind, before the misty, boundless space. Again he stood still to gaze. And suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned his torso, one hand at his side, and looked over his shoulder to the shore. The onlooker sat there as he had when their eyes had first met. His eyes had been trained on the stroller, his head leaning against the chair, but now his head rose to meet the glance and then sunk back onto his chest, as if in a deep sleep. But to him it seemed as if that pale and lovely Hermes out there was smiling at him, beckoning him; as if he, taking his hand from his side, was pointing at and floating into that promising immensity. And as he was used to do, Aschenbach followed him. Several minutes passed before help arrived for him, who had fallen over sideways in his chair. He was carried to his room, and on the very same day a respectfully shocked world received the news of his death. End of Part 32. End of Benjamin Britten, Source Stories for 12 Operas, by Various.